Dr. Huang quickly replied, "Don't worry, sir. Jean Zhu went to the neighboring courtyard with the old lady and the children just now." TSK. Whenever Jean Zhu was mentioned, the general's calmness completely vanished. He has truly fallen for her. A flicker of surprise appeared in Chu Ye's eyes. "I was just asking casually. Is the medicine ready? If it is, treat my wound quickly." Dr. Huang smiled meaningfully. It's ready. I can now sew up the general's wound." Then he looked toward the outside Chu army. "Young brother, go next door and invite Miss Jean Zhu over. Tell her I need to sew up the general's wound and ask her to supervise and guide." Chu Ye's eyes sharpened. He quickly said, "Just sew it up myself. No need to bother Miss Jean Zhu."
No.
Dr. Huang shook his head repeatedly. "Although I am skilled, this is my first time sewing someone up, and it's on the general. The general is usually very stern, so I am naturally nervous. If something goes wrong, I can't bear the blame. It's better to have Miss Jean Zhu watch nearby, so I can be at ease and steady." While speaking, he signaled to Chu's soldiers waiting at the door. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up." The Chu soldiers hurriedly ran out. Chu Ye's gaze fixed on Dr. Huang with sharp insight.
Dr.
Huang smiled innocently, bent down, and lifted his leg onto a stool. "General, I will disinfect your wound first. Jean Zhu considers me a friend." Chu Yi said firmly, "Don't talk nonsense and cause her suspicion or discomfort. Do you understand?"
Huh.
Dr. Huang looked up, surprised. "I only know that Miss Jean Zhu considers the general a friend, so I asked her to comfort and advise him to take care of himself." "How is that nonsense? Does the general think Miss Jean Zhu would suspect anything? Or be unhappy about it?" Chu Ye's face stiffened. "You should speak less and do more." "That's not right, General." Dr. Huang skillfully unwrapped the bandage on his leg and said seriously, "Miss Jean Zhu is very talented. Since I am here this time, I should take the opportunity to learn more from her. That way, I can improve my medical skills and serve the Chu army better, isn't that right? Please don't blame me for talking too much. I am just thinking of my brothers in the camp and trying to help the general."
Chehuye.
Just then, footsteps sounded. He looked up and saw Chu's soldiers and Jean Zhu entering one after the other. Already calming the people outside so quickly? Jean Zhu walked cheerfully, smiling happily. Did the villagers think I was showing off on purpose? She reached out and casually pulled a chair to sit very close to Chuyi. Chuyi lowered his eyes and saw the edges of two people's clothes brushing against each other. He instinctively looked at Dr. Huang. Fortunately, Dr. Huang was focused on disinfecting the wound, not paying attention to anything else. The common people see you as a divine figure and won't develop such unfounded thoughts. Chuyi then looked at Fang Jinju. "I warned them. Although the people know your identity, they see it as a secret and treat you as an ordinary woman. In the future, even if you go out, you won't have to worry about being crowded or disturbed." He then shifted his gaze away and looked at his own leg. For some reason, he felt that Jinju's eyes at this moment were piercingly insightful. Staring into her eyes felt like there was no way to hide anything. Fang Jinju caught every awkward move of his and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Beiliao is your territory. With you backing me up, I can do whatever I want comfortably." Chuyi dared not meet her gaze. It seemed there was something suspicious. But he shouldn't be overly confident or act on wishful thinking. He needed to observe more. Although Dr. Huang kept his eyes on the wound, his peripheral vision caught every detail. His beard twitched excitedly. "Miss Jinju, please come a little closer and help me out." He looked up seriously at Fang Jinju. "Please hold the general's leg steady, so I don't accidentally hurt him or cause him to during stitching." Hearing this, Chu Ye's eyes flickered sharply, and he immediately refused. "No, I won't my leg." He first cast a slightly confused glance at Fang Jinju, then sharply glared at Dr. Huang to warn him. "Are you doing this on purpose? Be careful, or I'll take disciplinary action." Dr. Huang's heart skipped a beat. He clenched his teeth but kept his innocent and serious expression, not letting it show. "General, although I've given some anesthesia, it only helps a little. It's my first time stitching a wound, so I'm a bit nervous. If the general can't control the pain and jerks, I might get scared and mess up halfway. His awkward look made it hard for anyone to refuse him. Fang Jinju's eyes flashed with amusement. Dr. Huang's right. She looked at Chu Yi and blinked. Don't be stubborn. We should listen to the doctor and cooperate properly. Without even asking for Chu Yi's opinion, she moved her stool over and reached out to hold his leg. If she didn't cooperate, wouldn't she be wasting the old man's good intentions? Chu Yi's leg suddenly stiffened, and his body tensed up. Dr. Huang pinched his leg and said, "General, don't be nervous. Relax a little, or the muscle tissue will tighten and make the stitches more painful." Chu Yi clenched his teeth and said, "I'm not nervous." Fang Jinju's eyes showed a smile as she moved her hand and pinched his leg. "Don't be stubborn. You are nervous. The muscles are so tight that the needle can't go in." Delicate fingers gently massaged his leg, saying, "Relax, relax." Chu Yi's calmness disappeared, and he looked panicked and flustered, with his ears red and bloodshot. Dr. Huang turned to get supplies from the medicine box, then his shoulders trembled.
Okay, of my.
The general's face turned red. The general's face turned red. This is really embarrassing. Chu Yi, why is your face so red? Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi and blinked. Don't be nervous. The wound will need only 6 or 7 stitches, and it will be over quickly. Is that right, Dr. Huang? Dr. Huang turned back, his smile fading for a moment. Yes, yes. As long as the general's leg doesn't shake, it will only take 2 cups of tea. Seeing the man's flushed ears, red face, restless posture, and the way he avoided eye contact, Fang Jinju's guess was about 80% correct. Could it be? Chu Yi seemed to like her more than just friends.
And,
realizing this, she felt surprisingly happy and pleased. Dr. Huang was indeed quick and skillful. 2 cups of tea, and the stitching was finished. Fang Jinju let go of his hand. Chu Yi's back was already soaked with sweat, not because of pain, but because he was anxious and couldn't control his feelings during the process. Fang Jinju shook her hand and smiled. The general's willpower is really strong. I helped a lot, but it might have been unnecessary. Dr. Huang, finishing the bandage, shook his head. That's not quite right. The general's strong will is good, but your help wasn't wasted, Jinju. It at least gave me peace of mind. He looked proud and satisfied. Today was the first successful attempt, and it gave me great confidence. When I return to the camp, I will teach this stitching technique to benefit the army. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi, and a flash of inspiration lit up her mind. How many military doctors are there in the camp? Seeing her eyes sparkle as if she had gained some new idea, Chu Yi quickly straightened his back and regained his composure. There are 26. 26 doctors for a 9,000-man army? Fang Jinju immediately shook her head. It's too little, too little. Dr. Huang nodded repeatedly. Miss Jinju is right. During each war, there are more than thousands of wounded. Even if we work day and night, we can't save them all. Many soldiers are injured but not fatally, yet because of delayed treatment, they end up dying. At this point, Dr. Huang's eyes, clouded and heavy, filled with tears. But those children, to avoid making mistakes in the chaos, despite being in terrible pain, would rather bite their tongues until they bleed than cry out. They also want to live. It's better not to mention it. Once mentioned, the tragic scenes after the battles flooded into my mind, turning into helpless tears of pain, rolling down from Dr. Huang's eyes. But we really can't save everyone. Whenever this happens, I wish I had 3 heads and 6 arms, or could transform into a fairy. With just a wave of my sleeve, I could save everyone. Finally, Dr. Huang covered his face and cried loudly. But we are not gods, after all. We are powerless. Zhu Ye's eyes also filled with deep sadness. Dr. Huang's tearful words reflected his pain. War is cruel. Death is inevitable. If those brothers had died fighting, it would be one thing, at least they wouldn't suffer so much. But as Dr. Huang said, most of those brothers could have survived. Yet, because of limited medical skills, they were dragged down alive. There's nothing more despairing than watching your own blood slowly flow out and die. Fang Jinju quickly stood up, gently patting the old man's back. Dr. Huang, you can be sad, but don't blame yourself. You all could have relied on your medical skills to enjoy wealth and honor, but you stayed on the hardest and most dangerous front lines. Who says you're not gods? You are gods with flesh and blood. You are gods with flesh and blood. Dr. Huang suddenly looked up, staring blankly at Fang Jinju. Tears streaked across his face, full of the compassion of a healer. Fang Jinju's eyes flickered with emotion. The power of gods is also limited. Just like you call me the goddess, but with my strength alone, I absolutely cannot save North Liao from fire and water. Even gods need help. Dr. Huang, if you want to save more people, you need to share all your knowledge and skills. Dr. Huang mumbled softly, quickly taking a rough cloth from his pocket and wiping away tears and snot from his face. Please, Miss Jinju, kindly clarify. Just moments ago, his eyes were filled with grief and self-blame, but now they were bright with hope. Chu Yi was once again deeply moved by Jinju's words. Her kindness and wisdom always easily changed the situation, turning all bad things into strength to move forward. Think about it. If everyone knew how to give first aid and help themselves, what would happen? Jinju asked, her eyes moving between Chu Yi and Dr.
Huang.
Dr. Huang was shocked. Everyone knows how to give first aid? That's impossible. After studying medicine for 10 years, only then can one become a doctor who heals others. People know that the path of medicine is very difficult, and those without special talent find it even harder. So, few are willing to take this path. It's not that I don't agree with Miss Jinju, but... He hesitated, unable to finish, because her words sounded like a fairy tale. He didn't say the rest, not wanting to disrespect Jinju, even if he doubted her. Do you think it's a fairy tale? Jinju smiled and gently said what Dr. Huang was too embarrassed to say. His eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Jinju looked at Chu Yi and blinked. What about you? Do you think so too? Chu Yi was silent for a moment before honestly replying. It's indeed difficult to achieve. But look at North Liao today. Jinju, your presence in the general's residence. None of that is a fairy tale. So, nothing is impossible. Anything can happen. Jinju couldn't help snapping her fingers happily, her face full of pride like Bo Yu meeting Jiyu. If you were stubborn and set in your ways, even with me here, North Liao wouldn't be where it is today. You're right. Nothing is absolute in this world. I wasn't just speaking casually. I truly believe it can happen. Dr. Huang carefully swallowed his shock and doubt, sitting upright with a respectful look, listening intently. Jinju pointed to Chu Ye's injured leg. Dr. Huang, have you ever thought that one day you could learn to suture in just half a day? He was stunned, then shook his head repeatedly. That's unheard of. How could I learn that quickly? You not only did it, but you did it very well. Jinju raised her eyebrows. May I ask, is this something only a doctor or someone with extraordinary talent can do? After some thought, Dr. Huang shook his head decisively. Although suturing techniques are rarely known, this skill is not exclusive to doctors, nor does it require special talent. Anyone brave and careful enough can learn it through practice. It's just a matter of time and practice. Hearing this, Fang Jinju looked at him with a smile but said nothing. Dr. Huang was momentarily stunned, then patted his thigh excitedly. Yes. If more people back then had known even just this simple suturing and bleeding control technique, many wounded soldiers could have been saved from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up, pacing back and forth excitedly. Emergency rescue. Emergency rescue. As long as we can save lives temporarily, we gain more time for treatment and save more people. Miss Jinju, do you also know any first aid methods like suturing? Dr. Huang knelt in front of Fang Jinju, his face full of excitement. If possible, I would like to ask Miss Jinju to be my teacher, to teach me more first aid techniques. Then he knelt before Zhu Yi. earnestly begging, and I also asked the general to allow me to select brave and careful people in the city to learn first aid skills, so we can build up more medical strength for the Chu family army. Better safe than sorry. Zhu Yi reached out and helped him up. Dr. Huang, your sincerity is clear, and this is also part of my duty to consider. There's no reason not to do it. Don't rush. Let's hear what Jinju has to say first. We need to think this through carefully. Hearing this, Dr. Huang's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly sat back down on the stool. Fong Jinju didn't hide her plans anymore. She took out her phone and searched for common modern first aid videos. CPR, artificial respiration, shock prevention, emergency bleeding control, limb bandaging. Everything was detailed and thorough. Finally, Fong Jinju said, although there's no war now, it's wise to prepare medical resources in advance. I think we can do two things at once: recruit brave and careful young people from the city for training and testing, and also have the military doctors in the camp come to the general's residence to learn. Once they master medical skills, they can lead the formation of 26 medical teams. Fong Jinju looked at Zhu Yi and said, the general can set regular assessments and rewards, which will motivate all medical teams to learn better and achieve twice the result with half the effort. As she shared her ideas, one after another, Zhu Yi and Dr. Huang looked at her as if they were worshipping a divine being. Who says gods must have supreme powers to save the world? A wise and compassionate heart is enough. Later, I will write down everything I just said as an official document. Fong Jinju smiled and pointed to herself. I am suggesting a method. Then she pointed to Dr. Huang. You, sir, lead the military doctors to work hard, recognize talent, and select the best. Finally, she winked at Zhu Yi. General, please support us with all your strength. I promise, in less than 3 months, North Liaoning's medical resources will soar to new heights. What do you two think? Is it feasible? Zhu Yi and Dr. Huang looked at each other, then nodded enthusiastically. Yes, it's doable. After making the decision, Zhu Yi immediately ordered people to prepare the yard where Dr. Huang lived. He also ordered General Yi Tingxian to divide the medical team into 2 groups, one to stay at the military camp, and the other to them to learn at the general's residence. Fong Jinju and Dr. Huang then began to finalize the details of forming the medical team and organize materials suitable for post-war emergency training. They worked on this until nightfall. The sky gradually darkened, but Dr. Huang's eagerness to study couldn't be stopped. Seeing this, Fong Jinju arranged for a lamp and warned him that rushing was not good. He should sleep by midnight at the latest. Worried that the elderly doctor would forget to rest in his pursuit of work, she warned him with a small threat. If the room lights weren't turned off by midnight, she would confiscate the lamp. After dinner, old lady Zhu took the 3 children to wash up, leaving Fong Jinju and Zhu Yi alone in the granary. Jinju, the preparations for medical resources are all sorted out. Zhu Yi said, just leave everything to me from now on. If there are any issues, you can point them out. He looked at her injured arm. Your arm needs rest. Don't overexert yourself. Fong Jinju kept shaking her head. I can't rest at all. Zhu Yi was stunned, looking at her confused. It's my arm that's injured. Seeing his dazed and stunned look, Fong Jinju couldn't help but smile and said, just let your arm rest and recover. What does that have to do with my brain, eyes, or legs? This is the city of Betrayal I saved with my own hands. She couldn't help but stand up, her eyes shining brightly. Although you've sent me many photos of Betrayal after its makeover, nothing compares to seeing it with my own eyes. Tomorrow, I will go see the vast fields, the clothing factory, the military factory, and the academy. This is a journey through over 2,000 years of history. How rare is that? I came here suddenly, without warning. Who knows, I might accidentally go back someday. If I step on Belial's land but don't get to see it, I would regret it so much I'd cry. Zhu Ye's eyes darkened suddenly. You're going to the military camp tomorrow, right? Fong Jinju pulled up a chair and sat facing Zhu Yi, excitedly saying, just go and do your thing.
Don't worry about me.
Tomorrow, I want to explore Belial City thoroughly. Ruerue, Shushu, and Xingbao will definitely stick to me. Can you arrange for some Zhu family soldiers to protect us and show us around? Seeing her enthusiastic expression, Zhu hesitated but couldn't bring himself to say no. And his mind kept replaying her words. Who knows, maybe she might accidentally go back someday. Her words, though unintentional, carried meaning for him. How could he feel at ease letting her go? Seeing him silent for a long time, Fang Jinju became anxious. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve, saying, "Don't worry, I definitely won't bump into any trouble." As she spoke, she couldn't help but shake his sleeve. "You said you'd listen to me about everything, and you've done that in big matters. You wouldn't refuse such a small request, right?" Her eyes flickered with playful teasing as she firmly pinched Zhu Ye's soft spot. He pushed aside his conflicting thoughts and finally nodded. "All right, I'll take you tomorrow." In the military camp, with Yi Tingxian there and a walkie-talkie for instant communication, there would be no problems. But for Yu Jinju, he couldn't let go. "Really? You'll take me?" Fang Jinju was surprised, then shook her head repeatedly. "You just returned to Beiliao, and the medical team is just starting to form. There will be many things to handle. How can I keep you from working? Just find a few people to follow us." Zhu Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he said firmly, "I will arrange everything properly. There won't be any mistakes." Although North Liaoqing is safer than outside, it's still possible that enemy spies have sneaked in. You are taking 3 children out, and I don't feel at ease. Either I stay with you, or you stay safely at the general's residence to recover." Then, she looked steadily at Fang Jinju, with a serious expression that left no room for discussion. After a moment of silence, Fang Jinju nodded and said, "All right, you can come with us. Also, arrange a few more soldiers from the Zhu family to follow. But let's agree in advance. If something urgent happens, you must go back. We'll keep in touch with our walkie-talkies. Is that okay?" Chui hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Big sister." "Big sister," just as they reached an agreement, the voices of some children came from outside. Fang Jinju looked out. The 3 little ones were each wrapped in a small quilt, carried over by 3 soldiers from the Zhu family. Shushu smiled with big, bright eyes. "Big sister." Bath time Shushu. Sleep time Ruerue showed a tiny smile with his little teeth. "Big sister, Grandma has prepared the water. Call you to take a bath." Xingbao didn't speak, but his small eyebrows and mouth were filled with joy and happiness. Earlier, he and Ruerue had bathed together in a small tub, helped by Grandma. He learned for the first time that bathwater could be warm. Grandma saw his injuries and tears welled up in her eyes. Ruerue also cried, but he felt happier than ever, because he understood that Grandma and Ruerue's tears were because they cared for him deeply. He could also feel Grandma's love and concern, just like Ruerue and Shushu. Ruerue and Shushu would never leave him behind, no matter what they did. Now they were all shouting to call him to wash and sleep, and pulling him along to join. The little children's hearts kept telling him over and over, he must be kind to his brothers and sisters, be good to Grandma and everyone here. He wanted to be the best, the most sensible, so he wouldn't be disliked or driven away. He didn't want to be alone again. Fang Jinju stepped forward, gently pinching each of the 3 little faces. "Why are you running out after your bath? You little troublemakers. Go back quickly and get into bed to wait for big sister." The warm scene of the family gathering made Chuyi smile unconsciously. The bath was helped by Grandma Chu. Fang Jinju felt a little shy, but mostly happy and touched. Meanwhile, Grandma softly told her many stories about the Chu family. Every word was filled with sadness. The 3 generations of the Chu family are soldiers. Chu Ye's grandfather put on armor at 15 and led troops into battle. By 36, he died on the battlefield. Except for the half year of his wedding, he spent his entire life guarding the northern border of Beiliao. At that time, Tangwu was still a vassal king's territory, not yet separated from the main country. Later, Chu Ye's father inherited his father's position and continued to guard Beiliao. At 32, he returned from the battlefield with his head and limbs badly damaged, in a terrible state. If not for his children, the old lady Chu would have gone with him then. Less than 2 years later, Tang Wu was abandoned by the main country after a drought, but surprisingly avoided invasion by Qiangu. Later, the vassal king declared himself emperor. He renamed Tang Wu Prefecture to Tang Wu Kingdom. To keep peace, the emperor sent envoys and beautiful women to Qiangu to bow and ask for peace. They agreed to pay 5 million jin of grain and countless gold and silver treasures each year, barely convincing Qiangu to promise not to attack for 5 years. But in less than 2 years, Qiangu found the tribute insufficient and broke their promise unilaterally. They then began to mock and insult Tang Wu periodically, like cats teasing mice. Tang Wu was weak and small. Its capable soldiers were few. Plus, Betrayal was poor and harsh, facing fierce enemies from Qiangu. Anyone who came would suffer humiliation or death. No one was willing to come. The court used Chu family members as leverage, forcing Chu Ye's eldest brother to armor up and defend the north. Chu Ye's eldest sister-in-law was also a fierce woman from a military family. At that time, she had just given birth to Ruerue Shushu and was still in her postpartum month. She couldn't bear to leave her brother, so she entrusted her 2 children to old Lady Chu and went to war with her husband. In the autumn, when Ruerue Shushu was 2 years old, both her brother and sister-in-law died in battle. Qiangu looted all the grain from Betrayal. More than half of the 60,000 Chu soldiers were lost, and the people had no food for winter, growing restless and eager to enter the central plains. Chu Yi was ordered by the emperor to rush to Betrayal immediately to take control of the situation. Old Lady Chu, tired of the court's greed and exploitation of her family, was disillusioned but insisted on going with Ruerue Shushu and Chu Yi to Betrayal. Because her husband had previously predicted that Chu's efforts were just a desperate struggle and nothing would change. He said Tang Wu would fall within 10 years. Since death was unavoidable, her entire Chu family must gather together in one place. When she mentioned this, her tone was sad, but her face showed little emotion. It was as if her pain had reached its peak, and all her feelings had faded away. Zhenzhu was shocked, heartbroken, and speechless. Warm water was carefully poured over her shoulders, and old Lady Chu's lips curved into a gentle, satisfied smile. If they could see what North Liao looks like now, they would know how excited they would be. They can finally rest in peace. Not only them, but all the brave souls on this land can rest peacefully. She gently wiped at Fang Jinju, treating her like a precious treasure, saying, "This has been the best and most peaceful time in North Liao for many years. Even if storms and troubles come in the future, so what? In times of chaos, having such peaceful days makes us content even in death." Fang Jinju took a deep breath, expelled all the bad air from her chest, and said with firm eyes, "It's not enough." Old Lady Chu paused slightly. "Not enough yet." Fang Jinju said clearly, "Auntie, don't worry. I will help Chu Yi make this peace in North Liao take root. And not just that, I will help it grow strong and prosperous, so no one can shake it. That's why the Chu family's bravery and sacrifice are worth it." Inside, Tang Wu is eager to act. Outside, Chang Wu is watching closely. If these issues aren't resolved, North Liao's current peace is just an illusion. We can't wait for storms to come. We must make North Liao so strong that storms and troubles wash away all evil in this world. She said so much, but old Lady Chu remained calm. When she heard Fang Jinju's words, her eyes suddenly welled up.
Good.
You and Yi are brave children. With you here, I believe that day will come. It will definitely come. The water is cold. Let me wipe you clean. Go to bed quickly. After dressing and entering the room, she saw the 3 little ones wide-eyed and looking at her. Ruerue and Xing Bao were sleeping at the foot of the bed, their small heads close together, both smiling the same gentle smile. Shu was sleeping at the head of the bed, curled up inward, blinking and smiling at Fang Jinju. Big sister, her voice was soft and sweet, full of affection. Then she curled her tiny body further inside, saying, "Hurry, sister. Come. The quilt is warm and cozy at this moment." All thoughts of farms or Huagua disappeared from Fang Jinju's mind. She only felt that this little spot on the bed, beside the children, was her true home. Fong Jinju smiled as she slipped into the quilt, reaching out to hold Shu Shu in her arms, and gently pressed her small forehead with a kiss. Oh, my sweet baby is so thoughtful, warming the blanket for sister. Look at this little body, so cold, pressed against sister. Sister will warm you up. Be careful, little hands. Shu Shu obediently doesn't move, her face full of happiness. Fong Jinju gently presses her chin to her forehead. It's okay, it's okay. Sister knows what she's doing. Holding Shu Shu makes me feel safe. Then she gently stretches her foot, touching the two little ones on the other side. Rui Rui, Xing Bao, be good. Don't kick the blanket. Rui Rui is good. The blanket is covered nicely. Don't worry, sister. Xing Bao will take good care of brother and cover him with the blanket. The two little ones respond eagerly. Next, Rui Rui's soft little hand reaches out and carefully holds Fong Jinju's foot in her arms. Big brother, reach your hand over. Not satisfied with just holding sister's foot, Rui Rui also invites Xing Bao to turn sideways and hug her, pulling her brother's hand onto sister's foot. Hee, let's all hold sister and sleep together. Below, sister's warm foot is in her hand, and her little brother's warm body is in her arms. Xing Bao's small mouth curves into a happy smile, reaching behind her ears. Fong Jinju pauses, then her heart softens completely. These little ones really love her so much. At this warm, happy moment, she is determined to let it last forever. Seeing this scene, Old Lady Chu also feels full of happiness. She carefully tucks the blankets around Fong Jinju and the children, then turns off the light and closes the door. Tomorrow will you go out to play with sister? Fong Jinju whispers softly, voice a little hoarse. Okay, the three little ones cheer, but their voices are also low, just like Fong Jinju. In the dark night, Fong Jinju closes her eyes, but a bright smile appears on her face. Good, then go to sleep quickly. Let's see which baby wakes up earliest tomorrow. Sister will hold hands with that one first when we go out. Sister, Rui Rui is already asleep. Snore, snore. Giggle. Shu Shu is asleep too. Fong Jinju can't help but smile happily, feeling full of joy and peace as she falls into a deep sleep. The next day, when Fong Jinju takes the three little ones to the granary, breakfast is already on the table. Steaming buns, vegetable porridge, and a few small stir-fried dishes. The family eats happily, then eagerly leaves the general's residence one after another. As soon as they step out, Fong Jinju is stunned. 3 members of the Zhu family army were already waiting at the gate with 4 horses. Surprisingly, they didn't prepare a carriage but horses instead. But she didn't know how to ride a horse. When they came out, the 3 soldiers reached out their arms, each holding a child, and quickly mounted the horses. Then they all looked at Fong Jinju. Fong Jinju looked a bit confused at first, then realized what was happening, and turned to look at Zhu Yi beside her. Zhu Yi's eyes tightened as he was about to explain, but Fong Jinju smiled. Yeah, the view from horseback is much better than from a carriage. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Then she happily walked toward the leading horse. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with a strange feeling. What Jinju said was indeed what he had considered. But Jinju couldn't ride, and her arm was hurt. If she rode a horse, they would have to share one. Worried she might think he had other intentions, he also arranged for a carriage in advance, besides the horses. He thought that if Jinju felt uncomfortable, he could immediately have the carriage brought out. Why are you still standing there? Come over quickly. Lost in thought, Fong Jinju waved at him from beside the horse. I hurt my arm, so you need to help me onto the horse, she said openly, trusting him completely. Seeing her straightforward trust, Zhu Yi felt a bit guilty. He really didn't mean any bad intentions. That's why he made these arrangements. Come on. Don't waste time. Fong Jinju eagerly turned around and slightly stretched out her arm, signaling Zhu Yi to help her onto the horse. He steadied his mind, reached out, and gently grabbed her waist. Under her loose clothes, her slim waist was soft and delicate, uniquely hers. As her dress fluttered, Fang Jinju used the momentum to gracefully sit on the horse. Zhu Ye's fingers tightened slightly, as if wanting to hold onto the last warmth in his palm. Wow, Fang Jinju giggled like a child, excited. This is my first time riding a horse. It's so high and so vast. Then she looked at Zhu Yi with full excitement and affirmation. Zhu Yi, you did a great job arranging this. Finally, she turned to look at the three little ones behind her. Is it fun? Are you happy? Fun, really happy. The three children's faces were also full of excitement. Fang Jinju's gaze returned to Zhu Yi.
Come on, get on.
I can't wait any more. A flick of his robe, and Zhu Yi sat steadily behind her. The space on the horse was tight. Even if Zhu Yi wanted to keep some distance, it was impossible. Their clothes brushed, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Although they had already shared some close moments during the journey, this moment felt different. The woman, small and delicate, was held in his arms, and his protective instinct seemed ready to burst out. Come on. Faster. Fang Jinju turned her face slightly, smiling brightly as she urged him. Zhu Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as he grabbed the reins and wrapped the woman into his arms. His long legs gently pressed against the horse's belly, and the horse started to trot. Due to the momentum, Fang Jinju involuntarily leaned back and fell into Zhu Ye's embrace. Her slender hand instinctively grasped his, cool yet soft, holding tightly. Softly falling into his arms, her hair fluttered near her nose. In her dazed state, Zhu Yi steadily supported her. Don't be afraid. His voice was a little hoarse, with a warm breath that teased her ears. Full of gentle affection, she couldn't resist. Fang Jinju's ears turned pink, and her mind suddenly felt like she was floating among the clouds. This light, fluttering feeling was something she had never experienced before. Yesterday, Dr. Huang's words suddenly appeared in her mind. She blushed slightly. Whether Zhu Yi truly liked her still needed to be confirmed. But as clever as she was, she knew her friendship with Zhu Yi was starting to feel different, less pure. She couldn't blame herself. He was the ruler of the city, skilled in martial arts, handsome and strong. Just hearing his name gave her a sense of safety. If Zhu Yi were a modern man, he would be the kind of man many young women would fall for. She was just an ordinary woman, held in the arms of a man full of passion. How could she stay calm? But this wasn't the time for romantic feelings. Fang Jinju's expression returned to normal, and her gaze shifted to the streets of Betrayal. They said they wanted to tour Betrayal, but she wasn't just doing it for fun. Betrayal still had its people, and she had already formed deep connections with them. She wanted to help Zhu Yi strengthen Betrayal so that no one would dare to attack it. That was no idle talk. To achieve this, military strength was essential. But relying solely on force wouldn't be enough. Resources and the economy were also crucial tools. Betrayal City was no longer just a city, it was now a country, Betrayal. A country's development depended on soldiers, farmers, merchants, and craftsmen. Although their military was still fairly strong, agricultural progress had also made a big leap. The remaining key were the scholars, workers, and merchants. Zhu Ye's men were good at fighting, but they also needed talented advisors to help him develop industry and trade. In the coming days, she planned to learn more about Betrayal and then use resources to push it into a rapid growth phase. Yes, General. The woman in front of the general. Must be Jinju girl. Suddenly, a suppressed, excited cry reached her ears. Fang Jinju glanced around and saw that although there were no vendors or shops on the street, many common people were still walking back and forth. Everyone looked at her eagerly, but if they accidentally met her gaze, they quickly looked down as if it would be disrespectful to look at her too long. What did you say to these people? Fang Jinju leaned back slightly and whispered with a small smile, made them pretend not to recognize me. Zhu Yi didn't smile back. I just repeated what you said to Dr. Huang. Calling a goddess, the goddess will lose a day of lifespan, that's all. The common people wish they could give you their lives, so how could they bear to shorten yours? Hearing this, and seeing how these villagers shyly avoided her gaze, Fang Jinju found them very adorable. In the city, as people came and went, Zhu Yi didn't dare to ride his horse too fast. As they reached the outskirts, the horses started to run freely. The wind whipped up the woman's black hair, carrying a sweet peach scent that hit her face. Soft black hair brushed against Zhu Ye's face. The 3,000 strands of hair, like vines, quietly spread across his heart, winding tighter and tighter. Each strand stirred his feelings, touching his heartstrings. But he was afraid of startling the lady. He gently raised his big hand, carefully smoothing the wind-blown hair of Fang Jinju strand by strand. Wow, are these all territories of Beiliang? The farther they went, the broader the view, and Fang Jinju couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so big." Zhu Yi said that Beiliang's territory is vast, comparable to half of Tongwu's land. If the land weren't poor in quality, the crops grown here could feed the people of 3 Tangwu kingdoms. People say seeing is believing. Nothing compares to actually witnessing it. Not long after leaving the city, her eyes were filled with endless fields. The woman in front of her was amazed, and Zhu Ye's mood also lifted unexpectedly. Yes, everywhere you look, it's all Beiliang territory. Before they got close, the abundant harvest of wheat in the fields rushed toward them. Between the fields, villages sat quietly and peacefully. Wow, wow, wow. Fang Jinju excitedly grabbed Zhu Ye's hand and shook it. Look, look. The wheat is golden. It's time to harvest. Zhu Yi, hurry, I want to get off and see. Zhu Ye's lips also curved into a bright smile, like the moon, and he quickly stopped the horse, helping her down. As soon as she landed, Fang Jinju ran happily to the nearest wheat field, reaching out to touch the bending wheat stalks. Wow, it's grown even better than I expected. No wonder it's considered a treasure of our great country. Zhu Yi was also slightly amazed. He reached out and plucked a handful of wheat grains from the stalk, rubbing them in his palm. The grains were full and firm, with no empty shells. He couldn't help but look at Fang Jinju, who was also looking back at him. They both grinned happily, feeling proud. Food is the foundation and strength of a country. This field of grain is as valuable as a field of gold. The 3 little ones couldn't wait to get off their horses and gather around the wheat. Brother Xingbao, do you recognize this? Shu Shu looked proud, as if saying, I know. Ask me. Xingbao shook his head repeatedly. Shu Shu opened her mouth wide and started explaining seriously. Xingbao, this is food.
These.
She pointed her little finger toward the distant wheat sea. Are all ours. Xingbao looked at Shu Shu with admiration. Wow, so much. That's amazing. Shu Shu smiled happily. Rue confidently patted his chest. Xingbao, in the future, we'll take care of you. You can eat as much as you want, even 10 meals a day.
Ha ha ha.
Their innocent words made Zhu Yi and the others laugh out loud. Fang Jinju winked at Zhu Yi. Now, you know why I always bring them everywhere? Zhu Yi nodded with a smile. Children are pure and full of joy. They are the best source of happiness. Finally, Fang Jinju picked a wheat grain, chewed it, and said, in just a few days, we can harvest all this. I'm glad I was foresight. With so much grain, relying only on manual labor would take forever to harvest. She had sensed potential danger early on and bought everything that could be useful from Beiliao. Rotary tillers, seeders, harvesters, 10 of each. Not to mention hoes, sickles, and other farming tools. Thousands of them were sent over. Zhu Yi looked moved. Jinju's thoughts about Beiliao are deeper and more long-term than I imagined. Fang Jinju patted his shoulder and smiled. Long-term plans? Deep thoughts? No, it's just that heaven gave me an early warning of trouble, so I could prepare all this in advance. All right, seeing the healthy growth of the wheat, I feel relieved. Please take me to see how the corn and sweet potatoes are doing. The group then rode forward again. Not only the wheat but the corn and sweet potatoes are also growing very well. After this round of touring, Fang Jinju's heart was as vast and boundless as the endless fields. Chu Yi, it's still early before noon. Let's go check out the clothing factory and the academy. Once in town, Fang Jinju was excited and suggested. Chu Yi agreed without hesitation, all right. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on Chu Ye's waist crackled. The voice on the other end sounded a bit serious. He frowned slightly and quickly took out the walkie-talkie. I'm here. What's the matter? Fong Jinju's heart tightened and she perked up her ears. General. The voice lowered a bit. Come to the military camp quickly. Hearing this, before Chu Yi could speak, Fong Jinju hurriedly said, You should go to the military camp quickly. Don't worry, I'll just look around the clothing factory and come back immediately. Chu Yi looked at the clothing factory just 100 yards away, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, don't stay outside too long. Once I handle things, I'll take you shopping. Fong Jinju nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll remember. Hurry up and help me down. Chu Yi turned over and dismounted carefully, helping her down. Then he looked back at the Chu soldiers behind him. Quickly go back to the house and bring the carriage here. You two must ensure the safety of Jinju and the 3 children. Don't worry, General. We will protect them with our lives. The 2 Chu soldiers stood straight and responded solemnly. Chu Yi looked at Fong Jinju again, his eyes full of worry. Fong Jinju, feeling helpless, simply reached out and pushed him toward the horse. They said they'd protect with their lives. Aren't you reassured? Besides, even without your men here, I can protect myself and the children. Go quickly. You already said goodbye this morning. Unless something serious happens, Deputy Yi and the others wouldn't bother you easily. I'll just take a quick walk around and be home with the children in about an incense's time. Under Fong Jinju's push, Chu Yi swung onto his horse. Remember, don't stay too long. Fong Jinju nodded firmly, almost as if she had written I am very obedient on her face. He looked at Fong Jinju deeply, then drove his horse away. Once he was out of sight, Fong Jinju frowned. What could happen at the military camp? Even mentioning Yi Tingshuan's name is difficult, probably because they are worried about revealing secrets and causing panic. The only threat in the military camp is those few Chongwu messengers, but they can't cause much trouble. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju waved to Xingbao, who had been carried down. Waiting around anxiously is not her style. With Xingbao as her little helper, she is confident she can find out the news. Xingbao whispered softly, and a skylark landed on his shoulder. When the skylark flew toward the camp, Fong Jinju felt a little relieved and signaled 2 Chu family soldiers. They walked toward the clothing factory. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, and Fong Jinju felt a sharp pain on her left shoulder. Miss Jinju, quickly take the children and rush into the clothing factory. Before she could react, the Chu soldiers behind her shouted urgently. Fong Jinju didn't hesitate. She wanted to rush forward and pull the 3 children away, but her legs suddenly buckled, and she fell forward, losing her strength. The 2 Chu soldiers also knelt down suddenly. It's soft muscle powder. One of the Chu soldiers drew out a dart from his chest, looking terrified. The dart was coated with soft muscle powder. Fong Jinju looked down and saw a dart stuck in her shoulder. She ignored it and quickly shouted to the 3 children, Come here, run to me quickly. The frightened children all ran to her side. Fong Jinju summoned all her strength, struggled to stand up, and signaled the children to hide in her arms. Quickly get in. As she spoke, sweat poured down her forehead. Shushu obediently crawled under her. Ruerue and Xingbao opened their arms to protect her, looking around warily. Suddenly, several men in black clothes dropped from the rooftops on both sides of the street. Fong Jinju shouted with all her might, Ruerue, Xingbao, listen to me. Quick, hide in my arms. Ruerue and Xingbao looked at each other with tears in their eyes, but seeing their sister's fierce expression, they carefully shrank into her embrace. Fong Jinju used her remaining strength to support herself with one arm, acting as a shield to protect the children. The 2 Chu soldiers, terrified, also crawled toward them with all their might. Someone help. Protect Miss Jinju. While crawling, the Chu soldiers shouted, Help. Miss Jinju is in danger. Come quickly. Because they had been poisoned, their voices were weak, and it was hard to hear from more than 10 steps away. In an instant, the men in black were right in front of them. They directly ignored the Chu family soldiers and rushed toward Fong Jinju and the 2 others. They reached out to grab the three children under her. Ah, bad guys. Shushu cried out in fear. Ruerue bit the hand of the man in black. Fong Jinju tightly held her three children and glared angrily at the black-clad men, shouting, "Who are you? What do you want? Don't take my children away." Because she was poisoned, even with all her strength, she couldn't protect the three kids. The men in black easily pulled the children out from under her. Ah, Ruerue screamed as if hurt. In an instant, Fong Jinju's heart broke. Ruerue. She saw that Shushu's face was also cut and bleeding. Xingbao's ears were bleeding too. The three children struggled and cried under the grasp of the black-clad men. Big sister. Big sister. Shushu. Xingbao. Fong Jinju's eyes widened with rage at the black men, shouting, "Let them go! Let them go!" But the men in black ignored her. They grabbed the children like chicks and tried to escape. Ruerue knife. Use the knife and stab. Xingbao. Call for help. Quickly call your friends. Fong Jinju shouted desperately while trying to chase after the black men running away. One of the black-clad men holding Ruerue suddenly screamed and loosened his grip, causing Ruerue to fall hard. But the little one didn't care about the pain. He rolled over, waving his small knife, and lunged at the black man holding Shushu. His attack missed. Quack, chirp. Just as the black man was about to kick Ruerue's knife, a flock of crows and some vultures suddenly swooped down from the sky, circling and diving toward the black men. A vulture's sharp claw scratched across the black man's face, tearing off his mask and gouging out one of his eyes. The black man immediately released the children, clutching his face and rolling on the ground in pain. The attacks from the crows and vultures were relentless. The black-clad men, unable to protect the children, fought with their knives and scrambled to escape. This strange, chaotic scene finally caught the attention of passers-by in the distance. People from the clothing factory also came out to see what was happening. Come quickly to save Miss Jinju and the young general's nephew. Seeing this, two Chu family soldiers hurriedly called for help from the villagers. Miss Jinju? The young general's nephew? Hearing this, the villagers all erupted in shock and rushed toward the black-clad men. Blind fools! How dare you harm Miss Jinju? I won't let you get away with it. Who are these people? How dare they harm the people of the general's residence? I won't let you get away. A flock of birds attacked. The villagers went crazy. In just a few breaths, they pinned several black-clad men to the ground, one on top of the other. Spare them alive. Fong Jinju, weak and trembling, shouted as if washed in water. But she didn't dare stop.
Keep them alive.
We need to question the general. The Chu family soldiers quickly reacted, shouting together, "Spare them. Be careful, they might have poison in their mouths. Search their mouths." Hearing this, the villagers hurriedly got up, moved away, pressed the black-clad men's faces to the ground, and reached into their mouths to search. Unexpectedly, they found some pills. The three little ones, now free, ran toward Fong Jinju. Big sister, Shushu knelt before Fong Jinju, clutching her clothes with tears in her eyes, full of fear. Fong Jinju reached out, gently touching Shushu's injured face, blood-stained fingertips. "Don't be afraid. Big sister is here." Her voice was faint, like a mosquito's hum, and she was soaked in cold sweat. Then she gently touched Xingbao's ear. "Does it hurt? Be patient. When we return to the house, Big sister will have Dr. Huang bandage it." Xingbao shook his head, then nodded, tears falling in big drops. "Xingbao doesn't hurt. Big sister hurts." He pointed to the dart on Fong Jinju's shoulder. Ruerue also pouted and cried, "It hurts, big sister. It hurts." Xingbao reached out to hold his little brother's shoulder. "Don't cry. Ruerue, big sister is worried." Then he wiped his own tears with his sleeve, and also helped Ruerue wipe his tears. "Let's help big sister up. Let's go home." Ruerue nodded hard, took Fong Jinju's hand, and tried to pull her up. Fong Jinju suddenly felt her hand was sticky and wet. Her heart tightened, and she looked down at Ruerue's hand. Sure enough, the back of the little boy's hand had a big cut, blood covering it completely. Her eyes stung, tears streaming down her face. Why didn't she listen to Chu Yi and stay safely in the house to recover? Why did she come out? Now 3 children are hurt because of her. Fong Jinju felt guilty and wiped the blood off the little boy's hand with teary eyes. Rue, it doesn't hurt. Big sister hurts. Rue pulled back his small hand and pointed at the dart on Fong Jinju's shoulder. Fong Jinju looked down, her face pale, and forcefully pulled out the dart from her shoulder. Hot blood flowed out, instantly staining her clothes red. Rue panicked. Sister's bleeding, a lot of blood. Fong Jinju hurriedly pressed her hand against the wound on her shoulder and shook her head, saying it's okay. Sister is fine. The bleeding will stop soon.
She didn't see.
Under her hand, the faint glow of bloodstains from several people blending together suddenly appeared, then quickly seeped back into her wound. What happened? With the sound of hurried footsteps, the patrol soldiers from the Chu family army arrived quickly. The leader of the Chu soldiers glanced at the black-clad person who was restrained by the villagers, then immediately ordered someone to tie him up tightly. He then looked at Rue and Shu, his gaze falling on the woman they surrounded, and naturally understood who she was. Miss Jinju, are you all right? He hurried forward, clasped his fists, and knelt on one knee. Sorry for being late, Miss Jinju. Please forgive us. Fong Jinju weakly shook her head. It's nothing. The children are injured. Please send someone to take them back to the mansion for Dr. Huang to treat. Rue tightly held onto her clothes. We want to stay with sister. Shu pouted and echoed. Yes, stay with sister. Go home together. Seeing this, the leader of the Chu army quickly ordered people to prepare a carriage. The Chu soldiers, who had been affected by the soft tendons powder, hurriedly said, Captain N, this is a big matter. It's better to report it to the general first. Another soldier nodded repeatedly. Following the general and Miss Jinju, they saw everything clearly. The general valued Miss Jinju as a treasure, even more than Rue and Shu. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of strange phenomena and the attack by a flock of birds, and if the villagers hadn't arrived just in time, a big disaster might have happened. At that time, they would be responsible, even if they faced death 1,000 times. Captain N, although just arrived, understood how important the safety of the woman and children was. He immediately took out his walkie-talkie to report this matter to the general.
Wait.
Seeing this, Fong Jinju quickly stopped her and lowered her voice. We are not in danger of our lives. Please don't disturb the general. Captain N, please us back to the mansion for treatment first, then we can discuss further. Captain N hesitated for a moment, then put the walkie-talkie back on his waist. Soon after, a carriage hurried over. Without anyone needing to speak, 2 women quickly stepped forward and helped the exhausted Fong Jinju to stand. The Chu soldiers also hurriedly carried the children onto the carriage. Fong Jinju looked over the common people. Her voice was soft, but her heart was sincere. If it weren't for everyone today, we might have been in great danger. Thank you all for saving us. Once I recover, I will come to thank you personally. Miss Jinju and the children are safe, so there's no need to worry about us. Yes, protecting Miss Jinju and the children of the general's residence is what we should do. It's nothing. The villagers looked worried and eager, speaking hurriedly. After nodding in thanks to everyone, Fong Jinju was helped onto a carriage. Once inside, her tense nerves relaxed suddenly. She curled up in the arms of the children and fell asleep. Midway, someone carried her out of the carriage. Fong Jinju woke once and immediately said, We are unharmed. Please do not disturb the general. Do not disturb the general. She vaguely heard the response of the officer, which made her feel reassured, and she fainted again. At Chu's military camp, Chu Yi arrived to find 40,000 Chongwu soldiers and 20,000 Chu soldiers facing each other in tension. On the way, Yi Tingxian explained the situation clearly. That morning, a few messengers, during mealtime, used threats and promises to try to incite the 40,000 Chongwu soldiers to rebel. They indeed disturbed the soldiers' morale. The messengers first threatened the soldiers' families and promised that if they could destroy Chu's army, All supplies and weapons in the camp would belong to them. They also promised to report everything to the king and treat the soldiers according to the camp's food and conditions. Most of the Chongwu soldiers were not alone. Their parents, spouses, and children were in Chongwu. They thought North Liao was good. Though tiring, they had enough food and warm clothing, and they were not harshly treated. Everyone had drunk the water blessed by the god of kindness. If they rebelled, they would surely die from internal injuries. But their families' lives were more important to them. After struggling and weighing their options, the soldiers with families chose to obey the messengers. General? General? Seeing Chu Yi and Yi Tingxian approaching quickly, Han Kongwu and Lu Qi stepped aside respectfully and called out. Chu's army instantly rallied, their spears planted firmly, causing a tremor in the morale of the 40,000 Chongwu soldiers. With Chu Yi's arrival, a sense of authority spread. The messengers quickly guessed his identity. The lead messenger's eyes flickered, and he said sarcastically, "So, General Chu is in North Liao City? We haven't seen you since we arrived in North Liao. May I ask where you have placed our king?" "Yes," deliberately ignoring us. "What are you planning?" Chu Yi paused and looked coldly at the lead messenger. With just a single glance, the envoy suddenly shivered, but thinking of the 40,000 Qiangwu army behind him, he stubbornly stared back. Chu Yi smirked, stepped forward, and spun his spear without hesitation, piercing through the envoy's chest. "You!" The envoy stared in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot, and he could only gasp before dying. Chu Yi remained calm, moved his hand, and withdrew his spear. The envoy collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. This unexpected scene made everyone feel nervous, and they all looked at Chu Yi in shock. During a war between two countries, do not harm the envoy. Realizing this, another envoy was both surprised and scared. He trembled as he pointed at Chu Yi and said, How dare you kill our Qiangwu envoy? That's declaring war on Qiangwu." "Exactly." Chu Yi replied coldly, "I am here to declare war on you and Qiangwu. So, none of you will return alive." Hearing this, several envoys looked panicked and fearful. "You dare?" An older envoy gathered his courage and said, "We have 40,000 soldiers behind us. With only 20,000 of you, how can you fight us?" Chu Yi's eyes flicked disdainfully over him and directly looked at the 40,000 Qiangwu soldiers. A stubborn dog that refuses to change its nature. The ruler of Qiangwu is known for his cruelty and strength across 6 kingdoms. If you surrender to Bai Liao without a fight, it will be a great shame for him. Not to mention, if you betray me, Chu's army, you will surely die. Even if you narrowly win, returning to Qiangwu will be a dead end. As for your families..." He swung his spear and casually cut a few envoys' necks. "These people are only pretending to protect themselves, forced by threats, and are lying to you. I will kill them all. When the ruler of Qiangwu finds out, he will be furious and send troops to attack Bai Liao. He won't care about your family's lives anymore. As long as you sincerely atone for your crimes, once I capture the head of the Qiangwu ruler and take the city of Qiangwu, not only will your family's lives be better, but innocent civilians in Qiangwu will also live much better than now." Whoosh! Each word was a warning, each life a threat. After finishing, the Qiangwu envoys all fell dead on the spot, with no one left alive. The 40,000 soldiers looked regretful, threw down their weapons, and knelt down in unison, bowing deeply. They understood. What Chu's army said was not empty talk. The current Bai Liao was no longer the same as before. They even hoped Chu would conquer Qiangwu and become the new ruler. This way, not only can they live peacefully, but their families can too. Han Kongwu, Lu Qi, and the 10,000-strong Chu family army all looked excited and stomped their feet together. The general is mighty. The general is mighty. A seemingly dangerous situation was quickly resolved. Chu Yi glanced at the Chongwu army and ordered, "Each person is to be whipped 10 times and not allowed to eat for a day. This is a one-time opportunity. If there is any sign of rebellion again, there will be no mercy." The 40,000 Chongwu soldiers all shouted, Thank you, General, for your mercy. Thank you, General, for your mercy. Seeing the problem was solved, Chuyi told Han Kong-woo and the others a few words, then turned and left the camp without looking back. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was actually very nervous inside. It wasn't because he worried about the Chongwu army rebelling, but because he was worried about Jin Zhu and the others. As he quickly mounted his horse, he casually took down his communicator. Did Jin Zhu and Rue return to the house? There was a crackling sound from the communicator, and the other side replied, reporting to the general, Miss Jin Zhu and Rue have already returned to the house. Chuyi relaxed a little. General, have you finished handling your matters? Yes, everything is settled. Good. Please, the general, return to the house immediately. Chuya's eyes suddenly narrowed. What's wrong? On the other end, the voice stammered, Miss Jin Zhu. Miss Jin Zhu fainted. Jin Zhu was not in a deep sleep. In her hazy state, she heard the worried crying of old Lady Chu and the 3 children calling her sister one after another. Finally, someone carried her to the bed. A familiar fruity scent filled her nose, and her heart finally felt at peace.
So tired. So sleepy.
She didn't know how long she had slept when she suddenly felt her hand being tightly held by a warm, large palm. Jin Zhu. A man's anxious voice whispered softly in her ear, as if trying to wake her but also afraid of disturbing her. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone on the street.
It was Chuyi.
Jin Zhu wanted to open her eyes, but her body was too weak, her eyelids heavy, and she couldn't open them.
Don't worry, General.
Jin Zhu is just poisoned by the soft tendril powder. I've already given her acupuncture to reduce the poison. She'll wake up safely soon. Dr. Huang quickly comforted, seeing Chuyi involuntarily hold Jin Zhu's hand as soon as he entered the room, causing him to panic. As he finished speaking, he exchanged a look with old Lady Zhu, her eyes filled with insight and a hint of worry. The general's deep feelings for Miss Jin Zhu were clearly impossible to hide. But he didn't realize that Miss Jin Zhu's feelings for the general were just as strong. After explaining everything, old Lady Zhu and Dr. Huang took the 3 children and left the room. As she was about to leave, old Lady Zhu paused and turned back.
Ah, yeah.
She spoke softly but seriously. Jin Zhu has been poisoned with soft tendril powder, yet she still risks her life to protect the children and speaks honestly to Betrayal. Such a woman is rare in the world. I know you have worries, but I feel the same. Jin Zhu doesn't belong here. We don't know when she might. But that's exactly why you need to be decisive in leading the troops, to openly show your feelings. No matter what happens in the future, seize the moment and cherish it, so you won't have regrets. Zhu Ye's body stiffened slightly, remaining silent. The children are sensible. Tonight, I will sleep with them. You should stay here and take good care of Jin Zhu, without worries about anything else. Old Lady Zhu looked at her son's back carefully, without forcing him to agree or respond. After saying this, she quietly left the room and gently closed the door. The woman on the bed was still slightly frowning in her sleep, her long eyelashes trembling restlessly, each flutter tugging at Zhu Ye's heart. He held her soft, cool hand and gently pressed it to his cheek. His dark eyes overflowed with deep emotion, completely losing control. Jin Zhu, he whispered softly, with a hint of longing and uncertainty. Mother is right, and also wrong. Leading troops into battle, I've never feared or hesitated, because it's my duty as a general, an obligation I cannot shirk. But for you, Zhu Ye's thumb gently traced her soft hand, each touch full of deep affection. I have too many fears, doubts, and worries. His voice trembled slightly at this point, his throat swelling with emotion, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Forget it. Jin Zhu's test at the gate of time yesterday made him see clearly. She wanted to go home. Betrayal was her home with Tang Wu. But no matter what, Betrayal could never compare to Huagua in importance. Jin Zhu had done enough for Betrayal. If one day she could go home, how could he bear to hold her back? Once he spoke, it would be a relief for him, but a burden for her. As long as Jin Zhu is by his side, the present moment is enough. regardless of the identity they share. The woman's eyelids fluttered, as if she was about to wake up. A glimmer appeared in Chu Ye's eyes. He quickly placed her hand beside her, preparing to let go. But her small hand held his back, refusing to loosen. I don't dare to do anything. Chu Yi trembled all over, his eyes stiff and unresponsive. The woman's eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes and looked at him. Do you not dare to do anything with me? Why are you hesitating? What are you afraid of? Her tone was still a little weak, but her gentle eyes asked with warmth and curiosity. Chu Ye's gaze was pulled back by a warm feeling. When he looked at her again, his heart was filled with relief and happiness. Nothing. As long as you're fine, that's enough. Hearing this, Fang Jinju closed her eyes again. Actually, she had woken up long ago, but she couldn't open her eyes. She heard everything Madame Chu said clearly. She also heard Chu Ye's words, word for word, including him holding her hand and pressing it to his cheek. Her palms still felt the roughness of the grass and the tenderness of his fingertips. If she still didn't notice these, she would be foolish. Just now, Fang Jinju even clearly felt her heart pounding with anticipation. She was hoping Chu Yi would say something, but she sensed his hesitation afterward. His feelings for her were deeper than she had imagined. This depth made her heart tremble. And what about her feelings? Honestly, Chu Yi was a man she had never seen before. She couldn't list all his good qualities because he was a treasure in himself. Except, Fan Jinju opened her eyes, already decided deep inside. She suddenly sat up quickly, but she forgot she had an injured arm. Jinju, be careful, Chu Yi exclaimed, reaching out to catch her. Because of his nervousness, he stumbled and fell with her onto the bed. In a panic, he supported her head with one hand and her back with the other, propping himself up on the bed to protect her. His cool lips pressed heavily against her soft lips due to the fall. Thud, thud, thud. Time seemed to stop. Everything was silent. All they could hear was their hearts pounding loudly, trembling like thunder. One heartbeat after another, louder than the last. The refreshing scent filled the air, and their lips were soft and captivating. Chu Ye's mind went blank. A buzzing noise filled his ears. The woman beneath him let out a soft hum, her brows slightly furrowed, her pale face flushing with redness. Realizing what was happening, Zhu Yi suddenly pushed away, looking panicked. I didn't mean to offend you.
I'm sorry, Yinzu. Fang Yinzu gasped loudly.
The strong aura from the man was overwhelming, almost like an invasion that quickly spread through her blood. She felt her face burning hot. No, her whole body was burning as if on fire, making her heart race. But this intense physical and emotional upheaval only made her more determined about her earlier thoughts. She turned her head and looked at the man who had made a terrible mistake and was now helpless by the bed.
Come here.
Zhu Ye's throat moved as he awkwardly stepped closer to the bed. Fang Jinju blinked slightly.
Help me up.
A flicker of struggle crossed Zhu Ye's eyes. He carefully reached out to help her sit up, then quickly withdrew his hand as if it was hot, taking a step back instinctively. Come back. Fang Jinju looked at the edge of the bed with a calm face.
Sit next to me.
Zhu Yi hesitated, standing still. Fang Jinju stared at him steadily. You're so tall. I have to look up to talk to you. My neck hurts. Zhu Ye's eyes softened. He reached out and pulled a stool from beside the bed, sitting down. He placed his hands on his legs, straightened his back, and looked resigned, as if ready to accept any scolding. Fang Jinju smiled slightly, shifted closer to him, and leaned in a little. His grip on his legs tightened suddenly. He instinctively tried to lean back, but Fang Jinju unexpectedly grabbed his collar. Don't hide. Her gaze was intense. Zhu Yi felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest, unsure where to look. Jinju. Even in the most dangerous moments on the battlefield, he had never been this flustered. Do you like me? Fang Jinju stared at him without wavering, without trying to pull or test him, just straightforward. Zhu Ye's narrow eyes widened suddenly, and a flush of red spread across his face.
Huh?
Think carefully before you answer. Fan Jinju moved her hand slightly, pulling him a little closer. You only get one chance. If not, then it's forever not. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with amazement, and her face turned a bright red. Before, Fan Jinju also thought Zhu Yi was the most handsome man she had ever seen. But now, standing so close, she felt that the word handsome only described about 60 or 70% of Zhu Yi's appearance. This face is naturally stunning, and after enduring hardships to achieve a reborn brilliance, it needs no expression. Every detail captures people's attention. It makes others feel amazed yet reluctant to look away. Seeing Chu Ye's face flush red, Fan Jinju pulls him closer again, her eyes filled with disappointment and frustration. Is it yes or no? She isn't surprised by his hesitation. A person who leads soldiers so decisively shouldn't be so cautious about feelings. Chu Ye's gaze flickers between her eyebrows and eyes. The word he wants to say almost escapes, but his worries block it. Seeing this, Fan Jinju's eyes darken, and she releases his hand. All right, I understand the answer now. Yes. Chu Ye's heart tightens. Without thinking, he blurts out, yes, I like you. He suddenly feels drained, his strong body collapsing forward. I know I shouldn't have these feelings for Jinju. I like you too. Fan Jinju unexpectedly interrupts him, her smile blooming like a flower. She repeats carefully, I like you too. A treasure-like man confessing his feelings to her, hesitating even for a second would be a sign of disrespect to love. Bang! Chu Ye's heart trembles like an earthquake, disbelief flooding his eyes. Outside, old Madame Chu, holding a bowl of herbal medicine, trembles in her hand, almost dropping it in excitement. Oh my goodness! Did she hear that right? Miss Jinju said, she likes Ah Yi. This girl's bold and passionate personality makes her impossible not to like. Oh dear, why hasn't Ah Yi reacted yet? Old Madame Chu is so anxious, she almost becomes her son's arm, eager to embrace Jinju. But she dares not rush in and ruin the moment. Seeing Chu Yi stiffen like a stone sculpture, Jinju smiles slightly, reaching out to pull him closer, whispering in his ear, Did you not hear clearly? I said, I like. Before she finishes, she falls into the man's warm embrace, held tightly. Shocked, overjoyed, feeling like she's found treasure. All kinds of emotions surge in Chu Ye's eyes like a storm. His voice trembles and turns hoarse. Really? Jinju, is this a dream? If it is a dream, he would be willing to stay lost in it forever. Fan Jinju, being held slightly breathless, still shows a deep smile. She gently pinches his waist and says softly. A slight pain in her waist made Zhu Yi stiffen slightly, and her eyes reddened instantly. Can we really do this? Fan Jinju reached out to hold the man's strong back, smiling like a flower. You like me, I like you. We both feel the same, no stealing or fighting. Why not? Zhu Yi tightened his arms again, eager to merge her into his bones and blood. Cough cough, Fan Jinju pushed him gently. Let go first, I'm running out of breath. Zhu Yi quickly released her, worry flashing in his eyes as he looked at her. I'm so happy, I lost control. Did I hurt you? Fan Jinju frowned and raised her injured arm. Zhu Yi's eyes tightened with guilt and concern. I'll call Dr. Huang. He was about to rush out. Wait. Fan Jinju stopped him repeatedly. Outside, old lady Zhu turned to run a few steps, then stopped, her face a mix of happiness and frustration. He must be really overjoyed, but he's so reckless. With Fan Jinju's fragile body, how could she withstand such roughness? My arm, Fan Jinju said while gently testing her arm, shaking it slightly. It doesn't hurt at all. Zhu Yi was stunned and said in disbelief, It doesn't hurt? Zhu Yi, bring the teacup from the table. Fan Jinju also couldn't believe it. She pointed to the square table in the room. Zhu Yi quickly took the cup and handed it over, watching her injured arm nervously. Fan Jinju used her uninjured hand to take the cup, and surprisingly, she held it firmly. And it didn't hurt. She squeezed a little harder. Still no pain. As she gradually applied more force, her face became more excited. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can grip hard, and it's still fine. Zhuyi, help me take off the bandage. She couldn't wait and started untying the bandage with her healthy hand. Zhuyi held her hand to stop her. Jinju, stay calm. I'll call Dr. Huang. Fang Jinju shook her head repeatedly. Let's see first, don't disturb Dr. Huang. Seeing her insist, Zhuyi had no choice but to follow her wishes, carefully removing the bandages and splints from her arm. When they saw her bare skin, both were stunned. Although medicine was still applied, the swelling was visibly gone. Fan Jinju suddenly remembered that when she had supported herself earlier, she also used her injured arm. Suddenly, I accidentally applied quite a bit of force to my arm, but I didn't feel any pain. Thinking of this, Fan Jinju quickly placed both hands behind her back and carefully tested her arm little by little. Chuyi looked at her with worry and reached out to protect her side, ready to catch her if she felt uncomfortable at all. Until her entire body and hips were lifted off the ground, she only felt a faint, almost imperceptible pain in her arm. Fang Jinju looked at Chuyi with wide eyes and said, "Wow, it's amazing. It seems like my arm is healed." Chuyi was stunned and also found it hard to believe. Really healed? But Dr. Huang said that injuries to muscles and bones take at least 100 days to recover. Chuyi, go get a basin of water. I want to clean the medicine mud off my arm and see how it looks. Fang Jinju's heart was pounding. The tired feeling from when she fainted just now had completely disappeared. Old Madame Chu pushed the door open at the right moment and asked, "What's going on? I heard you guys talking about getting water outside. Why do you need water? Jinju, why did you take off the bandage on your arm?" She quickly put down her food on the table and hurried over to ask with concern. "Oh my!" Jinju and Aye's faces were both very red. Old Madame Chu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She quickly covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised and worried, saying, "Jinju, why is your face so red?" "Oh, Aye. Why is your face also as red as a cooked shrimp?" Fang Jinju and Chuyi couldn't help but exchange glances. Seeing each other's blushing faces, she felt amused and relaxed, while he felt awkward and at a loss. "Chuyi, hurry and go help me get a basin of water." Seeing his face turn even redder, Fang Jinju quickly gave him a meaningful look. Chuyi obediently turned and left. Only the two of them were left in the room. Fang Jinju blinked at old Madame Chu with a teasing look. "Auntie, you're asking knowingly. Did you hear everything outside just now?" Old Madame Chu's expression froze for a moment, then she relaxed her grip and showed a full smile. "Oh, how do you know I was outside? I didn't make a sound at all." Fang Jinju playfully leaned closer, batting her eyelashes mischievously. "Auntie, even though you covered your mouth, your eyes couldn't hide that smile." Seeing she was caught, old Madame Chu simply sat on the edge of the bed and held Fang Jinju's hand, laughing happily. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Auntie is so happy inside. Since the birth of Ji Rue and Shu Shu, I've never been this happy before." Zhang Jinju also smiled happily, gently placing her hand on her back. "Don't you think I'm being too shy? This was 2,000 years ago. Her recent behavior was enough to scare a lot of elders from ancient times." Old Lady Chu smiled kindly. "Not at all. You don't know, Annie was so worried outside just now. Yi is quick to act in everything, but he's never experienced love. I didn't see it myself, but a mother knows her son best. I can guess he was probably just standing there stiff as a board." As she spoke, she lovingly stroked Zhang Jinju's hand. "I wish I could go in and help him." Zhang Jinju chuckled softly. The old lady was so adorable. "Later, I heard you pushing him hard, making him reveal his true feelings." The old lady patted her chest happily. That felt so good. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Chuyi carried a basin of water, looking at old Lady Chu with a complicated expression. The two women inside looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. While laughing, old Lady Chu gracefully got up and stepped outside. "Aye, you must take good care of Jinju. I need to go back and put the 3 grandkids to bed." At the door, She gave her son an encouraging look and nodded toward the food on the table, with a look that said, "You understand what I mean, right?" A hint of helplessness crossed Chu Ye's eyes, and he nodded to show he understood. Old Lady Chu left the room and kindly closed the door behind her, then happily went on her way. Since Chu Yi entered, Zhang Jinju's gaze had been fixed on him, her eyes curved in a satisfied, proud, and charming way. She had just washed her face with cold water, and the burning feeling that had just faded was now spreading again on Chu Ye's face. Zhang Jinju stretched out her arms. "Help me, will you?" Chu Yi hesitated only briefly before her gentle, delicate hand took hold of his. He looked at Zhang Jinju. In her eyes was a sincere, soft affection. It wasn't very strong, but it was enough to make anyone lose themselves. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He steadied his mind and gently wiped away the medicinal mud from her arms, one small step at a time. "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt at all." As her fair skin was revealed, both of them couldn't hide their shock. Zhang Jinju brought her arms together and found they looked exactly the same. "Are my arms okay now?" She couldn't help but press her arms.
Why?
Why did they heal so quickly? Why did they recover so well? Click! Just as she was feeling confused, a mouse suddenly darted out from a corner, squeaking twice before swiftly disappearing without a trace. Fang Jinju's eyes widened in shock. Seeing her strange expression, Chu Yi asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Jinju?" Unbeknownst to him, Fang Jinju's heart was shaken to its core. After a long moment, she took a deep breath and looked at Chu Yi with a complicated expression. "I just heard a mouse talking."
Someone.
"Scared me to death." Yes, the mouse really said that. She heard it very clearly.
Chu Yi looked surprised. What?
Her arms suddenly healed, and now she could understand animal speech. What had happened to Jinju and the others while he was away? Fang Jinju was also puzzled, biting her finger in thought. Maybe she was just hearing things? Or was it too strange to be real? Then she looked at Chu Yi. Before she could speak, Chu Yi understood immediately. "Wait for me. I'll go find out." He then rushed out quickly. Thinking of something, Fang Jinju hurriedly pushed aside her clothes to reveal the wound on her shoulder. The wound was tightly wrapped with bandages. Without hesitation, she reached out and poked at the bandages. It didn't hurt. Fang Jinju didn't hesitate and tore off all the bandages on her shoulder. Then she looked down at the spot where the dart had hit her. The wound had healed so much that only a faint pink mark remained. Realizing what had happened, Fang Jinju's heart pounded. Could it be that she was poisoned, but in a strange twist, gained a special ability? Her arm healed so quickly, and she could understand animal speech. Understanding animal speech? That was a skill of Xing Bao. Why did she suddenly have Xing Bao's ability? Quickly, flashes of images appeared in her mind. Children injured and bleeding. Her hands stained with their blood. She pulled out a dart, pressed on the wound to stop the bleeding. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju suddenly jumped out of bed. She quickly dressed and slipped off the bed, pacing excitedly. "Stay calm. Stay calm." She closed her eyes, reached out her hand, and thought of the water cup in the farm. Suddenly, she felt a heavy weight in her hand. Fang Jinju opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. The water cup. It was her own cup from the farm. She covered her mouth, trying to suppress her exclamation. She could actually retrieve items from the farm now.
Then,
Fang Jinju, like when she first tested Rui's skills, took things out of the farm and put them back in turn. Not only that, she also moved things inside the room in and out. Finally, she confirmed that the farm had indeed become her space. But if the farm is her space, what about Rui? Thinking of this, Fang Jinju hurriedly went out to find Rui. She bumped into Chu Yi, who was opening the door. Chu Yi was holding a snakeskin bag, inside which something was struggling wildly and making squeaky noises.
I'm doomed.
"I've been caught. I'm going to die." "Bite the bag." "Why are you biting my leg?" "Ugh, I don't want to die. I just saved enough food for winter." Before she could open the bag, Fang Jinju heard the small creatures inside screaming and crying in chaos. She quickly asked Chu Yi to open the bag. She peeked inside and saw several mice. Hey, don't be afraid. Fang Jinju suddenly spoke, making a strange sound that surprised her so much she covered her mouth.
Wow.
The animal language skill suddenly appeared in her mind, engraved on her vocal cords, so she could speak naturally without thinking, just like talking normally. The mice inside the bag were all frightened and looked at Fang Jinju with wide eyes. Chu Yi was also amazed and surprised. After a moment of silence, Fang Jinju lowered her hand and explained to the mice, "Don't be afraid or suspicious. It's really me talking to you. I invited you here just to chat and talk. Of course, I also prepared delicious food to treat you." She then took out a bag of bread and a bag of sunflower seeds from nowhere, waving them at the mice. Bread or sunflower seeds? The mice looked at each other in shock. "Are you really not going to hurt us?" one brave mouse asked. Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly, quickly let the mice out, and then divided the bread into pieces, placing them in front of the mice. She also ate the last piece herself to show it was safe. The mice, already enchanted by the smell of bread, relaxed and eagerly started eating. Then Fang Jinju squatted down and began talking with the mice. "Thank you for the treat. The food is so delicious. We've never had such tasty food before. Will we have a chance to eat it again?" "Of course, as much as you want." "Really? Really? We can't just take it for free. What can we do for you?" "Then, when you go back later, just tell the nearby friends. As long as everyone is willing to consider me a friend, I promise no one will go hungry or thirsty." A few mice happily agreed and left cheerfully. Fang Jinju and Chu Yi looked at each other, both surprised and excited. Chu Yi was about to ask something when Fang Jinju suddenly stopped him, as if she remembered something. "Chu Yi, you go guard the granary. I want to try moving the things in the room to the granary. Also, give me a walkie-talkie." Chu Yi readily agreed, leaving a walkie-talkie behind, and quickly headed to the granary. "Have you arrived, Chu Yi?" "Yes, I have." Fang Jinju stared at the table, thinking about the granary. Then, the table suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Jinju, a table just appeared." "Okay. And now, the bed is here too." Fang Jinju's heart was pounding like thunder. "Good, wait for me. I'll come to the granary right now." She quickly dressed and rushed to the granary. First, she teleported the bed and table back to her room. The two of them sat at the dining table, staring at each other in surprise. "How do you feel?" After a long moment, Chu Yi asked. Fang Jinju stood up, stretched her arms and legs a few times, then sat back down at the table. "I feel like I can walk 3 or 5 miles now without any problem." Chu Yi's eyes showed shock. But what exactly is going on? Jinju suddenly gained such abilities, which was a huge blessing. But it was also incredibly shocking. Fang Jinju honestly shared her guesses. "You mean, your blood and the blood of the 3 children merged, so that's why they have these abilities?" Chu Yi looked complicated. "But your arm healed mysteriously. What do you think about that?" "Not just my arm. Today, even my shoulder injury healed completely." Fang Jinju was also puzzled about this and shook her head. "No matter what, it's a good thing. We'll study it carefully once the children wake up tomorrow." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the time and space gate, and she suddenly froze. She suddenly stood up. Chu Yi looked in the direction of her gaze, feeling a tightness in his chest. The teleportation belt, which had disappeared out of nowhere earlier, reappeared again in the middle of the time and space gate. Fang Jinju couldn't help but step forward. Chu Yi quickly followed. Looking at the neat end of the conveyor belt gradually disappearing, Fang Jinju felt a restless desire in her heart. "Chu Yi, do you think it's because my blood and the 3 children's blood have merged that the door of time and space has appeared again? If that's the case, then returning to Huagua would probably give me a bigger role than staying in Betrayal." After waiting a while without hearing Chu Yi's response, she turned her head to look. She saw the man's face slightly darkened, with struggle and uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Fang Jinju's eyes widened in surprise, and she suddenly understood why Chu Yi had been so restrained and silent when she was unconscious. Yes, if she returns to Huagua, they might never see each other again. She had just forced him to open up, and now she was saying such things. No wonder he was so conflicted. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju stepped in front of Chu Yi. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his slim waist and pressed her face against his chest.
But I really don't want to go back right now.
Chu Yi stiffened all over. All the negative emotions in his eyes suddenly collapsed. His hands hung helplessly by his sides, unsure where to put them. Although they had both revealed their hearts, he still worried that his words and actions might disrespect the woman in his arms. He was afraid that if he let himself go, he might get carried away and lose control. He could hear his heart pounding loudly, each beat more urgent than the last. Fang Jinju's heart also started pounding, and she smiled with her lips pressed together. If you don't hold me tight, I'll push you away. Hearing this, Chu Yi's eyes tightened. Without thinking much, he quickly wrapped the woman into his arms. Fang Jinju enjoyed the feeling, rubbing against his chest. That's more like it. From now on, whatever I do to you, you have to respond the same way, understand? Chu Yi's chest felt numb, and his eyes softened completely. I understand. Seeing that his mood had calmed a bit, Fang Jinju reached out to push him away. But unexpectedly, Chu Yi didn't loosen his hold. Jinju, if one day you want to go back to Huagua, I won't stop you. I'm just worried about the door of time and space. I know, Fang Jinju said softly. After what happened with Rue last time, I understand your worries and fears. No one knows if the door to the space-time tunnel still leads to the farm or if there might be surprises along the way. Finally, she sighed softly and said, I don't want to deceive you. Huagua is my homeland, and of course I want to go back because everything there is familiar to me. But unfortunately, I met you all. Besides my own parents, you are the kindest people to me, giving me the warmth of a family. I'm speaking honestly. Even if I could return to Huagua now, I wouldn't want to leave. Fang Jinju pushed Chu Yi aside and smiled. Maybe even heaven wants me to stay in Beiliang, so it granted me these skills. Plus, the supplies I prepared for Beiliang before, even if development slows down a bit, are enough to keep Beiliang stable among the 6 kingdoms. Alright, let's not talk about the space-time tunnel anymore. She reached out and pulled Chu Yi back to the table. You haven't told me what happened in the military camp yet. Did those messengers cause trouble? How did you handle it? Chu Yi honestly recounted what happened in the camp. Using family as leverage, it's just despicable. Fang Jinju's eyes widened in shock, and she sighed regretfully. What a pity I didn't see that satisfying moment. A flicker of determination appeared in Chu Yi's eyes. Jinju, the fact that the messengers were killed will soon reach the ruler of Qiangu. Given his violent and proud nature, I'm afraid he'll immediately gather troops to punish Beiliang. Qiangu's entire army numbers over 500,000. It looks like a fierce battle is imminent. Fang Jinju gasped, 500,000 soldiers? That's roughly the population of a 3rd or 4th-tier city.
Jinju, don't worry.
Seeing her face change with shock, Chu Yi tried to reassure her. What I mean is, Qiangu's entire army might be larger, but the ruler of Qiangu won't gather all his troops just to deal with a small Beiliang. To him, that would be another insult. Secondly, while having strong troops is important, it's not everything. Even with the current forces in the camp, without the supplies you prepared for Beiliang, I still believe we have a chance to win. Moreover, we have countless powerful weapons in our arsenal. Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly. That's not enough. The farm has plenty more.
So, Jinju.
A firm resolve appeared in Chu Yi's eyes. This time, I don't want to wait for Qiangu to attack. I want to strike unexpectedly. Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded firmly. I support you. This savage country should be taught a lesson to weaken their arrogance. Even if you still have plans, with so many supplies for war, a few reckless shellings can scare them enough. But this time, I want to fight alongside you. Chu Yi's eyes flickered with hesitation, and he shook his head repeatedly. The battlefield is dangerous, and weapons are deadly. I knew you'd say that. Fang Jinju interrupted softly, standing up and patting her arm with a hint of pride. Don't worry, I now have a super healing ability, and I'll only be behind the scenes, teleporting supplies for you. I'll be fine. Chuyi still shook his head, refusing. Fang Jinju pleaded with him for a while, trying to persuade him, but he remained firm in his refusal. Finally, she gave in, defeated by her gentle words, and agreed to take her to the military camp the next day to look around. This time, Fang Jinju didn't use the phrase, "You must listen to me no matter what," to control Chuyi. She knew he was worried about her safety and wouldn't easily agree. Feeling touched, she didn't want to pressure him. She would wait patiently, so Chuyi could feel reassured and agree to her request. The next morning, Fang Jinju was awakened quietly by the chirping of 3 small crickets. When she opened her eyes, she looked at their injured spots. But the children's wounds were covered with ointment, so it was hard to see what was wrong. Fang Jinju was still puzzled. She quickly dressed and took the children to find Dr. Huang. She wanted to clean their wounds, check them carefully, and then reapply ointment. As they reached the granary, she saw Chu's soldiers reporting to Chu Yi, looking anxious and worried. This natural disaster has affected a larger area than we thought. Refugees from Mengzhou and Xiangzhou are already at the city gates. People from the neighboring 3 counties have heard the news and are coming steadily toward Beiliao. The general supplies of grain and provisions are running low on the way. Many refugees have come hungry. When they saw the wheat fields outside the city, they rushed to grab food like crazy. The nearby villagers couldn't stop them and were trampled and injured. The situation is very worrying. Hearing this, Chuyi frowned. Prepare the horses immediately. Then he looked at the Chu soldiers behind him. Tell all the doctors in Dr. Huang's house to pack up quickly and come with me to help save people outside the city. At the end, her gaze fell on Fang Jinju. Jinju, I need to leave the city for a while. The city has been chaotic these past few days. You and the children should stay safely in the house and not go out. If anything happens, contact me via the walkie-talkie. A flash of determination appeared in Fang Jinju's eyes. She quickly stepped forward, tiptoed, and whispered a few words into Chu Ye's ear. Chu Ye's eyes gradually brightened, and he nodded in response. The soldiers of the Chu family nearby exchanged glances, their eyes shining with hope. Surely, the goddess is giving the general good advice. With this, the chaos outside the city among the refugees would no longer be a concern. Most importantly, they could sense a hint of sweetness in the way the goddess and the general interacted. After finishing, Chuyi softly said, Jinju, I'm leaving now. Fang Jinju nodded. Go ahead and handle your affairs. I will take care of everything here. Hearing this, Chuyi looked at her deeply before turning to leave. Fang Jinju stepped forward 2 steps. Be very careful. When you'll return, contact me early. I'll cook your favorite dish for you. Chuyi paused, then replied, okay. Watching the man hurriedly leave, Fang Jinju's gaze settled, and she then pulled the 3 children to Dr. Huang's courtyard. Miss Jinju. Miss Jinju. The courtyard was bustling. The military doctors here were packing up their medical kits, preparing to leave. When they saw Fang Jinju, they greeted her warmly. Although she had only studied for a day, it was enough to overturn their 10 years of medical knowledge. With the medical materials provided by the goddess, their skills would improve rapidly. Everyone admired Fang Jinju deeply. She responded kindly to each of them. In an instant, only Dr. Huang remained in the courtyard. Miss Jinju, what happened to your arm? Dr. Huang's eyes fell on Fang Jinju's injured left arm and exclaimed, Why is the bandage gone? Fang Jinju signaled him to be quiet. Dr. Huang, let's talk inside. They entered the hall where the doctors studied. Then, Fang Jinju, right in front of Dr. Huang, swung her left arm in a circle as if by magic, and then lifted a heavy wooden stool with one hand. After a night's rest, her arm was not only fully healed but even stronger than before. Dr. Huang's eyes nearly popped out. He must be seeing things. Miss Jinju's arm injuries shouldn't be able to move for at least 2 or 3 months. Even if it healed after that time, she should be cautious and avoid lifting heavy objects. But what did she just see? Rue hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Fang Jinju's sleeve. Sister, be careful. Put it down quickly. My arm will hurt. Shu Shu and Xing Bao also reached out with their small hands and held onto the stool, looking very frightened. Sister, it's dangerous. Sister, quickly put down the stool. Fang Jinju smiled and obediently lowered the stool. But in the next moment, she reached out and quickly picked up Shu Shu. Using her left arm, Shu Shu's small body suddenly tensed up, tightly hugging her sister's arm, trying to make her own weight lighter on her sister's arm. Sister, put Shu Shu down. Rue and Xing Bao were even more worried, shouting anxiously from all sides. Sister, please put my sister down. Seeing the children were really anxious, Dr. Huang's mouth was so surprised it could fit an egg, and Fang Jinju finally put Shu Shu back on the ground. It's okay, sister is fine now. Fang Jinju rolled up her sleeve, showing everyone in front of the three children, all good. Dr. Huang couldn't help but stand up, leaning in to carefully examine her arm. This. It really is healed? Why is that? Dr. Huang looked at Fang Jinju's expression, confused and amazed. My medicine shouldn't be that miraculous, right? It's only been 2 days, and she's completely recovered? Fang Jinju sat mysteriously at the table. Dr. Huang's medicine is naturally good. But the truth is, after yesterday's ordeal, my spiritual meridians seem to have opened a bit, which caused this. Honestly, my shoulder injury is also completely healed. Now I just want to tell Dr. Huang that you don't need to worry about my injury anymore. Hearing this, Dr. Huang suddenly understood, his face lighting up with joy. He quickly clasped his fists and said to Fang Jinju, Congratulations, Miss Jinju, you've turned misfortune into blessing. That's wonderful. Yesterday, Miss Jinju returned unconscious, which scared everyone badly. Jinju is the person the general cares about most, and also the heart of all North Liao people. If she had an accident, even if North Liao was safe, everyone wouldn't feel at ease. Now that Miss Jinju has opened her spiritual meridians and her injuries are healing immediately, if all her meridians are fully opened. Thinking of this, Dr. Huang felt very reassured, but he couldn't help but remind her, Miss Jinju, you still need to be careful. Although your arm is healed, just to be safe, you should observe it carefully these days. Don't be reckless, like earlier. Fang Jinju nodded. Dr. Huang, I appreciate your good intentions. I will remember it. Dr. Huang, do you still have the medicinal powder for minor injuries? Please give me some, and also take some bandages for me. She is regarded as a reincarnation of a goddess by the people of Betrayal. Even if mysterious things happen that are hard to explain, she can easily come up with a believable excuse. Although Rue and Shu Shu each have their own special abilities, everyone in Betrayal is eager to protect them at all costs, which is fine. But Guobao's situation is different. Everyone cares for him deeply, but only Madame Chu Yi, and she herself truly treat him with full heart. She doesn't know which child's blessing gave her such strong healing powers. To protect Guobao, she must hide her abilities from others. Dr. Huang nodded repeatedly, yes. He quickly took a porcelain bottle and a roll of bandages and handed them to her. Miss Jinju, what do you need these for? Has anyone else been hurt? Jinju knew he would ask, so she grinned and said, Thanks to Dr. Huang's guidance. I and the general have already expressed our feelings. Her light words sounded like thunder, shocking Dr. Huang and making his heart feel like it was bursting. Really? If Dr. Huang doesn't believe it, you can ask the general when he returns to confirm. Jinju shook the bottle in her hand. I think Dr. Huang knows what I want this for. Dr. Huang was initially stunned, then he understood and nodded repeatedly. He was so happy that he stopped asking questions and eagerly taught Jinju some techniques for treating different injuries on various parts of the body. After returning to the room with the 3 children, Jinju locked the door securely. The 3 sat neatly around the table. Jinju didn't rush to remove the bandages on their faces, but looked carefully at their small faces. Ruerue had been hurt on the farm before, and the bruises on his knees took days to fade. Jinju was sure it wasn't Ruerue. Her gaze then fell on Shushu. Shushu, do you remember if you ever got hurt and bled? She used an elimination method to avoid bothering the children too much. Seeing her serious expression, Shushu tilted her head and thought hard, then nodded. Shushu fell down and scraped my knee. She pointed to her pink lips with her little finger, then stretched out her leg and pointed to her knee. And here. Jinju nodded and asked, do you remember how many days it took to heal after you got hurt? Upon hearing this, Shushu's eyes showed a bit of confusion, and she honestly shook her head. Sister, Shushu doesn't remember anymore. Fong Jinju smiled and gently ruffled her head. That's okay. Shushu is so young. She can't remember such small things. Big sister. Unexpectedly, Xingbao cautiously spoke up. Xingbao has been hurt many times before, but it will get better soon. Hearing this, Fong Jinju's eyes brightened. Really? It turned out to be Xingbao. Xingbao nodded repeatedly, as if worried his sister wouldn't believe him. He picked up scissors from the table and pressed them against his little arm. Xingbao. Fong Jinju reacted quickly, exclaiming and quickly grabbing the scissors from Xingbao's hand. What are you doing? But Xingbao just grinned, stretching out his arm and showing Fong Jinju. Sister, look. Little brother, little sister, look. Then Xingbao tried to think of something sad, tears dropping from his eyes. Fong Jinju looked down and saw Xingbao's wound bleeding, healing at a visible speed, forming a scab, leaving a faint scar. Ruerue and Shushu's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing this, Shushu's small hand gently placed on Xingbao's arm. Big brother, it must hurt, right? Her big eyes shimmered with tears. Xingbao's tiny heart softened. He grinned and shook his head repeatedly. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Big brother cries, so the wound heals faster. Don't cry, little sister. Fong Jinju, surprised and feeling guilty, said, Xingbao, you should have told sister. Why did you hurt yourself? Since healing is good, there's no need to dig deeper. Even if she wanted to find out the truth, it would have been better to just remove the bandages from the 3 children from the start. So Xingbao wouldn't have to hurt. Xingbao casually wiped away his tears with his small hand and smiled. Sister, it's okay. This little pain isn't anything. But if sister sees it, she'll believe what Xingbao says. A hint of moisture appeared in Fong Jinju's eyes. Earlier in the capital, I clearly saw scars all over you. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something, and she reached out to lift the child's clothes slightly. Sure enough, the old scars had turned into faint pink marks. Xingbao's big eyes twinkle softly. Xingbao doesn't lie to sister. As long as Xingbao sheds tears, the wounds will heal very quickly. If not, it will take longer. Before, Xingbao didn't do what the bad guys told him. They would cut Xingbao with small knives or burn his flesh with very hot iron. Xingbao is afraid that the bad guys will find out his wounds heal too fast and become even meaner to him. So, Xingbao always holds back tears. He grins and winks at Fong Jinju. Sister, these little injuries are nothing to worry about. That day, when I met sister, they hurt me so badly. I couldn't take it anymore, so I asked the little mouse to help me escape. Later, sister and brother were so kind to Xingbao. I secretly cried, hee, but it was tears of happiness. That's why my wounds healed. Tears streamed down Fong Jinju's face, cutting with small knives, burning with hot irons. They were so cruel to such a small child. She reached out and hugged Xingbao tightly, tears of pain and sadness falling. Ruerue and Shushu also understood and carefully pressed close behind their brother. Tears welled up again in Xingbao's big eyes, but his little mouth stretched into a wide smile. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. This is our food. Oh heavens, I beg you, don't waste the food. In a village outside the city, a large number of refugees flooded into the wheat fields, frantically tearing off wheat ears and stuffing them into their pockets. Some, starving so badly, even shoved wheat directly into their mouths. There were too many refugees. Everyone was afraid that if they moved too slowly, they wouldn't get enough food. They became frantic and chaotic. The golden wheat fields were trampled into chaos. Nearby villagers shouted desperately to stop them, but it was useless. Many villagers were pushed and trampled. To save themselves, they sat on the edge of the field, helplessly watching the refugees destroy the crops. Here come the soldiers. Chu family's army is here. Some sharp-eyed villagers saw the army approaching quickly and shouted in excitement. Hearing the soldiers were coming, the refugees were afraid and stopped what they were doing. Soldiers are here. We stole their food. They will definitely kill us. Anyway, we're doomed. With so many of us, fighting them is our only chance to survive. If we win, all this grain will be ours. Someone led the crowd in shouting, and the refugees charged toward the soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 thunderclaps exploded above the heads of the disaster victims. The unexpected sight frightened the victims, causing them to lie flat in the fields, looking around nervously and not daring to move. Divine punishment. It's divine punishment. The goddess has sent down divine punishment. Seeing this scene, the local villagers cheered and shouted excitedly. The disaster victims looked at each other with fear. Even the few who had led the crowd earlier looked scared, their eyes shrinking as they looked around anxiously. Soon, Chuyi rode forward loudly and sternly shouted, "Who are you people from? Why are you coming to Betrayal?" His commanding voice made everything silent. A burly man with a full beard stood up bravely. "We are from Mengzhou County, and we came to Betrayal to seek refuge with General Chu. Please, General Chu, take us in." Chuyi tightened his grip on his horse, and the horse moved forward slowly. He looked over the disaster victims, a cold smile on his face. "Your current bandit-like behavior, and you still have the nerve to say you came to seek refuge in Betrayal?" After saying this, he gave a signal behind him. Immediately, soldiers from the Chu family stepped forward and restrained the bearded man. "What are you trying to do? Let me go." Seeing this, the bearded man panicked and struggled desperately. Chuyi rode up again, his spear pointed directly at his neck. "Tell me your name and what you used to do for a living?" The bearded man's eyes flickered as he answered evasively, "You're not Chu's soldiers. Chu's soldiers wouldn't treat ordinary people like this. Fellow villagers, quickly." He turned his head to shout and stir up the crowd, but before he could finish, Chuyi struck him the neck with his spear, and he fainted without a sound. This person tried to incite the disaster victims to cause trouble. "Take him back for proper questioning." "Yes, General." The bearded man was quickly dragged away. Chuyi remained silent, his sharp eyes like a hawk sweeping over the disaster victims. It seemed that anyone who dared to step out like the bearded man would not be spared by his spear. The disaster victims looked at each other with fear and confusion, unsure of what to do. "Run quickly. Chu's soldiers are going to kill people." Someone shouted loudly, causing panic among the crowd. But the person shouting was very clever. He did not step out himself, but hid among the crowd, only his voice heard, not his figure. Chu Ye's eyes sharpened, and he shouted loudly into the air, "Goddess appears." His voice, infused with internal energy, could be heard for miles, like thunder echoing through everyone's ears. As the cry fell, someone among the disaster victims immediately let out a terrible scream. The surrounding victims quickly formed a circle, frightened and panicked, moving away. Inside, a person was frantically slapping at himself. Looking closely, countless rats were wildly climbing onto him, biting and tearing. As he swatted one away, more rats crawled back, as if he was wearing a moving rat fur cloak. Seeing this, the victim's skin crawled, their backs went numb, and they screamed as they rushed toward the city road. The Chu family army was already prepared. They raised their spears and blocked the victims in the wheat field. Every grain lost is a deeper sin, and divine punishment will grow heavier. Chuyi shouted loudly, "If you want to stay safe, all of you, squat down where you are." Hearing this, the victims dared not run anymore and obediently crouched on the ground. Immediately, some soldiers from the Chu family army moved forward and surrounded the man who had just shouted and incited the victims. Then, The victims watched in surprise as the swarm of rats seemed to retreat from the man. In just a few breaths, his clothes were gnawed into tatters. His face and exposed skin were covered in blood and bites. Seeing this, the victims felt a cold chill from their feet, their breath caught in their throats. They no longer dared to move. The Chu soldiers quickly took the bloodied man away. Chuyi signaled to someone behind him. A group of doctors, led by the Chu soldiers, rushed along the field ridges to check the injuries of the original villagers. When they carried out the injured villagers, Chuyi said, "I believe that 99% of you are victims. But you also saw that some malicious people have mixed in, trying to incite trouble." Horses have circled around the victims, and Chuyi's sharp eyes scrutinized them closely. "If you had honestly surrendered to the northern city gate, I might not have let you into the city for now, but I wouldn't ignore you. But you, short-sighted and easily influenced, were incited by bandits to damage our grain fields and harm our people. If I let you go unpunished, it would be unfair to our soldiers and civilians of North Liao." Hearing this, the uninjured villagers stood up, their eyes bright and full of admiration for their general. They knew the general would definitely stand up for them. "Spare us, general. Spare us, please." Someone led the cry, and the victims all knelt down in front of Chuyi, crying out loudly, "General, we are starving and listen to wicked people. Please have mercy on us. Our homes are destroyed. We have no place to stay. Spare our lives. We admit our mistakes and beg the general to spare our lives." Chu Yijing waited until the pleas of the disaster victims grew quieter before speaking again. "Even if I forgive you now, how long can you really live?" The victims fell silent. Yes, that's true. Most regions are suffering from disasters. They are already homeless and have nowhere to go. Even if they try to escape to the capital with no food or water, they will only die along the way. At this moment, everyone felt deep regret. They had already reached the outskirts of Betrayal City. Why didn't they endure a little longer? The villain said that General Chu from Betrayal is kind-hearted. Even if they stole grain, he would pity them for coming here hungry and wouldn't punish them severely. Moreover, Betrayal's wheat fields cover thousands of acres. How much could they possibly steal? But they didn't expect that Betrayal truly has divine protection. The strange phenomena earlier made them realize that even if General Chu doesn't pursue them, the heavens won't forgive them easily. General Xiongdali led a team of Chu soldiers forward. "These disaster victims have behaved well along the way. How should we settle them?" Behind them, hundreds of victims followed. Chuyi looked over. Besides the victims from Manhwa village and Yangtan village, there were many unfamiliar faces. "First, find an open space to set up tents and temporarily shelter them," Chuyi said. "Provide 2 meals of porridge each day, and I will make further arrangements later." Xiongdali nodded respectfully. "Yes, General." "Thank you, General, for your kindness." "Thank you, General, for your kindness." The victims who had been settled down knelt before Chuyi, gratefully bowing their heads in thanks. The village chiefs of Manhwa and Yangtan were right. This general truly cares about them. Chuyi declared loudly, "Don't celebrate too early. I am only providing temporary shelter, not promising to take you in permanently." His voice grew louder. Betrayal does not accept those with bad intentions or troublemakers, nor those who are lazy and greedy. Only hardworking and honest people are welcome in Betrayal City. You must watch each other. Anyone who is one of those bad people I mentioned must be reported and handed over for punishment. Otherwise, one rotten apple can ruin the whole barrel, and no one will be allowed into Betrayal City. This speech was not only meant for the disaster victims who had been settled, but also for those who had stolen grain. Zhao Liangping straightened his back and responded loudly, "Rest assured, General. We will remember your warning, and will not allow anyone with bad intentions to tarnish Betrayal's reputation." Uncle Quan also loudly agreed. We all listened to the general. Chuyi nodded and asked Bear Dolly to take them down to settle. Seeing this, the group of starving disaster victims envied and regretted, wishing they could turn back time a few hours. If they had known it would turn out like this, even if they were starving and drank their own blood, they wouldn't have done such foolish things. After Bear Dolly and his group walked away a bit, Chuyi looked again at the disaster victims kneeling in the wheat field. Where his gaze reached, the victims' hearts were hanging in fear. General, a middle-aged disaster victim, gathering courage, stood up trembling and said, "Please, General, give us a chance to make amends. If we do poorly, please, General, handle us as you see fit." He then bowed deeply to Chuyi, lowering his head almost to the ground. "Please, General, give us a chance to atone for our mistakes. Please, General." Realizing this, all the disaster victims kowtowed and echoed the middle-aged victim's plea. A faint victorious smile appeared in Chuyi's eyes, but he did not respond immediately. During these few moments of silence, everyone felt as if a sword was hanging over their heads, hard to bear. Life or death was just a thought away from the general. Finally, Chuyi spoke. "Which county and village are you from? State your name." Everyone looked up at the villager from Huajia village. The villager trembled and looked up at Chuyi in panic. Chuyi continued, "Come forward and answer." The villager hurried forward, but in his panic, he stumbled and fell. Even so, he dared not delay, quickly got up, ran to Chuyi's horse, and knelt down with a thud. Reporting to the general, "I am Zhao Digan, the village chief of Zhangtai village in Qinzhou County." His voice was trembling and old, but he was sincere. "Please, General, discipline and punish us." "So, you're a village chief," Chuyi said solemnly. "No wonder you have such courage to seek death for survival." Zhao Digan trembled all over, kneeling and bowing silently. "All village chiefs, stewards, and officials come forward." Chuyi did not ask further, but looked at the disaster victims. There was a commotion among them, and some hesitantly stepped forward, trembling as they approached Chuyi. Others hesitated, unsure whether standing up was good or bad, afraid to move. Finally, dozens of men of different ages came forward. Chuyi loudly said, "It's one thing for ignorant common people to be like this, but you are leaders with wisdom and decision-making skills. Yet, you believe the false words of treacherous men too easily and do such foolish things. This is simply unforgivable." As he spoke, all the village leaders kneeling on the ground trembled like leaves in the wind. Those who had hesitated earlier and did not stand up felt relieved, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. When a bird is shot for being too bold, or a snake is cut down for hiding at the bottom of a well. As leaders, when things are peaceful and smooth, they naturally stand out. But when trouble comes, they are the first to suffer.
But
Chuyi suddenly changed his tone and said, "Before the future is uncertain, you are willing to follow my orders and stand up, which shows you are brave and capable. From this, I can see that you are truly sincere in wanting to repent." Hearing this, the village leaders kneeling on the ground felt as if a sword hanging above their heads was being raised higher. They hurriedly kowtowed to show their sincerity. Those who had just felt relieved suddenly felt confused. What's going on? The general's temper is so unpredictable. Just now, he looked fierce enough to scare people into submission, and now he suddenly changed his tone. Struggling with doubt, a few more people gritted their teeth and stood up. "General, I am the village chief of Suishir village in Mengzhou County." "General, I am the village chief of Lihua village in Xiangzhou County." Afraid of losing an opportunity, these people spoke up before Chuyi could ask. Chuyi cast a cold glance at them and gave a signal to someone behind him. Immediately, the Chu army stepped forward and stood by the people who had just stood up. Seeing this, these people felt their hearts lift with hope. Chuyi did not respond to them, but continued to look at the village leaders kneeling on the ground and said, "Therefore, I can give you a chance to make amends for your mistakes." Hearing this, the village leaders exchanged glances, feeling very excited. "Please, General, punish us as you see fit." Chuyi looked over the disaster victims and said, "2 troublemakers have already been caught, but I know very well that there are more wrongdoers than just those 2. You are the village leaders. If they want to cause trouble, they must first persuade you. I order you to stand up immediately and find all these troublemakers. If you do not root out these hidden dangers, I will expel all of you from the territory of Betrayal. Hearing this, the village leaders felt a chill in their hearts and dared not object. They hurried into the crowd of disaster victims to identify the troublemakers. Not only that, they also loudly ordered the villagers of their villages to help identify them. The Chu army followed them forward and soon caught more than 10 suspicious-looking people. Some others tried to run but were quickly pressed to the ground by alert guards. After a brief commotion, the Chu army brought 26 suspicious refugees before Chu Yi. Chu Yi glanced at them and coldly ordered, "Take them back for strict interrogation." Once the Chu army had taken the people away, Chu Yi looked at the village chiefs who had stepped forward. He said, "Very good, I can see your sincerity now." He then commanded, "Call all your villagers forward and line them up in order by village." As soon as he finished speaking, the refugees became restless. These villagers, under the leadership of their chiefs, felt grateful that their leaders had the courage to fight for their chance to survive. The rest looked anxious or resentful. The villagers who dared to speak out felt uneasy under the watchful eyes of the village chiefs. Within the next hour, the refugees from over 20 villages lined up neatly in the open space. Each village chief stood at the front, guarded by 10 members of the Chu army. Chu Yi looked at them and said, "I am the one who let the refugees come to Betrayal." He then added, "This is because I understand clearly that the court does not care about the lives of the people. Earlier, Betrayal was abandoned. I and the soldiers and civilians of Manching face life and death, feeling the despair of having no help in times of need. Secondly, it is because the gods have mercy on the people, and I am here to save them from fire and water. I dare not disobey. But I didn't expect that you would damage the farmland and anger the gods." Seeing the refugees ashamed and lowering their heads, he continued, "Now is the harvest season. My first punishment is to have you harvest the crops. If you meet the daily quota I set, you will get 1 meal. If you harvest more, you can have 2 meals a day. As for future punishments, I will decide later. Once the gods forgive you, I will order people to set up tents for shelter, and then allow you to settle in the city. Any objections?" The village chiefs led the villagers who knelt and shouted, "We will accept the general's punishment and have no objections." "Good, take them to get farming tools." After giving the order, Chu Yi looked at the trembling refugees in the fields and suddenly spoke more sternly. "As for you," the remaining over 1,000 refugees immediately turned pale and felt weak in their legs. "You could have had the chance to make amends like others," Chu Yi said in a deep voice, "but the village chiefs and leaders of your villages are not capable of bearing responsibility." "General." Before he finished speaking, a disaster victim knelt down with a thud, crying loudly, "Please, General. We are just ordinary people like them. We can only follow the village chief, and everyone else. We beg you not to cut off our livelihoods because of one village chief's actions." As soon as one spoke, many followed. All the disaster victims knelt and agreed. "Yes, General, it's unfair that we are all punished because of one village chief's actions. Please assign us to the villages led by the village chiefs. We will obey the orders of the general and the new village chiefs." They were unwilling to be blamed for their village chief and begged angrily. The village chiefs who stepped forward looked pale, ashamed, and angry. Chu Yi snorted coldly. "If you had stood with your village chiefs and shared their fate, I might have looked upon you more favorably.
But now, haha, it really is just as I guessed."
He looked at 7 or 8 village chiefs in the fields. "As village chiefs, you can't bear responsibility. Your villagers see and hear everything, and their characters are affected." Then he scornfully looked at the kneeling disaster victims. "Look at them. You've been neighbors for many years, even a lifetime. When faced with difficulties, they immediately fall apart and seek to save themselves. How much more so do we, the soldiers and civilians of Betrayal, have no ties with you. If we settle you in the capital, and later enemies attack the city, there's no guarantee you won't sell out your own people, damaging the foundation of our Betrayal. Our city of Betrayal has barely escaped from despair and is now thriving. I will not allow anyone to destroy the righteousness within our city." He swept his gaze around and sternly said, Those over 60 years old and children under 10 can choose to stay. Everyone else must leave Betrayal immediately. Nearby counties have suffered from natural disasters. The court won't repair this place quickly. Wealthy families in the city will find plenty of food. You have hands and feet, so finding something to eat in the city is not difficult. After honing your character, you can come back to join Betrayal. Lu Qi. Finally, Chu Yi ordered. Lu Qi immediately stepped forward. Your servant reports. Register all these villagers and settle them based on the second-tier conditions. Give them a meal today, and starting tomorrow, arrange for them to begin harvesting grain and distribute food according to their work. Rest assured, General. I will handle everything, said the subordinate confidently. Hearing this, the disaster victims looked excited but somewhat overwhelmed. Although the general still needed to assess them, they at least had a chance to stay. They couldn't help but feel happy. Chu Yi looked at the remaining 1,000 disaster victims and said, "Those who meet the conditions I just mentioned and are willing to stay, please step forward now." As soon as he finished speaking, over 1,000 disaster victims burst into tears. Everyone knew that staying in Betrayal was the best choice. The general's exception in allowing the elderly and children to stay showed his kindness and fairness. Even though they were reluctant to part from their families, the disaster victims entrusted each other and pushed the elderly and children to the front. There were about 100 or so people. Lu Qi, register these people and assign them to each village, Chu Yi instructed. Then he looked at the disaster victims who had the chance to be settled and said, "From now on, these people will be part of your villages. If anyone isolates or excludes others, your entire village will be expelled from Betrayal. Do you understand?" The disaster victims responded in unison. "We remember the general's orders." The 1,000 or so disaster victims, who had been uneasy before, now felt relieved. Their main worry was that their families might be bullied if they stayed. But they dared not make any requests in front of the general. Unexpectedly, the general thought of their concerns and arranged everything perfectly. After giving some final instructions, Chu Yi rode his horse back to the city. With Jin Ju's advice, the disaster situation has been handled, he thought. The horse galloped, and Chu Yi eagerly took off his communicator, smiling as he reported, "I'm heading back now." Jin Ju was preparing dishes in the kitchen. When she heard the voice from the communicator, she quickly wiped her hands. "Already? I thought you'd only make it in time for dinner. Then I'll cook a few more dishes. Don't worry, ride slowly, and don't scare the villagers on the way." Chu Yi's smile grew wider. "Good, don't rush. Take your time. I'll come back and help you." Jin Ju watched the busy kitchen staff and smiled. "There's no more space for you in the kitchen. Just wait and eat when dinner's ready." In the military camp, a group of Chu family soldiers surrounded a desk tightly. A communicator sat in the middle, with Chu Yi and Jin Ju's cheerful voices coming through. Yi Tingxian covered his mouth, giggling happily. The Chu soldiers also grinned widely, listening with great interest. Speaking of which, the conversation between the general and Miss Jin Ju was very normal. But to them, every word sounded sweet. Not just in the military tent. The entire camp, deputy generals, captains, and commanders with radios were all tightly surrounded by Chu family soldiers. "I feel like the general likes Miss Jin Ju. Do you need to feel?" The general definitely likes Miss Jin Ju.
Exactly.
When have you ever heard the general speak so gently? Even when talking to Rue and Shushu, he still has that commanding presence. TSK. When the general said the country was unstable, he wouldn't marry. I was worried for a long time. Turns out he does not want to marry, he just has high standards. So, do you think Miss Jin Ju likes the general? We better not be the only ones excited about this. Earlier, Miss Jin Ju's status was so high, she probably didn't dare to think about it. But now, she's just an ordinary girl, and our general is a one-of-a-kind hero. I think there's definitely hope. If only the general and Miss Jin Ju could. That would be so great. While the Chu soldiers were talking excitedly, their faces full of enthusiasm, even more than when they were planning their own marriages. Just as they were deep in conversation, the radio suddenly went silent. The Chu soldiers waited for a while, but there was no response. They looked a bit disappointed. I really hope we can hear the General and Miss Jinju talk tomorrow. That would be more exciting than any love story in a book. How can we hear them? The General and Miss Jinju are both at the General's residence. They just talk face to face. We have no chance to listen in. Hee, I have an idea. The General's residence. Granary. The four-sided dining table had been transformed into a large round table at Jinju's farm. On the table was a hot pot, bubbling with steam. The spicy, bold aroma spread everywhere, making the Chu soldiers at the door salivate uncontrollably. Surrounding the hot pot were all kinds of meat and vegetable dishes. The vegetarian dishes looked fresh and tempting, while the meat dishes were dazzling. The Chu soldiers kept their eyes glued to the table, realizing that they hardly recognized most of the dishes. What kind of food is this? Chu Yi, who had just returned with the three little ones, looked at the raw dishes and couldn't help but glance at Jinju, who was serving 2 large plates of beef and lamb rolls. Jinju put down the dishes and smiled. You've helped settle the disaster, so this is a celebration. Celebration? Then we should have hot pot and beer. Please sit quickly. Please sit. Fong Jinju pulled out a chair and gently pushed Lady Chu's shoulder to help her sit down. Madam Wei, please have a seat too. Madam Wei waved her hands repeatedly. I am here to serve a few of you. Before she could finish, Fong Jinju pushed her gently onto a stool, saying, Hot pot is more fun with more people. Auntie, you treat us like family, and we are all young. We can't let you serve us. Then she looked at the 3 little ones sitting obediently, squinting her eyes happily. Great job. Finally, she called out, Soldiers, come in and join us for hot pot. Chuyi looked at Fong Jinju with a hint of envy in his eyes. Soldiers? Earlier, when Jinju was at the farm, she had recruited 2 soldiers as guards, always calling them soldier brothers. At that time, he admired and respected Jinju, feeling a bit jealous, but thinking it was not disrespectful. But now, Jinju said she liked him. Thinking about it, the envy in his eyes hadn't faded, and the tips of his ears turned slightly red. So, he could openly feel jealous now, right? Thank you, Miss Jinju, for your kindness, but I dare not accept. Our soldiers still need to stand guard. The Chu soldiers all looked at each other, their ears softening, but they still politely declined. However, their hearts were already sitting at the table, unable to resist the tempting aroma. It smelled so good just from the air, making him want to eat several bowls, even though he hadn't tasted it yet. Just a meal, it's no big deal. Fong Jinju went outside and said seriously to the 4 Chu soldiers, I prepared enough for 12 people. If you don't join, most of it will go to waste. The Chu soldiers looked at each other, seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes. Then they all swallowed hard and shook their heads. Thank you, Miss Jinju, for your kindness. We need to stand guard. One Chu soldier whispered, Don't worry about waste, Jinju. If there's any left over later, we can help clean up. He glanced inside as he spoke. Fong Jinju immediately understood and looked at Chu Yi, blinking. Though she didn't say a word, Chu Yi instantly understood her meaning. He cleared his throat and said, Don't spoil the fun, Jinju. Come in and eat together. The Chu soldiers looked at each other and all grinned widely. Since the general had spoken, what were they waiting for? The 4 of them sat down at the table one after another. As they sat close, the strong, delicious smell wafted into their noses, hitting them right in the forehead. Pop! Fong Jinju took out the pre-prepared cold beer and opened several bottles with a click. Come on, let's fill everyone's glasses first. The Chu family soldiers quickly stood up and poured drinks into each person's glass. While pouring, their eyes flicked back and forth between the beer bottles and the glasses. TSK. Jade bottles, glass cups. And this large pot, like a Tai Chi or Bagua diagram, with unseen meat rolls and many dishes. No wonder the brothers were eager to come to the granary for duty.
No wonder.
Seeing the 3 little ones eagerly watching her, Fong Jinju magically pulled out a big bottle of yogurt from under the table. Ding ding, you guys get some too. The 3 little ones all smiled happily. Yay, Thank you, sister. After filling everyone's glasses, Fong Jinju cheerfully raised her cup and said, before we start eating, let's toast together. To our great general, victory in every battle, success at every turn. Everyone happily raised their glasses and clinked them together, wishing the general victory in every battle, success at every turn. Little uncle, success. Success. Uncle Chu is the best, the most successful. The three little ones also eagerly raised their yogurt cups to toast with the adults. Fong Jinju took a big sip of beer, feeling the cold shiver, but also a sense of comfort spreading through every pore. Let's eat. Then she poured the meat rolls into the pot. I count to 20, then you can eat. The three little ones started counting seriously. 17, 18, 19, 20. Fong Jinju called out, quick, now's the best time to eat. It's the most tender and fresh. As she spoke, she carefully scooped full portions of meat rolls for Madame Chu, Maid Wei, Chu Yi, and the three little ones. Dip it in sauce. Make sure to coat it completely for the best taste. She demonstrated, and everyone else followed her example and started eating. One bite. Everyone's eyes lit up. The four Chu family soldiers stared wide-eyed, nodding eagerly.
So delicious, so fragrant.
Absolutely delicious. This bite felt like the army of hundreds of thousands attacking a city, instantly filling every corner of the mouth. The cold beer just now was replaced by a warm, fiery heat. The sensation of hot and cold mixed together was beyond words. There are still many more delicious things to eat. After drinking a cup of wine, a warm feeling spread through her. Fong Jinju looked at Zhu Yi and blushed slightly. From now on, every time you return victorious, I will prepare a special feast to celebrate. No repeats.
How about that?
Zhu Ye's eyes softened with tenderness. Sounds good. Fong Jinju chuckled. I hope the day I run out of tricks is the day there are no more wars in this world. I also hope that one day, everyone in the world can be as happy and joyful as we are now. Old Lady Zhu and Nurse Wei exchanged glances, their eyes filling with gentle tears. Zhu Ye's eyes darkened with deep meaning. He raised his wine cup and drank it all. There will be such a day. By that day, people will only worry about whether to eat fish or meat today, or which new clothes to wear tomorrow, without any other worries. Fong Jinju smiled and raised her cup to Zhu Yi. When that day comes, I will marry you. Zhu Ye's mind suddenly went silent. Everything around him quieted. Only the words of the woman echoed in his mind. I will marry you. I will marry you. Everyone suddenly looked up. A soldier from the Zhu family reached out and firmly pinched his brother's face. Oh. The pinched soldier grimaced in pain. What are you doing? The pincher grinned widely. It's not a dream. I heard correctly. Miss Jinju said she wants to marry the general. Several soldiers from the Zhu family all grinned happily, looking at Zhu Yi in shock. The general, Miss Jinju, said she wants to marry you. Old Lady Zhu excitedly grabbed Nurse Wei's hand, nervously signaling Zhu Yi with her eyes. This silly boy, why isn't he reacting at all? The three little ones and six big eyes widened in surprise. Big sister, are you going to marry the little uncle? Does that mean they can't call her big sister anymore? Should they call her big sister and little aunt? If you're not willing. Seeing Zhu Yi staring at her in shock, Fong Jinju's lips curled into a playful smile. Then, I guess.
I'm willing.
He's willing. Before she finished speaking, everyone at the table suddenly responded in unison, showing perfect harmony. Zhu Yi was so shocked his soul seemed to fly away, but he was quickly pulled back into his body.
Yeah.
Seeing his son still a bit distracted, Old Lady Zhu quickly poked his side. Are you stupid? Fong Jinju brought the wine to her lips, hiding her uncontrollable smile, her eyes shining with joy as she looked at Zhu Yi. Zhu Ye's throat moved, and he asked, really? Fong Jinju's eyes curved into a gentle smile. It's fake. Everyone's hearts suddenly tightened. Old Madame Chu angrily poked her son again. Are you really that stupid? Is it so hard to say I'm willing? In this situation, you still doubt whether Jinju's words are true. She angrily reached out and hit him.
Oh, dear.
Where has your decisive spirit on the battlefield gone? Chu Yejuan's face reddened slightly. He looked helplessly at Fang Jinju. Jinju, I didn't mean to doubt you. I am very willing.
But
I understand. Seeing Chu Yejuan's helpless and annoyed expression, Fang Jinju fought back her amusement and couldn't help teasing him. It's just surprising that a woman like me would openly confess in this kind of setting. Honestly, it's so embarrassing.
no.
That's not it. Chu Yejuan hurriedly stood up, knocking the table with a loud bang. That's not it. A few of Chu's soldiers' eyes widened like copper bells. Shocked, their hearts suddenly tightened. Oh my goodness. The general has always been calm and composed, like Mount Tai, never losing his temper. When did he ever get so out of control? But luckily they didn't see this scene. They're doomed. Chu Yejuan realized he had lost his composure, and a shock ran through him. He instinctively looked at the 4 Chu soldiers. But he froze. All 4 soldiers had their eyes tightly shut, their bodies stiff, pretending not to see or hear anything. Very tactful. Chu Yejuan cleared his throat and looked back at Fang Jinju. Jinju has always been honest and straightforward in her dealings. Even if she liked someone, she wouldn't hide it. It was he who thought too much and let down her sincere feelings. Finally, he looked at Fang Jinju with intense eyes. In the past, I said I wouldn't marry because of the chaos in the country. But now, I'm eating my words. Jinju said she would marry me once the country was peaceful. But if I speak honestly, I want to marry Jinju tomorrow. The 4 Chu soldiers suddenly all stared wide-eyed. What good fortune do they have today? Not only was Jinju inviting them to enjoy good food and drink, but they also saw such a shocking and grand scene, something earth-shattering for them. Old Madame Chu's eyes were moist with excitement. Good. This is the kind of courage and demeanor a Chu man should have. Then she eagerly looked at Fang Jinju, as if saying, Jinju, I can't wait to be your mother-in-law. Fang Jinju was slightly surprised, then smiled softly and warmly. The general has no doubt about my feelings for Jinju. I also believe that the general is the most trustworthy person. Even if we marry tomorrow, what does it matter?
Just.
Zhu Ye's eyes tightened. Everyone at the table looked at her.
But
Fang Jinju deliberately teased, smiling like a blooming flower, but I don't want the wedding to happen, and then suddenly the groom leaves me to go to war with his sword. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all smiled happily. Gentle and moved, Zhu Ye's serious gaze was completely covered. No other emotion could slip through. He saw Jinju as precious and valuable, and he would never let such things happen. If he was to marry Jinju, first, he would secure the country and peace. Then, he would use the land and mountains as a gift, welcoming her with a beautiful wedding, and let the people celebrate. That would not be a betrayal. They ate a hearty meal, lively and energetic. With 4 soldiers from the Zhu family present, not a single leaf of vegetable remained on the table or in the pot. They even refused to pour out the soup at the bottom of the pot, saving it for noodles later at night. Fang Jinju didn't stop them. Having endured that inhumane famine and hardship, cherishing every bite of food had become their muscle memory. After tidying up, old Madame Zhu and Nurse Wei exchanged a look, then decisively took the 3 little ones and left the granary. The 4 soldiers from the Zhu family also wisely went out, standing at a distance near the courtyard gate. Only Zhu Yi and Fang Jinju remained in the granary, sitting across from each other at a square table. Zhu Yi kept his gaze fixed on Fang Jinju. Unlike before, when he was reserved and hidden, his eyes now shone with open, passionate heat. She had already drunk some wine, and her face was slightly flushed with drunkenness. Now, her cheeks blushed even more under the fiery gaze of the man, burning red inch by inch. Although she had been in love once before, it only reached the stage of holding hands. Thinking back now, even the memory of holding hands felt disgusting. Honestly, this wasn't really love. It was more like a harsh lesson in reality. So, Fang Jinju was quite confused about love. She only knew that Zhu Yi was the best among all the men she had met. He even outshone the senior she admired and secretly liked. It was hard not to be moved. Not just moved, but also admired. Admired Zhu Yi's sense of responsibility for the country and the people. That's why she didn't hesitate to show her feelings and declare her intentions openly. A top-quality stock, naturally, she wanted to seize it quickly. As for love, she could take her time to develop it. Throughout history, it is common for marriage to happen before love develops. Fang Jinju rested her chin on her hand, her eyes slightly intoxicated as she looked at Zhu Yi. Her feelings were obvious. Being so close to such a good man every day made it hard to stay calm. Falling in love was only a matter of time. Her eyes showed deep affection, her cheeks flushed with a tender red, her lips curved with joy and satisfaction, looking charming and lovely. Zhu Yi felt his throat dry and his mind blank. Since we're talking about marriage, can I kiss you? It's not too shocking, right? Crackle. Fan Jinju's voice was suddenly interrupted by the crackling of the walkie-talkie. General. Yi Tingshuan's voice came through the device. Can you come to the military camp? Zhu Yi's mind went blank. Her words just now echoed loudly in his ears, drowning out everything else. General? Are you listening, General? On the other side, Yi Tingxian sounded anxious and confused. Seeing Zhu Yi distracted by her words and not paying attention, Fang Jinju felt embarrassed and annoyed. She cursed herself for being too bold and quickly shook Zhu Yi's arm. Zhu Yi, the military camp is looking for you. Her red lips were so close that her breath seemed to enchant him. Zhu Yi was lost in her charm, unable to pull away. General? Are you okay, General? If you don't answer soon, I'll come to your house. Yi Tingshuan's voice grew more urgent. Reluctantly, Fang Jinju quickly pressed the button on the walkie-talkie and said, Don't worry, the General and I are together. He's just had a little drink and fallen asleep. I'll wake him up now, and everything will be fine. She didn't realize that her excuse was just made up on the spot. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the military camp. The Zhu family soldiers gathered together, all excited. Did you hear? The General and Miss Jinju are together, and he's asleep. Haha, the General's future wife is almost settled. Wow, I envy the brothers on duty at the General's house. They get to see the General and Miss Jinju every day. I want to sign up to work there too. I want to go too. Unaware, the brothers who envied him were now covering their mouths, jumping in place. If their bodies could make sounds, their actions would be deafening. Though they tried to stay quiet, they couldn't help but listen closely. Well, it's about marriage and engagement now. Just a kiss. Isn't that considered normal? Not shocking at all. It's okay to kiss. It's proper to kiss openly. If they still have concerns, they can help block the kiss. But the most exciting moment was interrupted by the walkie-talkie. Now that the messenger from Qiangu is gone, what urgent matter could there be in the camp that requires the General's attention? Chu Yi. Fang Jinju leaned close to Chu Ye's ear and raised her voice. There's something in the camp that needs you. Surely not? Even if her words are a bit shocking, Chu Yi is a top general. He's seen all kinds of storms. Why would he be so distracted? Fang Jinju knows Chu Yi has never been in love, but she didn't expect him to be so innocent. They haven't even kissed yet. If they did, wouldn't he faint?
She needs to find a chance to try.
After calling several times, Chu Yi finally snapped out of it, his face and ears already red as if they might burst. What's wrong? With important matters at hand, Fang Jinju didn't dare delay. She hurriedly said, Vice General Yi just looked for you, asking you to come to the camp quickly. I told him you were drunk and sleeping, and that you're just waking up from sobering up. Wait for me. I'll bring a basin of cold water to wake you up. Without caring about Chu Ye's expression, she grabbed a basin and left quickly. Chu Yi instinctively touched his face and realized it was burning hot. No wonder it looked so red. But Fang Jinju's words really made him. General? From the walkie-talkie, Yi Tingshuan's voice came again. Miss Jinju, has the General woken up? Well, actually, there's nothing urgent in the camp. If the General is sleeping soundly, Maybe it's better not to wake him.
We can handle things ourselves.
Please take good care of the general, Miss Jinju. If his previous words seemed a bit vague, at this moment, Yi Tingshuan's voice made Shu Ye's intelligence return instantly. His words sounded very unusual. And besides his voice, there seemed to be some suppressed noisy sounds. Shu Yi immediately realized what was happening, pressed the walkie-talkie, and said in a deep voice, "I'll come to the camp right away. It's best there's some big issue, otherwise." He didn't finish his sentence, but the commanding tone already conveyed authority over the camp through the walkie-talkie. Over here in the camp, Yi Tingxian and the others, who had been happily listening, all shivered. What are you all standing around here for? Go practice." The guards at the granary quickly stood upright, backs straight and stiff. They kept their eyes straight ahead, expressionless. "Don't worry, just apply the ice cloth on your face to help reduce the redness faster," Fang Jinju advised nearby. Zhu Yi obediently buried his face under the cloth. In fact, he was a bit shy to look directly at Jinju. Although Jinju's words were quite shocking, his reaction was even more surprising. He was so distracted that he forgot about everything else. If this had happened on the battlefield, he might have died countless times. Not only that, it also caused trouble for the entire army. Zhu Yi had previously wondered why some people often use charm tactics to deal with enemies. Now he understood and accepted it. If Jinju was sent by the enemy country to tempt him with charm, he would have let the city fall. But it could only be Jinju. "Come with me," Zhu Yi said after applying the ice cloth several times. He looked at Jinju and said, "I'll take you to see the army camp." Jinju's eyes lit up. "Really? Aren't you busy with other matters? Won't it bother you if I go?" Zhu Yi smiled and shook his head. The envoy from Qiangu just left. Even if Qiangu reacts, it will take some time. As long as they don't attack, it's not a big deal. Let's go. Hearing this, Jinju didn't refuse and happily agreed. The two of them left one after the other, immediately followed by 2 soldiers from Zhu's army. Zhu Yi glanced at them. "No need to follow. Stay at the general's residence and watch over the 3 children. Today's matters, keep them to yourselves. If I hear anything unusual from others, I'll hold you accountable." He didn't realize how openly Jinju treated her feelings, nor how powerless he was against her words and actions. He hadn't forgotten how he lost his composure in front of those soldiers earlier. If he behaved like that again, how could he maintain his authority in front of the army? The 2 soldiers hesitated, disappointment flashing across their faces before being replaced by worry. "Yes, General." Then they all looked at Jinju for help. Jinju's eyes sparkled with a smile. Without saying a word, she took Zhu Ye's hand. "All right, let's go. Don't delay important matters. All of you are loyal followers. Even if you talk a little, it's out of concern for me."
"Why?
Do you think our relationship shouldn't be known? Forget it. I won't go to the army camp anymore. It's too crowded there, with too many rumors and gossip." "No, Jinju." "Fine, I won't mind. Let them talk." The Chu army looked on as the man and woman walked away, exchanging a glance and covering their mouths to hide their smiles. What is love in this world? One thing overcomes another. Of course, they still rode horses to the military camp. There were already Chu soldiers waiting at the gate with horses. "The general is here." The horse snorted happily, its hooves lightly pacing with excitement. Fang Jinju suddenly froze. Last time she didn't understand animal speech when riding this horse, it behaved the same way. She was quite worried, feeling the horse was a bit restless and might cause trouble. But with Chu Yi here, she wasn't afraid. She didn't realize it was just excited. From the sound, it was a mare. Fang Jinju couldn't help but look at Chu Yi behind her, eyes full of amusement. Beauty and charm are truly powerful tools. Seeing the woman look at him with a teasing smile, Chu Ye's heart skipped a beat, puzzled. Fang Jinju felt happy inside and quickly stepped forward, gently stroking the horse's mane. "I thought you might not be used to coming from our great Hua country, but it looks like you're quite comfortable here. Why, do you like being ridden by the general?" "Nay." The horse suddenly reared its head, startled. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Its big, round eyes stared at Fang Jinju in shock. It recognized this woman. She was the one who bought it and sent it to the general. It felt especially grateful to her. But how could this woman understand its speech? Last time, everything seemed normal. The Chu soldier holding the horse was startled and quickly stepped in front of Fang Jinju. Miss Jinju, be careful. It's fine. You can step down now. Chuyi sensed something and quickly took the reins, signaling the Chu soldiers to step back. Fang Jinju smiled and patted the horse's face. I can send you here, so what's so strange about understanding your words? The horse. This place isn't as safe as Hua country. You could be ridden into battle at any moment. Why do you look so happy about it? The horse regained composure, proudly lifting its head. I am a war horse by blood. Being ridden by those little kids before was a disgrace to my kind. This is my true home. It turned its head to look at Chu Yi. Only a hero like him deserves to sit on my back. I want to follow him into the battlefield, help him bring peace to the land. Fang Jinju couldn't help but give the horse a thumbs up. I didn't expect a little horse to have such ambition. Impressive, impressive. The horse proudly snorted, of course. Any spirited horse takes pride in galloping on the battlefield. But not every horse gets that chance. You gave me this chance. I'm grateful to you. Otherwise, last time, how could I have allowed you to sit on my back with the general?
Ha!
Fang Jinju smiled like a blooming flower. I didn't expect to be so honored. Since you feel that way, I won't hold back. She reached out to Chuyi. Quick, lift me up. Chuyi looked at the horse and then at Fang Jinju. What did you say to it? As he spoke, he gently grabbed her waist and helped her onto the horse. This time, Chuyi was no longer nervous. He felt happiness in his hands, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. Fang Jinju blinked at him. It's a secret. Her charming look made Chuyi feel a warm, ticklish sensation in his chest. Without saying a word, he turned and mounted the horse.
Go.
With a light command, the horse reared and started to run. Who are you to the general? The horse asked as it ran. Fang Jinju laughed. Can't you tell? I'm his beloved. He's also my beloved.
Ah.
The horse was so startled it lost its footing and let out a neigh. Fang Jinju suddenly moved, and in the next moment, she was embraced from behind by a man's strong arm, holding her tightly. His warm, solid chest made her feel very safe.
What did you say to it?
Chuyi asked softly. Though he was momentarily surprised, now that the soft, fragrant woman was in his arms, Chuyi felt a strange gratitude toward the horse. Fang Jinju snuggled happily in his embrace, a mischievous smile on her lips. It asked me what I am to you. I said I'm your fiancé, and it was shocked. She tilted her face and leaned close to his ear, whispering, It's a little mare. Soft, fragrant air filled his nose, and her hair brushed his chin, sending a tingling sensation through him. Chuya's breathing grew heavier, and he found it hard to think. He instinctively asked, What do you mean? Fang Jinju's smile couldn't be contained. It seems to like you. Chuyi looked down at her soft hair, feeling how pretty her hair whirls were.
What?
It likes you. Fang Jinju turned her head and grinned widely. I didn't expect you to be so popular. Even female creatures of different species can't help but fall for you. Only then did Chuyi understand. His handsome face showed shock. What? His horse, falling for him? You. The horse was both shy and angry, suddenly running wildly. Don't talk nonsense in front of the general. If the general gets upset because of your nonsense and refuses to let me be his mount, even if you have done me a favor, I won't forgive you. Fang Jinju couldn't help but laugh. You're just a horse. What can you do? The horse. I can never let you ride me again. Then I will ride other maras with the general. The general is very kind and obedient to me.
You
are breaking the rules of martial virtue. Fang Jinju noticed that the horse beneath her was clearly feeling a bit discouraged and restless. All right. She leaned down and stroked the horse's mane. Would you like a chance to show off? The horse's ears twitched, and it nervously replied, Yes. From now on, whenever I ride with the general, as long as it doesn't slow us down, try to run a little wild. Fong Jinju's eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curling into a sly smile. Create more chances for us to be close, so I can make you stay as the general's mount forever. You're a clever horse. You should understand what I mean, right? The horse. And then, suddenly, the steady horse ride started to become a bit wild. Chu Ye's eyes tightened, and his strong arm quickly held Fong Jinju around the waist. Don't be afraid, I'm here. You won't fall. He pulled on the reins and issued commands, trying to calm the horse down. Fong Jinju happily snuggled into the man's arms, softly saying, as long as you're here, I have nothing to fear. The horse. Very good, truly a clever horse. The strong hormonal scent from the man made Fong Jinju feel a rush of happiness and satisfaction with every heartbeat. But you should keep your limits and not be too obvious. The horse. All right. You're in love, and I'm doing my part. The general is coming. They were still about 30 or 40 yards from the camp when they heard the cheers of Chu family soldiers. Then 2 soldiers from Chu family eagerly approached. Before they arrived, their smiles were already visible. From a distance, Fong Jinju saw their bright, shining teeth. Greetings, heroes. She also smiled politely and waved at them.
I'm Fong Jinju.
Miss Jinju. The general. Although the Chu family soldiers had long guessed that the woman riding with the general was Miss Jinju, their ears and hearts still couldn't help but beat faster with excitement. One soldier hurriedly took the reins and stopped the horse. Another knelt down on the ground, acting as a seat, saying, Miss Jinju, don't worry, I got this. He looked up at her face on the ground and smiled happily. Today was a lucky day for him, and he had the chance to do something for Miss Jinju. Fong Jinju's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. No, hero, you must get up quickly. Chu Jun's lips curled into a smile that reached his ears. It's okay. Before he finished speaking, his companion pulled him up and gave him a meaningful look. Chu Jun, who wanted to be a human seat, looked confused and puzzled as he followed his friend's gaze to Chu Yi. In an instant, he understood. Chu Yi glanced at both of them, as if he knew what was happening. Seeing Chu Jun get up, Fong Jinju breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yi, hurry and help me down. She didn't deserve such treatment from these heroes. If it happened again later, she would be overwhelmed. Chu Yi swung down from his horse, reached out, and gently lifted Fong Jinju off the horse. This time it was different from before. It was a proper princess carry. Fong Jinju was caught off guard and froze in place. Then she was amazed by Chu Ye's perfect jawline and the strong, tense Adam's apple in his throat. In her mind, she remembered how Chu Yi had carried her like this when they escaped danger in Longzhou. Back then, she thought it was inappropriate to look too much, as it might ruin their friendship. But now, her feelings were completely different. She could look openly and stare as much as she wanted. Feeling her captivated and mesmerized gaze, Chu Ye's eyes looked as if they were filled with thick honey, sweet and irresistible. Seeing this scene, 2 Chu family soldiers grinned widely, their faces full of maternal smiles that couldn't be hidden. Behind them, the soldiers guarding the camp gates also stretched their necks to look over. Originally, Deputy General Yi had brought the general to the camp just to create a chance for the general and Miss Jinju to communicate using a walkie-talkie. This way, they could guess how far along their plans were by listening to their conversations. Who would have thought that the general would actually bring Miss Jinju into the camp? And what unfolded was a scene far beyond their expectations, sweet and touching. Today, they were witnessing a scene usually only seen in VIP areas. Let me down quickly. Perhaps because the Chu soldiers' gazes were too intense, Fong Jinju finally managed to tear her eyes away and urged Chu Yi to put her down. She looked down and saw a faint pink flush on the woman's cheeks. Chu Ye's lips also curved into a happy smile as he gently placed her on the ground. Then he looked at the Chu army. His expression suddenly became serious. You insist I come, but has something big happened? The Chu soldiers, who had been smiling, froze and quickly straightened up, standing tall. The leader of the Chu soldiers said seriously, reporting to the general, Deputy Yi said that the southern barbarians' envoy has been killed. Since they're coming north, the Changwu king will likely notice something in 3 or 5 days. A fierce battle might happen soon. Deputy Yi asked the general to come to the camp to discuss how to respond. Although they had some selfish reasons for tricking the general into coming, their words were true. This matter was indeed urgent. Even with their current weapons and troops, they were not afraid of the Changwu coming to fight. But they still needed the general to make the decision. Hearing this, Chu Ye's face eased a little. He then looked at Fang Jinju and said, "Let's go inside." The two of them entered the camp one after the other. Behind them, the Chu soldiers sighed in relief and stretched their necks to watch the pair walk farther away. At this moment, they started to envy the brothers inside. "General, Miss Jinju." As they walked in, all the Chu soldiers respectfully greeted them with excitement. The woman beside the general looked unfamiliar, but they didn't hesitate to call out to her. If you listened carefully, you'd hear that when they called her Miss Jinju, they sounded even more sincere and excited than when they called the general. Seeing these faces full of respect and friendliness, Fang Jinju's nervousness gradually eased. She had seen enough to know that even if she hadn't been involved before, she was now an important part of this military camp. Everyone was looking forward to her arrival. "General?" Before she reached the tent, Yi Tingxian and Han Kongwu came out to greet her. "Miss Jinju." Han Kongwu looked at Fang Jinju with a big smile. Fang Jinju immediately smiled back, "Big brother Han." Although all the heroes here were very good, Han Kongwu was the one she knew best, so she felt more close to him. "Let's go inside and talk." Chuyi took Fang Jinju's hand and strode into the military tent. Yi Tingxian and Han Kongwu quickly followed behind.
Jinju, sit down.
Chuyi pointed to the only chair behind the desk. Fang Jinju looked at him, then at Han and Yi, and shook her head repeatedly. No, this isn't proper." Yi Tingxian hurriedly said, "In this camp, Miss Jinju can do whatever she wants." He stopped suddenly, looking at Chuyi. Seeing his pleased expression, he continued with a smile, "The rules only apply to us. Miss Jinju doesn't have to follow them." Chuyi smiled slightly. The tension from earlier eased a bit at the door, and now it was almost gone. Fang Jinju smiled at Han and Yi, saying, "The camp isn't like the general's residence. Since I am here, I must follow the rules. You two don't need to treat me differently. Besides, I've already traveled by horse all the way here, which is exhausting enough. Standing and talking feels more comfortable." Seeing her sincere words, not just polite talk, Han and Yi said no more. "Tell me, what are your thoughts about Changwu?" After Jinju finished speaking, Chuyi asked straightforwardly after briefly checking the camp's military affairs. Yi Tingxian and Han Kongwu exchanged looks. Finally, Han stepped forward and reported, "General, the Changwu envoy has been in the north for 4 days. If negotiations go smoothly, it's time for them to return. The border between Beiliao and Changwu is only half a day's ride away. If in 2 days the envoys haven't returned to Changwu's camp, they will likely notice something is wrong and send a message to their ruler. The distance from Changwu's border to the capital is only 3 or 4 days by fast horse. Once the ruler receives the message, he will gather a large army to march north, and a fierce battle may follow." At this point, Yi Tingxian took the opportunity to speak. "General, I think if we can't avoid a fight with Changwu, it's better to take the initiative and strike first, catching them off guard." Chuyi nodded. "Your idea is very much in line with mine. Among the 6 kingdoms, Changwu's ruler is the most brutal and warlike. Although we are currently well-fed and safe, with Changwu watching closely, we always feel like a sword hanging above us, never truly at ease. So, for long-term peace and stability, removing Changwu is necessary." He then looked at Fang Jinju and asked, "Jinju, what do you think?" Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian also looked at Fang Jinju eagerly. Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "If we are completely confident, then quelling Changwu is naturally the fastest way." She looked at Zhu Yi and said, "But I heard you say that when you killed the Qiangu envoy, you promised the 40,000 Qiangu soldiers to protect their families and not harm innocent civilians." Hearing this, Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian exchanged glances, their eyes showing some complexity. If that's the case, then we can't openly use powerful weapons like gas canisters. How confident are you in winning? Fang Jinju looked at the three of them and expressed her concerns. Although she didn't understand military strategy deeply, she could tell that without powerful weapons, with Zhu's current army, fighting hand-to-hand would likely make them no match for Qiangu. Moreover, even though those 40,000 Qiangu soldiers had surrendered, it would be wrong to have them attack their own people with weapons. It might become difficult to control them when the time comes. "Jinju, come with me." Zhu Yi looked at Fang Jinju and signaled Han and Yi to follow. The four of them arrived in front of a military map behind the table. Zhu Yi said, "Jinju is right. Qiangu has caused trouble across 6 kingdoms for years, all because of their leaders. The common people are innocent. If we destroy Qiangu by harming the civilians, it's a mistake of priorities. But if we can't use the weapons Jinju provided openly, conquering Qiangu would be impossible. However, there are other ways." He pointed to the section of the map showing Qiangu's territory. Qiangu has 36 continents. Currently, 10 of these are occupied by the 6 kingdoms' plundered cities. These 10 lands are fertile and rich in resources, so to prevent the 5 kingdoms from stirring trouble, most of Qiangu's forces are gathered here to defend these 10 continents. North Liao is a barren and desolate land, so Qiangu doesn't bother to conquer it, which helps preserve it. Zhu Yi looked at Han and Yi, then his gaze shifted to Fang Jinju. The rest of Qiangu's forces are split between the imperial city and the capital and scattered across various continents. The border city Gobi continent, which borders North Liao, is also a poor and sparsely populated area with only about 20 to 30,000 residents. Because they disdain North Liao, the Gobi army's peak strength is just over 40,000. Only during the autumn harvest season do they gather troops from the surrounding 3 continents to launch a raid. Chu's army has been stationed in North Liao for over 10 years. They understand the strength of Chu's army well and know that if the forces are equal, they are not a match. That is why they often gather troops from 3 regions to use overwhelming numbers to crush our Chu army. Zhu Yi's eyes showed firm confidence. But this time, we will surprise them and can attack and take down the Gobi region and the neighboring 3 regions one by one. Once we take the 4 cities on this side, the further we go toward the center, the weaker the troop deployments in each region become. Before the reinforcements from Qiangu capital arrive, even without using overly powerful weapons, just with clever tactics and some less damaging weapons. He looked at Fang Jinju. "The small gas canisters you sent earlier are perfect for close attacks. With this, we have a good chance of winning the siege." Fang Jinju nodded in agreement. "Small canisters are good for close combat. That way, we won't harm innocent people." Han Kongwu stepped forward. "General, your plans are well thought out. We also believe in attacking closely. But the problem is, once we start attacking the Gobi region, they might hear the news before we get close. They will immediately send people to inform the capital and request reinforcements. By then, within half a month, the reinforcements from Qiangu's capital will attack fiercely. In that short time, it would be good enough to take the 4 border cities. Moreover, once the reinforcements gather, we won't be able to match them. We might have to use weapons of similar power, which could harm innocent people." Yi Tingxian nodded, agreeing that Han Songwu's reasoning was sound. "General, Qiangu's might has kept everyone from daring to challenge for over 10 years. This battle must be carefully planned. We might need to consider more than just a step or 10 steps. When necessary, even if it harms innocents, it's unavoidable. If the general hesitates because of promises to Qiangu soldiers, victory will be hard to achieve. We must prioritize the overall situation in North Liao."
최혜우의 nodded.
"Of course, we will weigh the options carefully. I am confident in our plans." Then he looked at Jinju and smiled. "But as long as Jinju helps, I am sure our plan will succeed." The 3 of them all looked at Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju's face showed a slight pause, then she asked, How can I help?
최혜우의 스밀렛.
Jinju only needs to help us delay time so that the news of Qiangwu's army doesn't reach their lord. Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian looked confused. Isn't that a bit too much to ask, General? Miss Jinju, now that you are carrying a body, how can you do what the general wants? Fong Jinju's eyes flickered briefly, and she understood instantly. She smiled at Han Yi and the others, saying, although I am now just an ordinary person, I am not completely helpless. Don't worry, I will definitely handle the task the general entrusted to me. Hearing this, Han Kongwu and Yi Tingshuan's faces lit up with joy. They knew very well how capable Miss Jinju was. When she said she could do it, they had no doubt whatsoever. General, even if Miss Jinju intercepts the Qiangwu battle report. Finally, Yi Tingxian added a concern, but the Qiangwu envoy has passed the return date, which will surely make the Qiangwu ruler suspicious. At most, it will only delay us by half a month. Half a month, even if everything goes smoothly, is only enough for us to take 5 or 6 cities of Qiangwu. By then, if Qiangwu gathers all its troops to attack, what should we do? Chui hadn't spoken yet. Han Kongwu quickly chimed in. The general's meaning is quite clear. When necessary, we must use powerful weapons. He pointed at a part of the sand table showing Qiangwu's territory and said, if we can seize Anmu continent before the Qiangwu ruler reacts, that continent borders Yuanlu continent. It's a wide area with villages, but as long as we evacuate people to Anmu city in advance, we can fight here. Even if we use powerful weapons, it won't harm innocent people. Hearing this, Chu Yi nodded with admiration. No wonder he's an old general who followed his father. Vice General Han, and I see eye to eye. The area where Anmu continent borders Yuanlu continent is indeed the best place for a desperate battle. Yi Tingxian suddenly clapped his head excitedly.
Great.
Then we can go all out, bomb them with gas canisters. What are 30,000 troops afraid of? As long as Qiangwu's 30,000 troops are defeated, Qiangwu will be weakened and at our mercy. Seeing Chu Yi strategize confidently, with his subordinates brave and clever, Fong Jinju also felt a surge of pride in her chest. She smiled and said, maybe we won't even need to bomb them. We can use their own strength against them. 30,000 soldiers, once they take off their armor, are just ordinary people with flesh and blood. As long as they are human, they will want to live. If they want to live, they will have fears. And this fear is our key to victory. Her words made the 3 men's eyes shine with admiration like blazing flames. Chu Yi looked deeply at Fong Jinju and said thoughtfully, Jinju's talent is impressive. If she also mastered martial skills, I believe I should step down from my position as general and let you take over. Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian nodded in agreement. Miss Jinju is truly a blessing from heaven for us in Beiliao and for the generals. With Miss Jinju here, peace along Haijing River is just a matter of time. Although Fong Jinju had previously given Chu Yi many good ideas when they were in Huagua, earning his praise, being in the military camp now, and receiving such praise from top generals made him feel very different. He longed to wear armor and fight alongside them on the battlefield. Don't celebrate too early. But just moments after feeling happy, Chu Yi suddenly changed his tone and said, we've figured out how to balance the external enemies. Now, we should focus on preventing internal problems. Fong Jinju's joyful expression slightly faded, and she quickly understood what he meant. Are you talking about the Tang Dynasty court? Yi Tingxian and Han Kongwu exchanged glances, their faces turning serious again.
최혜우의 어땠?
Right now, disaster victims from various counties are flooding toward Beiliao. Such a big movement must have caught the court's attention. Although, based on the court's usual way of doing things, they might see these disaster victims as burdens, perhaps even abandon these counties just like they did with Beiliao before. But that would only happen if they're the ones in charge. But now they haven't taken any action, yet these victims are voluntarily coming to Beiliao. That's a huge insult to the court. He paced slowly with one hand behind his back, deep in thought. For a face, the court definitely won't let this go easily. Plus, Wang Shiyi and Lei Jinting haven't returned to Beiliao for a long time. I think it won't be long before the emperor sends troops to attack and punish us. Hearing this, Yi Tingxian gritted his teeth in anger. That emperor only knows how to hide inside and act tough. Outside, he's just a cowardly turtle. Han Kongwu looked serious. Don't worry, General. With the weak troops of the Tang dynasty, just 5,000 Chu family soldiers stationed in Beiliao are enough to resist them. But it's not that simple. Chu Yi shook his head. So many disaster victims flocking to Beiliao is suspicious. Anyone with eyes can see that. If it weren't for the food and resources we have, how could we attract so many victims to come here one after another? So, the Emperor's current move to punish us is actually an attempt to force Beiliao to hand over grain and supplies. He knows well the strength of the Chu army. Once he decides to attack, he will bring twice as many soldiers as we have. And the Emperor's intentions are sinister. He often uses human lives as leverage. This time, they're sure to bring some family members of the Chu army as hostages, and they might even capture the civilians along the way to use as shields during the battle. Hearing this, Han Songwu's indifferent expression quickly disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Yi Tingxian and Fang Jinju also looked complicated. Even with powerful weapons, they are not afraid of the Emperor's soldiers and generals. But how can they ignore the safety of Chu army families and innocent civilians? Let's not talk about whether they feel guilty. There are countless refugees outside the city who cannot be settled inside for now. If they ignore innocent lives and use weapons to bomb, it would threaten those refugees' lives and safety. It might even cause riots. Even if the refugees fear the weapons and do not rebel, they will lose trust in Beiliao and Chuyi. People with bad intentions will definitely not be allowed into the city. But if they do not settle the refugees and push them back to the Central Plains, it means sending them to death. In short, every action affects the whole situation, making it very difficult. Compared to this, fighting against the Chongwu enemies is actually much simpler than dealing with the court. Right now, we have 60,000 troops. Chuyi took the opportunity to speak. Among them, 40,000 are from the Chongwu army. How to deploy the troops is the most important thing. He looked at Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian. What do you think is the best way to arrange them? He had a rough plan in mind but wanted to gather ideas to avoid missing anything. Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian looked at each other, clearly feeling some difficulty. Finally, Han Kongwu tentatively shared his rough idea. Once the Chongwu battle begins, it won't stop until victory. Since they are strong enemies, only a general leading the troops personally can fight them. 30,000 troops are already the minimum limit. Meanwhile, the forces in Beiliao City, the general's residence, and the military camps cannot be left empty. At least 2,000 soldiers should be stationed in each place. With this setup, only about 24,000 troops remain to face the court's invasion. For Chongwu, naturally, I should lead the charge with 30,000 troops. Chuyi nodded. If we fight the court and they catch our weaknesses, even all our troops might be useless. But if we find a breakthrough, even 10,000 troops would be enough. Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian looked at each other, both unsure. After listening for so long, Jinju Fang had already formed her own opinion and spoke at the right moment. I have a way to deal with the court. Hearing this, Chu Yi and the others all looked at her. They had just discussed so much, yet Miss Jinju said little. But at critical moments, she always knew the right words to solve difficult problems. They naturally looked forward to her insights. Fang Jinju looked at Zhu Yi with confident eyes. The court is shameless, thinking that controlling the lives of innocent people means controlling Beiliao. But they don't understand Beiliao's situation, nor do they understand ours. They don't realize that their current visit is just sending us soldiers to die for them. Just as we subdued the Chongwu soldiers before, we can do the same to them. Use the same method. The three exchanged glances and immediately understood each other. Han Songwu's eyes shone brightly. Yes, as leaders, we should protect the people. Instead, they commit acts of harming the innocent, and they deserve to be punished by heaven. This morning, he saw the disaster victims who tried to cause trouble, attacked by a swarm of rats. He didn't ask questions, but he knew Miss Jinju was likely helping behind the scenes. What Jinju said was very true. Although she is now just a mortal woman, she is still capable. Her calm confidence reassures everyone. Rest assured, General, I will take care of Beiliao City. Fong Jinju smiled slightly. I will watch over Beiliao City for you, and I won't let the enemy take advantage. Zhu Ye's eyes were deep like a pond, but when he looked at Jinju, they became clear like water, revealing all his feelings. The battle at Chongwu, even if it goes smoothly, will take at least a month. Now, he was full of deep concern. You know, what I worry about most is you. He knew he shouldn't compare Jinju to ordinary women. But no matter what, he just wanted to always protect her in front of him. Han Kongwu and Yi Tingxian looked at each other. It was obvious to all that the general's feelings for Jinju were clear, not hiding anything. It also seemed that Jinju had feelings for the general. Their guesses were confirmed. They should be happy and relieved. But right now, they felt an inexplicable tightness in their hearts. Although everyone was full of determination during their planning earlier, once on the battlefield, who could guarantee everything would go perfectly? It was hard for the general and Jinju. Romantic feelings were caught up in the chaos of war, and they couldn't control their fate. Jinju smiled. I also worry about you. But until the external threats are gone and internal troubles resolved, when can I marry you? Han and Yi looked at each other, confused. In their excitement, they instinctively held each other's hands tightly. The general and Jinju's relationship was developing faster than they had imagined. Without speaking, they were already talking about marriage. Miss Jinju, you are so honest and straightforward. General, what good luck. Although I was mentally prepared in advance, Jinju's words still shocked Yi. But after the shock, I felt very pleased. Being publicly confessed to by the woman I love again and again makes me feel very excited. He instinctively looked at Han Yi and the others. Sure enough, both faces were already distorted with shock and excitement. Yi couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, All right, I will handle external affairs. Jinju will manage the internal, and we will eliminate both internal and external troubles. At this point, his eyes flashed with determination, and he looked at the woman's natural and honest attitude, feeling calm and resolute. After stabilizing the country and ensuring peace, the first thing I will do is marry Jinju as my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure staggered out of the military tent. Everyone inside looked out. They saw several Chu family soldiers falling to the ground in a pile outside the tent. Each soldier looked panicked. Chu Ye's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Tingxian hurriedly ran out. Why aren't you training properly? Why are you all gathered here? While scolding, he also made a funny face. Even if you want to thank Miss Jinju with a bow, you need to follow the rules. Everyone get down. Each of you will receive 5 military lashes. The Chu soldiers at the door understood and quickly got up, running away in a line. Everyone grinned widely, as if they were not going to be punished, but receiving a reward. Hearing the general say he would marry Jinju, even 50 lashes would be worth it. Yi Tingxian heaved a sigh of relief and turned around. He saw Yi looking at him with sharp eyes. He grinned and said, Miss Jinju. When she first came to the camp, everyone was naturally excited. Before, I heard that Miss Jinju was brought back by the general, and if I hadn't stopped everyone, they would have kowtowed to thank the general's mansion for her. But even with all this excitement, we must follow military rules. The general won't blame me for making a fuss. Should I punish them? Before Yi could respond, he looked at Fong Jinju again. Miss Jinju, their behavior was too reckless. I think even 5 military lashes are too lenient for them. He spun around quickly, saying, No, at least 20 lashes are necessary. I must personally supervise the punishment. Deputy General Yi. Fong Jinju could see that Yi Tingxian was trying to protect these Chu soldiers, so she smiled and stopped him. Go and tell the others quickly. Don't punish those heroes just now. The military camp is a serious place, and I shouldn't be here. If things get serious, the general and I will be the ones to be punished first. Everyone had only heard of me before, never seen me in person. Now it's natural to be curious. Today, I ask that you not pursue this further out of respect for me, or I might become the one at fault. Finally, she looked at Chu Yi and blinked her eyelashes. What do you think, General? The moment her gaze touched Chu Yi, his eyes softened immediately.
Good.
Then he looked at Yi Tingxian, his eyes suddenly full of authority. Today, for Jinju's sake, I will not hold those few people accountable. But you are to give the order. Only this once. No repeat, or even if Jinju begs for mercy again, I will not forgive them. Yi Tingxian quickly composed his expression and accepted the order. Yes, General. I will go out and warn everyone now. He turned and strode out swiftly. Chu Yi then looked at Han Kangwu. After our discussion earlier, I have decided on the troop deployment. Assign 10,000 Chu family soldiers and 25,000 reserve troops, led by Yi Tingxian. They will march out tomorrow noon to fight in Qiangu. Additionally, assign 5,000 Chu family soldiers and 5,000 reserve troops, under your command, ready to obey Jinju's orders at any time to prevent issues with the court. Han Kangwu respectfully responded with a fist salute. Yes, General. Also, send orders to station 2,000 Chu family soldiers and 3,000 Qiangu soldiers, led by Lu Qi, to guard the military camp. Keep the 3,000 Chu soldiers guarding the general's residence and the granaries outside the city unchanged. The rest will be dispatched by Xiongdali to patrol the city's defenses and manage the outside refugees. Understood, General? All the military commands were issued, and the camp immediately buzzed with soldiers preparing for battle, working diligently to organize the upcoming war. Fan Jinju had never seen such a scene before. She couldn't help but follow out and stood in front of the military tent, staring in awe. Soldiers in armor moved in neat rows across the camp, then lined up in their formations. Han Kangwu and Yi Tingxian stood before the troops, issuing commands with firm, powerful words. The soldiers responded loudly, their voices echoing through the sky. Every shout felt like hot oil pouring down, igniting the blood of everyone witnessing it. Fan Jinju's fair fingers clenched into fists amid this powerful display. She was born in a peaceful country. She had never experienced war firsthand. No matter how well movies depict it, nothing compares to the reality of standing right here. At this moment, her whole body trembled, her eyes burning with passion. She longed to put on armor immediately and become one of these brave soldiers. A pair of large hands gently rested on her shoulders. Jinju, don't be afraid. Noticing her body trembling slightly under the touch, Zhu Yi softly comforted her. You won't have to face the enemy with Han Kangwu. Just plan from the side. I'm not afraid. Fan Jinju loudly declared, turning her face with a soft, delicate expression that seemed to armor her. I'm not afraid. She looked at Zhu Yi and said clearly, Zhu Yi, thank you for bringing me to the military camp. Seeing these brave defenders of the country in person made me realize how important my actions are. Although I wasn't born in North Liao, everyone here is like my ancestors. As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with tears, but her lips curved into a smile. Zhu Yi, do you know? Meeting you and North Liao is my greatest luck in life. Before, I was just an ordinary person, but now I can fight alongside my ancestors and create a glorious era. I never thought my life could be so passionate and meaningful. She tightly held Zhu Ye's hand. Don't worry about North Liao City. I won't let you down. Please don't make me wait in vain. We must win, and we will win. Zhu Ye's eyes showed shock as he firmly held her hand in his palm. Yes, Jinju, your wise words will surely come true. They didn't know. They just stood there. But that alone was enough to reassure all the Zhu family soldiers, even the reserve troops and the entire Changwu army. Once all orders were given, everyone took their positions, began to check supplies, and prepare weapons in an orderly manner. Fan Jinju said, Zhu Yi, tomorrow is the big battle. Before victory, we will be camping in the wind and do every day. Let's give the soldiers an extra meal tonight. Let's eat together with them. Zhu Yi nodded in agreement. All right, Everything follows Jinju's plan. The two went to the kitchen area where the cooks prepare the evening meal. General is here. Miss Jinju. Over 100 cooks were preparing dinner for the army. When they saw Zhu Yi and Fang Jinju walking side by side, they all put down their work and eagerly called out. Everyone was smiling warmly, with obvious admiration. The news that the general would marry Miss Jinju after securing the country was well known in the camp. The eyes of admiration grew even more intense. Zhu Yi, unbothered by the teasing, gradually became as calm as Fang Jinju. He glanced at the buckets and basins on the ground, where many chickens and ducks had already been slaughtered and were being plucked. The leader of the soldiers noticed something and, before Chu Yi could speak, quickly stepped forward to report. General, Vice General Yi mentioned a big battle tomorrow, so tonight we let the soldiers enjoy some meat. His voice was a bit cautious. So, my men slaughtered 100 chickens to make chicken and radish soup and plain steamed buns. Although they now had enough military supplies, they had experienced many hard years when resources were scarce. Every hair on their bodies was trained to be frugal. Even if the general didn't order, they would still plan carefully to make do. 100 chickens? Hearing this, Chu Yi frowned slightly. Fang Jinju couldn't help but be surprised. 100 chickens for 60,000 soldiers. Dividing the meat among 10 people wouldn't even be enough for a small piece. But they didn't know this was already half more than usual. General, tonight's meat portion is a bit extravagant. The head of the soldiers quickly explained, maybe we can save 30 chickens for another meal tomorrow morning. Even if we stew those 30 chickens, the taste wouldn't be much different. Jinju couldn't help but ask, how often do you give the soldiers meat? The soldiers' leader bowed slightly, respectful and excited. Miss Jinju, we have a meat day every 3 days. In the past, such a thing was unimaginable. On that day, the camp would be as lively as a festival. So, based on what you said, Jinju pointed at the chicken and duck in the basin on the ground, are the usual meat days even less than now? The soldier nodded repeatedly, sincerely saying yes, on those days, they get meat soup with plain buns. It's very delicious. Plus, the general ordered that every meal should be filling. Thanks to the general and Miss Jinju, the soldiers can eat well and enjoy meat soup. Everyone is very grateful. The other soldiers behind him nodded in agreement. They owed their good days to Jinju. Would Jinju think they were being too wasteful, spending her blessings freely? That's too little. Jinju looked at Chu Yi and said, 60,000 soldiers, even with 100 chickens, each person wouldn't get a piece of meat. That's really too little. No one can afford to neglect the soldiers. I provided enough grain, meat, and supplies. Why not let them have more? Everyone was stunned. Jinju not only didn't blame them but also thought that the current amount of meat was too little. The squad leader's heart warmed with relief, fearing that Miss Jinju might blame the general. He quickly explained, Miss Jinju misunderstood the general. The general ordered that on every meat day, we could slaughter 150 chickens and ducks. I thought 150 was a bit too extravagant, so I took the initiative to save a little each time. He then knelt fearfully in front of Jinju. Please, Miss Jinju, punish me, but don't blame the general. Seeing this, the other squad members also knelt down in a clatter. Jinju's eyes sharpened. She quickly reached out to help him up. Old uncle, I won't blame the general. Please get up and speak. The squad leader saw the chance and insisted on kowtowing 3 times before he was willing to stand up. Others followed suit. Jinju said, earlier the general and I discussed it. Tonight, we must prepare a big feast for the soldiers. Kill and cook 6,000 chickens and ducks. Cook another vegetable dish. Serve steamed white rice as the main food, so the soldiers can eat to their heart's content. But it will be everyone. Everyone was stunned instantly. The nearby Chu family army, busy preparing for battle, also stopped in shock, looking over in disbelief. 6,000 chickens and ducks. Steamed white rice. Eat until full. Only when we're full can we have the strength to fight. Jinju's face was serious, with a gentle smile on her lips. Not just tonight, but also the meal before we set out tomorrow must follow this standard. Everyone was stunned, speechless. Even Chu Yi looked shocked. After a while, he managed to find his voice. Jinju, this is a long journey. Isn't this too extravagant? Although the army supplies were full and several city mansions' grain and meat supplies were nearly overflowing, the daily consumption in the army was very high. Even with the current provisions, the food supply was not to be underestimated, especially with Jinju's plan. If they ate like this, they wouldn't last long before running out of resources. Yes, Miss Jinju. The squad leader finally regained his senses, trembling with excitement. The general is right. We understand Jinju's good intentions, but such a lavish plan is too extravagant. We should conserve resources and take it slow. Others around him nodded in agreement. The nearby Chu army also echoed, Miss Jinju, we're already content with our current life. Let's save some for later. Yes, Miss Jinju, you are kind to us, but we cannot take whatever we want. It is better to live carefully and plan wisely. They also want to eat meat. When Fang Jinju spoke just now, it was as if a delicious meal was already in front of them, and they couldn't help but start salivating. Miss Jinju is truly very good to us. But they also agree with the soldier's words. In the long run, even if we are rich now, we should not waste resources carelessly. Jinju's smile slightly faded. 6,000 chickens and ducks. As soon as she spoke, everything fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. 60,000 soldiers. Jinju looked at everyone seriously and said, if you divide it evenly, each person gets 1 chicken. There's not much to share. I know everyone has had a hard time before, and everyone is cautious about safety. That's good. She raised her voice and said loudly, but I want to say that today's meal is nothing special. Hearing this, the Chu army and the Chongwu army stopped what they were doing and slowly moved closer. Jinju pointed at Chu Yi with her finger. God sent me to be by the general's side because the general is a hero who moves heaven and earth, chosen by the heavens. As long as you follow the general to fight evil and bring peace to the land, I promise that not only today, but in the future, you and your families will have better lives than now. She waved her hand. Suddenly, countless chickens and ducks appeared out of nowhere. The chickens crowed, the ducks quacked, wings flapped, and they fluttered and jumped around in surprise. Everyone stared in shock, their eyes wide like saucers. If it were night, their eyes would shine bright enough to light up the entire camp. People say that the goddess has become an ordinary woman in a mortal body. But even so, her powers are extraordinary. With a wave of her hand, she could create things out of thin air. With her as a backup, not only could they attack Chongwu, but even conquering the whole world would be possible. Everyone stopped staring. Chu Yi shouted loudly, quick, catch them. Everyone finally snapped out of their shock and started catching the chickens and ducks. For a while, the camp was lively and bustling. Many people, working together, caught all the chickens and ducks within 2 tea breaks. Everyone was holding 2 or more chickens and ducks, with feathers stuck on their heads and bodies. They gathered around Chu Yi and Jinju, laughing happily with big grins. General, this. The squad leader was so excited his tongue couldn't straighten. Are these really all? He didn't dare to finish his sentence. He was afraid it was just a dream, and saying one more word might wake him up. Everyone held their breath. Some even pinched the beaks of chickens and ducks to prevent making any noise. Zhu Yi looked at Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju nodded firmly and smiled. Just think of everyone as eating with me. Is that okay? Only then did Zhu Yi look at the others. Jinju's kindness shouldn't be wasted. Follow her instructions. As soon as he spoke, everything fell silent. Then, long live the general. Long live Miss Jinju. The whole camp erupted in loud cheers. It was deafening. 6,000 chickens and ducks. Relying only on the cooks and people, it was impossible to handle them all. Zhu Yi specially organized a team to slaughter the chickens and ducks. Fang Jinju moved the farm's cooking pots and also brought out hundreds of large stainless steel buckets. Naturally, she also brought seasonings like scallions, garlic, dried mushrooms, and other spices. Old uncle, come over. Once the chickens and ducks were prepared and chopped, Fong Jinju waved to the cooks, saying from now on, every other day, serve meat dishes to the soldiers. At least 4 times a month, we need to prepare such big meals. I'll only teach you how to cook today. In the future, you can experiment on your own to make the meat even tastier, so everyone can enjoy it more comfortably. The cooks were all excited and quickly gathered around. Watching Fong Jinju cook skillfully and explain patiently, her movements smooth and organized. Everyone kept sneaking glances at Zhu Yi. Who would have thought the goddess could also cook? The general is truly lucky. Zhu Yi quietly watched Fong Jinju, who was surrounded like a star in the center, never blinking. Her every smile and frown, even her hair being tousled by the wind. Her lively movements with the cooking spoon, all so beautiful. Every detail filled his heart with joy, making it swell with happiness. He couldn't fit anything else inside. Meal is ready. The squad leader's shout was like boiling water splashing, instantly making the camp lively. The aroma of meat was irresistible. Not a single breath in the camp escaped the delicious smell, filling the air with its richness. The invading scent of food reached everyone's senses, stirring their stomachs. Everyone was eager, yet they all kept their manners. They lined up, stretching their necks. Wow, so much? The first soldier looked at the full bowl of meat, his excitement making his tongue tremble. Without hesitation, he poured the meat into the pot. Master, you should fill it again, so the brothers behind won't have less, he said. The cook waved his ladle and refilled his bowl. Eat freely. Even if everyone takes this much, there will still be plenty left. Then he added a generous spoonful of cabbage to his rice bowl. Hearing this, the soldiers behind widened their eyes, their jaws almost dropping in surprise. The soldier carefully carried his bowl and left, feeling excited. Next, it was the turn for the Qiangu army to line up. Although everyone's face showed some happiness, beneath that was nervousness and unease. Recently, their food was still worse than that of the Chu family army. But compared to before, it was much better, more than 1,000 times better. The Chu family army also kept their promise. As long as they worked hard, they could eat meat. Their faces looked much better when they faced them. They could clearly feel that their past sins were slowly being washed away through diligent work. But they almost ruined this hard-earned good life. Fortunately, General Chu was decisive. He killed the messenger and cut off their worries. Today, they didn't dare to hope for good fortune. They just wished, like usual, to enjoy some broth with meat. But what was served in front of them was the same food as the Chu army. Fragrant, juicy meat chunks, crispy-looking vegetables, and solid white rice. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch it. The cook handed a full bowl of meat to the leader of the Qiangu army, a bit impatient in tone but with a smile in his eyes. The Qiangu soldiers trembled as they took the bowl, feeling as if they were floating. This time, they were treated exactly like the Chu army. They ate quietly, not because they didn't want to talk, but because they were afraid tears would fall if they opened their mouths. Though they didn't speak, their eyes met, and everyone could see the determination and resolve in each other's gaze. If before, they felt some reluctance and guilt about fighting their homeland, now they only had one thought: to follow the goddess's words and march forward without hesitation, faithfully following General Chu. They believed that the general would keep his promise. Let their families and innocent civilians of Qiangu live peaceful and fair lives. This meal was not only enjoyed by everyone in the military camp, but also satisfied Fong Jinju. With the soldiers' happy faces as her background, she ate 2 large bowls of rice. As night approached, the sky darkened. Zhu Yi and Han Yi, 2 deputy generals, gave some instructions before preparing to leave with Fong Jinju. 60,000 soldiers stood nearby, reluctantly watching the two leave the camp before turning to their duties. The evening wind had a sharp chill that seemed to cut through the skin. It's so cold. As soon as she mounted her horse and started riding, Fong Jinju shivered uncontrollably. She instinctively curled up closer to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi felt a bit guilty. He was used to traveling in wind and rain, so such weather was normal for him. He had forgotten to bring a cloak. Just as he was about to pull her into his arms, she said, "Stop first. I need to put on some clothes." Before Zhu Yi could speak, the horse slowed down on its own. Fang Jinju took a down jacket from the farm and quickly put it on. A warm feeling instantly spread through her body. But still, in this weather, it was better to drive. Fang Jinju shivered again.
Yes.
Why didn't she drive? She had just taken the military coat off Zhu Yi, but she quickly put it back. Earlier, she had thought about letting Wuling's small truck be her ride, but outside Beiliao, she was afraid of being stopped as a monster. Later, after the earthquake, even if she wasn't afraid of being intercepted, the roads were too bad to drive. But now they were in Beiliao. The road from the city to the camp was wide enough for 2 carts side by side, and there were few people around. Even if there were people, she wasn't worried. In recent days, she had delivered many rare items to Beiliao, large machines like rotary tillers and seeders. A Wuling small truck was nothing special. "Zhu Yi, are you cold?" Fang Jinju turned her head, her voice a bit excited. Zhu Yi looked a little disappointed, but shook his head quickly. "No, I'm not cold. I'm used to traveling in such weather. But I forgot to consider you. If you're still cold, I can hold you," she offered. "No, no need." Fang Jinju waved her hands. "I'll get the car, and we'll drive back, so no wind will on us." While talking, she suddenly had an idea. A Wuling small truck appeared in front of the horse. The horse beneath it was startled and took a few steps back. "What is that?" "Zhu Yi, you get down first." Fang Jinju couldn't wait and said eagerly. Zhu Yi turned off his horse, looking at the small Wuling truck with a surprised expression. Unable to wait, he quickly embraced her. Fang Jinju, impatient, stepped on the stirrup and clumsily dismounted. She opened the front passenger door with a bright smile, saying happily, "Come on in." Zhu Yi looked surprised, but obediently sat inside. The car was filled with a faint, unknown fruity scent. Sweet and pleasant. Suddenly, a woman leaned in, her soft body almost pressed against his chest. Her long hair brushed his face and spilled over his neck and chest. As she moved, her soft chest lightly touched his body. Zhu Yi held his breath. His eyes darkened suddenly, and his throat felt a strong, restless sensation. "Fasten your seatbelt." Fang Jinju cheerfully helped Zhu Yi buckle up and teased, "Safety first." Close to each other, the woman exhaled softly. Zhu Yi's eyes flickered with emotion, and he instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to hold her. But before he could, Fang Jinju quickly pulled back and shut the car door with a bang. The loud sound made Zhu Yi suddenly come to his senses, and a burning sensation spread through his ears. What was he just thinking about? Fang Jinju happily walked to the horse and asked, "Do you think you're faster? Or is my car faster?" The proud horse lifted its head. "I can't say on the roads of Huagua, but on this kind of road, you definitely can't beat me." "All right, let's race then." Fang Jinju turned around, opened the car door, sat inside, and then leaned out the window, saying, "Don't get lost." After a skilled series of movements, the Wuling truck let out a wild, joyful roar. The headlights instantly lit up the road ahead brightly. Fang Jinju's lips curved into a smile as she pressed the accelerator. The car sped off swiftly. The intense pushback made Zhu Yi feel a thrill of surprise. The scene before him was clear and bright, yet no cold wind blew in. He instinctively turned his head to look at Fang Jinju driving. Compared to the nervousness when riding a horse, she now looked relaxed and even hummed a cheerful tune. Outside the car, the horse was galloping wildly, seemingly about to surpass them. Fang Jinju's lips curled into a smile as she accelerated suddenly, leaving the horse far behind. Shock flashed repeatedly in Zhu Yi's eyes. "Jinju, what is this? It's faster than a horse." He turned to look behind him. The back seat could still hold at least 3 people. He saw there was space at the back, enough for 4 or 5 soldiers. "If we can use this for marching, it will be twice as effective." As he spoke, Zhu Yi reached out to touch the vehicle. The hard texture surprised him, and he said, "This thing is as tough as armor. It must be bulletproof, right?" Fang Jinju pursed her lips and smiled. "It's not that good." This vehicle can only resist normal blades and guns. The transparent windshield can only block wind, frost, rain, and snow. It can't withstand heavy objects. It's suitable for marching, but not for battle, unless... A bright look appeared in Zhu Ye's eyes. Unless what? Unless we modify it. Although they were just casually chatting, many ideas flashed through Fang Jinju's mind. But I don't have the skill to modify it, she added. It was just a thought. The farm supplies were abundant, but not perfect. And turning a car into a military armored vehicle requires both materials and technical skills, which they didn't have. I was just asking out of curiosity. Zhu Yi wasn't disappointed by Fang Jinju's words. Instead, he smiled and said, if we drive this divine vehicle to attack Chongwu, they might think a divine weapon has descended from the sky and be frightened before the fight even begins. In that case, what use would we have for soldiers? Fang Jinju raised her eyebrows and asked, so what? If we can win without fighting, that's the best strategy. Any method is acceptable. Don't hold onto heroic ideas that only victory comes from sword and gun battles. A complete victory without damage to oneself. That's the most important thing. Hearing this, Zhu Yi turned to look at the woman. Just then, she also turned her head and smiled at him. Zhu Yi was deeply moved. He felt he could never predict what astonishing words Jinju would say next. But every word was so honest and straightforward. It made people trust her completely and want to follow her advice. Although the roads in ancient times weren't very good, there was no traffic jam. On the entire road, only a small wooling van and a horse raced one after the other. The speed was obvious. The military camp was only 10 miles outside the West City Gate. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. What's that? The city gate was already closed. The guards on the wall were dazzled by the headlights of the wooling van and couldn't open their eyes. They shouted sternly. Zhu Yi leaned out of the window and shouted, "It's me, your general. Open the city gate." His voice was well known in Beiliao, especially among the Zhu family army guarding the city. "Yes, general. Quickly open the city gate." The city guard commander spoke while quickly walking down the city wall stairs. The wooling small truck crossed the city gate and stopped. The city guard commander looked at Zhu Yi and Fang Jinju inside the window with surprise. "General, this is..." Zhu Yi calmly said, "This is Jinju's mount. Give the order that from now on, this vehicle can travel freely in any part of North Liao, and no one is allowed to stop it at any time." The city guard commander quickly suppressed a shock and respectfully replied, "Yes, General." Fang Jinju tilted her head and smiled at him. "Thank you, hero. Thank you, hero. Let's go ahead first." The city guard commander watched the wooling small truck and the horse leave, his eyes full of excitement. What a magnificent mount of the goddess. At the general's residence. "That's Sister's car." Before the car was steady, Shushu cheerfully exclaimed, "It's Sister's car. Sister is back. Little uncle is also inside the car." Fang Jinju just opened the car door and was immediately pounced on by a few little children, full of joy. "Sister," the three little ones said in unison, their happy and excited faces clearly illuminated by the warm yellow light at the gate of the residence. Fang Jinju gently held each of their little faces and kissed their tiny foreheads. "Why are you all outside? Are you cold? Oh, your little hands are so cold." Fang Jinju checked their hands one by one, all of which were chilly. She quickly gathered them all and stuffed them into her warm down jacket. When Zhu Yi got out of the car, the wooling small truck disappeared suddenly. The guards at the gate, all staring with wide eyes and open mouths. Although they had seen many mysterious things these days, they still couldn't help but be shocked and amazed. But the more shocked they were, the more at ease they felt. The goddess is so powerful. The future of North Liao looks brighter. Did you all just sit here waiting? When Fang Jinju reached the gate, she saw 3 small stools set up there, with toys scattered on the ground. "You haven't come back for most of the day, and the children are distracted playing." Old Madame Zhu, standing at the gate, smiled gently. "It's almost dark, but they still insist on waiting outside." "No choice. I had to bring some stools and toys to sit here and wait with them. Fang Jinju skillfully linked her arm with hers. Thank you for waiting patiently, Auntie. Then she looked at Zhu Yi and scolded playfully. We even forgot to use the walkie-talkie to report home. It's okay, it's okay. Before Chu Yi could speak, Madame Chu smiled warmly and said, You all are busy with your important matters. There's no need to report every little detail to the family. When you return home, it can also be a kind of happiness. Are you hungry? Auntie, we've already eaten at the military camp. Madame Wei has already prepared the meals. The children insist on waiting for you to come back and eat together. Just stay and eat a few more bites with the children. Sounds good. Fang Jinju held a string of children with her left hand and linked her arm with the old ladies with her right, laughing and chatting as they entered the residence. Chui followed calmly behind them, silently watching and listening. His lips curved into an increasingly bright smile. Yi, are you going to fight in Qiangu tomorrow? Madame Chu was serving food to Xingbao when she heard this. She trembled slightly, and a piece of meat fell onto the table. Xingbao quickly and carefully picked it up and put it into his bowl, his big eyes filled with a hint of worry as he looked up at his grandmother. Rue and Shu slowed down their eating, their big eyes flickering as they looked at their little uncle and sister, both ears perked up attentively. The envoy was killed, and the ruler of Qiangu will surely send troops to attack. Chuyi nodded calmly and said, It's better for us to take the initiative and strike unexpectedly. If Qiangu isn't destroyed, the peace of Betrayal will always be hanging by a thread. So, this battle must be fought. Hearing this, Madame Chu's eyes showed worry, and she hesitated to speak. As a military family woman, she had heard many times about going to war and facing enemies. But even now, every time she heard it, she couldn't remain calm, because those going to war were her own family members. But she knew very well that even if she was worried, she couldn't show it too much. She couldn't speak too much or cause unnecessary worry for the children. Fang Jinju noticed this and quickly comforted her. Auntie, don't worry. Today we have already discussed a perfect plan at the military camp. She then took Madame Chu's hand and said, This battle, we will definitely win. The woman's eyes are gentle but contain a reassuring, firm strength deep inside. It's as if whatever she says will come true. Chuyi looked at Madame Chu with respectful and determined eyes. Mother, Jinju said, as long as the country is stable, I will marry her. Qiangu is the strongest among the 6 states in terms of military power. As long as we eliminate Qiangu, Betrayal will become famous overnight, and no one will dare to invade again. At that time, he glanced at Fang Jinju, then looked back at the old lady. If the country and family are stable, I can marry Jinju as my wife. Everyone will be happy. Both of these are what my son desires. No matter which one, I cannot lose. You must believe in your son, and also believe in Jinju. Old Lady Chu's eyes flickered slightly. Finally, she let out a heavy sigh and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
All right.
I'm old now. Whether it's wind or rain outside, I can only let you handle it yourselves. I will take care of the family for you, whether we win or lose. She didn't finish the last words. No matter what, I just hope you come back safely. Whatever the outcome, our family will face it together. Good will always triumph over evil. Fang Jinju smiled, her smile relaxed and confident. The general will definitely win. Then she looked at the 3 little ones. Little uncle is going to fight the bad guys tomorrow. Do you think little Shoa will win? Rue answered without hesitation. Yes. Little uncle will definitely win. Shu nodded eagerly. Little uncle is the best. Fight the bad guys, beat them. Little uncle won. She gestured with her short arms in a big circle. Shu, is this a big reward? Is that okay?
Ha ha ha.
Hearing this, Fang Jinju couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little uncle has to win for Shu's reward. I'll prepare a reward for little uncle too. Rue slid down from his chair, walked to the empty space, stretched out his little arms, and ran in a big circle. I'm going to prepare so many rewards for little uncle. Little uncle, is this enough? No, Rue, you can add a little more. The adorable look of the little boy made Fong Jinju laugh so hard she almost cried. Haha, Rue is really a brave boy. The rewards he's prepared are so generous. Old Lady Chu's worry in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a comforting, kind smile. Chu Ye's lips also curled uncontrollably into a smile, bright as the moon emerging from clouds. So generous? How much more can we add? The more you add, the more impressive little uncle will look when he wins. Rue's big eyes blinked once, then he hurried forward and pulled down Xing Bao. Then he ran around the granary with his brother. Finally, he ran back to Chu Yi, tilted his little head, pointed with his tiny hand, and asked, "Is this enough?" Little uncle has defeated the bad guys. Rue and his brother are giving little uncle so many rewards. Is that enough now?
Ha ha ha.
Seeing this, several adults burst into cheerful laughter. Old Madame Zhu's eyes welled with tears of happiness. All right, Rue and Gugu will probably need to start preparing from tomorrow. The little one suddenly realized what he had just promised and looked a bit worried. His big eyes spun around, then looked at Shushu. Mimi, please help Gugu. Let's prepare the reward together, okay? Shushu grinned, showing her tiny teeth, and giggled. No, Shushu wants to do it herself. Shushu. She made a circle with her hands. Just promise this much. Ruerue's face fell slightly. He held Star Treasure's hands seriously. Gugu, don't worry. We are boys. Of course, we should prepare more than Mimi. Let's start preparing tonight, okay? Star Treasure's face looked confused. If he refused, Dee would be sad. Thinking of this, Star Treasure's face became serious. Yes. Let's prepare together. We'll start tonight. A real man keeps his promises. Ruerue's big eyes suddenly lit up. He hugged Star Treasure excitedly and bounced around. Gugu is so good. Gugu is so good. Star Treasure hugged his Dee tightly, smiling happily, full of protective feelings as the older brother. Shushu, caught up in the fun, couldn't help herself. She jumped down from the stool and joined her brothers, bouncing happily. Shushu wants to join too. Shushu, no. I want to do it alone. Rue and Star Treasure held Shushu's hands at the same time, forming a circle and jumping around happily. Children's hearts are very small. At this moment, filled with happiness, all worries and sadness were pushed out. Even the three adults felt much brighter inside. After dinner, the three little ones couldn't wait to start preparing the reward. Old Madam led them away happily, making a fuss. In the granary, only Zhu Yi and Fong Jinju were left, exchanging glances. Let's go on a date. Fong Jinju stood up, smiling as she suggested, tomorrow, you will leave for the campaign. You won't be able to see each other for at least a month. We need to seize the moment and have a date. A date? Zhu Yi was stunned, suddenly recalling his limited understanding of love and relationships. Then his mind was flooded with warm feelings. We haven't even gotten married. He swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. It wouldn't be proper. It would be rude. Fong Jinju's face slightly stiffened, but when she saw the man's bright red ears, she quickly understood. She was just planning for the two of them to go out alone for a walk.
Cheheu ye clearly misunderstood her intentions.
Her eyes flickered, and suddenly she felt like teasing the man in front of her.
All right.
Fong Jinju pouted, looking a bit sad and disappointed. Ancient people were so conservative about dating. Can't even go out for a walk and exchange sweet words? Since that's the case, I'll go back to take a shower and sleep. She turned to leave. But Chuyi quickly grabbed her arm. Wait. Fong Jinju's eyes curved into a smile, almost laughing out loud. She managed to keep a straight face, then turned around with a look of confusion and innocence. What's wrong? Her gaze fell on Chuya's hand holding her arm, and she was startled, quickly pulling back. Isn't that too rude? Although dating customs in our country are open, I am in Beiliao now, so I should follow local customs. She took a step back as if avoiding suspicion. Oh, by the way, I still remember hugging you last time. Fong Jinju looked at Chuyi with a slightly shocked expression. But you didn't tell me it was a formal gesture, so it doesn't count. Don't worry, from now on I will be proper and disciplined. Please don't think of me as some casual woman. Seeing this, Chu Yi got anxious. He quickly stood up. That's not what I mean. He couldn't help but step closer to the woman. I don't know what you mean by a date. As soon as he spoke, he saw her avoid him and step back 2 more steps. They kept a 3-step distance apart. Chu Yi had to stop, his eyes full of pure confusion. Don't do this, I won't move anymore, okay? Fong Jinju smiled innocently at him. As long as you think this isn't too formal, I can accept it. Your place, you call the shots. As for me, I'll just follow your lead. Chu Ye's face stiffened, looking a bit embarrassed.
I didn't mean that.
I just thought you meant a walk and some sweet talk, nothing more. Fong Jinju raised her eyebrows. Then what do you think I meant? Hearing this, Chu Yejuan's handsome face suddenly flushed with blood, and he quickly said, It's nothing. In any case, I misunderstood Jinju. He couldn't bring himself to say what he truly thought. He was afraid Jinju might think he was a flirt. Fong Jinju's affection surged from her eyes. She saw the man in front of her, who was usually brave and commanding in the military camp, now looking nervous and trying to explain himself. They were like 2 different people. The first was full of patriotic duty. The second was only for her. No matter which one it was, she liked both so much. She couldn't help but want to tease his feelings. It's okay. We both have mouths. Once we talk clearly, there won't be any misunderstanding. Fong Jinju waved her hand. If you're fine, I'll go back first. Tomorrow, I'll wake up early to cook a good meal for you, as a promise. This time, Chu Yi didn't hesitate and took her hand. Something's wrong. I have something to say. His eyes shone brightly, and his palm was warm. I want to go on a date with Jinju. As soon as he said this, Chu Ye's ears turned red, and his throat felt tight with nervousness. But his gaze was steady, looking directly at Fong Jinju, without blinking. Is that okay? Fong Jinju's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled gently. Are you worried about being too forward? You're the ruler of Betrayal. Don't let me lead you astray. Otherwise, the common people might all follow suit. Then I might fall from the divine pedestal in everyone's hearts and become a mischievous woman who confuses the ruler. As she spoke, she tried to pull her hand away. But Chu Yi held her hand tightly, not letting go. Even if our land isn't as advanced as Huagua, if 2 people love each other, walking together under the moon and sharing their feelings is natural.
And besides,
The man's eyes were full of deep affection, growing stronger. Besides, everyone already knows about us, and it's what the soldiers and civilians want. Even if people see us walking together in the street, they will only be happy and wish us well. Outside, Chu's soldiers were listening, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Tomorrow, the general would attack Qiangu. It would be a fierce battle. Although Beiliao was different from before, once on the battlefield, it was like stepping halfway into the underworld. The general had always been dedicated and never cared for himself. Now, he finally had someone he loved, but he was about to face separation. Forget walking under the moon and sharing feelings. Even if he and Miss Jinju want to become a married couple now, they wouldn't think it's inappropriate. Okay. Fong Jinju felt that if she kept looking into Chu Ye's deep, loving eyes, she might lose control and rush into him. Let's go for a walk, just as a date. She winked at Chu Yi and said, but you have to tell me beforehand what level of closeness is okay before marriage so we don't cross the line. So, we don't accidentally cross the line again. Fong Jinju shook their linked hands, a teasing look in her eyes. You just said we're just sharing our feelings and holding hands, so that should be crossing the line, right? Her words made Chu Yi blush, and his eyes flicker with confusion. He didn't know how to answer. He was reluctant to let go of her soft hand. But honestly, their behavior was indeed inappropriate according to etiquette. Seeing a smile gradually spread across the woman's face, he felt annoyed and wanted to let go. But she held his hand tighter, refusing to release it. In the next moment, her delicate fingers slipped through his rough ones and clasped tightly. We'll talk as we walk. Without hesitation, Fong Jinju pulled Chu Yi, and they left the granary hand in hand. Watching the couple walk out of sight, the guards from the Chu family felt both relief and regret. There was no moonlight tonight. Why should the general and Miss Jinju go outside to catch a cold wind? It would be better to stay inside and talk sweetly. The night was heavy. Looking up at the sky, only a few scattered stars could be seen. Under the thick clouds, the faint moonlight flickered. It wasn't yet curfew time. On the street, a few villagers hurried past. Earlier, during the day, North Liao was bleak and desolate, and at night, it looked even more like a ghost town. Now, the houses along the street occasionally had faint lights shining through. Not completely dark, but just enough for two people to see each other's emotions in their eyes when they look at each other.
All right.
Fang Jinju gently pulled her hand away from Chu Yi, turned to look at him with a smile, and said, "No one is around, so we can talk freely." Chu Ye's hands were empty, and his heart felt empty too. He looked at the woman who only reached his shoulders and nodded sadly. Talk about what? Fang Jinju, with her hands behind her back, stepped lightly and happily. Of course, about how tonight's date went and how to fall in love.
Date.
Do we still need to talk about it? Zhu Ye's eyes reflected deep happiness and affection, more intense than the night itself. Love, what does that mean? Although I don't understand the full meaning of love, these two words carry a tender, lingering feeling that makes people blush and their hearts race. Of course, we need to discuss it. Fang Jinju took a deep breath, feeling a coolness that reached her lungs, refreshing and clear. You are from North Lia, and I am from Huagua. Between us, there is a gap of 2,000 years of civilization. If we always insist on strict rules, such awkwardness will never end. So, we should decide who is the main and who is the subordinate. Fang Jinju turned and smiled into Zhu Ye's eyes. If I am the main, then in the future, I will have to follow your ancient customs and manners. Before marriage, being alone in a room is inappropriate. For people like us, being out late at night alone is also inappropriate. There are many things we cannot do. Although I am constrained in many ways, I understand and respect that. But if I am to be the main... Fang Jinju paused, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. You are the main, I am the follower. But before she could finish, Zhu Yi turned his head and stared at her intently. Jinju, I will follow your lead. He stopped walking. Jinju, I grew up here. My understanding of things was shaped by my parents and what I have seen and heard. It's hard to change everything overnight. The things I said earlier in the mansion were spoken in surprise and haste. I didn't mean to restrict you with rules or manners. Although you are from North Lia, I hope you can be as free and happy as someone from Huagua. Really? A flicker of hope appeared in Fang Jinju's eyes. If I date you, I can also be myself? The night concealed Zhu Ye's slightly heated handsome face. Yes, as long as you're happy, do whatever you want. Don't rush to decide everything. Fang Jinju softly interrupted him, smiling like a bright moon. Our love in Huagua is very open. I'm worried you might not accept it, so I can give you a chance to try it out and change your mind at any time. A firm look flashed in Zhu Ye's eyes. No need. Before he finished speaking, in the next moment, the woman tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her words suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A gentle breeze blows, and the woman's features appear larger in the dark night. Just a tiny step closer, and her soft lips will meet mine. Chu Ye's eyes suddenly widen. At first, my chest feels frozen, silent, as if under divine power. In the next moment, it's like an avalanche. Everything shakes. In our country, as long as a man and woman are sure about their feelings and love each other, even if they don't get married. Fang Jinju's eyelashes tremble briefly before she closes her eyes and presses her cool lips against the man's. But just before contact, she suddenly stops, shifting to his slender cheek and planting a kiss. Even if we don't marry, we can still hug, kiss, and have fun anytime. When she speaks again, her breath is a little uneven, her heart pounding like a child who just tasted candy, eyes shining brightly. Maybe I will suddenly kiss you on a busy street, just like today. Would you be okay with that? Oh, why did I hesitate at the last moment? But at least I managed to kiss his face.
So exciting, so thrilling.
I feel like shouting from the mountains to express my feelings. Suddenly, her waist is pulled tight. In the next moment, the man's long arm pulls Fong Jinju into his embrace, forcing her face close to his. You can. His breathing grows heavier, voice husky. Then he leans down and presses his lips to hers. His lips are cool, but his breath is hot and tempting. He gently and shyly kisses her soft lips. He doesn't dare go deeper, but every gentle touch is full of affection, making her heart tremble. Fong Jinju's eyes widen in surprise, her mind blank. She forgets to breathe. She doesn't know how long it's been. Feeling her legs go weak and almost faint, the man's breath finally leaves her, and his large hands steady her waist. Then, I guess it's okay. Chuye's voice is hoarse and slightly charming, full of gentle teasing. I wonder if Jinju agrees? Her face instantly flushes with redness, her throat feeling shy and tight, unable to say a word. She hurriedly tries to push him away, but he holds her tightly, unable to break free. Though the night is dark and unclear, Chuyi clearly sees her panic and confusion. It's as if he found a switch hidden inside her, and he suddenly realizes something, a tender smile curling at his lips.
Jinju, you haven't answered me.
Do you agree or not? The woman in his arms was, in the world of love, nothing more than a fierce but fragile paper tiger. No, you can't. Fong Jinju felt embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and lightly tapped Zhuye's chest. Let me go first. Zhuye didn't want to upset her, so he smiled gently and released her. Fong Jinju spun around in place, looking at Zhuye with hesitation. Finally, she decided to walk straight ahead, feeling overwhelmed. She never expected Zhuye to kiss her. This was her first kiss. She had planned to give it to him herself someday, but he took it by force. She had told him she wanted to be the one in charge of their relationship. Why did he get ahead of her? And just now, she felt her face turn red, her heart pounding, and she was so flustered she couldn't control herself. Zhu, you must have noticed. She was so angry. Walking quickly, Fong Jinju suddenly stopped. Zhuye, walking close behind her, almost bumped into her. Before she could steady herself, the woman suddenly turned around, tiptoed, and climbed onto his neck. Her soft lips pressed against his unexpectedly. Fong Jinju closed her eyes, holding her breath, and based on the few romantic scenes she remembered from TV dramas, she lightly bit and nibbled at the man. She wanted to show that she was leading their relationship, but she didn't realize she was releasing her feelings of affection that had been held back. Zhu Ye's eyes suddenly darkened. He placed his large hand behind her head and responded with a deep kiss. Fong Jinju didn't know how she got back home. She didn't even remember how she took a shower or got into bed. Even when the little ones and old Madame Zhu talked to her, she was in a daze. When she closed her eyes, she saw herself and Zhu Yi kissing on a long, dark street. At first, he was shy and hesitant, but eventually, he became bold and uncontrollable. He seemed to naturally take the lead in their relationship. Fong Jinju's face kept flushing, and her heart was pounding wildly. She wanted to turn over, but was afraid of waking the children beside her. She could only let those passionate, intimate images burn into her mind.
Granary.
Zhu Yi was also gazing into the night, the curve of his lips. From the moment they were on the long street, behind the woman, he had been frozen in place, as if his face was stiff. Though he appeared calm, his chest was pounding fiercely. The woman's soft lips, her quick breathing, her shy and annoyed expression, all of it was sweet. They had only just touched briefly, but she already wanted more. Zhu Yi clenched his fists over his chest. His eyes grew more determined layer by layer. He was sure to win. The next day, Fong Jinju suddenly woke up. Last night, she had been lost in her thoughts for too long and only managed to fall into a hazy sleep near dawn. Although she is now awake, her face shows deep tiredness. She looked around. She didn't know when the three little ones had already gotten up. She was alone in the room. The daylight outside was shining through the paper window. It looked like it was already quite late. She hurriedly dressed and went out. She saw that the sun had already risen high in the sky. She saw Madame Chu with the three little ones sitting at a stone table in the yard, doing crafts.
Auntie.
Fong Jinju called out as she hurriedly put on her shoes. Where's the general? Madame Chu quickly came forward. Jinju, Ayu was afraid it would be hard to see you again, so he left early for the army camp. But he left you a letter. Fong Jinju's face darkened. She took the letter and rushed out of the house. Jinju, Madame Chu called urgently. Ayu left early. We can't catch up now. The three little ones also quickly got down from the bench and followed her out. Fong Jinju stopped and turned around, her eyes red as she said to her elder, word by word, Auntie, no matter how far, I will chase after him. I have something to give him. Then she ran out of the house without looking back. Her grandfather left suddenly. She didn't get to see him one last time. Her parents too. The three people who loved her most left without saying a word. Fong Jinju hated how they left without warning. But she didn't blame Ayu Chu. Everyone makes choices based on their own understanding and feelings. She wouldn't force Chu Yi to understand her just because he liked her, nor would she expect him to always follow her wishes. She wouldn't get angry or hurt because he didn't do what she thought was right. She wanted to catch up, to say goodbye to him face to face, and see him leave. A small Wuling van suddenly appeared at the gate of the general's residence. The guards from the Chu family army were all surprised. Before they could react, Fong Jinju rushed out of the gate. She opened the door, got in the car, and started the engine. The Wuling sped away swiftly.
Quick.
Prepare the horses. Chase after Jinju girl. The Chu soldiers looked at each other in shock, then quickly scrambled into action. After a few breaths, the chief officer led two Chu soldiers on horseback, chasing after her furiously. Before he left, the general repeatedly told them to protect his family at all costs. Madame Chu and the three children didn't need to be told. Miss Jinju is the most important person to the general, and she must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, she cannot explain herself to the general, and even they cannot pass their own test. Beep on the busy streets. People are walking back and forth. Suddenly, a huge iron carriage turns into the main street, making a sharp, loud sound. The people are startled and quickly move aside. It's Miss Jinju. Sharp-eyed people through the carriage window see that the person inside is Fong Jinju, and they shout loudly, "It's Miss Jinju. Make way. Hurry and get out of the way. Miss Jinju is leaving the city." The sound spreads quickly. People step aside and shout in unison. Today, the general has taken a personal guard team to the military camp. News also spreads that North Liao plans to attack Chongwu actively. The people are filled with excitement. In the past, North Liao was often attacked by Chongwu. Now, North Liao has the confidence to fight back actively. Everyone feels very happy. They all know that the general's confidence and courage come from the goddess Jinju. Right now, Miss Jinju is heading towards the military camp, probably to give the general some instructions. They can't block her way. In crowded places, even if Fong Jinju is in a hurry, she will be more careful. Soon, she sees the people making way for her. The long street becomes clear and smooth. Everyone looks at her with sincere respect and obedience, without hesitation. It's as if, even if she accidentally bumps into someone because she's anxious, they would blame themselves for not making way in time, rather than blame her. A tear glistens in Fong Jinju's eyes. Every person in North Liao worships her sincerely. Now that Chuyi has gone to fight Chongwu, she will do her best to protect North Liao. The people cooperate perfectly. The city guards have already opened the city gates from afar. The Wuling's small truck drives out smoothly. When she turns onto a rarely traveled road, Fong Jinju presses the accelerator. The golden wheat fields quickly fall behind her, but her heart beats even faster. Military camp. The gates are wide open. Chu Yi, dressed in black armor, holding a silver spear, rides at the front. 35,000 soldiers follow closely behind. Weapons, armor, and war chariots rumble loudly. Their morale is high, intimidating for miles. Chuyi looks into the distance, gazing far away. Faintly, she can see the Chongwu Gobi Desert. Her eyes narrow with sharp killing intent, and her long legs move slightly faster, urging her horse forward. Meanwhile, the army behind her stirs. "Look, General." Yi Tingxian rides up quickly, pointing in surprise at the slanting rear. "What is that?" Chuyi looked at him and suddenly froze. A small wooling truck was rushing toward them at full speed. Dust was kicked up behind it, showing how urgent the people inside were. Chuyi raised his hand and said, "Stay here." Then he quickly rode his horse toward the truck. Beyond 100 meters, a man on a fine horse was rushing toward him, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Although his face was not clear, Fang Jinju could feel the intensity in his eyes. Her vision blurred slightly, and she gently pressed the accelerator. Hiss! At 10 meters apart, the horse reared and stopped suddenly. Chuyi jumped off his horse and ran quickly toward her. The wooling truck also stopped abruptly, kicking up a cloud of dust. He turned off the engine, unfastened his seatbelt, and opened the door. In her panic and excitement, Fang Jinju stumbled as she got out. But the man caught her steadily and held her in his arms. "Jinju." Chuyi's voice trembled slightly, looking at the tearful woman in disbelief.
You.
"Why did you come?" Before she could steady herself, Fang Jinju reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on tiptoe to pull him closer and seal his lips with hers. Her lips parted slightly, and she bit his lower lip fiercely. Chuyi let out a soft, pained sound, but his eyes softened completely. He wrapped his long arms around her, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Tears slipped from the corner of Fang Jinju's eyes as she blinked. In an instant, her teeth let go. Just as her soft lips parted slightly, wanting to speak her feelings, the man held her head and kissed her deeply. Fang Jinju clung tightly to his broad shoulders, responding passionately. Their lips and teeth intertwined, a sweet and fiery feeling spreading between them. No words were needed. Every breath expressed their deep longing. The dust behind them swirled into a blazing outline. After a long moment, Fang Jinju suddenly pushed Chuyi away, her beautiful eyes filled with mist and a hint of gentle anger. Chuyi looked into her eyes steadily, his deep gaze full of affection. He reached out and gently touched her cheek, his thumb brushing away her tears. "I was wrong." This was just a pretend anger, and it quickly melted away under his gentle words. Fang Jinju's expression softened. "I was just about to speak. How do you already know you're wrong?" Chuyi's voice was low and hoarse. "It's wrong to make Jinju cry." As he spoke, he shifted slightly, shielding her from the dust and sand in the air. Fang Jinju's heart trembled. Suddenly, she understood why Chuyi left without saying goodbye. Because of this simple action. It was enough to make her lose her mind, letting her feelings overpower her reason. Her selfishness began to grow uncontrollably. She couldn't help but want to tell him not to leave. But she understood clearly. Absolutely not. Even she felt this way. Not to mention Chuyi. Leaving without saying goodbye was probably because she was afraid of feeling too attached and holding him back. When her reason was about to break down, Fang Jinju pushed Chuyi away and handed him something. "Here, this is for you." Chuyi took it and looked at it curiously. "What is this used for?" Fang Jinju took out another item and held it up to her eye to demonstrate. "This is a telescope."
Try it.
She had just told the old lady that she wanted to give Chuyi something. So, she had to give something useful. Otherwise, coming all this way just to see Chuyi might cause trouble for the army. On the way here, she also thought about what might be missing and what Chuyi needed. Finally, she noticed the telescope hanging on the handlebar of the farm's motorcycle. The motorcycle belonged to 2 retired soldiers they had hired earlier. It seemed they had casually hung the telescope there. They had been busy preparing powerful weapons for Betrayal before. But these small helpful items, she hadn't thought of before. The telescope could be very useful on the battlefield. Although she hadn't bought it before, The farm supplies were endless. She could easily take many and give them to Chuyi. Chuyi imitated Fang Jinju's actions and looked at her through the telescope. Her face suddenly appeared enlarged before his eyes, every strand of hair clear. "We're too close, so I can't see much," she said with a smile. "You can turn around and look at your army," she added. While speaking, she turned her body with the telescope to look at the army. Suddenly, her voice was cut off. Chuyi followed her words and looked through the telescope at his own troops. Then, he shivered all over. Everyone in the army was staring at them. They all stretched their necks and whispered to each other, seemingly discussing something. But all their faces wore a motherly smile. It was obvious they were talking about him and Jinju. At this distance, they couldn't see clearly, but they could vaguely see him and Jinju embracing. Seeing the soldiers' eager expressions, Fang Jinju awkwardly said, I came without warning. Will that affect your discipline? Love really can make people lose their heads. She has always been someone who considers the bigger picture. Today's actions were indeed a bit reckless and impulsive. It's okay, Chuyi replied, then suddenly realized something and shivered all over. He quickly moved the telescope away. The army suddenly retreated. Not only could they not see the soldiers' expressions clearly, they couldn't see their faces at all. Chuyi looked at the scene with disbelief, then looked through the telescope again. He happened to see Tingxian picking his nose and casually flicking it away. Chuyi. Immediately after, he looked toward the Gobi Desert region. He could vaguely see the outline of the camp and the buildings. Although it was very blurry, if they moved forward a few more miles, they would see more clearly. Chuyi took off the telescope, his face full of shock and excitement, and looked into Fang Jinju's eyes. Jinju, this thing is amazing. The name telescope truly lives up to its reputation. Jinju relaxed, and her eyes shone softly. I'm glad it's useful to you. Then her face showed some regret. There are many good things in Huagua, but my imagination is still too limited. I believe there are many more that could help you, but I didn't prepare them. It's already very good. Chuyi held the woman's slender shoulder, his face full of emotion. What you gave me is enough. This telescope came just in time. With it, we can observe the enemy from afar and adjust our strategy at any time. The man couldn't help but sigh. Jinju, meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Even if I have no more fortune in the future, I still... He was interrupted by her delicate hand covering his mouth. Jinju blinked and scolded playfully. Don't talk nonsense. Our luck is still ahead. Call a few people to come here and bring more telescopes. Chuyi held her hand, hesitating for a moment, then gently stroked her face before taking out a walkie-talkie to call for help. Yi Tingxian led the horse, and a few Chu family soldiers rushed over. General, at a distance of about 2 zhang, Yi Tingxian dismounted and grinned at Jinju. Jinju, you're so thoughtful. You even came to deliver things to us in person. He looked respectful, but his words carried a teasing tone. All the military supplies were already prepared. Jinju had also come to the camp yesterday. If there was anything useful, she would have already taken it out. Why rush here, in such a hurry? Hee. Everyone knew that Jinju's real purpose was to deliver gifts to the general. In fact, it wasn't really necessary. They couldn't wait to see Miss Jinju and the general so close that they couldn't bear to part. Zhuyi shot a sharp look at them. Yi Tingshuan's wide-open mouth immediately closed, and he became honest instantly. Miss Jinju clearly understood his hidden meaning and generously handed him a telescope. It's my oversight. I forgot such an important item. With it, your journey will be even easier. Fortunately, you haven't gone far yet, giving me a chance to say goodbye to you and the general. As she spoke, she demonstrated how to use the telescope to Yi Tingxian. Yi Tingxian took it and was instantly amazed, opening his mouth wide. Then he eagerly examined everything through the telescope. Miss Jinju really did bring good things for them. How many more good things does Miss Jinju have?
All right.
Miss Jinju looked at a few soldiers from Zhu's army. Please, heroes, quickly move the items over, so we won't delay the march. She stepped back and pointed to the trunk of the small cart. She had already taken out 200 telescopes and several large boxes. Yi Tingxian and the soldiers carried the telescopes toward the army. Zhu Yishan looked at Miss Jinzhu with deep, unhidden feelings of longing. Miss Jinzhu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, afraid to meet his gaze. She reached out and pushed Zhu Yishan to the front of the horse. Let's go quickly. The soldiers are all watching us. If I delay the march because of me, I'll be the one to blame. Until she turned to mount her horse, Zhu Yishan's eyes never left her. Finally, Miss Jinzhu approached her horse again, stroked its mane, and said softly, "General, I entrust you to this. If we win this battle, it will be enough for you to boast for a lifetime." The horse responded with a neigh, as if saying, "Don't worry, I'm here. The general is right here." Miss Jinzhu smiled, patted the horse's mane, and said, "Let's go." The horse neighed loudly. Before Zhu Yishan could give the order, it turned and galloped toward the army. Miss Jinzhu stood still, watching the person and horse grow farther away. Her eyes filled with tears unconsciously. Zhu Yishan tried hard to hold back and didn't look back. After returning to the team, he led the army forward. He didn't know how long they had been walking when he suddenly raised his hand to stop the horse. All three armies slowed and stopped. Zhu Yishan, holding a telescope at his waist, clenched it tightly. After a while, he spoke in a deep voice, "Continue marching." With that, the horse's hooves started again, more resolute than before. Miss Jinzhu watched through the telescope. Seeing Chu Yi wave his hand, the army suddenly stopped. Her heart tightened. She knew very well Chu Ye's feelings for her. They were much deeper than her feelings for him. Watching him leave, she still felt reluctant and sad.
Moreover, Chehe.
She was glad she came to see him off. But she also felt very guilty and upset, afraid she might disturb Chu Ye's mind and cause trouble. She held her breath and waited for a while. Chu Yi did not look back. Then, the army moved forward again. The speed was noticeably faster than before. While feeling lost, Fang Jinzhu also let out a heavy sigh of relief. She looked carefully at the tall, straight figure on the horse. She put down her binoculars, waved her hand to wipe away tears. She opened the door smoothly and got into the car. The Wuling's small truck kicked up a dust cloud and quickly headed north to Liaoqing. Big sister is back. Yes, big sister. As soon as she returned to the general's house gate, Fang Jinzhu saw the three little ones happily jumping on the steps outside, looking over through the car window. Her heart suddenly softened. The clouds of sadness from parting seemed to be pierced by warm sunshine and blown away by the breeze. The sky cleared, bright and open. She curled her lips and, surrounded by the three little ones, entered the house. Not long after she sat at the grain storage table, old Madame Chu brought over steaming buns and small dishes. "Are you hungry?" The old lady looked at her with tenderness. "Eat something to fill your stomach." "Thank you, Auntie." Fang Jinzhu smiled gratefully, reached out, tore open a big white bun, stuffed some small dishes inside, and took a big, juicy bite. Then she squinted happily. "Smells so good."
She wanted to eat well.
Chu Yi was not there. She wanted to protect her family and keep Liaoqing safe. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the three little ones looking at her eagerly, their young throats swallowing nervously. She couldn't help but smile quietly. She reached out and handed a small bun and some dishes to Xingbao. "Xingbao, you three stay and eat a little more with sister." Hearing this, the three little ones immediately cheered up, bouncing happily, eating together from Xingbao's hand. Seeing this, old Madame Chu sighed in relief and smiled affectionately. "I ate 2 big buns this morning, and it's not enough. Now seeing sister eat, you're eating more. Grandmother is worried you might overeat." Shu Shu puffed out her cheeks, pinched a little, and said, "Shu Shu, don't eat too much, okay?" Xingbao and Ruerui nodded repeatedly. "Grandmother, we only eat 1 each, not too much, not enough." This adorable and sensible little girl's appearance makes anyone unwilling to truly get angry. Fang Jinzhu's heart, which was missing something, was now filled a little by the 3 children.
She smiled and said, and it's okay.
Steamed buns are fermented food, easy to digest, and perfect for children. Eating these is no problem. Old Madam Chu nodded, her eyes flickering with concern. Jinju, after Yi left, Bei Liao. She didn't dare finish her sentence. Although the girl in front of her was very capable, she was still just a girl. How could she possibly threaten the safety of a city? Fong Jinju swallowed her food and looked calm and determined. Don't worry, Aunt. With me here, Bei Liao won't have any trouble. Old Madam Chu's eyes showed some reluctance. Jinju, you don't need to worry too much. Yi left instructions with a few generals before he left. They will take good care of Bei Liao. Yes, Aunt. Fong Jinju nodded with a smile. So you don't need to worry. Whether it's me or Deputy General Xiong and the others, we will work together to protect the general's rear. Aunt, you watch the children for now. I need to handle some matters the general asked me to take care of. Once I'm done, I'll come find you and the children. Recently, I might not be able to spend as much time with the children. It might be a bit you. Also, you and Nurse Wei should try not to take the children out of the house. If you need anything, just tell me. Our household has everything we need. You focus on your work. The children are in good hands with me and Nurse Wei. Old Madam Chu repeatedly agreed. Fong Jinju thought for a moment, then leaned closer to Old Madam Chu and whispered the children's skills to her one by one. It was mentioned by Yi before. The old lady had never interfered much in his actions, so she only vaguely knew some of the children's abilities, but she didn't understand them fully. Since Yi hadn't returned for a while, she needed to pay more attention to the overall situation of Bei Liao. It was certain that old Madam Chu would take better care of the children. She understood the children more and could be more cautious. After Fong Jinju finished speaking, old Madam Chu looked at the three children again, and she was amazed, as if she was looking at a child prodigy sitting in front of Guanyin. Rue and Shu Shu had grown up with her since they were young. She knew their personalities and preferences well. The skills they had now were gained later by chance, and all of them were closely related to Jinju. But Xingbao. Old Madam Chu looked at Xingbao and felt a deep pain in her chest. She knew Xingbao's background was pitiful, but she didn't know he was unaware of his parents, and that before meeting Jinju, his memories were only endless torment and threats. If it weren't for their healing ability, the small child might have already. Auntie, I didn't mean to worry you. Fong Jinju looked serious and said, there have been many black-clad people chasing after Xingbao, and they are all very skilled. So I think their boss must be very powerful, maybe even connected to the royal family. They learned about Xingbao's special skills, so they won't give up easily. Earlier, there was a sudden natural disaster that temporarily stopped their pursuit. Seeing Xingbao look nervous, she quickly smiled and said, don't be afraid. Your sister, Andy, and all the uncles and aunts here will protect you. This period, your sister will be busy. As the older sibling, you must take good care of your younger brothers and sisters and listen to Grandma. No matter where you are, you can't leave Grandma's sight, understand? It's no wonder she was so cautious. A few days ago, the incident where black-clad people snatched a child in the street really scared her. Those black-clad people were deadly fighters. They had poison under their tongues and had already taken poison before starting their mission. If they didn't get the antidote in time, they would die from the poison. So, Chu Yi and the others didn't have time to question them, and the person was gone. The mastermind behind the black-clad people must have discovered the children's special abilities. That's why they took such risks and tried to catch them in the street. One attempt failed. There will surely be more attempts. The black-clad people are hiding in the dark. No one knows when they will strike again. Right now, Chu Yi isn't here. The safety of the three children and the old lady is very important to her.
Xingbao not dead repeat then.
Sister, don't worry. Xingbao will listen to Grandma and take good care of my brothers and sisters. Her young face was full of seriousness. Fong Jinju smiled with relief and then said, you must listen to Grandma every day and keep your abilities well hidden. And if you encounter danger, don't hold back. First, you must find your friends and ask for help. Do Do you understand? Earlier, she was worried about Xingbao's abilities being exposed. She told him not to show any signs without her permission. She thought she could always be by the children's side and teach Xingbao how to act in any situation. But she didn't expect. Xingbao is very sensible and remembers her words well. That day, when they faced danger, he didn't ask his little friends for help at all. She also, because of taking softening powder, was anxious and worried, missing the best chance to tell Xingbao what to do. Later, she understood. When danger comes, you must do everything you can to save yourself.
There is no need to hold back.
Xingbao nods eagerly. Xingbao remembers sister. Since she is 2 years older than Ruerue and Shushu and has gone through many hardships, Xingbao is much more mature than other children. Fang Jinju gives a small hint, and he understands immediately. Fang Jinju then looks at the twin dragons and phoenixes. From now on, you can't be separated from your brother and grandmother. Besides grandmother, you must also listen to your brother. Do you understand? Ruerue and Shushu nod together. We understand, sister. After giving instructions, Fang Jinju feels at ease. She takes out a walkie-talkie and teaches Old Lady Chu and the 3 children how to use it. Old Lady Chu is clever, and the 3 little ones learn quickly, mastering how to operate the walkie-talkie in no time. Finally, Fang Jinju walks to Chu Ye's desk, presses the walkie-talkie, and says, "All commanders in Betrayal City, this is Fang Jinju. Please find a quiet place to reply when you hear this." Although her voice is clear and gentle as usual, now it carries a serious tone fitting someone in charge, making others not dare to underestimate her. In various parts of Betrayal City, all Chu family army commanders with walkie-talkies feel a chill and follow her instructions, finding quiet, secluded spots to reply. Men's voices come one after another, busy and loud through the walkie-talkies. Once it quiets down, Fang Jinju continues, "I believe the general has already explained everything to you before leaving. When he is away, I will temporarily manage all affairs in Beiliao. Now, please report to me in order from east to west, outside the city, at the military camp, with your name, rank, and the area you oversee." After speaking, Fang Jinju picks up a pen. "I am Xiong Dali, Deputy General in the Army. I used to command 5,000 soldiers in the Eastern Banner. Now, under the General's orders, I lead 3,000 soldiers to manage and settle the refugees at the city gate. I am Lu Qi, Deputy General in the Army. I used to command 5,000 soldiers in the Western Banner. Now, under the General's orders, I lead 5,000 soldiers to garrison the camp. I am Han Kongwu." All the commanders in Beiliao City follow Fang Jinju's orders, reporting one after another in an orderly manner. Fang Jinju records each report carefully. 15 minutes later, everyone has finished reporting. She then said, "All right, I now have a rough understanding of the troop arrangements in Beiliao City. At 10 o'clock noon, I ask all commanders to organize their subordinates for duty. The officers I just reported to will return to the general's residence for a meeting." A meeting? The commanders at each radio station were all surprised, then they respectfully responded together. "I was worried that the goddess might be too aloof and unfamiliar with worldly affairs. But this command showed the same commanding presence as the general, which was truly impressive. Also, since the general is not here, I have given radios to the old madam and the 3 children." Immediately after, Fang Jinju said, "Later, I will have them try using the radios.
Don't be surprised.
This is a precaution. If the children are in danger, they can use the radios to call for help. Those closest can go to rescue them. Even if there's no danger, I will tell the children to report their safety at regular times through the radios. This way, everyone can rest assured." Hearing this, old Madame Chu looked at her with admiration and amazement. She had thought the situation was too simple. Jinju might not be as skilled in martial arts as Yi, but she was calm, thoughtful, and meticulous in her arrangements, flawless and appropriate. Now, she fully believed that even if Yi was not here, Jinju could still handle the affairs of Beiliao. Not only the old madam thought so. The commanders at each radio station also felt reassured and responded one after another. No wonder the general was confident to go on campaign. With a capable helper like Miss Jinju behind the scenes, there was no need to worry. After instructing the various commanders, Fong Jinju then had the three little ones try using the radios one by one. Shushu went first, holding the radio with her small hand, cutely saying, "Hello, hello, Uncle Dolly, are you there? I am Shushu. I am Shushu.
Can you hear me?
Please reply." On the other end of the radio, Dolly Dahuai grinned from ear to ear and quickly pressed the button seriously to respond. Received, received. This is Uncle Dolly. What's the matter with Ruerue? Hearing the reply, Shushu also smiled widely. Uncle, what are we eating today? Her soft, childish voice made the commanders at each radio station smile broadly, their eyes full of affection. Jinju's plan was simply excellent. With the general away, everyone regarded the safety of the general's residence as the top priority. Teaching the children to use the radios not only kept them safe under everyone's watch, but also made hearing their innocent voices more enjoyable. Big Dolly happily said, "Uncle is eating steamed buns and porridge. What is Shushu eating?" Shushu is also eating steamed buns, with some small side dishes. Hey, from Uncle Wu, this is Rue.
Can you hear me?
Please respond if you can. Haha, I hear you. This is Uncle Wu. After a back-and-forth exchange using the walkie-talkie, the children and the old lady became skilled at using it. Fong Jinju took some elastic straps from the farm and drew a simple sketch. She instructed the old lady and Nurse Wei to make straps for the children so they could attach the walkie-talkies to themselves. This way, they wouldn't interfere with playing and moving around, and they could press a button to report at any time. After giving all the instructions properly, Fong Jinju returned to her courtyard and called out a few mice. Something still needed to be entrusted to friends to handle. Fong Jinju stayed in her yard for nearly half an hour. The mice left and a lark arrived. The lark left and an eagle came. Strange busy activity was happening. Miss Jinju. When the last few larks flew out, the Chu family soldiers at the door reported, Deputy General Xiong and the others are waiting at the granary. Fong Jinju nodded. Good, I'll go there now. When she arrived at the granary, Xiong Dolly and Han Kongwu and others were waiting at the door. Please, generals, come on a quick trip. Fong Jinju hurried forward. Let's talk inside. Xiong Dolly and the others respectfully bowed and followed into the granary. Seeing the distinctive long table on the right side of the granary, they paused for a moment. Generals, please sit down. Fong Jinju sat at the head, smiling gently and greeting them. Xiong Dolly and the others looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. Han Kongwu respectfully said, Miss Jinju, we should stand while speaking to avoid breaking proper etiquette. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly stood up. All right, then let's all stand while talking. Hearing this, the others looked surprised and a bit confused. Xiong Dolly kept saying, Miss Jinju, that's not what we meant. Yes, Miss Jinju, with the general not here, the whole of North Liao City should respect you. You sit, and we stand to reply, that's proper. The deputy generals explained repeatedly. Fong Jinju looked at them sincerely and said, Jinju only hopes that everyone works together to protect Beiliao. When giving orders and handling matters, just your best. As for other things, do what feels comfortable and don't worry too much about formalities. Let's all sit down and talk. She sat down again. Seeing this, the several deputy generals also relaxed their manners, pulled out their chairs, and sat down straight, all looking at Fong Jinju. They were all loyal soldiers who had fought alongside Zhu Yi in life and death on the battlefield. Now, they looked at Fong Jinju with respect and trust, which made her feel some pressure. But Fong Jinju tried to keep her expression calm and steady, showing no sign of worry. At this moment, Fong Jinju finally understood how difficult Zhu Ye's position was. Generals. After a moment of silence, Fong Jinju felt her mind settle, and she looked at the three deputy generals at the front. Is there any progress or change in the matters you are in charge of? Lu Qi was the first to reply, reporting to Miss Jinju, I am in charge of the military camp. Everything is normal. Fong Jinju nodded. As I know, Beiliao borders not only with Qiangu but also connects to the western Zhou border in the southeast, and the northwest borders Tiangang Lake with Beixia. Although the general is attacking Qiangu, this war is very serious. Once it starts, it won't be easy to hide the truth, and neighboring countries might react.
So,
She looked at Lu Qi and said, "We must stay alert and be prepared. We can't slack off in exploring these two directions." Lu Qi's face turned serious. He stood up quickly, clasped his fists, and replied, "Rest assured, Miss Jinju. I will monitor these two directions closely. If there is any abnormality, I will report to you immediately." Fang Jinju nodded, indicating they didn't need to stand up to reply. Then she looked at Deputy General Xiong Dali. "Deputy General Xiong, how are the disaster victims outside the city?" Master Xiong Dali replied confidently, "Miss, all the disaster victims at the city gate have been registered. The first group, including thousands from Xiangzhou County's Yangtan Village and Yanghuai Village, has already been carefully checked by my men." He continued, "We are dividing them by village and taking turns to examine each person's character." At this point, Xiong Dali's eyes showed certainty. "Now, I have classified these disaster victims into 3 groups. About 80% are considered good-hearted. 15% are criticized by their fellow villagers for being selfish, lazy, and indulgent, but their nature isn't evil. The lowest group, according to the villagers, are cunning and sly, often stirring trouble and causing chaos in the village." Hearing this, Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly. "Deputy General Xiong, you are doing very well. The people of Beiliao City were not without bad elements before. But after Chu Ye's 2 years of reform and discipline, the people's morals improved more and more. Having experienced this famine and disaster, and knowing that the gods are watching over them, they have become more united. However, these disaster victims are different. They come from all over the land, mixed and complicated. Beiliao City shows compassion and will shelter them appropriately, but they won't let pity turn into sympathy that invites trouble." Fang Jinju admired and agreed with Chu Ye's careful planning and foresight. Hearing the praise, Xiong Dali couldn't help but smile. "It's all thanks to the general's wise planning. I am just following orders." "You're also doing a great job, Commander Xiong." Fang Jinju looked at everyone with a smile. "All of you are capable helpers around the general. Because of you, the general can focus on fighting battles." "General Xiong, what about the other disaster victims?" Xiong Dali quickly responded, "Miss Jinju, the next batch of villagers we are settling is almost fully checked now. I have divided them into groups."
good.
"How is the harvest going in the fields?" "The disaster victims are working very hard. It's only been 2 or 3 days, and we've already harvested about 800 to 900 acres outside the East City outskirts." Fang Jinju's eyes flickered slightly, then she advised, "The grains should be ripe now. This afternoon, send people with harvesters to start collecting. Use both robots and manpower. Make sure all the grain is stored in the city warehouses within 2 days." She didn't understand why it was so urgent. But Bear Dolly still agreed without hesitation, saying, "Yes, Miss Jinju, rest assured." The general previously did not send harvesters out because he wanted to give the disaster victims a chance to show themselves. "Later, I will issue orders for all the common people and disaster victims to move out together, and with the harvesting tools, we will surely deliver the grain back to the city on time." "Good, good." Then Fang Jinju looked at Han Kongwu and said, "General Han, the concerns about the court we discussed yesterday in the camp are also very important. To be safe, we should gather the villagers outside the city and have them stay inside temporarily. Do we know if the houses inside the city are enough to accommodate everyone?" Bear Dolly and Lu Qi exchanged looks, feeling a sudden tightness in their hearts. They only knew part of the situation, but not the whole story. No wonder the general only led less than 40,000 troops to fight Qiangu. It turns out he was also guarding against an attack from behind by the court. After thinking for a moment, Han Kongwu said, "Miss Jin Zhu, makes sense. The villagers outside the city are hard to protect, and the court's treacherous officials might use the people as leverage. Qiangu attacks North Liao every year, causing chaos. Since a few years ago, any households with some strength in the city have been gradually migrating to Central Plains, leaving only those with nowhere to go. Most of the houses inside the city are abandoned and uninhabited now. There should be no problem accommodating the people around North Liao City. He looked somewhat troubled and said, "But how should we settle the disaster victims?" Fang Jinzhu looked at Bear Dolly and said, "It will be General Dolly. Please, during the quiet farming days, quickly investigate and separate the disaster victims." Then she looked at Han Kongwu and said, "Thank you, General Han. First, based on the household registration of the villagers outside the city, divide the houses inside by family. Once the grain is stored in the granaries in the next couple of days, the people can move into the city immediately. Also, choose an open space inside the city to build temporary shelters for the disaster victims." "Yes, Miss Jinju." Bear Dolly and Han Kongwu responded in unison.
Miss.
Bear Dolly asked again, "What should we do with the troublemakers among the disaster victims?" Fang Jinju's eyes flickered as she replied, "Send those selfish, lazy, and unruly ones to the military camp." She then looked at Lu Qi and said, "Find a just and upright centurion to discipline these disaster victims according to the Chu family army regulations." Lu Qi's expression became serious. "Yes, miss." Regarding those with truly bad temper, Fang Jinju looked at Xiong Dali. "Just temporarily place them outside the city. Give them 1 meal of plain porridge a day. If they can't die from hunger, they'll have some use later." Xiong Dali responded loudly. "Also," Fang Jinju continued, "did those troublemakers who incited the disaster victims to steal grain say anything useful?" Xiong Dali's eyes darkened. "Miss, those people are not honest disaster victims. They are bandits and robbers. After the natural disaster, their hideouts were destroyed, so they mixed among the victims and came to seek refuge with Bei Liao. But when they saw that Bei Liao was full of grain everywhere, their true bandit nature couldn't hide. They incited the disaster victims to steal food." Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt things were not so simple. Bandits are not stupid. Since they had already come under Bei Liao's rule and saw the abundant grain, which is a wealthy land, they should have waited patiently. After Bei Liao made a statement, they could plan accordingly. If Bei Liao decided to settle the disaster victims, why would they steal grain? Even if Bei Liao ignored the disaster victims, could a group of victims really fight against the army? In any case, something felt strange about this matter. "General Xiong." After a while, Fang Jinju said, "Release all those people." "Release?" Not only Xiong Dali but Han Kongwu and Lu Qi also exclaimed in surprise. Fang Jinju nodded firmly. "Yes, release them. Then expel them from Bei Liao territory. I will handle the rest. Additionally, General Han, station 2,000 troops along the borders of Bei Liao and Mengzhou and set up scouts in Mengzhou. Report any unusual movements immediately." "Understood. I will obey the order." Fang Jinju stood up, looking relieved. "Today, I called everyone back to first arrange these matters. Please do your best to handle what I just said as quickly as possible." "Yes, I will obey." After several deputy generals left the general's residence, Bei Liao City started busy preparations. Dozens of harvesters left the city heading to grain fields on all sides outside the city. The army and civilians worked together, taking turns to harvest the crops. Grain was transported in carts, one after another, into granaries near the general's residence. Inside the city, the Chu army divided into multiple groups. Following Fang Jinju's instructions, they labeled and registered all vacant courtyards and mansions in the city. The more rooms a courtyard had, the more they numbered each room. Then they assigned residences based on villages and household populations. They recorded exactly which room number each person stayed in, along with their names, for easy future reference. This was done to make it simple to check records at any time later. Han Sungwoo's people found some empty land in the city and started setting up tents. Each tent had a number, and even the beds inside were numbered. They first brought over the list of disaster victims screened by Xiong Dali and assigned homes according to village and household names in advance. Fang Jinju was also busy. While sitting at home, news kept coming from all directions. Fang Jinju asked, "What's the situation with those troublemakers?" Yunk replied, After they were driven out of Betrayal territory, they initially tried to avoid Chu family soldiers and secretly returned. They were attacked by the Rat Friends and driven out again. Now they should have entered Mengzhou Prefecture. Fang Jinju said, "Good, keep watching them. If there's any new development, report immediately." After responding, Yunk swiftly flew away. Another Yunk quickly approached. "How are things on your side, General?" "The generals have already taken the Qianwu military camp." "Good. Have you intercepted the letter?" An eagle stepped forward, holding a letter in its beak, and placed it in front of Fang Jinju. "This is a message from the Qianwu army heading to the capital." Fang Jinju opened the letter, read it, and then relaxed. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth after a long pause. "Great, fantastic." She looked around the table and the birds and mice on the ground. "Thank you all. As long as Beiliao is safe, I am safe. As long as I am safe, you will never go hungry." Yunk hopped around happily. The mice cheered and spun in circles. The eagle was even more excited, spreading its wings and rushing around wildly. In the past, finding food was very exhausting, especially for beasts that relied on grain for survival. In this world, even humans can't get enough to eat, let alone them. Every year, countless small animals die from hunger. But now, things are different. Heaven has given them a golden rice bowl. The girl Jinju in front of them is their golden rice bowl. On the first day Fang Jinju spoke beast language, she had 3 mice spread the news that she could supply all the birds and beasts with food and drink. And she kept her promise. She specially prepared a courtyard near the general's residence. There were many entrances on all sides of the courtyard walls. Not only that, the courtyard also had designated areas for carnivorous beasts, herbivorous beasts, large animals, and small animals. This was to prevent some small animals that were afraid of fierce beasts from being scared and unable to eat properly. Simply showing full care for every kind of beast. Miss Jinju is not an ordinary girl. She is the goddess in the hearts of all their beasts. Of course, they will do everything they can to protect Jinju and North Liao. Chongwu, Gobi Desert Military Camp. It has been taken over by the Chu family army. At this moment, 30,000 Chongwu prisoners are surrounded in the training yard. These 30,000 Chongwu soldiers were temporarily transferred from 3 neighboring counties. The leading generals were also sent from the neighboring Diyuan continent. His name is Yali Fu. When he led his 30,000 soldiers to the camp was already empty. Except for a deep hole on the ground caused by some explosion, a few tents had burn marks. Everything was quiet. There were no signs of a battle. Later, after questioning the local people near the Gobi Desert camp, everyone said that on that night, divine signs appeared in the sky, and they heard divine sounds and explosions. After that, there was no more movement. Although Yali Fu found it shocking, he couldn't ignore the fact that the crown prince and the 40,000 Chongwu soldiers disappeared quietly. He had no choice but to believe it. He sent spies to North Liao to investigate and quickly sent letters to the Chongwu ruler. However, North Liao's defenses were very strong. The spies were discovered before they could get close. They lost about 50 men trying to gather information, but they brought back no useful news. Later, the ruler sent several messengers, ordering him to gather a few hundred people to the messengers to North Liao for investigation. The ruler thought that all these divine signs and sounds were nonsense. He worried that North Liao's abandonment by Tang Wu was just a trick. His real goal was to secretly connect with other countries and form an alliance to fight Chongwu. Chongwu's strength alone could dominate any country. But if several countries joined forces against Chongwu would be helpless. The ruler ordered that once the messengers returned, they must be sent back immediately without delay. Yali Fu calculated that the messengers should arrive within a day or 2. He had prepared his horses and carriages. But unexpectedly, the messengers did not arrive. Instead, they encountered divine punishment and North Liao's army. In a short time, his 30,000 Chongwu soldiers lost morale and surrendered. They laid down their weapons.
최후의
Yali Fu was forced to kneel on the ground, his arm twisted behind his back by the Chu family army, his eyes wide with shock and anger. I, Chang Wu, kindly sent envoys to trade with you, Beiliang, hoping to give you a chance to submit and seek peace. You dare to lead troops into my Chang Wu territory. Where are my Chang Wu envoys? What have you done to them? Actually, having just witnessed a divine miracle, he was trembling with fear. But past lessons made him cautious, and he had already made arrangements. As soon as the strange phenomenon appeared, he sent a message back to the capital. The finest Arabian horses could travel 1,000 miles in a day. He had prepared 3 horses at the relay stations along the way. The message could reach the capital within a day and a night. As long as the ruler issued an order, surrounding counties could gather 100,000 troops within 3 days to support him. From what he saw now, it seemed that Chu Yi from Beiliang didn't intend to wipe out everyone completely. If he could just delay enough time, there might still be hope. Chu Yi smiled slightly. They are no longer your Changwu envoys. They have already surrendered to Beiliang and are now working for us to benefit Beiliang's land. Dying in Beiliang, their bodies becoming nourishment for the land. They truly were doing their part for Beiliang. Yali Fu shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Our Changwu envoys enjoy high official salaries and are respected both publicly and privately. What could Beiliang possibly give them? The 30,000 Changwu soldiers also nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had shed blood and fought fiercely, conquering and plundering resources from other nations. Was it not for the sake of providing a comfortable, noble life for these officials and elites? If Beiliang had killed the envoys, they would believe it. But if the envoys betrayed their country and defected to Beiliang, they would never believe it. Not even Beiliang, not even Tang Wu, they wouldn't believe it. Chu Yi remained silent, then looked behind him. Yi Tingxian clapped his hands, and immediately a group of reserve soldiers stepped forward. When he saw the leader, Yali Fu's eyes widened suddenly. Cheng Jigan, you're still alive? He looked behind Cheng Jigan, where several others, once deputy generals in the Changwu army, stood. Hearing this, the 30,000 Changwu soldiers all stretched their necks to see. They were shocked to see Cheng Jigan and the others, thinking that after the 40,000 Changwu soldiers were captured, they had all been killed by Beiliang troops. But now, they were alive and well. Moreover, why were they wearing armor identical to that of Chu family's army from Beiliang? Cheng Jigan. Yali Fu immediately realized what was happening. He stared at Cheng Jigan and shouted, "You have betrayed your country." Cheng Jigan's eyes flickered briefly, but his face remained calm and unchanging. Yi Tingxian snorted coldly, Chengwu's way of exploiting the common soldiers and civilians to serve the interests of the powerful, calling it treason, is giving it too much credit. Cheng Jigan. He raised his voice. Tell them how your days in the northern Liao army camp compared to Qiangu. Cheng Jigan looked at Yali Fu, then spoke in a deep voice. Northern Liao is very good. When they were captured and brought to northern Liao, as vice-generals, they had a tough time. Because before, they had used their status and power to oppress others. So, the soldiers only needed to atone for their past crimes against northern Liao. But they not only had to make amends for their crimes against northern Liao, but also for oppressing their own soldiers. It was clear how difficult those early days were. The Chu family army looked down on them. The soldiers who once served under them hated them deeply. Back in Qiangu, their pride and self-esteem came from their power. Their understanding of their homeland and everything they believed in was shattered. They finally realized that without power, they were nothing. They also understood that the soldiers at the bottom, under their command, had endured even worse hardships than they were experiencing now. Later, living and working closely with the Chu family army, they saw everything clearly. No matter the rank or position, the Chu soldiers ate together, slept on the same quality of mats, and shared everything equally. The military rules were strict and consistent, with no favoritism. Officers and soldiers treated each other like brothers outside of orders. The officers cared whether soldiers ate enough, and if they were injured during training, they would personally tend to their wounds. The soldiers sincerely respected the officers, and there was no need for harsh commands. They would voluntarily do more than required. Gradually, they began to understand the importance of mutual respect. General Chu kept his promise. He took off their Qiangwu army hats and officially incorporated them into the Chu Army Reserve. Besides doing more daily work than the regular Chu soldiers, their food and clothing gradually became equal to theirs. The way their former Qiangwu soldiers looked at them changed. No longer filled with hatred or fear, but with genuine respect, like they looked at their officers. Over a month in northern Liao, they underwent a complete transformation, as if their bones and muscles had been renewed. They finally felt that their decades in Qiangwu had been a wasted life. Bei Liao, very good? Yali Fu's face froze. Then he sneered coldly. You enjoy high official ranks and good treatment in Chongwu. Even in the army you eat well and are well cared for. You've never been wronged. You can command thousands of soldiers at will, serving your every need. Is Chongwu not good enough for you? You're all from Chongwu. Previously, you burned, looted, and killed in Bei Liao. Bei Liao hates Chongwu to the bone. Do you really think they will treat you like their own people? It's pure wishful thinking. Cheng Jigan's face remained calm as he said, I only ask you one question. He looked up at the 30,000 Chongwu soldiers behind Yali Fu. If Chongwu strips away your rank and makes you an ordinary soldier, how do you think those soldiers you once led will treat you? One sentence. Yali Fu's face changed drastically. He instinctively looked sideways at the soldiers behind him. In an instant, he felt a sharp at his back. The 30,000 Chongwu soldiers' eyes were filled with hatred upon hearing this. If Yali Fu were now reduced to an ordinary soldier like them, his flesh and blood wouldn't be enough to vent the anger of those brothers he had unjustly killed out of momentary anger or joy. Yali Fu's words flickered. Why you're evading the question. You were born and raised in Chongwu, but now you're talking about how good other countries are just to survive. Not to mention, the lord of the country definitely won't spare you. Do you think Bei Liao will let you traitors who seek glory sell out their country live well? They're just using you as human shields, as pawns to manipulate your kind. As colleagues, he naturally knew Cheng Jigan's nature. The dirty deeds he often did with his power were even worse than his. He didn't know what method Chi used, but it forced him to say such things. The army's morale was already broken. Yali Fu was just waiting for reinforcements from the Lord to restore the army's spirit. Now, he couldn't let Cheng Jigan say anything unfavorable to stir up the troops. So, he had to expose their conspiracy in advance.
Haha.
Cheng Jigan sneered coldly. If at this moment you weren't restrained, and it was during a battle between two armies, which of your 30,000 soldiers wouldn't be your human shield, or would you still stand in front of them to protect them? Not to mention Yali Fu was speechless. Even Chu Yi and Yi Tingxian exchanged glances. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They brought Cheng Jigan out precisely to avoid fighting and to force the enemy without battle. After all, they could see the loyalty and recognition the Chongwu army had for Bei Liao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so reckless to let him out. But Yali Fu is a cunning and difficult opponent. When he sensed their intentions, he tried to counter and expose them at every turn. They naturally could respond accordingly. However, for Cheng Jigan, standing on his former homeland and competing against old colleagues, it was somewhat exhausting. Unexpectedly, his words were honest and sharp. You're talking nonsense. After a while, Yali Fu finally thought of a counterargument. Training soldiers all their lives and using them in battle is different. When fighting, they don't always go first. Should we let our generals lead from the front? If the generals lead and get hurt, who gives commands? Without a leader, the army would fall apart and be defeated. Yali Fu felt he was making a good point and grew more confident. He sneered at Chu Yi and said, Do you think the generals of North Liao will always lead from the front? Hearing this, Chu Yi raised his eyebrows with a faint smile.
No.
Yali Fu looked proud and glared at Cheng Jigan, saying coldly, Did you hear that? In warfare, generals don't always lead from the front. Your foolish question is just stirring trouble. Before Cheng Jigan could speak, a former officer of the Yuqiang tribe behind him spoke first. Chu's army naturally wouldn't lead from the front. but that's because his soldiers won't let him lead from the front. His last words almost roared out. Suddenly, the camp fell silent. General Chu has over 100 wounds on his body. Finally, Cheng Jigan stepped closer to Yali Fu, looking down from above, and asked, "Do you have any?" As he spoke, he moved his hand and revealed a dagger. In a few quick moves, he took off Yali Fu's armor and robes, exposing his pale flesh. "What are you doing?" Embarrassed and angry, Yali Fu tried to break free and put his clothes back on. But Chu's soldiers pressed his face to the ground.
Cheng Jigan laughed and said, "Tesfe."
All these years of good food and wine weren't wasted. This body of yours is as fat as a pig. Yali Fu, you've been a general for many years, fought many battles, yet you've never been wounded. You really have it easy as a leader. Your body is flawless, but your soldiers behind you aren't so lucky. If it weren't for their sacrifices over the years, charging forward, blocking swords and guns, you wouldn't have held your position as commander for so long. Don't you think about their hard work and contributions when you enjoy good wine and meat?" He spoke these words aloud. The 30,000 Changwu soldiers all stared with wide eyes. Among them, who hasn't suffered dozens of wounds? But if all those injuries came from charging into battle, that would be understandable. However, many of their wounds were caused by their own generals' unjust beatings to vent anger, not to mention considering their hard work and contributions. When there is no war, these Changwu generals are like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. And it is a one-sided war where they are not allowed to fight back. Although Yali Fu didn't turn around, he clearly felt the burning gazes behind him, as if they wanted to burn holes through him. Even General Chu's army, regardless of rank, eats together from the same pot. They share their meat with their brothers beside them. A deputy beside Cheng Jigan stepped forward, his eyes shining as he looked at Yali Fu and the generals behind him. "Can any Changwu general do the same? Even the lower-level captains I used to have would food from their soldiers' bowls. Forget brotherhood. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful." The 30,000 Changwu soldiers' moods fluctuated wildly as they listened to these deputy officers. Compared to the Chu family army, their own ruthless, emotionless way of wielding power made their eyes turn red with hatred. They believed that all countries in the world were like this. They thought their current situation was just fate. But now, their fellow countrymen told them that there was still a land of kindness and justice. The hearts of the 30,000 soldiers behind him surged like a flood, almost drowning Yali Fu. Even if he didn't turn around, he could feel it clearly. He yelled hysterically, "So what? So what if it is? Beiliao is just a wasteland abandoned by Tangwu. You still have rice to eat today, but tomorrow might not be so lucky." As long as there is good wine and meat to enjoy, would Chu Yitang, a great city general, be willing to share a pot with you? That's just his ploy, his way of winning people's hearts. After this exchange of words, even Yali Fu, foolish as he was, saw Chu Yitang's true purpose. Chu Yitang just wanted to stir up and turn the hearts of the Changwu army, winning without fighting. If they succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. Being captured and being turned are not the same at all. Yeliu, it seems you've been living too comfortably for too long and have become blind and deaf." Cheng Jigan snorted coldly, shaking his head with a mocking look. "Things are different now. North Liao currently has tens of thousands of acres of good land. Not to mention the soldiers and civilians in the city. Even if we had another 100,000 troops and civilians, it would be more than enough." Yelia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. The entire territory of North Liao is just wasteland. How could they possibly grow crops?" "Nonsense. You're not even good at lying, you're just making things up." "Making things up?" Yi Tingxian couldn't hold back and laughed. "We're just defeated soldiers. Do we need to lie to deceive you? Here's a chance for you. Choose one trusted person to follow us and see for yourself in North Liao. See whether we're lying or you're blind and deaf. Do you dare or not?" His words were full of confidence, and his determined expression clearly reflected the fiery spirit in every Qiangwu soldier's eyes. The Qiangwu soldiers exchanged looks, both shocked and incredulous. The expression of the North Liao deputy general didn't seem like he was lying. And even if he was, Qing Jigan and the Qianwu army had already entered Qianwu territory, with no reason to help him lie. If North Liao truly had tens of thousands of acres of good land, it would really mean divine blessing. Yelia's eyes flickered with panic. You've already persuaded and turned my 40,000 Qianwu soldiers. Who knows what underhanded methods you used? Even if I send someone to follow you, what good would it do? You're still being deceived and turned by you. North Liao's situation is just as you were told.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Tingxian burst out laughing. What a commander of the Qiangu. He may not be good at fighting, but he's quite the talker. He drew his sword suddenly, aiming to cut Yelia's neck unexpectedly. If I had known you were so clever with words, I should have just killed you. Wait. Yelia's face turned pale with fear, and he suddenly felt a foul smell beneath him. Wait. The two Chu family soldiers escorting him couldn't help but frown. Yi Tingxian was also startled and took 2 steps back, looking disgusted and sneering. Your Qianwu commander, Yu Haoxi, is the only decent man among you. Is that all? You just peed yourself? I wonder if your lord will regret using high officials and rich rewards to support you useless people. The 30,000 Qianwu soldiers also showed a hint of disdain in their eyes. These powerful figures can only show off in front of those of lower status. When faced with someone more aggressive, they can only kneel and beg for mercy. Yu Haoxi is just a born troublemaker, naturally fond of violence. Even among his own people, he kills whenever he wants.
Yali Fue's lips trembled.
I'm not like him, and I don't admire his behavior. Those who know the situation are wise. To stay alive, one must do whatever it takes. He then looked at Chu Yi. General Chu, today I am clearly defeated. Talking more won't help. If you spare me and my 30,000 Qiangu soldiers, I will cooperate with whatever you want. Chu Yi is a brave and responsible leader. Naturally, he respects leaders who show courage and responsibility. Earlier, he acted stubborn, refusing to give up, hoping Chu Yi would see his loyalty and spare his life. But he didn't expect that. Before Chu Yi could do anything, his deputy was already planning to attack him. And Chu Yi didn't stop him. Yali Fu didn't want to die, so he quickly changed his tone to beg for mercy. He also tried to keep his soldiers behind him, pretending to be a loyal general who loves his troops.
Bah!
Yi Tingxian spat at Yali Fu. I've never seen such a shameless commander. He raised his sword again, aiming at Yali Fu's neck.
Wait!
Chu Yi finally spoke. Yali Fu's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened wide, a flicker of joy flashing inside. General Chu, please show mercy. He begged repeatedly. I can become like Giga, leading my 30,000 soldiers to serve you. Please spare us. The situation was tense. It seemed they had to bow and pretend to betray to the northern Liao, then wait for reinforcements. When the reinforcements arrived, they could work together to turn the tide and fight back. Chu Yi stepped forward, but didn't stop. He simply walked past Yali Fu and went to the front of the 30,000 Qiangu soldiers. He looked around and spoke in a deep, thunderous voice, like a dark storm. All deputy generals, step forward. Hearing this, the deputy generals hesitated, confused and anxious, then stepped forward cautiously. Chu Yi continued, everyone with a military rank stepped forward. After some commotion, dozens more appeared. Yali Fu's eyes flickered with suspicion, feeling something was wrong but couldn't quite tell what. He could only hold his temper and wait to see what would happen. Those willing to submit to me like Qing Jigan and become soldiers of North Liao, all kneel down. Chu Yi, with one hand behind his back, sternly surveyed the dozens of Qiangu generals in front of him. I promise you, whatever they are like now, you will be the same in the future. As he finished speaking, the several generals looked at each other with complicated and conflicted expressions. Then they all looked towards Qing Jigan behind Chu Yi and the Qianwu army that had already surrendered to North Liao. Yi Tingxuan's eyes showed understanding. He immediately waved to a reserve troop to step forward, stopping behind Chu Yi. Now, the dozens of generals could clearly see the appearance of the reserve soldiers. Chung Jigan's situation was obvious. He was a deputy general before, well-fed and well-dressed, so there was nothing unusual about him. But the soldiers at the lowest level were very different. When they were in the Qiangwu camp before, they ate watery soup every day, barely enough to fill themselves. They also trained daily, so they were all dark and thin. Seeing the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers behind them, it was easy to tell. But looking at these reserve soldiers, the generals were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. These soldiers looked healthy, with rosy cheeks. Though not very muscular, they appeared strong and vigorous, especially their bright, lively eyes, full of energy. Compared to the lifeless, dull eyes of the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers behind them, the difference was like night and day. What does this mean? It shows that their life in North Liao has been much better than when they were in the Qiangwu camp. Not only the generals saw this. Anyone close to the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers behind them saw it too. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. There was also envy, excitement, and a faint hope. More than a month ago, these North Liao reserve soldiers were just like them, suffering in the Qiangwu camp. But now, although they are still soldiers, their faces no longer show confusion or deathly despair. They are full of pride and high morale, nourished by good food and clothing. They seem like divine soldiers descending from heaven. Even if tonight they do not fall to divine punishment, they are no match for such an army. Suddenly, the generals instantly knelt down. Only two hesitated for a moment before also kneeling under Chu Ye's stern authority. But, unexpectedly, Chu Ye's sharp gaze immediately signaled the Chu family soldiers to step forward and drag out the two generals who hesitated last. "Spare us, General. Spare us. We have no ill intentions. We just reacted too slowly. Please give us another chance, General." Noticing something was wrong, the two generals turned pale with fear and kept begging. Seeing this, the kneeling generals felt relieved that they had not hesitated earlier. Otherwise, it would have been them being dragged out now. The 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers also felt a chill in their hearts. Zhu Yi turned around. The Zhu family soldiers, who were escorting the two generals, paused in understanding. "I have already made my point very clear." Zhu Yi coldly looked at the two generals. "You still brought your brothers here to see the situation, but I didn't expect you to hesitate. Either you refuse to surrender to North Liao, or you are just foolish. Either way, I won't give you another chance." Finally, he said coldly, "Take them away." The two generals, screaming in fear, were dragged away, and then they disappeared. The kneeling soldiers felt a chill from their feet. The 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers were all trembling with fear. They hesitated for just a moment. And in that moment, they missed their chance at life. How could that not be terrifying? "General?" Suddenly, Yali Fu shouted to Zhu Yi, "General Zhu, I am willing to surrender to North Liao. I want to lead the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers to surrender to North Liao." Zhu Yi looked past him directly to his soldiers, which made him nervous. Seeing the two generals hesitating for just a moment and then immediately being dragged away and killed, he lost two of his spirits in fear. He had just argued with Zhu Yi for a long time, using reason. Now that his soldiers all voluntarily surrendered to North Liao, what value did he have anymore? Zhu Yi glanced at the Zhu family soldiers escorting Yali Fu. They immediately understood and picked up the clothes Yali Fu had just taken off and stuffed his mouth tightly. Yali Fu's eyes were full of terror. Zhu Yi didn't even look at him, but turned to the soldiers kneeling on the ground. "Get up." He waved his hand. Everyone stepped back. The soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood to the left of Zhu Yi. "And you all?" Zhu Yi looked again at the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers. Just like them. Before he finished speaking, the 30,000 soldiers knelt down one after another. Looking around, no one hesitated. Everyone stood firm. "We are willing to surrender to North Liao. Surrender to the general." Then, the camp was filled with their continuous, thunderous voices of surrender. Zhu Yi was slightly stunned, then smiled. "Good. Those who know the times are wise. He stood with his hands behind his back and loudly declared, I am clear that you are all just soldiers who can only follow orders to fight. That is why you have committed those past acts of killing. However, killing innocent people and staining your hands with crime haven't made your lives or your family's lives any better. It's just for your ruthless rulers to create a blood-soaked power. The 30,000 Chong soldiers felt like thunderclaps in their hearts. After the intense pain, some suddenly understood, some became clear-minded. Yes. Over the years, they had been like puppets, following where their leaders pointed. They seized many lands, but their families still lived in cramped, cold houses. They themselves could only stay forever in stinky tents, with just a dirty bed and thin blanket to rest on. They stole a lot of money and grain, but their families still struggled to get enough to eat. The blood they shed couldn't even buy a full meal for themselves. All their lives had been taken by their rulers. Starting today, I will lead you to wash away all your sins. Zhu Ye's voice carried his inner strength, clear and loud in everyone's ears. He pointed to the backup soldiers beside him. As long as you stay loyal to kindness and justice, I will let you live the same good life as them.
Not only that,
North Liao has discovered high-yield crops. No matter how poor the land, it can produce 1,000 jin per mu. We've already planted it, and now it's harvest time. I plan to march straight into Chongwu's capital, kill the tyrant, and take control of the country. Once I take over Chongwu's land, the high-yield crops from North Liao will spread to every farm in Chongwu. Then, the people of Chongwu and your families will no longer worry about hunger or fullness. Hearing this, the 30,000 soldiers of Chongwu, kneeling, raised their heads and looked at Zhu Yi. It was like they were gazing at a divine being. Really? Can you really make us and our families no longer go hungry? Suddenly, a slightly childish voice came from the army. It was cautious and full of disbelief, so it was quiet. But in the silent camp, it was very clear. Zhu Yi looked toward the voice. In the front row, a boy soldier about 13 or 14 years old looked at him with a mix of fear and hope. His eyes showed disbelief, but also strong expectation and longing. Zhu Yi didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked over to the boy. The boy looked thin, with high cheekbones. His armor was loose, almost big enough to fit another person. Zhu Yi suddenly remembered the young soldier who had exhausted himself just to deliver the message. He hadn't even had a chance to eat a bite of meat, and he would never enjoy the good days of not feeling hungry again. Perhaps Zhu Yi's presence was becoming very intimidating. The young soldier couldn't help but step back a little, and the surrounding Qiangu soldiers felt uneasy. Are you hungry now? Zhu Yi asked unexpectedly. The young soldier was stunned, then nervously nodded.
Not just now.
In his memory, hunger was always present. That small military meal couldn't satisfy the intense hunger. Zhu Yi looked behind him. Deputy Yi, send the order. Start cooking. Start cooking? All 30,000 Qiangu soldiers were shocked. Yi Tingxian was also momentarily stunned, then quickly ordered, rest in place. Start cooking. Then he strode over to Qingjigan. Where is the camp's kitchen area? Qingjigan quickly replied, let me lead the way. He waved to the approaching soldiers, masters, follow me. Over 100 logistics soldiers pushed carts loaded with supplies, passing in front of the 30,000 Qiangu soldiers and heading toward the camp's kitchen area. Behind them, a large reserve force was ready to help. The logistics leader approached Zhu Yi respectfully and asked, General, how should today's rations be prepared? Check the supplies in the Qiangu camp and see what they have. Use their supplies first. Zhu Yi said calmly, our 35,000 soldiers from Betrayal will follow the usual rationing, cabbage and meat soup, plain steamed buns, full stomachs. Cabbage and meat soup. Meat soup. Plain steamed buns. Full stomachs. Hearing this, the eyes of the 30,000 Qiangu soldiers almost filled with envy. As soldiers, the Betrayal army could eat dry food and drink meat soup. But they, on ordinary days, only had thin porridge or vegetable dumpling soup. Even those two were watery and insubstantial, with no solid staple food in sight. Moreover, Chuyi just said 35,000 Baliao soldiers. That meant the previously surrendered Qiangu soldiers were treated equally. As for them, Chu Ye's gaze turned to them. All 30,000 Qiangu soldiers held their breath. Although they haven't yet atoned for their sins, Chu Yi said solemnly, but now that they have surrendered to us, they have shown remorse. Then prepare cabbage soup and coarse bread for them. Let them eat their fill first, as a celebration for their new beginning. Cabbage soup, coarse bread. Let them eat well. Upon hearing this, the 30,000 Chong soldiers immediately became excited. Although their food was not as good as the Northern Liao armies, just being able to eat until full made them tear up with happiness. And there was also coarse bread and cabbage soup. They hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. And cabbage was a luxury only the nobles could enjoy. Seeing this, Zhu Yi said, "Don't celebrate too early." As soon as he spoke, the camp grew quiet. The 30,000 Chong soldiers all tensed up and looked at him nervously. "If you sincerely want to change and stay loyal to goodness, I will keep my promise. Not only will I let you eat enough, but I will also let you eat well." Zhu Yi paced slightly, showing both kindness and authority. "But if even one of you refuses to change or has rebellious thoughts, everyone will be affected." Deputy Yi, the divine water. People's hearts are hard to read. Although the 30,000 Chong soldiers had already surrendered, if someone secretly harbored resentment and caused trouble in future battles, it would be too late to regret. So, every necessary measure must be taken to control the situation. It was also fair to the backup army that had already surrendered earlier. The Zhu family army quickly got to work. Buckets of water were brought from the kitchen. Powdered medicine was dissolved into the water. The soldiers looked at each other, confused. When all the medicine dissolved, Zhu Yi said again, 30,000 people, 30,000 hearts. Even if you surrender now, no one can guarantee that you won't have rebellious thoughts in the future. I never leave hidden dangers. He pointed to the buckets of medicine water behind him. This water is a gift from the goddess of kindness. Once you drink it, any evil thoughts will cause your intestines to burst, and you will die. This statement made the 30,000 soldiers shiver. They thought that as long as they surrendered to the Northern Liao, they would gain Zhu Ye's trust. After all, he spoke kindly. He didn't plan to kill or punish the prisoners, only to feed them well and give them hope for the future. But they didn't expect his kindness was wrapped in sharpness, making it hard to find any loopholes to cause trouble. "You don't need to worry too much." Chu Yi took in the expressions of the Qiangu army and continued, "Our North Liao has 40,000 reserve troops. Before, everyone drank the water of kindness, and until now, no one has died from internal injuries or other causes. As long as you follow my instructions, we will send you an antidote once a month to keep you safe."
But
Chu Yi paused and added, "If someone is willing to die rather than betray the country, I will respect him as a brave man. I won't force him to drink the water of kindness. I will give him a quick end. Either he lives as a Qiangu soldier or dies as a Qiangu spirit." He calmly looked over the 30,000 Qiangu soldiers. "If anyone doesn't want to, just step forward. This is your last chance to choose. If you miss it and later harbor resentment or try to rebel, although death is inevitable, it will be 1,000 times more painful than now." The camp was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one stepped forward. No one wanted to die. Then, line up to drink the water of kindness. Chu Ye's eyes remained calm as he loosened his grip slightly, gesturing for the leading Qiangu soldiers to go first and drink the water. Under the surveillance of the Chu family army, within less than an hour, all 30,000 Qiangu soldiers had drunk the water. After drinking the water, the wavering hearts of the 30,000 soldiers gradually settled. Better to survive badly than to die bravely. Even a wise bird chooses a good tree to rest in. Whoever can keep them alive, they will naturally follow as their leader. Even if the ruler of Qiangu faced the current situation, his choices wouldn't be much nobler than theirs. In comparison, Yali Fu grew more anxious, because he saw the last Qiangu soldier drink the water. Then Chu's soldiers began to pack up the buckets, not even glancing at him.
wait.
Seeing Chu's soldiers about to carry the buckets away, he panicked and shouted, "I haven't drunk the water yet." But the Chu soldiers didn't turn back and took all the buckets away. Seeing this, the 30,000 Xiangwu soldiers looked at him with strange and complex expressions. Feeling their gazes, Yali Fu's eyes flickered, and he felt panicked and confused. Shui stepped in front of him, looking down from above, and said, "You don't need to drink the water." Yali Fu's heart trembled. "Why? I am willing to surrender to North Liao, to surrender to you, General. Yali Fu, I know a little about all your Qiangwu commanders." Chu Ye's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent, and he said clearly, "You say Yu Haoxi is cruel, but your sins are 1,000 times worse than his." Perhaps his gaze was too sharp. Yelief dared not meet his eyes, avoiding them and flickering with hesitation. "He has killed countless people, mostly with a single strike. Brutal, yes, but not enough to cause prolonged suffering." As he spoke, Zhu Yi kicked Yelief in the chest. "And you." Almost immediately after he raised his foot, the Zhu family soldiers, who were holding Yelief, quickly released him in unison and stepped back. Yelief let out a scream and was thrown over a yard away. His pale body was cut by shards of stone on the ground, leaving bloody streaks. Having fought for many years, his tough skin had never been broken before, yet now he was badly injured in this way. Seeing this, the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers felt a sudden sense of relief. Since they became Yelief soldiers, they knew one thing. In this lifetime, they would never have the chance to surpass Yelief's authority. Even if they endured hardships, they could only swallow their pain and suffer in silence. Only when Yelief died, or they themselves died, could they be free. And now, someone was punishing Yelief right in front of them. They couldn't help but feel like clapping and cheering. "And you?" Zhu Yi slowly approached Yelief, each step filled with pressure. "In the hottest days, I love to tie people under the blazing sun, then place a basin of water in front of them, just out of reach, making them hope desperately while slowly dehydrating and dying in the heat. In cold winter, I enjoy stripping people and leaving them in the snow and ice, letting them freeze to death." When he reached Yelief, his eyes were icy cold. "Such things are countless, too many to list. I wouldn't even dare to speak of them openly." Yelief shook his head in fear. "No, that's not true. It's not like that. Those cunning soldiers are maliciously slandering me. It's not credible at all, General."
Zhu Yi snorted coldly.
"Even I, a foreigner, know so many details. Such sins cannot be washed away with a few words of denial." He looked up at the 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers. "Is what I said untrue? Not at all." Immediately, a Qiangwu soldier stood up sharply. "General Zhu is speaking the truth. What he said is mild. Being burned under the scorching sun or frozen alive in winter, these are nothing." He glared at Yelief with eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to stab hundreds of holes in him. "Not long ago, a fellow from my hometown, just when he was serving food and accidentally spilled some soup on the table, he..." Speaking here, the Qiangwu soldiers' voices trembled violently. "He actually made my brother completely alive. Alive and buried in the coals." At this point, he could no longer hold back and burst into loud tears. "My brother was burned alive. Ugh, the smell of roasting meat. I will never forget it in my life." He finished speaking. Not only Zhu Yi, but all the fists of the Zhu family army clenched tighter. Yi Tingxian quickly stepped forward and fiercely stomped on Yali Fu's arm. There was a cracking sound. Yali Fu's arm broke.
"Ah!" In an instant, Yali Fu screamed hysterically.
But then, his voice was drowned out by the furious shouts of the Qiangwu soldiers. After a loud commotion, the angry shouts gradually subsided. At this moment, Yali Fu's face was pale with fear. Ignoring the sharp pain from his broken arm, he knelt repeatedly in front of Zhu Yi. "General Zhu, I admit I was strict with my subordinates, but I am definitely not as worthless as he said. General Zhu, I am the brother-in-law of the lord of the country. I know his likes, dislikes, and weaknesses." As he spoke, he tightly grabbed Zhu Ye's armor's hem. "As long as you spare my life, I will tell you everything I know. By the way, I am very familiar with the troop arrangements in the 3 border counties. If you want to attack the city, I am willing to serve you. As long as Zhu Yi still plans to attack the city and seize the territory, he still has value. His relationship with the lord of the country and his knowledge of the troops in the 3 border counties are his lifeline. Even if Zhu Yi despises him for the greater good, he wouldn't kill him so quickly. As long as he can hold out until reinforcements arrive, he will be saved. General Zhu. A deputy of the Chong Wu quickly stepped forward, clasping his fists. Only the brother of the crowned queen who is officially married can be called the lord of the country's brother-in-law. Yali Fu's sister is just one of the lord's minor concubines. If he calls himself the lord's brother-in-law and the lord hears about it, being torn apart by 5 horses would be a light punishment. Seeing that his former trusted aide was eager to expose him, Yali Fu was both angry and afraid. He pointed at him and said, "Hu Ke, I personally promoted you to your current position. Anyone can betray me, but not you." The deputy, now called Hu Ke, snorted coldly, with hatred in his eyes. "You personally promoted me? My sister, my younger sister, and even my wife. I've played with them all. My current status is built on their purity and dignity. If it weren't for the fact that I care about 2 young children, I would have already fought to the death with you." He then knelt firmly before Chu Yi and said, "General Chu, I have followed Ye Liu for over 10 years. Everything he knows is information I have uncovered." "Shut up." Hearing this, Ye Liu panicked completely and angrily shouted at Hu Ke, "Don't you know? Over the years, as long as you stayed with me at the border, my wife would be invited to our house as a guest." Hearing this, Hu Ke's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. You are so mean and shameless." Ye Liu's expression turned wild. "You said it yourself. I've played with all the women in your family. How could I not be prepared for you? Keeping your mother confined in my house was to guard against you stabbing me in the back. Once news of my death reaches the capital, your mother will have no grave to rest in. If you don't care about her, then go ahead and accuse me of betrayal." Hu Ke clenched his fists, but his eyes showed hesitation. "And you all?" Ye Liu pointed at several other generals, laughing wildly. "Your families are all under my control. Only if you're alive can you live. Ha ha ha. Trying to betray him? No way." He wanted them all to beg for his mercy or become his shields. Indeed. The several generals exchanged glances, filled with anger and hatred, wishing they could personally cut down Ye Liu. But at this moment, they were also terrified that Chu Yi might really kill Ye Liu. General Chu. After struggling for a moment, the several Qiangwu generals knelt before Chu Yi together. "We will do our best to help you attack Qiangwu. We're willing to face fire and sword, only hoping you will pity us and spare Ye Liu's life for now." Hearing this, Ye Liu's eyes flashed with pride. All the lieutenants' eyes widened in relief, but immediately afterward, they were filled with strong dissatisfaction and frustration. Even though they hated Ye Liu before, they truly felt helpless. But clearly, Chu Yi could have easily torn him apart. Yet, he deliberately caused trouble, refusing to act. It really is true that good people don't live long, and troublemakers cause problems for generations. Ye Liu's long-held anxious heart finally relaxed and settled back into place. His eyes flashed with confidence, believing he could control everything. But he also knew well enough. Although he had temporarily saved his life, he didn't know when Chu Yi might change his mind again. Thinking of this, his eyes flickered, and his greasy body moved closer to Chu Yi. "Thank you, General Chu, for sparing my life." He looked at Chu Yi with a flattering smile. "General, I didn't mean any harm earlier. I just wanted to stay alive. Rest assured, as long as you value me, Ye Liu, will follow your lead in the future." "General." The pain in his arm was sharp and bone-deep. Ye Liu's eyes flickered, and he forced himself to speak again. "Since you spared my life, why not do the right thing and find a doctor to treat my arm?" Seeing him push his luck, Chu Yi coldly glanced at him, a hint of killing intent flashing by. Yelia clearly sensed this threat, his scalp tightening, and he hurriedly explained, "General, don't misunderstand. I just want to heal my arm to serve you better. Although I have surrendered 30,000 Qiangwu soldiers to Bei Liao, you don't know their nature well. They won't be as useful as your own troops in the future. If you trust me, I can help you continue to command them and make sure they are fully utilized." His tone was more servile than a dog. His words sounded noble, but each word made the Qiangwu army feel both hatred and disgust. They looked at Chu Yi with nervousness, afraid he might be swayed by Yeliu. If Yelia managed to turn the tables and become the leader again, he might retaliate against them when Chu Yi wasn't watching. Chu Yi stared down at Yeliu for a long moment, then stepped forward. He kicked Yeliu away with a heavy. This kick was even harder than before, and Yeliu spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire camp suddenly fell into a strange silence. At first, the faces of the Qiangwu soldiers showed disbelief and confusion. Then they were overwhelmed by a reckless sense of relief. Though they didn't understand what was happening, as long as Yeliu was beaten, they felt immensely satisfied. This sudden kick left Yali Fu stunned. His chest felt heavy and dull, and his already broken arm was injured again. The pain was overwhelming, almost making him faint. "General?" Just as he was starting to recover, Yali Fu hurriedly looked at Chu Yi. "General, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Having been a leader for over 10 years, he knew very well that Chu Yi was now the ruler of this camp. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on Chu Yi's mood and decision. He felt both regret and anger. He was angry at himself for being so greedy and reckless just now. It would have been better to wait a little longer before speaking up. Seeing Chu Yi approaching and looking at him like a dead man, Yali Fu was terrified. He instinctively moved back to dodge. "It's not you who is confused," Chu Yi said coldly. "I never intended to spare you." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Yali Fu's heart, which had just started to relax, suddenly tightened again. "General, this?" Hu Ku asked confusedly, with a complex and anxious look. "Please clarify, General." Yali Fu was doomed, yet he couldn't die. So, he was deeply conflicted about how Chu Yi would deal with him. Chu Yi looked at him and said calmly, "I said I would spare his life, but that was because of your sake. I don't want your families to be involved. He dared to push his luck and make demands of me. I cannot tolerate that." He looked over the 30,000 Qiangwu army. "I know you hate him deeply. He was your leader before, and even if you hated him, you had to endure it. But times are different now. He is now a prisoner of mine. Since you have surrendered to Bei Liao, he is half my soldier. I will naturally stand up for you." "General?" Hearing this, Yali Fu desperately shouted, "General, you must not. I have a fortune of 1,000,000, and I am willing to give it all to you." Ignoring the pain in his chest and arm, he desperately crawled toward Chu Yi. "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to be detained. Just don't let them." While speaking, his eyes flickered with fear as he looked at the 30,000 Qiangwu army, reaching the peak of terror. "Please, don't let them retaliate against me. I am willing to give all my wealth to you. Please have mercy, General." After speaking, Yali Fu grabbed Chu Yi's clothes, tears streaming down his face. Every tear is filled with fear and dread. He has always known exactly what he has done. Since gaining power, he has committed countless evil acts, tens of thousands, to be exact. Whenever and wherever he wishes, he can do wrong without restraint. He believed he had nearly reached the top of power. As long as he could win over the hearts of those in charge, he thought he would never fall from his position. He calculated many possibilities, but he never expected to be pulled down from his peak by a small general from Bei Liao. He knew what Chu Yi was planning, so he was truly terrified. No wonder you could reach the leader's position. I haven't even finished speaking, and I already guessed your intentions. Your reaction is quite sharp. You actually have 1,000,000 in wealth?
Yali Fu nodded repeatedly.
Yes, yes. As long as the general keeps me confined and doesn't let anyone get close or harm me, my 1,000,000 in wealth will all belong to the general. You've been stationed at the border for years. Chuya's smile faded into a cold sneer. If you hadn't exploited the local people and withheld military pay, where would your million come from? No wonder your soldiers so easily surrendered to us in Bei Liao. It turns out it's all because of your own wrongdoing.
Ha ha ha.
Chuyi suddenly burst into loud laughter. If the rulers of Qiangu are all like you, conquering Qiangu would be an easy task for me. Finally, he looked at Yali Fu with full sarcasm. Not to mention, I don't care about money. You trying to bribe me with 1 million in wealth is just a death wish. Even if I were greedy for money, after conquering Qiangu and ruling the entire region, would I still care about your million? While speaking, Chuyi stepped on Yali Fu's broken arm. Are you scared now? When you committed your crimes, did you ever think about today? Yali Fu's forehead broke out in sweat, and he screamed desperately. Ah! Spare me. General, please spare me. I was wrong. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Chuyi pointed at 3,000 Qiangu soldiers and said sternly, Turn over a new leaf? Their sins will take a lifetime to barely repay. The sins you committed can't be paid back even in 100 lifetimes. As he spoke, he kicked Yali Fu to the front of the other Qiangu generals. Now I will decide that you are worried he might die and endanger your families, so I will temporarily spare his life. Now I am handing him over to you. Do as you wish. Just keep control of yourselves. After speaking, he led a few trusted followers, escorted by reserve troops, towards the main tent of the camp's commander. Tonight, he would not stay overnight in the camp. Once the army had eaten and drunk enough, they would launch a full attack on the Gobi Plateau. After Chuyi left, several deputy generals no longer hid their hatred and surrounded Yeliev. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Yeliev, frightened, kicked and struggled wildly, shouting, If you dare to retaliate against me, I will definitely pay you back double, targeting your families.
Ah!
Before he finished, a deputy general stepped on his ankle hard. He broke his ankle painfully. Yeliev writhed on the ground in pain, trying to roll around, but the deputy's foot pressed down tightly, refusing to move. Any slight movement made the pain worse, sharp and deep. I was wrong. Seeing he couldn't threaten the deputies anymore, Yeliev's fear was almost overwhelming. He screamed and begged, It was all my fault before. But you all got to your positions because I personally promoted you. With a terrible scream, another deputy broke his other ankle. How dare you mention your position now? One deputy leaned down and slapped Yeliev hard in the face. If it weren't to protect my family, do you think I care about this position? Feeling unsatisfied, he threw away his sword and started hitting him repeatedly. In just a few strikes, Yeliev's face was swollen. The other deputies also didn't want to fall behind, avoiding his vital points and punching him one after another. They didn't stop until they had beaten him for a long time, and Yeliev could no longer even grunt. Even then, their hatred was only slightly eased. Mealtime, with a loud shout from the camp leader, the aroma of food wafted everywhere. 30,000 Chong soldiers stretched their necks, desperately sniffing the delicious smell. There was truly a scent of meat. Not the kind that makes people feel uneasy or sick, but real, ordinary meat aroma. As the camp leader approached, their envy and desire in their eyes almost seemed to fall out. In the silver iron pots they had never seen before, white buns poked out high, steaming hot and surrounded by rising steam. Thud, gurgle. Inside the army of 30,000, there were sounds of swallowing and hungry stomachs growling. Before the team leader could speak, the Chu family army lined up in an orderly line. Each person had 2 large plain buns and a full bowl of meat and vegetable soup. Some even took 3 or 4 buns, and the team leader didn't hesitate to give them. The 30,000 Qiangu soldiers stared wide-eyed. It was true. General Chu said they would be full, and it was really true. After the Chu army finished receiving their food, the reserve soldiers calmly moved forward to line up. The 30,000 Qiangu soldiers saw that their food was just like the Chu army's, and they could also get 3 or 4 buns. Even though they hadn't received their meals yet, they were much more excited than those eating. They didn't care about plain buns. They just wanted to eat enough. It's your turn now. Come and line up to get your food. Finally, the team leader returned with several more carts of food. The 30,000 Xiangwu soldiers, holding back their urge to jump and run, quickly and orderly lined up. They received steaming hot, rough bread buns and felt like they were dreaming. Such big buns. Someone couldn't wait and took a bite without cooling at first. The firm yet soft texture made tears come to his eyes instantly. Smells so good. Turns out cabbage soup tastes like this. So fresh and tender, not like wild vegetables that make your throat sore. The Qiangu soldiers gathered in small groups, their eyes red. Some ate while whispering, "Can we really eat plain buns and meat soup too? Even if I can't get plain buns or meat soup, just eating this every day and being full makes me very happy." When the reserve soldiers heard their words, they couldn't help but feel proud. Don't worry, as long as you're loyal to General Chu, not only will you get plain buns and meat soup, but also cooked rice made from fine rice and stir-fried meat chunks. Hearing this, the Qiangu soldiers were so shocked they forgot to chew. Really? Fine rice is hard to produce. Only royalty can afford it as staple food. Even if General Chu loves his soldiers, how could he supply that? Yeah, I haven't even seen stir-fried meat chunks in the camp. Soldiers number in the tens of thousands, and even if each eats one piece, that would take hundreds of chickens and ducks for one meal. Realizing this, the Qiangu soldiers cautiously responded. Hundreds of chickens and ducks. Some reserve soldiers couldn't hold back anymore. They stepped closer so that the Qiangu army could see their proud faces. Do you know how many chickens and ducks we ate before we set out? 30,000 Qiangu soldiers shook their heads, looking clueless. 6,000. The leading reserve soldier hadn't finished speaking before another hurriedly interrupted. Each of us got a full bowl of meat. A bowl of meat? 30,000 Qiangu soldiers. 6,000 chickens and ducks. Everyone got a full bowl of meat. After the shock, the 30,000 soldiers shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Eating like this until the food runs out? No way. Seeing that the 30,000 soldiers didn't believe them, the reserve soldiers weren't surprised. Such a big difference in treatment is hard for anyone to believe at first. Don't doubt us. A captain of the reserve army stepped forward sincerely and said to the Qiangu soldiers, "Compared to the Chu family army camp, the Qiangu camp is like heaven and earth. This difference isn't just about food and clothing, but also about human rights." Human rights? The Qiangu soldiers held their breath and looked over with curiosity. What are human rights? The captain of the reserve army confidently walked to the center of the Qiangu soldiers, smiling kindly. Don't worry about the noise when you eat. You eat your food, I'll talk, and you just listen. At the Qiangu camp, the hierarchy is strict. Higher-ups have absolute power. Even squad leaders of 10 soldiers can humiliate their men. Everyone thinks this is normal. But at the Chu family camp, I found out that the system can be fair, based on the matter, not personal preference. Leaders can't just humiliate or abuse their soldiers at will. He spoke while the Qiangu soldiers quietly listened, afraid to make a sound. They all looked at him silently, trying to catch every word. During his speech, the captain of the reserve army couldn't help but glance at the Chu family soldiers nearby, pride on his face. The Chu family camp has stricter rules and discipline than ours. But they also have rights and kindness. The 30,000 soldiers looked at each other with confusion and doubt. For them, the camp was a cold place. They didn't know when they might be sent to fight. They didn't know when they might be punished or beaten just because their superior was displeased, or even lose their lives. After today, who knows if I will live until tomorrow? Everyone is exhausted and preoccupied with their own worries. Showing kindness in such places is a very rare luxury. They think all military camps are like this. But the reserve army captain says that the Betrayal military camp values human rights and kindness. If the strict rules and discipline are in place, how can there be room for human rights and kindness? The reserve army captain observes the expressions of the Qiangu soldiers carefully and smiles with shame. I'm not afraid you'll criticize me secretly. I used to be a captain in the Qiangu army, and I abused my power over my subordinates many times. Hearing this, the Qiangu soldiers instinctively look at their leaders, the captain, the major, and the captain of the reserve army. These officers and soldiers all lower their eyes, their faces flickering with emotion. Although the reserve army captain is talking about himself, he is also indirectly criticizing them. I am not inherently bad. The reserve army captain scratches his head and continues, but I had been in the Qiangu camp for so long, and my superiors treated me the same way. I thought that to control my men, I had to be harsh. Over time, I got used to doing wrong things. But then I went to the Betrayal camp, and everything I believed was turned upside down. There, soldiers of all ranks ate together in one pot. Even General Chu was no exception. Another officer from the reserve army steps forward and can't help but add, not only that. In Betrayal camp, when soldiers made mistakes and were punished, their superiors would voluntarily share the punishment. If a soldier was whipped 10 times, the officer would take 5 whips himself. As soon as he speaks, the 30,000 Qiangu soldiers all stare in shock. The officers and soldiers are even more surprised and secretly gasp. They think these stories are just lies made up by Betrayal to stir trouble between them and their subordinates. Look at your faces. Unaware that their expressions are seen clearly by the reserve army captain, he laughs and reveals the truth. We used to look just like you, thinking there's no way anyone in this world could be so righteous. We thought it was all a show to win us over. But we found out that everyone in the Chu family army, regardless of rank, obeys their superiors out of respect, not because they are forced. Sometimes, they even do more than what's asked, because they truly respect their leaders.
And we.
The reserve army captain looked seriously at the soldiers with ranks and asked, "And you, honestly, do any of your soldiers truly respect us from the bottom of their hearts? Maybe they pretend to obey in front of us, but secretly, they might be stabbing us in the back." All the soldiers with ranks looked uneasy, clearly feeling guilty. The 30,000 Qiangu soldiers were deeply moved. No matter what reasons the reserve army gave for saying these things, they sensed that it was all for their own good. These soldiers of the Qiangu army, who used to be just like them, had changed after a trip to Betrayal. Even if these acts of kindness were just for show, they would happily pretend forever if they could. Basically, we used to be just like you, bad people, the reserve army captain said with a smile. So we need to warn you. General Chu gave you a chance to surrender, but the higher your rank in the Qiangu army and the more wrongdoings you've committed before, the harder it will be at first. Just look at Yali Fu to see what I mean. When we first joined Chu's army, we suffered a lot and were looked down upon. We did more and harder work than the lower-rank soldiers every day. Besides military camp chores, Chu's army also made us help our former subordinates atone for their sins. At first, we didn't want to do it, but we had no choice, no food if we refused. But then we realized that those who honestly worked to atone were often given extra food during meals, while those who tried to cheat or slack off were caught and punished, sometimes losing their meals altogether. The reserve captain sighed and said, "That's when we understood. Only sincere repentance could help us survive in Chu's army."
So you?
He looked earnestly at the Qiangu soldiers and said, "With our experience, you must change your hearts. Don't be half-hearted or hopeful that things will be easy. Whether dealing with General Chu or your own past subordinates, you must treat them with the utmost sincerity. Only then can you avoid repeating our mistakes and quickly gain General Chu's trust. When that happens, you will enjoy the same rights and treatment as the rest of Chu's army." Finally, another low-ranking soldier hurriedly asked, "The commander said so much. Do you understand his good intentions now?" 30,000 Qiangu soldiers looked at each other for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Whether it was to fully turn them against General Chu or to sincerely advise them, it didn't matter. Seeing Yali Fu's tragic state with their own eyes, they understood that if General Chu wanted to kill them, it would be an easy thing to do in just a moment. But he didn't. Instead, he chose to spare their lives so they could live well and atone for their sins. With General Chu's broad mind and courage, and the fact that they could eat their fill following him, They would remember the backup captain's words carefully. Standing at the main military tent entrance, Chu Yi took in the scene and smiled with relief.
General, you're right.
Yi Tingxian sighed. If we had just bombed and destroyed this 40,000 Chongwu army earlier, we wouldn't be facing today's trouble. Chu Yi softly replied, the cruelty and injustice of Chongwu over the years were never the fault of the common soldiers, but the nature of those in power. Fighting Chongwu was only to kill the tyrant, to restore peace and order to the world. If the goal was just to kill, then what's the difference between us and that tyrant? Soldiers taking off their armor are just ordinary people. They hate war more than anyone. If someone can give them a peaceful life, they will follow that person. Looking at this, our chances of victory are quite good. He looked towards the north and sighed softly. I wonder if Jinzhu can handle all the challenges in the north. Yi Tingxian confidently said, don't worry, Miss Jinzhu is not an ordinary girl. She can definitely keep North Liao safe. Chu Yi withdrew his gaze, his expression suddenly becoming firm and fierce. Send orders. After dinner, prepare the army. Tonight, we must take Gobi Prefecture. But just a day apart, he was already obsessively thinking about it. If they had taken Chongwu a day earlier, they could have returned to the court sooner and protected Jinzhu even earlier. North Liao, General's residence granary. A skylark landed in the courtyard and hurried into the granary. Chu's soldiers at the door looked slightly alert, but were used to it. Miss Jinzhu was clearly at home, yet whenever news came from North Liao, she remained calm and unshaken, as if she had known everything in advance. Actually, they didn't find this strange. After all, Miss Jinzhu was a goddess. It was normal for her to foresee world events without leaving her house. But in the past 2 days, no matter where Jinzhu was, strange birds and rodents kept appearing around her. Miss Jinzhu also ordered them to clear out the house diagonally opposite the general's residence and to carve small and large holes into the walls here and there. She also arranged for food to be delivered regularly to various parts of the courtyard for animals of all sizes to enjoy. As more and more animals came to eat, they finally realized that the news from Miss Jinzhu was actually spread by these animals. After understanding this, they felt more at ease. The more powerful Miss Jinzhu became, the more reassuring it was for Beiliang. At this moment, this lark also didn't know what kind of news Miss Jinzhu had brought her. Just as they were thinking this, the Chu family soldiers heard footsteps inside. Soon after, Miss Jinzhu hurried out. Fifth, go and prepare a horse for me immediately. Jinzhu's voice was a little urgent. The Chu soldiers felt nervous and responded quickly, running out at once. Then, Jinzhu hurried back to her own courtyard. Old Madame Chu was busy at a stone table with 3 little ones. There was already a pile of handmade lanterns on the ground, mostly in various shapes, with children's naive and bright paintings on them. Seeing Jinzhu rush in, old Madame Chu sensed something and quickly stood up to greet her. Jinzhu. Jinzhu understood her grandmother's worried look immediately, nodded with a serious face. Old Madame Chu was momentarily at a loss, but luckily Jinzhu had already warned her in advance, so she didn't panic too much. She steadied herself, lowered her voice, and said, "You just go. Don't worry about us at home. I'll be here." Jinzhu nodded, her expression slightly relaxed, and she took her grandmother's hand. "Madam, don't worry. We predicted this day long ago, and have plans to deal with it. Just wait at home for me to come back." Old Madame Chu reached out and held Jinzhu's delicate hand, her eyes shining with hope. "With Vice Commander Han and the others here, don't rush forward, please, madam. But if you get hurt even a little, I won't be able to explain to a Yi." Jinzhu hugged her grandmother's arm, her dependence clear. "Madam, if you care about me, just say so. No need to use a Yi as a shield. Don't worry, I will act within my limits and won't be reckless." The soft, gentle voice filled with affection and helplessness, Lady Zhu reached out and patted her head. "Being a daughter is better. Your words and actions are always so proper. If I could, I would go myself, but I don't want you to be in danger." A warm hand gently stroked her hair, and Fang Jinzhu's eyes were filled with admiration and affection. She sniffed and said, "Annie, You know I've never been a weak girl. Then she straightened up and said confidently, I'm not worse than Yi. Her delicate face was full of charming pride and confidence. Lady Zhu looked on happily, feeling completely pleased and without worry. Yes, yes, Jinju is the best girl. Although Jinju looks delicate on the outside, her heart is strong and determined. She's much tougher than Yi.
Ha ha ha.
Lady Zhu praised her seriously, making Fang Jinju laugh happily. Suddenly, Shu hugged her leg. She looked down and was lost in the soft, big eyes of the little girl. She couldn't help but reach out and gently rub Shu's chubby little face, leaning down to touch foreheads with her. Rue wants to too. Rue wants to also say moo moo. Rue stepped forward, tilting his small forehead and leaning toward Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju squinted her eyes, then carefully held Rue's small face and touched foreheads with him. She then waved at Xingbao, who was happily waiting nearby. Xingbao grinned and eagerly came forward, happily exchanging a moo-moo with her sister. Sisters are going to fight the bad guys. You all must listen carefully to Grandma at home. Understand? Fang Jinju gently pinched their chubby faces, smiling happily as she gave her instructions. When I defeat the bad guys and they're defeated completely, I'll bring back their swords and knives as gifts for you, okay? Hearing this, the three little ones' faces instantly fell. Shu immediately pouted and tightly hugged her sister's leg, not letting go. Uncle Han, the bad guy's sister, are at home. Yes, sister. Rue also pressed his small face against her, clutching her hand tightly, as if letting go would make her leave. Fighting the bad guys is a man's job. Sister, you're a girl. If you fight the bad guys, you might get hurt. Xingbao's big eyes were full of worry and disagreement. His little mouth moved slightly, but he didn't know what to say. It was Jie who saved him and gave him a happy life. Jie is everything to him. He doesn't want Jie to go to dangerous places. But he can feel that Jie must go fight the bad guys. He is the Gurga and wants to set a good example for Di Mei. Jie, I want a bow and arrow. Is that okay? After thinking for a while, Xingbao finally spoke, opening his small mouth with a big smile, but his eyes were filled with tears he was trying to hold back. Fang Jinzhou was surprised, then she understood, and her heart softened. Okay, Jie will take back all the bad guys' bows and arrows, and Xingbao can choose anyone he wants, alright? She reached out her other hand, holding Xingbao's small hand tightly in her palm. Xingbao obediently took 2 steps forward, his mouth opening even wider. Great! Jie will go fight the bad guys and Xingbao will stay at home learning to ride horses and practicing archery. When Jie comes back with the bow and arrow, Xingbao can shoot arrows for Jie to see. While speaking, he looked at a raid beside him. Rui, let's learn together, okay? When Jie returns, we will compete in front of Jie, and Jie can judge who learns better, alright? Rui immediately became interested, and his sadness about Jie leaving was somewhat eased. Yes, Theory also wants to learn to ride horses and shoot arrows, and he wants to have a race with Uga. Xingbao took a small hand, full of hope and seriousness. We are boys. As long as we become as strong as our Bing Susop, when bad guys come again, the 2 of us will go fight them. Jie, Dumu, and Mei can stay at home and wait for us to win and bring back gifts. Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, Rui wants to be strong. Rui wants to protect our family. Seeing this, Su blinked her big eyes, hesitating before she loosened her grip on Fang Jinzhou's leg. Su also wants to learn. Su also wants to fight bad guys. Without hesitation, she took Xingbao's hand. Can I, Guga? Xingbao reached out his other hand, patting Mei's little head. Su is a girl. She doesn't need to learn. We, the 2 Guga, will protect you. Su pouted her little mouth and shook her head like a rattle drum. I'm a girl. I want to learn too. I'm a girl. I want to fight bad guys. She pointed her small hand at Fang Jinzhou, saying stubbornly, look Jie, I am a girl too. I want to fight bad guys. No matter what, Su also wants to learn. Not allowed to learn? I won't listen to it. She pulled her small hand back, crossed her short arms, and turned her back, looking genuinely upset and angry. Seeing this, Xingbao and Ruerue looked at each other nervously. Okay. Shushu can learn too. Even though Shushu is a girl, she's not just any girl. She can learn. Yeah, if Shushu learns, maybe she'll be better at it than her brother. The two kids quickly ran over to Shushu, chattering happily to cheer her up. Shushu's originally furrowed brow relaxed instantly, and she grinned with her little teeth. That's great. Shushu, you can learn now. Fang Jinju and Old Lady Chu exchanged looks, both smiling with relief. Fang Jinju was originally worried about how to comfort the two little ones. But unexpectedly, Xingbao's distraction made Ruerue and Shushu forget their worries quickly. Xingbao is truly a very thoughtful and caring child. Then, you all study well at home. Finally, Fang Jinju smiled and agreed. When sister comes back, I'll test you all. Whoever wins will get the best prize.
Deal?
The three little ones immediately cheered and jumped around happily. Yes, Fang Jinju looked at Shushu encouragingly, clenched her fist, and made a gesture of support. Shushu, you must work hard and study well. Let's all make the girl proud. Shushu nodded repeatedly and mimicked her, waving her small fists. Shushu will work hard. Fang Jinju pointed to the handmade items on the ground and smiled. You promised uncle you'd make a reward, and you also promised sister to learn horseback riding and archery. If you don't hurry, you won't finish both tasks. Hearing this, the three little ones widened their eyes and hurriedly pulled Old Lady Chu to the stone table. Grandmother, let's make it quickly. Yes. If we don't do well, uncle and sister will be disappointed. Don't worry. We'll make the reward in the morning and learn horseback riding and archery in the afternoon. We won't delay either. Seeing the scene, Fang Jinju felt at ease and hurried into the room. As she entered, a set of neatly stacked silver armor appeared on the table out of nowhere. Fang Jinju paused, then took off her outer coat. She quickly put on a protective vest, adjusted her outer coat, and then donned the silver armor. This was the smallest size among the military supplies she had ordered from Beiliang. She dressed carefully. Turning around, she saw a full-length mirror on the wall, reflecting her figure clearly. In the mirror, the woman had her hair tied high in a ponytail, wearing silver armor, holding a red tassel spear. Her gentle expression was subdued, her lips pressed tightly, showing a sharp edge. The confident aura of the brave woman is clearly visible. Looking at herself in the mirror, she feels both familiar and strange. Fang Jinju is momentarily stunned. Then, something fierce rushes up inside her. It is a sense of responsibility, and also passion and courage. She is still herself, but at this moment, wearing armor, she is more than just herself. She is the pillar of Beiliao. Holding the red tassel spear tightly, Fang Jinju's eyes narrow with determination. She strides confidently out of the room. Although Madame Chu is nearby with the children, she has looked toward the main hall door countless times during this period. Now, she raises her eyes again and is instantly stunned. Fang Jinju, dressed in armor, walks out boldly, her expression fierce and commanding. She looks completely different from her gentle, delicate previous self. Madame Chu can't help but stand up, her face filled with amazement. Watching Fang Jinju approach, she seems to see her father, her husband, her eldest son and his wife, all dressed in armor, coming toward her. Tears unexpectedly roll down her face. It's a mix of pain and pride.
Auntie.
Seeing Madame Chu cry, Fang Jinju's eyes tighten. She quickly walks over to her, reaching out to wipe her tears. Why are you crying? She glances at the three children busy with their crafts, lowers her voice, and asks with concern, Auntie, if you cry like this, I'll worry. When I worry, I can't focus fully on my tasks. Hearing this, Madame Chu quickly wipes her tears, forcing a smile. It's not what you think. I'm just so happy to see you in this armor, so brave and spirited, that I cried out of joy. Fang Jinju's eyes soften slightly. She opens her arms and says with emotion, wearing this armor, I truly understand the burden on Aya's shoulders. I will definitely help him support the sky behind us. Auntie, I'm leaving now. She releases Madame Chu's hand. Xingbao, Ruerue, Shushu. Fong Jinju calls cheerfully to the 3 children. Sister is going to fight the bad guys. You all practice your skills at home. Then she raises her red tassel spear. Wait for me to bring back good things. Shushu quickly slides down from the stone bench, stretching her little arms to run toward Fong Jinju for a hug. Fong Jinju quickly kneels down, smiling as she opens her arms to hold the little one tightly. Shushu cups her sister's face, pouting and giving her a kiss on the cheek. Then she kisses her on the other side of her face. All done. Finally, the little girl beams with a bright smile. With Shushu's kisses, sister will become even more powerful than ever. Hearing this, Fong Jinju also smiled brightly, but she reached out seriously to cover her face where she had been kissed. Shushu's kiss really works. Now I feel full of strength, like I can fight 10 people all by myself. She stood up and gently patted Shushu's fluffy little head. All right, sister has to go now. She then waved to Ruerue and Xingbao. Little men, grandmother and sister, are in your hands to protect now. Ruerue and Xingbao nodded eagerly. Fong Jinju smiled, turned quickly, and strode out of the yard. Just as she left the yard, her smile faded, replaced by a firm look. Miss Jinju, Vice General Han is waiting for you at the gate, and Soldier Long respectfully reported as he approached. Fong Jinju kept walking and nodded. Good, I understand. And Soldier Long, make sure the general's residence is well protected, especially the old lady's courtyard. And Soldier Long hurriedly followed and replied respectfully, Rest assured, miss, I will protect it with my life. And also, no matter what birds or animals you see in the general's residence, do not chase them away. They are also here to protect the old lady and children. Be friendly to them. Yes, I will obey. During her instructions, she arrived at the main courtyard. Fong Jinju told and Soldier Long to stay, then she quickly left the general's residence. When she stepped out, Han Kongwu, dressed in military uniform, hurriedly dismounted and approached her. Behind him, 100 guards looked on respectfully. Everyone's eyes showed slight surprise. Earlier at the military camp, they had seen Miss Jinju from afar. Though she was an ordinary person, she seemed divine. Just one look at her made them feel refreshed, and listening to her words made their hearts feel bright and clear. However, her delicate and weak appearance was not much different from other women. Although they knew she was a powerful goddess, seeing her figure, they couldn't help but want to protect her in front. But now, the woman in military uniform looked completely different from before. She moved confidently and swiftly, like the wind. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with fiery determination, no less than any of them. Miss Jinju. When Fong Jinju approached, the surprise in Han Seongwoo's eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by respect and seriousness. At your command, I immediately ordered 10,000 soldiers to gather at the city gate. We are leaving now, and we should meet them on the main road inside the city. Fong Jinju nodded. Good, let's go now. She then walked to the leading horse. Han Seongwoo's eyes showed a hint of worry. Before she could fully form her thoughts, she saw Fong Jinju quickly mount her horse with a smooth move. Even though she wore armor, her delicate figure was still visible. But her posture was upright and strong, like a snow-capped pine tree, resilient against wind and snow. All the 100 guards stood straight and tall. Han Seongwoo's eyes briefly showed admiration, and he hurried to get on his horse. These days, Miss Jinju spends most of her time practicing riding and shooting with him, only taking breaks to eat and sleep. The schedule is tight, so they haven't learned many advanced skills. Recently, they've been busy collecting grain into the warehouse, and the refugees have been called into the city one after another. Miss Jinju only let him teach her for 1 hour on the first day, then she let him go to his tasks. He remembered that when she left, she was sitting on her horse with a look of fear. He thought she would hesitate or be afraid to ride today. But he was surprised to see that her way of mounting the horse was just as steady as his own, an experienced soldier. It was clear that during these days, Jinju had been practicing very hard in secret. "Let's go." Jinju raised her red spear high, shouting loudly. Han Kangwoo straightened his back, full of emotion. "Let's go." The 100 guards all looked forward with determined eyes, their spirits high, stepping forward with unstoppable confidence. "Miss Jinju is coming. Look, she's in armor." Miss Jinju looks just like a female general in her armor. "What are you talking about? Jinju is a divine warrior. With Jinju here, no one can threaten Betrayal. Yes, yes, make way for Jinju." People lined both sides of the street, excited and passionate as they saw Jinju leading the troops. They moved aside respectfully, talking eagerly. In the past few days, they first gathered thousands of acres of grain into the city. Then the villagers outside the city were called in and given new homes. The refugees also entered the city in groups. Although everyone didn't fully understand what was happening, they cooperated fully. The general was away on a campaign, and Jinju was protecting Betrayal, always thinking of everyone's safety. They didn't hide this from the people. When they moved, they learned from the Chu army that the reason for relocating everyone into the city was to prevent a possible attack from the court behind the scenes. When they found out, everyone felt anxious and uneasy. Currently, the general is leading most of the army to attack Qiangu. Although 3 deputy generals are left to command Lady Jinju, it is unlikely she rides a horse, as she was seen riding with the general that day. Lady Jinju is a goddess, but she is also a woman who does not indulge in worldly pleasures, so she probably would not lead troops into battle. They worry that if the court attacks, North Liao will be in danger. Now, seeing the brave female general on horseback, all their worries disappear. Fang Jinju's team turned a corner and entered the main street leading to the city gate. They saw that 10,000 soldiers were already waiting there. When they saw her leading the way, the soldiers looked up at her. The woman on horseback was small in stature, but her upright posture and sharp eyes made people feel compelled to submit. "Leave the city." Han Kangwoo gave the command, and the army immediately followed the guards, slowly leaving the city. Both locals and refugees lined the streets, watching the army depart. They remained silent, but each person was praying silently in their own temple, lighting incense for the goddess, hoping she would protect North Liao from harm. After Fang Jinju's group left the city, they headed toward Mengzhou County. The area affected by the disaster had many roads destroyed, but the main roads from North Liao to Mengzhou County in the wilderness were intact and did not delay their march. Fang Jinju held the reins, gazing into the distance with a serious expression. She didn't need to get close to know that the imperial army of 30,000 had already reached the border between Mengzhou County and North Liao. This army was not from the capital. It was assembled from surrounding counties unaffected by the disaster, almost emptying their forces. They came to North Liao to see what was happening. The envoy sent to investigate North Liao had not returned. Now, many refugees were fleeing northward, which was strange. But after the disaster, the main roads from the capital to North Liao were almost cut off. Sending troops from the court to North Liao would take more than a month. Emperor Wu of Tang, fearing prolonged trouble, ordered King Yong'an to command the army with a tiger talisman, appointing him as the general of the northern defense, and sent him to gather troops from unaffected counties to attack North Liao and investigate. Yeoman Wang Xiaoyuansheng was the emperor's full brother. Hearing this, Fang Jinju's brow furrowed slightly. In her original memory, Xiaoyuansheng was a dark and vengeful man, quick to retaliate. Anyone who dared offend him would face death or severe injury. In serious cases, his entire family could be implicated. No matter what he did, the emperor always handled the aftermath for him. Because of this, everyone in the capital, except Emperor Tang Wu, feared him. He was called the living king of. This time, the emperor sent the toughest soldier, Tang Wu, to lead the troops north, showing how much he feared and valued North Liao. "General." Han Kangwu rode forward quickly. Hearing this, Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned, then looked at him. "What do you call me?" Han Sungwoo's eyes were serious and respectful. "General." His voice was loud and full of internal strength, so the soldiers behind him could hear clearly. Fong Jinju felt a heavy weight in her heart. She lowered her eyes to hide her nervousness. The word general is too heavy.
I'm not worthy of it yet.
Han General, just call me Jinju. Usually, when she heard the Chu family soldiers call Chu Yi general, she felt proud. But now, hearing the old general call her general, she felt nervous and uneasy. Because those two words meant a responsibility she couldn't ignore. "Miss Jinju, you are worthy of the title, general," Han Kangwoo said solemnly, with respect and approval in his eyes, just like he looked at Chu Yi. Not to mention everything Miss Jinju has done for North Liao before, just these past few days, her planning for the general's residence and North Liao shows she deserves the title general. And if I call her by her given name, it might not scare the enemy troops. Fong Jinju was silent for a moment, then looked up with calm in her eyes. "All right, I will work with the general in unity. If he's not here, I should carry his honor and responsibility as a general." After speaking, she raised her red-tipped spear and loudly declared, "Hear my order. March at full speed." Han Sungwoo's eyes warmed with excitement. He quickly agreed, "I obey the order. March at full speed." As soon as he finished, the horses' hooves quickened. The army followed closely, their formation clattering loudly and impressively. In just 2 hours, they had traveled 30 miles. "General," Han Kangwoo said seriously, "look quickly." Fong Jinju nodded and raised her hand to stop. The mountains and clouds of Tang were mostly visible. But after passing Mengzhou County, the terrain became flat. Between Mengzhou County and North Liao, there were only occasional forests, and the view was mostly unobstructed. At this moment, she could see clearly. 3 to 5 miles away, a dark mass of troops was slowly approaching. Fong Jinju pulled her horse to a stop and raised her hand to signal. She looked at Han Kangwoo beside her. "Send the order, rest here." Han Kangwoo turned his horse and ordered the troops behind him, "General's order, rest here. Rest here, all units. Rest here, all units." A single command was issued quickly, reaching from the front of the army to the back. Fong Jinju kept her eyes fixed on the approaching imperial troops. Sure enough, after a short pause, the imperial army also stopped marching. Obviously, they saw what was happening here. "General, should I go meet Xiao Yuancheng?" Han Kangwoo rode forward and stood beside Fong Jinju, sincerely asking for instructions. Fong Jinju shook her head. "Stay calm and patient. This time, the imperial army came mainly to catch the North Liao off guard. Xiao Yuancheng would never expect that before they get close, we would already be here. Seeing this, they must be caught off guard." Fong Jinju slightly smiled. "We just need to watch and wait." Xiao Yuancheng is probably thinking about how to act now. Her eyes suddenly tightened, and her words stopped abruptly, because she saw something. The army in front only paused for a moment before advancing toward them again. Seeing this, Han Kangwoo was slightly surprised. "General, we can see them, and they can see us. Xiao Yuancheng is unpredictable and always acts outside the norm. He must see the difference in our forces and plan a fierce attack." He looked at her with a murderous intent. "General, his troops are gathering from surrounding counties, but most of them haven't fought in a real battle. Even if they are outnumbered, I believe we can win." He clasped his fists and bowed slightly. "Please give the order. Let me lead the troops to attack." Fong Jinju thought for a moment and then said, "Not yet. Send the order to continue marching." Han Kangwoo was slightly stunned but had no hesitation. He immediately relayed her command. The army moved forward again, faster than before. Ahead, the imperial troops also seemed to quicken their pace. It was as if neither side wanted negotiations, and they were about to clash and fight. In just a short time, the distance between the two armies was reduced to about 200 zhang. Looking up, Fong Jinju could see the leader on a tall horse at the center of the enemy army. She could also feel their gaze fixed on her, coming closer. 200 zhang cannot block the fierce and ruthless aura of the enemy commander. Although Fang Jinju's face remained calm, her heart trembled uncontrollably. General, Han Kangwu looked nervously at Fang Jinju. Seeing the situation, he couldn't tell anything unusual on her face. He sighed in relief, but also felt a bit worried. He suggested, "Why not let me lead the charge?" Speaking of which, Fang Jinju was about the same age as his daughter. She was a delicate woman who should be pampered by her parents. Although her face looked fine, he seemed to see her trying hard to hide her fear behind her fragile appearance. Her silent endurance made her even more pitiful. Fang Jinju shook her head decisively. "General Han, since you call me General, you should trust me wholeheartedly." While talking to those around her, she kept her eyes fixed straight ahead. "From now on, whether it's doubt or worry, you must not show it at all. General Han, you should know better than anyone that on the battlefield, even a hint of hesitation or fear can be a death sentence." Hearing this, Han Songwoo's eyes sharpened. "I will obey your orders." He no longer hesitated and followed Fang Jinju, continuing to move forward at the same pace. 200 yards, 150 yards, 100 yards. Fang Jinju could now see the outline of Xiao Yuanqing's face. The fierce pressure of battle, unstoppable like an avalanche, rushed toward them. She tightly gripped the reins and her red tassel spear, her lips pressed tightly together. Despite her chest pounding faster than the sound of hooves beneath her, she kept her expression calm and steady. 80 yards. 60 yards. If they fought now, in just a few breaths, the two armies would clash. Han Kangwu glanced at the woman in front of him. She showed no sign of nervousness or fear, nor did she intend to stop. 50 yards. Fang Jinju spun her red tassel spear, pointing it directly at the approaching army. Han Songwoo's eyes sharpened again, and he drew his long sword from his waist. Whoosh! 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 Behind them, 10,000 Shu family soldiers raised their weapons and swords. The fighting spirit was overwhelming, unstoppable like a mountain collapsing. 40 yards. Suddenly, a loud, high-pitched neighing of horses sounded from the opposite side. The army of the court abruptly stopped moving forward. Han Songwoo's eyes flickered, and he instinctively looked at the woman ahead. She was still riding forward calmly, neither hurried nor hesitant. Seeing this, Han Kangwu was slightly stunned. For a moment, he couldn't understand what Fang Jinju was trying to do. But he didn't ask or hesitate. He firmly followed her steps, staying close behind. 10,000 Shu family soldiers did not pause at all, quickly following the two leaders in front. On the other side, the leader, dressed in blue armor, Xiao Yuanqing, stared intently at the main general of the North Liao army, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be a woman? And he had already ordered his troops to stop, yet she was still marching forward. Xiao Yuanqing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. For a moment, many thoughts raced through his mind. Forget the distance. Just moments ago, at 200 zhang apart, they could clearly see the disparity in forces. The Chu army of North Liao was about 10,000 strong, while his own troops were 3 times that number. But he knew well that his soldiers were disorganized and had little battle experience. The Chu army, however, was different. Among them, any one of these soldiers could be a seasoned veteran stationed at the border for years. Border regions often faced wars. The 10,000 soldiers in front of him had survived many battles and were the best of the best. If they fought head-on, a human wave tactic might not win. But he had been in the capital for many years and understood tactics involving human psychology. In the capital, conflicts and fights were everywhere. The first test of this kind of battle was courage. Without enough courage, even if the situation was in your favor, you could lose because of morale. Often, before any real fight started, the outcome was already decided. So, he paused briefly and then decided to continue marching. His goal was to make the enemy think he planned to bypass negotiations between the two generals and attack directly. On the battlefield, surprise was the key to intimidating the enemy. He thought the North Liao army would stay put and wait to see what he did. But unexpectedly, as soon as they started moving, the North Liao army also began to act. Although their numbers were far fewer than his, he could feel that their morale was very steady and firm, the kind of confidence that comes from knowing you will definitely win. As the two armies drew closer, Xiao Yuansheng could only wave his hand to signal a halt. Losing the first round didn't scare him. He still held a winning move in his hand. It was best to win without bloodshed. He thought that stopping would make the other side also stop. After all, North Liao was defending the city and wouldn't attack unless necessary, to avoid losing soldiers needlessly. But unexpectedly, they showed no intention of stopping. And he thought the leader was Chu Yi, or one of his sub-commanders. But it turned out the leader was a woman. Not only that, she was completely unafraid of his intimidation, even exuding a confident, crushing aura. The surprise attack came one after another. For the first time in his life, Xiao Yuansheng furrowed his brow into a sharp line. Something was strange. According to what he knew, North Liao only has 20,000 Chu family army soldiers. They have just experienced a famine. Their military strength should be weak and declining. But the army in front of him, with such high morale, clearly exceeded his expectations. Even if their numbers were normal, they should know they are no match for the court. If they fight, angering the emperor, the court would use all its forces to destroy North Liao. But the North Liao army is still approaching. Unclear whether they are reckless or confident, they do not seem afraid of the court. 30 Zhang. Seeing the opponent's young female general's beautiful face, Xiao Yuansheng raises his hand. His army behind him stirs. The North Liao army suddenly stops. Xiao Yuansheng's eyelids twitch. He immediately raises his hand again to stop his troops. General. Han Chongwu looks at Xiao Yuansheng ahead and lowers his voice. Maybe I should handle the negotiations later. He quickly adds, General, I mean no disrespect. You should know, Xiao Yuansheng is skilled in martial arts and acts unpredictably. I worry about him. Fang Jinzhu turns to look at Han Chongwu with sharp eyes.
Who am I?
Han Chongwu feels a shiver from her gaze. Yes, you are the general, and also the pillar of North Liao. Fang Jinzhu's expression remains serious. Right now, I am the pillar of North Liao. Only if I fall can you have the right to support the sky. Don't worry, I am not an ordinary pillar. I won't fall easily. Vice General Han, listen to my command. Fang Jinzhu calmly orders. Without my order, do not act rashly. Any disobedience will be dealt with by military law. Han Chongwu's heart trembles. That I will obey your orders. After speaking, Fang Jinzhu withdraws her gaze and rides forward. Han Chongwu's eyes tighten. He stares unblinkingly at Jinzhu's slender, yet upright figure on horseback. Of course, he is worried. But more, he admires her. He is over 40 years old. He has seen much in his life. But he has never seen a woman like Jinzhu. At first glance, she looks soft and ordinary. But beneath that ordinary appearance is a beauty beyond words, impossible to describe with praise. Before, he thought no woman in the world could match the general. But now, he feels that the general and Jinzhu are a perfect match. Jinzhu is not only their salvation. It is truly heaven's greatest praise for the general to share life and death with Betrayal. Seeing the female commander ride alone towards him, a flicker of complexity crossed Xiao Yuansheng's eyes. This woman, she is quite brave. Unexpectedly, even in Betrayal, there are such remarkable people. He smirked slightly, moved his leg, and rode forward to meet her.
Bang!
Thud. Seeing Xiao Yuansheng approaching on horseback, Fang Jinzhu swallowed nervously, her heart pounding, her palms sweaty as she held the red tassel spear and reins.
Clack! Clack! Clack!
As Xiao Yuansheng drew nearer, everything around seemed to fade into nothingness, but the sound of hooves grew louder in her ears. Fang Jinzhu felt her breath becoming suffocatingly heavy. Xiao Yuansheng stared steadily at the woman in armor on horseback, her face coming closer, a faint smile always lingering at the corner of his mouth. 10 zhang. 5 zhang. As Xiao Yuansheng's face became clearer and he met her curious gaze, Fang Jinzhu felt as if a cold, damp snake was wrapping around her. Her skin prickled, and her hair stood on end. She used almost all her willpower to keep her expression unchanged, her eyes steady and unflinching. Both horses stopped almost simultaneously. Between the two horses, only 2 zhang apart. Han Kongwu said Xiao Yuanqing's martial skills were not inferior to his. At this distance, if Xiao Yuanqing suddenly leapt to take her life, she would have no way to escape. She would die. Would she return to Huagua? Suddenly, this thought flashed in Fang Jinju's mind. Her eyes tightened, and she quickly pushed the thought away. Earlier, when she first arrived in Tangwu, she desperately wanted to go back immediately, because this place was full of danger. Surviving here was extremely difficult. But now, even if she died and could return to Huagua, she didn't want or couldn't let that happen. Huagua was peaceful, but whether in happiness or sorrow, she was always alone. Beiliao, though full of hardships, had family constantly thinking of her, waiting for her to return. Moreover, behind her, there were millions of soldiers and civilians who trusted her completely, entrusting their lives to her. So, she must not die. She absolutely must hold on. Fang Jinju's heart gradually calmed, her mind peaceful, her eyes serene. Her stern, fierce expression and killing intent quietly faded away. Facing Xiao Yuanqing, her gaze was as calm as a still lake, no longer showing any emotional waves. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanqing's faint smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes darkened with complexity. He had grown up in the treacherous palace and was one of the only 2 surviving descendants of the former emperor during the struggle for the throne. As for the other one, being of low status like a farmer, it's better not to mention it. Furthermore, the power elite in the capital is like an invisible battlefield. He still lives comfortably and confidently. There is no storm he hasn't seen in this world, and no one's mind he can't see through. But now, he cannot understand the young female general before him, who, even dressed in armor, still appears delicate and fragile. Just moments ago, during their intense stare-down, he could faintly sense the sharpness and murderous intent on her face, as if deliberately displayed. But within just a few breaths, all traces of emotion disappeared from her eyes and face. Her gaze toward him was like looking at any random person among many. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was as if the aura he had cultivated over decades in the imperial court and in deadly battles was completely useless. And her face always seemed to carry a strange familiarity, but he couldn't quite remember where he had seen her before. This only made him more suspicious and annoyed. Behind Xiao Yuanqing's army, a pair of deep, mysterious eyes watched the female general on horseback with interest. Meanwhile, Han Kongwu was tense, his eyes fixed tightly on Xiao Yuanqing, radiating readiness to strike. Any movement from Xiao Yuanqing, and he would be the first to shoot an arrow.
Who are you?
After a long standoff, Fang Jinju spoke sharply, her lips thin and her voice clear. State your name. Although she lacked internal energy, her voice carried through the eerily quiet surroundings. The soldiers at the front of both armies heard her clearly. The entire 10,000 soldiers of the Zhu family army felt a surge of pride and courage. Although the general was a woman, her fearless presence was no less than that of Zhu's general. Even a woman could stand bravely at the front alone. What more did they fear? We haven't even approached yet, and you've already come to meet us. Xiao Yuanqing spoke coldly, with a mocking tone. It seems you've been watching my every move for a long time. Besides the court officials, who else could be coming from this direction? Why pretend? As he spoke, suspicion flickered in his eyes. He had traveled from the capital in just a few days, gathering troops from all directions, almost without delay, to attack northward. How did North Liao find out about the court's plan to attack them so early, and why were they so precise? Before crossing into North Liao's territory, they had already sent troops to block them? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuanqing's eyes narrow with a hint of danger. I am the great general of Jinbei, personally appointed by the emperor's brother. I have come to serve according to his orders. He looked at Fang Jinju, and the pressure of authority suddenly pressed down. When you see me, You should dismount and kneel to greet me. Instead, you loudly question me. That's unacceptable." At the end of his words, he deliberately infused his internal energy. The thunderous pressure made any man tremble with fear, let alone a delicate young woman in front of him. But what surprised and disappointed him was that she remained calm, with a mocking smile on her lips. Serving in an official position? Kneeling to greet? You call yourself the great general? You should be well-versed in court and national affairs. Don't you know that North Liao was already abandoned by Tangwu? North Liao is no longer a county city of Tangwu. It is now the North Liao Kingdom. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned fierce with hatred. Our North Liao has a deadly feud with the Tangwu court. Anyone from the court who comes, we kill one. If two come, we kill them both. We never show mercy. After the Chu family, Tangwu truly has no capable generals left. Otherwise, why would the emperor allow his own brother to come and die? Each word was sharp and hit straight to the heart. Xiao Yuanqing's expression darkened. His thumb moved, and the sword in his hand seemed ready to draw. Han Songwu's eyes suddenly tightened. The veins on his hand holding the sword protruded. He measured the distance between himself and Xiao Yuanqing, his eyes fixed on the other's sword. If the sword moved even slightly, he would immediately rush forward on horseback. Behind Han Kongwu, the 10,000 soldiers of the Chu family also narrowed their eyes, gripping their weapons, ready to strike. Fang Jinju twirled her red tassel spear, pointing it at Xiao Yuanqing, and smiled.
How?
Did I hit a nerve? Are you angry and embarrassed? If you're not satisfied, then come and fight. Xiao Yuanqing stared intensely into Fang Jinju's eyes. It was as if she showed even a hint of fear, he would immediately cut her head off. It must be said that his killing aura and pressure at this moment were unbearable for anyone. Fang Jinju was no exception. Her chest nearly stopped breathing. But because of North Liao and Chu Yi, her hatred for Tangwu court was overwhelming. It helped her withstand Xiao Yuanqing's pressure. And although she had no martial skills, she had the protection of hidden beasts and birds in the dark. Confident that Xiao Yuanqing could not hurt her at all, she dared to provoke him like this. After a moment of confrontation, Xiao Yuanqing withdrew his thumb, and his sword was sheathed again. He sneered, "Beilu Kingdom?
Ha!
Such a poor, tiny place, and you dare call yourself a kingdom? As long as Tangwu is alive, Beilu can never become a real country." He paused, then looked at Fang Jinju again, and asked, "Where is Chu Yi?" "What? Can't go against the Chu family's rules, so you send a woman to call for rebellion? Send him out to see me. A mere woman. I refuse to negotiate with you." Fang Jinju's face was full of sarcasm. Rebellion? Spouting such words. Aren't you ashamed? The court has no backbone. They abandoned Beilu first, leaving our 50,000 soldiers and civilians to fend for themselves. Now they want to turn around and accuse us of rebellion? Her horse snorted loudly, pawing the ground anxiously and stepping forward a few steps. Although it was just an animal, its reaction made it seem furious, as if it was about to charge at Xiao Yuanqing and fight to vent its anger if Fang Jinju didn't hold its reins. Haha. Fang Jinju reached out to the horse's mane, then looked at Xiao Yuanqing with even more sarcasm. "Look at that. Even my warhorse under me thinks you're shameless." A cold look appeared in Xiao Yuanqing's eyes. With his temper, at this moment, he would only feel better if he took the woman's head in front of him. But he never acted without certainty. Attacking an enemy requires a fatal. Until he understood the woman and Beilu's true situation, he wouldn't act rashly. Thinking of this, he raised his hand behind him. Then he turned his horse around, didn't even look at Fang Jinju, and headed back the way he came. "Beilu, daring to rebel and claim itself a kingdom, I want to see if you have the ability." Seeing this, Fang Jinju's eyes flickered slightly. She loudly said, "Whether Beilu has the ability or not, if you're a man, don't hide behind your army like a coward." As she spoke, she also raised her hand behind her to give an order. Han Songwu's eyes relaxed, and he quickly urged his horse forward. The 10,000 troops of the Chu family followed closely, rushing toward Fang Jinju's group. Whether it was because Fang Jinju's words had provoked him or because he heard the iron marching sounds behind, Xiao Yuanqing stopped his horse about 2 zhang away, turned around, and his sword's gleam almost pierced through Fang Jinju's armor, ready to tear her apart. Fang Jinju's lips curled into an even wider smile. In Xiao Yuanqing's eyes, this smile was the most reckless provocation he had ever seen in his life. His hand gripping the sword was bulging with veins. If this wasn't a finely forged sword but anything else, it would probably have already turned to ash in his grip. Xiao Yuanqing rode his horse back forward, his eyes filled with killing intent, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Fang Jinju raised her eyebrows and also rode forward. But when she saw the scene behind Xiao Yuanqing, she suddenly stopped her horse. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanqing's smile grew even more confident. Hurry up. Don't delay. Keep delaying, and I'll cut you down with one strike. Behind him, 500 soldiers were holding back hundreds of frightened villagers rushing forward. The villagers wore simple, light-colored coarse cloth shirts, trembling in the cold wind. Not only that, their clothes were stained with blood, like marks from being whipped. Fang Jinju understood this clearly, but her eyes flashed with a fierce look. You actually want to use innocent villagers as leverage? Shameless. Seeing her finally angry, her emotions were clear. Xiao Yuanqing's eyes flickered with satisfaction again. They are the people of Tangwu. Usually protected by the country, they naturally have the duty to defend our land. Recently, Tangwu was struck by a natural disaster caused by a dragon's upheaval, affecting 3 or 4 counties. I heard that Betrayal has taken in many refugees. As he spoke, he moved his finger, and his sword unsheathed. The emperor is kind and compassionate. Considering this, he wanted to bring Betrayal back into our territory, but you all have grown wings and want to rebel against the court. If you truly are loyal and righteous, why would you turn your swords inward and kill your own people? I give you one chance. If you regret now, dismount, order your troops to kneel and bow to me, and submit to our Tangwu ruler. I will forgive your disrespect earlier and not pursue it. Otherwise. He didn't finish his words. But his soldiers behind him clearly understood his meaning, pushing the villagers forward to face the swords of the Chu family army. The Chu army suddenly grew tense and restless. In the front row, among the villagers, some saw their parents, wives, or children. If it weren't for their soldiers' discipline, they might have shouted out loud. Xiao Yuanqing watched the Chu army's reaction with certainty and a cold, triumphant look. He raised his sword and pointed at Fang Jinju. Have you thought it through? I'll count to 3. If you don't dismount, then we'll fight. These disaster victims, I recognize a few of them. As he spoke, some soldiers pushed a few victims to the front. Father, a girl, covered in dirt and disheveled, was pushed and fell to the ground. She looked at Han Kangwu with wide, frightened eyes. Father, save Ronge.
Ronger is scared.
Fang Jinju's eyes darkened. She immediately looked at Han Kangwu beside her. She saw that Han Songwu's face was tense but calm. However, her eyes revealed deep pain. Fang Jinju's gaze shifted from Han Kangwu to the girl asking for help. The girl's clothes were torn, her hair messy and dirty. She looked panicked and helpless. Now she was being trampled by soldiers, trembling with fear, like a small cat being mistreated, making frightened, whimpering sounds. Seeing this scene, not only Han Kangwu, as a father, but even an outsider like her felt heartbroken. Your father really has a heart of stone. Xiao Yuanqing looked down at the ground, sneering coldly. His own daughter is begging for help, but he remains indifferent. I consider myself a cold-hearted person who cares for nothing in this world. Who would have thought that in front of your father, I am still just a small fry? Hearing this, the girl's tears flowed like rain. Her eyes, looking at Han Kangwu, were full of sadness, fear, grievance, and despair. Although Han Songwu's face showed no emotion, Fang Jinju saw that his body was trembling slightly. She could almost see through his heavy armor that inside, 2 fierce beasts fatherly love and duty, were fighting fiercely. Both beasts were so strong that no one could tell who would win. In the struggle, Han Seong-woo's flesh and blood were wounded and bloody.
Well,
Just as her words finished, Xiao Yuanqing suddenly changed his tone. Your father has been stationed at the border for many years, probably not returning to the capital for a long time. It's natural that his feelings for you, his daughter, are distant. Then I will help you. He glanced at the soldier stepping on the girl's back. The soldier understood and raised his foot to kick the girl. Stop. Before Han Kangwoo could dismount from his horse, Fang Jinju had already moved ahead, holding her red tassel spear against the soldier's chest. The soldier froze instantly, afraid to move, and looked up at Xiao Yuanqing on the horse. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanqing's smile grew even colder, his icy eyes like a venomous snake's tongue curling around Fang Jinju. Haha, women are still soft-hearted after all. Is Beliao truly out of capable generals? Letting a woman with a kind heart become a general. He looked down on Han Kangwoo with disdain. A proud 7-foot man, bowing to a woman. It's a shame to us men. Shut up. Fang Jinju shouted hysterically at Xiao Yuanqing, her eyes wide and red. This sudden scene stunned Xiao Yuanqing, making him forget how to respond for a moment. After all, since his birth, no one, except the former emperor, had ever scolded him so fiercely. Do you think calling me your majesty makes you worthy of being called a man? Fang Jinju's voice was sharp and fierce, her red tassel spear pointed directly at Xiao Yuanqing's face. Forget about your past actions. Right now, you're bullying the weak and harming the innocent. You don't deserve to be a person. You don't even want to be a real man, and you're harming your 30,000 soldiers too. Do you understand what the word army really means? Her words cut deep into his heart. The army is for fighting enemies outside, protecting the country and the people. But you, dressed in armor, harming civilians, what's the difference from mountain bandits and robbers? At this point, her anger was extreme. She spat fiercely at Xiao Yuanqing. You're insulting the armor you wear. Whoosh! With a sharp sound, Xiao Yuanqing drew his sword swiftly and swung it at Fang Jinju. Clang! The sword clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Xiao Yuanqing's hand hurt, and blood seeped out. He glared fiercely at Han Kangwoo, who had blocked his attack. In Han Seong-woo's eyes, it seemed as if thousands of sharp swords were slicing through the air, ready to tear him apart. Xiao Yuanqing's frustration swelled inside him, almost bursting out of his chest. In the capital, everyone saw him as a fierce warrior. Few dared to look directly at him. But now he was being defeated in front of these two people. How could he not be angry? The anger that had been buried deep beneath his cold, icy exterior finally erupted. He swung his sword again. Ugh, but unexpectedly, his horse suddenly reared wildly, lifting its front hooves high. Xiao Yuanqing was startled, clutching the reins tightly so he wouldn't be thrown off. Yet the horse didn't stop its madness. It kicked and bucked wildly, jumping and thrashing about. It seems like the man on his back is about to be thrown down to settle everything. This strange scene left all the soldiers under Xiao Yuanqing completely confused. Seeing the horse go wild nonstop, Xiao Yuanqing's eyes sharpened. He tried to steady himself and instinctively raised his sword to strike at the horse beneath him. But unexpectedly, another deputy general's horse also suddenly tried to control itself and crazily charged toward Xiao Yuanqing's horse. Before Xiao Yuanqing's sword could reach the horse, both he and the horse were knocked over to the ground. Prince, are you okay? Several soldiers hurriedly ran toward Xiao Yuanqing. At this moment, Xiao Yuanqing's horse suddenly reared up and stood again, dashing toward Fang Jinju. Not only that, all the horses under Xiao Yuanqing's cavalry went wild, jumping and tossing their riders off. Suddenly, the front of Xiao Yuanqing's army was in chaos. Without Xiao Yuanqing's order, the foot soldiers behind didn't dare to act rashly and could only help the confused cavalry nearby. But their efforts were barely effective. Soon, all the cavalry were repeatedly thrown off by their own horses. Then, all the horses, once freed, dashed toward Fang Jinju's formation. They lined up neatly behind her. Seeing this bizarre scene, everyone under Xiao Yuanqing's command was stunned. What's going on? Xiao Yuanqing observed everything carefully, his expression flickering with complexity. It seemed he had thought of something. He first looked at Fang Jinju, then scanned her army behind her. His eyes searched as if looking for something. Seeing this, a faint flash appeared in Fang Jinju's eyes. Suddenly, an impossible idea popped into her mind. As soon as this thought appeared, she looked at Xiao Yuanqing. She was trembling all over, not out of fear but out of hatred. Finally, Xiao Yuanqing's suspicious gaze fell on Fang Jinju. In that instant their eyes met. Fang Jinju forced herself to stay calm and sneered. Fiske. Look at that. Even your warhorses can't tolerate your inhumane actions. They've turned to join my side. In our Betrayal, from the top generals to common people, everyone is just and kind, blessed and protected by the gods. In Betrayal, all evil deeds will be punished by heaven. Hearing this, the common people restrained by Xiao Yuanqing's soldiers looked on with disbelief in their eyes. Despite their disbelief, there was still a glimmer of hope. Faced with an overwhelming sense of despair, they had begged the gods more than once. Because besides the gods, they didn't know who else could save them from danger. But their pleas were never answered.
Now,
the female general in front of them said that North Liao was blessed by a divine spirit. They didn't want to believe it.
but
If not the gods, then how else could they explain the strange behavior of these warhorses? Xiao Yuanqing stepped closer to Fang Jinju, his eyes showing an unpredictable madness.
who are you?
Fang Jinju's eyes sharpened, then a sneer appeared. I am the one here to take your life. Xiao Yuanqing seemed to try to see through Fang Jinju. Where did you hide him? With this question, Fang Jinju became more confident. But her eyes showed confusion. Are you crazy? Xiao Yuanqing's eyes flashed with anger. Stop pretending. You know what I am talking about. No wonder your female army dares to fight on the battlefield. I see now. I know he is among the soldiers behind you. He gritted his teeth and said, if you want these people to live, hand him over immediately. Otherwise. He looked at the soldiers beside him. They all raised their swords to the necks of the civilians. Otherwise, I will make sure these people die without a proper burial. As his words finished, the civilians immediately started to cry and beg for mercy. Female general, please save us. Save us.
Ugh.
Taiju, are you still there? Save me, I don't want to die. God, look at us. Please help us. We haven't done anything wrong. Fang Jinju stared at Xiao Yuanqing. Don't think I can't understand what you're saying. Even if I had the person you mentioned, do you think you can threaten me with these people's lives? I do pity them, but I won't ignore the safety of the soldiers and civilians behind me because of them. She shifted her gaze from Xiao Yuanqing to the civilians with swords at their necks and loudly said, you don't need to be afraid. I won't be threatened by villains because I have confidence in myself. North Liao has divine protection. Evil will not be allowed to do as they please. As soon as they make a move, they will be punished by heaven. Seeing her so confident, the soldiers holding swords to the civilians' necks looked panicked and uncertain, instinctively looking up at the sky. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuanqing suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ridiculous. You cannot fool them, but you cannot fool me. He was unaware. As he looked up and laughed loudly, Fang Jinju silently gave Han Kongwu a warning look. Han Kongwu reached behind his back and silently issued a command. I know that the gods you speak of are just. Boom. Before Xiao Yuanqing could finish speaking, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky. Even he, so bold and reckless, was startled and shrank back. The soldiers at the court were all frightened, their hearts pounding as they looked up at the sky. Perhaps it was just their imagination. The sky seemed to darken a little suddenly. It's a thunderbolt from the heavens. North Liao really has divine beings. After the villagers' initial fear, they began to show excited and happy expressions. Xiao Yuanqing calmed himself and looked at Fang Jinju with complicated eyes. He had expected the warhorse to suddenly go mad and rebel against him. But this lightning bolt in the sky was beyond his prediction. He does not believe in any gods. If there really were divine beings with all the evil he has done, he would have been sent to the 18 levels of long ago. How could he still live so freely? Even if there were gods, he was not afraid. That child's abilities were extraordinary. Others might worship and fear him as a divine being. But he was not afraid. Even if he were a god, as long as he couldn't kill him, he would imprison and use him. The only explanation for that lightning was that the child's power was far beyond what they knew, and he had only uncovered a little of it after so many years. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuanxing suddenly became very excited. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the child. It turned out that the child had been taken to North Liao, a place isolated from the Central Plains. Fang Jinju clearly saw the almost crazy excitement in Xiao Yuanxing's eyes and was secretly alarmed. After the incident with the warhorse, she guessed that Xiao Yuanxing was the one who had previously detained the star treasure. Worried he might see through her plan, Fang Jinju quickly changed her strategy. She planned to use the thunderbolt to intimidate Xiao Yuanxing. But she didn't expect Xiao Yuanxing was a complete lunatic. Not only was he not frightened by the thunder, but he also showed this disturbing expression.
He does listen to you.
Xiao Yuanxing looked at Fang Jinju, a sinister smile on his face. Since he was taken into my residence at 2 years old, I've tried everything, but he's never obeyed me. I'm truly curious. How did you manage it? His current expression would probably make Han Kongwu, a seasoned soldier, feel uncomfortable. Moreover, what about others? Especially considering the star child she faced every day before. Fang Jinju truly cannot imagine how much suffering the star child has endured under such a madman. Thinking back to the first time she saw the star child, covered in wounds, a surge of hatred almost burst through her body, tearing her apart. This time, even with all her strength, she couldn't control her expression. Seeing her eyes filled with hatred almost turning into substance, Xiao Yuanxing suddenly became certain of something and laughed crazily. Haha, it's really you.
It's really you.
You're so clever. Finally, Xiao Yuanxing's eyes showed disbelief again. I've laid a trap all the way to catch you. Even if you turn into a fly, you can't escape my hand. I really want to know how you managed to escape alive. Judging by the days, you only fled to Betrayal for a few days, and you even became the female general of Betrayal. It seems he's more useful than I thought. At this point, Xiao Yuanxing's face twisted slightly. When he first discovered that child, his ambition grew to the extreme. He thought that if he used her properly, she might help him conquer the whole world. But over the years, he used every trick he had on her, yet he made no progress. The woman in front of him, in just a few days, had already used him to take control of the entire Betrayal city. How could he not be angry? What he couldn't get, no one else could get either. If he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuanxing's eyes showed full of mockery as he looked at Fang Jinju. Do you think with his help, you can be invincible? His voice was like venom, each word almost deadly. I may not have tamed him, but over the years I've learned his weaknesses. If you still hope to use him to threaten me, you'd better give up that idea now. As he spoke, he glanced at the soldiers restraining the common people nearby, then his gaze returned to Fang Jinju. If you are smart, you should understand that even if you have that child, Betrayal is just a city. How can it compare to the imperial court? The king gave you one more chance. If you obediently hand over the child and bow to serve the king, then follow him to rebel against the capital, I can make you the king of Jinbei and grant you the northern Liao as your fiefdom. He spoke without hiding his ambition, eyes shining with sharp light. Then you will be the first female ruler with a fiefdom in history. Remember, this is a rare honor that many people desire but cannot obtain. Otherwise, Xiao Yuanxing's eyes suddenly darkened with killing intent. I will use these common people as shields and frontline soldiers to crush the rebellion of North Liao. At that time, if the child loses your protection, it will be easy for me to find him. Since you can rise to the top military position in North Liao because of that child, you must be decisive. Choose, fight or surrender. It turned out that the lightning just now was a trick played by a child. Now that everything was under Xiao Yuanqing's control, the soldiers around him grew more confident. They grabbed the necks of the villagers or pulled their hair and pressed their swords against their throats again. Once Xiao Yuanqing gave the order, they would cut off the villagers' throats. The hope that had just appeared in the villagers' hearts was once again brutally crushed by the blade of death. They had once believed in divine power in North Liao, but now they knew it was all a lie. This time, they couldn't even cry out for help. Despair filled their eyes. Xiao Yuanqing's lips curled into a confident smile as he raised his hand behind him. His 30,000 imperial soldiers stirred. Fang Jinju finally saw that every soldier had a small cloth bag about the size of a grown man's fist tied to their waist. They pulled something out of these bags and quickly sprinkled it on their faces and bodies. Suddenly, a strong, foul smell swept in with the north wind, invading everyone's senses and making them gag. Everyone instinctively covered their mouths and noses, unable to hold back their nausea. Fang Jinju frowned, feeling her stomach churn wildly. The food she ate this morning threatened to come up. Although she didn't understand what the other side was doing, she knew this overwhelming smell was aimed at animals and birds. Seeing Xiao Yuanqing also take out a bag from his coat, Fang Jinju's face darkened. Her mind moved quickly, and she suddenly had a new weapon, an explosive device. Boom! The explosive was aimed straight at Xiao Yuanqing's chest and detonated. Almost at the moment when the lightning struck the sky, Han Kangwu leapt off his horse, wielding a long sword. With the force of a mountain toppling, he swung the sword toward Xiao Yuanqing. At this moment, Fang Jinju also raised her hand behind her to give an order. Xiao Yuanqing instinctively covered his face to shield himself from the lightning attack, but he was unprepared for Han Songwu's sudden strike. In an instant, Han Songwu's sword fiercely cut into his shoulder, and his right knee pressed down on Xiao Yuanqing's chest, forcing him to the ground. The sword slid to a stop, pressing tightly against his neck. Warm blood flowed down, and if the sword had gone just a little deeper, it could have taken his life.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! In the blink of an eye, Han Songwu's attack was interrupted as several bolts of lightning shot out from behind Fang Jinju's army formation, exploding toward the soldiers holding civilians hostage. The soldiers of the court were stunned by the sudden appearance of the lightning, but in that brief moment, they were caught off guard, and their faces were hit by the lightning. The power of the lightning was far less than that of a gas canister, but aiming at a weak spot could still cause serious harm. The weakest part of a person is the head. Before Fang Jinju crossed over, she had prepared countless such lightning devices for Beiliang. She suggested to Chu Yi to set up moving targets in the military camp, so her archers could practice with lightning devices as skillfully as with bows, preparing for surprise attacks on the battlefield. While the lightning exploded above the court soldiers' heads, hundreds of Chu family soldiers rushed forward with arrows. They knocked down the soldiers who were injured and screaming but had no time to escape. Behind them, another group of Chu soldiers quickly dragged the unresponsive civilians into their camp. Of course, no plan is perfect. During this chaos, about a dozen court soldiers reacted quickly and avoided the lightning strike. Some fought with Chu soldiers, while others instinctively used civilians as shields. In the confusion, some civilians were not so lucky. They were beheaded by soldiers of the court and fell to the ground. But they were immediately taken back to their own camp with their neck wounds bandaged by Chu soldiers. Military doctors quickly carried the injured civilians on stretchers to the back of the camp for treatment. This seamless, flowing cooperation stunned the 30,000 court soldiers. When they finally reacted and rushed forward, Han Kangwu had already lifted Xiao Yuanqing from the ground, sword at his neck, blocking him in front. Don't want him to die? Then everyone stop now. A threat infused with inner strength stopped the Imperial Army's advance with a commanding presence. Xiao Yuanqing's face burned with pain. Although he reacted quickly and blocked most of the explosion with his arm, his jaw and left cheek were still injured. His face hurt, not just from the injury. He also blamed himself for a misjudgment. He had just seen clearly. That female general suddenly produced a bright-looking object from nowhere, something strange and unfamiliar. Then he was injured by that object. Xiao Yuanxing knew well that the child was lucky and could speak with beasts. But he had never seen anyone produce objects out of thin air before. If he could do that, why would he have been imprisoned for so long? The thing in the female general's hand was unprecedented. It was very different from anything in Beiliao, or even the entire Tanggu region. It was truly strange. But, seeing the hesitant imperial soldiers, Xiao Yuanxing's competitive spirit, driven by madness, completely took over his mind. Since childhood, he had always been someone above others. His life could be lost, but his pride as a royal was unbreakable. Xiao Yuanxing laughed wildly, a crazed and fierce smile. "Zhao Wendy, I command you as the lead general. Fight me now. No retreat, no surrender." Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes sharpened. He knew he was dealing with a madman. Han Kongwu turned to look at Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju shook his head slightly. Han Kongwu immediately understood and struck Xiao Yuanxing unconscious with a hand chop. Then he waved his hand, signaling the soldiers of the Chu family to step forward and drag Xiao Yuanxing away, tying him up tightly. Just as this was done, the imperial soldiers nearby became restless. A tall, strong general stepped forward a few paces. From a distance, his expression was unclear. But Fang Jinju didn't care. This battle had to be fought. And it had to be won. Before setting out, she had prepared herself mentally for everything. She never expected such a twist to happen. Thinking about how they had already captured the main culprit who had imprisoned and abused the star treasure, she felt deep hatred. At this moment, Fang Jinju felt fearless. She raised her hand behind her. The Chu army immediately understood and spread out to both sides, creating a large open space in the center. Seeing this, Zhao Wendy and the other imperial soldiers were confused. But they also sensed danger. Zhao Wendy's eyes flickered as he quickly ordered, "Bring them out." As soon as he spoke, the imperial soldiers parted in the center. Dozens of soldiers pushed a group of people forward. Look carefully at the group of people being pushed out. Fang Jinju clenched her fists tightly. These dozens of individuals. In the middle are all children around 4 or 5 years old, small and malnourished, with skinny bodies and tightly sealed mouths. Although they are not close or far, not enough to see their faces clearly. But Fang Jinju can clearly feel the fear from them and even hear their whimpering sounds. Her eyes widened with anger. These beasts. They use civilians as shields to threaten and even use innocent children as human shields. She shifted her gaze slightly. Suddenly, her breath was cut off. On both sides of these children, there are pregnant women with swollen bellies. The imperial soldiers, afraid she might see, made these pregnant women open their coats and lift their clothes, exposing their large bellies. Fang Jinju's grip on the reins tightened suddenly. A flash of a scene from the NJ massacre appeared in her mind. Japanese invaders stabbing pregnant women's bellies with knives, pulling out the fetuses with sharp blades. Just thinking about those images made her blood boil with rage. It felt like she couldn't reach into history books to stop those cruel acts, to shield those innocent children from the knives. But unexpectedly, at this moment, that brutal history reappeared before her eyes. Fang Jinju was shocked and furious, trembling uncontrollably. "You beasts."
No.
How could beasts come up with such vicious ideas? These people are demons in human skin. Zhao Wendy had been watching Fang Jinju closely. Although he couldn't see her clearly, he keenly sensed her emotional change. He immediately relaxed, a look of relief and pride flashing in his eyes. When Xiao Yuanxing first said they would capture these children and pregnant women, he thought it was shocking. Now, it seemed that Ning and Wang had thought everything through. On the battlefield, survival depends on who is more ruthless and willing to go all out. As long as he could stay alive and win the battle to report to his superiors, these children and pregnant women could be considered heroes who died deservedly. Thinking he held the winning card, Zhao Wendy's fear of the Chu family army lessened. He issued an order and moved closer behind the hostages to pressure the Chu army. The 30,000 imperial soldiers behind him slowly followed. As the hostages were pushed closer and closer, Fang Jinju could see the children and pregnant women trembling. When they were about 5 zhang away, Zhao Wendi raised his hand to signal a stop. Then, suddenly, a bloodied person was pushed unexpectedly in front of him. Fang Jinju's eyes sharpened. It's pitiful that pregnant women and children were pushed to the front as shields, but they were unharmed and still safe for now. The last hostage brought forward, bloodstained and covered in wounds, painfully caught Fang Jinju's eye. The bloodied person was very tall, even taller than Chu Yi by half a head. Their long hair was messy and hanging loose, covering their features. Only faintly could Fang Jinju see their pale skin beneath the tangled hair. She instinctively looked into the eyes hidden beneath the dark hair. The dark eyes, concealed behind black hair, were hard to see clearly. But from that unclear view, Fang Jinju could sense a broken, bloody feeling. Within that brokenness, she saw a desperate will to survive, stitched and patched many times. Fang Jinju took a deep, calm breath. Her gaze shifted past the bloodied person to Zhao Wendi behind him. "Does Tang Wu Zhao not have any brave men?"
she asked.
"Without relying on these cowardly tricks, you and the few thousand behind you probably wouldn't even dare to come to this battlefield." Her voice was filled with biting anger. Zhao Wendi was stunned, then furious. On the battlefield, only victory or defeat matters, nothing else. Hand over Prince Ningen, then immediately order your troops to lay down their weapons and kneel in surrender. Otherwise, I will kill these people. As he spoke, soldiers holding children pressed their blades to the kids' tender necks. Soldiers with pregnant women also pressed knives against their bellies. The bloodied man was kicked to the ground by soldiers behind him and was stomped back. Ugh! The bloodied man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Fang Jinju. That shattered, almost divine look in his eyes made her feel suffocated with pain. He was just a boy about 16 or 17 years old. Fang Jinju lowered her gaze, hiding her compassion deep inside. When she looked up again, only cold indifference remained. The boy's eyes darkened slightly. In just a moment, he seemed to understand something and gently curled his blood-stained, crimson lips. Seeing Fang Jinju's change in expression, Zhao Wendi's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he was shocked by what he saw and took several steps back. In the open space among Chu's army, a huge creature suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Next to it, there was a pile of round metal cans, looking like they were made of steel. Realizing what it was, Zhao Wendi's face turned pale with shock. It was a catapult. He had never seen such a large catapult before. He didn't know what power those metal cans held. But what frightened him more wasn't the objects themselves, but how strangely they had appeared. Zhao Wendi's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Jinju. "What kind of magic did you use? Using these sneaky tricks on the battlefield is unfair. Moreover, do you not care about the lives of these people?" As he spoke, he stepped back, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "They," Zhao Wendi pointed at the hostages in front of him, "are all pregnant women about to give birth. If we fight, it will be one life for two. Didn't you say that the Northern Liao has divine beings? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" While he was speaking, Fang Jinju's expression remained calm and unmoved. Behind him, the Chu army had already placed gas tanks into slingshots. At this distance, it wouldn't take much effort. Throwing a gas tank could destroy a large area. And not only that. All 500 Chu archers stepped forward, each pulling out slingshots aimed at the soldiers of the court. These were special large slingshots made for small gas bottles. The slingshots were suitable for long-range shooting with gas tanks. Given the current distance between them and the court soldiers, even the weakest setting on the slingshot could only hit the soldiers' backs. But with the special large slingshot and gas tanks, close-range attack was possible. Seeing Fang Jinju remain unmoved, Zhao Wendi was both surprised and scared. The situation clearly meant they had no choice but to fight. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. He reached out and pulled a pregnant woman from the soldiers, shielding her in front of himself. He fiercely pressed a large sword against her neck. Boom, 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 boom. Just as he moved, the Chu archers had already shot their slingshots. Small gas tanks exploded in the enemy formation. The soldiers of the court immediately cried out in pain. Boom! Following a loud explosion, another gas tank burst behind the enemy formation. The blast wave and shock wave created a huge crater in their ranks. This explosion caused heavy casualties. About 1,000 soldiers were killed or injured. Although Zhao Wendy and all the other frontline soldiers were unharmed, the power of this attack was so astonishing that it shocked everyone. They were terrified, trembling so much they almost couldn't hold their swords. Fang Jinju was waiting for this moment. With a flick of his hand, the Chu archers launched their attack, knocking down the stunned soldiers. The Chu soldiers quickly coordinated again, rescuing dozens of hostages. The blood-stained young man carried on Han Sungwoo's shoulder looked at Fang Jinju sitting upright on horseback. His broken eyes shimmered like diamonds, reflecting a bright, dazzling light. But it was only for a moment before the light suddenly went out. The peaceful chaos had passed, waiting for Zhao Wendy to recover from his shock. All the hostages were gone. The soldiers holding the hostages were firmly pressed to the ground by Chu's army. Fang Jinju rode forward quickly, moving closer to Zhao Wendy. Han Kongwu, who had already handed the blood-stained young man to the doctor, also mounted his horse and followed behind. Zhao Wendy's legs trembled with fear. He was indeed a top general. He had some skill, but he recognized Han Kongwu. He knew his own abilities were not enough to match Han Sungwoo's skills. And someone who could make a veteran like Han Kongwu submit, plus the power of the strange object and the round jar just now.
It all showed that
The woman leader in front of him was extraordinary. Not just extraordinary. Although she was compassionate toward the hostages, her decisiveness in killing and fighting was unaffected. No wonder she was leading the army into battle. Although the Chu family soldiers were brave, they were overly kind. That's why the court had always praised their family, even to the point of bloodshed. If today they faced Chu Yi, without needing the children and pregnant women to come out, the first wave of innocent civilians could have already restrained Chu Yi. As Fang Jinju and Han Kongwu drew closer, Zhao Wendy felt his knees go weak and he suddenly knelt down. He understood from the explosion just now. There was no hope of winning this battle. It was better to kneel quickly, perhaps there was still a chance to survive. The chaos among the court soldiers, seeing this, instantly quieted down like chickens. The top general kneeling so fast they didn't feel ashamed. Instead, they felt relieved. They were just guards from various city garrisons. The biggest war they had seen was a riot caused by the common people over high taxes. But those people were so hungry that they were weak, and the riot was not dangerous at all. Before being summoned to North Liao, they had already started to feel fear. Because every soldier knew the name Chu's army. That was the most formidable army fighting against the Changhua enemies in North Liao. Even with fewer troops, they were no match. But this time, with King Yeoman leading and holding many hostages, they gained some confidence. Later, seeing that the leader was a woman, their morale increased even more. Everyone's mind was filled with images of what would happen after the battle. We are all thinking about how to do our best to escape the danger posed by the Chu family army. But we didn't expect that we wouldn't even have a chance to fight them directly. Hundreds or thousands of our comrades have already died. A simple round jar has such great power. There are many more weapons like this next to the slingshot. And this female general is not afraid at all. If Zhao Wendy foolishly orders to start the fight, they will all be defeated. I surrender. When Fang Jinju's horse stopped in front of him, Zhao Wendy eagerly clasped his hands together and begged for mercy. Female general, I am willing to surrender along with all my soldiers to Betrayal. Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind him, as long as they were alive and had knees, all knelt down. Seeing this, Han Kongwu and Qian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the woman in front of them with admiration. Although they had prepared and practiced many scenarios in advance, following the general's instructions and rehearsing with the soldiers for possible situations today, It was still shocking when his daughter and innocent civilians were pushed forward. And the children and pregnant women as hostages were beyond what they could imagine morally. Even he, as an old general, couldn't help but feel tense. He clearly sensed the general's emotional change. This was the first time the general had gone to battle. Facing such a situation was cruel for a woman. Even if she was a goddess, it was no exception. So Han Kangwoo had already prepared to step up if the general lost her composure. But unexpectedly, the general was even more resilient, brave, and decisive than he thought. This battle was truly perfect. Ha ha! Fong Jinju sneered, thinking so beautifully. Hearing this, Zhao Wendy's heart sank. He kept clasping his hands together and bowing. Female general, although our forces are not strong, with proper training, we are still useful. This time we failed to defeat Bai Liao, and the court won't let it go easily. They might send the Jingwei army to fight. Although the Chu family army is brave, as far as I know, there are now only about 20,000 left. Remember, the court's Jingwei army has over 50,000 soldiers. If His Majesty gets angry, he might use the whole country's strength to attack. Then, with around 80 to 90,000 troops, even a talented general like you would find it difficult. But if the general accepts us into her command, she can easily resist the court. Then the general could even become a female emperor. His only value now is to warn you all. People like them. Whoever can keep him alive and give them honor. That person is their king. So when King Ning suddenly said he wanted to rebel, I was a bit surprised, but not shocked. Now I see the situation clearly. The one who surrendered moves smoothly and naturally. All of this was forged in the chaos of the court's factions, a skillful display of being a fair-weather friend. It's better not to say more. But Zhao Wendy's words caused Fong Jinju's anger to explode. She swung down from her horse. Her red tassel spear aimed directly at Zhao Wendy's neck. In that moment, she was ready to kill. But the deep-rooted law in the hearts of the people of Hua country held her back at the last second, stopping her grip. Still, the spear's tip pierced Zhao Wendy's skin. Bright red blood immediately flowed out. Sharp pain and the feeling of death swept over him. Zhao Wendy's face turned pale with fear, and his whole body stiffened. The soldiers behind him also froze in fear. Just because you pushed a pregnant woman in front of you as a shield. Fong Jinju said each word with deadly intent. I would rather die 100 times than forgive this. But those who commit many evil deeds, I have never allowed them to die a good death. As she spoke, she withdrew her red tassel spear and glanced lightly at Han Kangwoo. First, tie him up and take him back to the mansion for a slow interrogation. Make sure to ask about all the evil things he has done and record them. Only then can I decide how to deal with him. Yes, General. Han Kangwoo stepped forward to obey. Zhao Wendy shouted in panic, Lady General, spare me. He opened his mouth, but Han Kangwoo stuffed a cloth into it tightly, silencing him completely. Then, he ordered people to drag him away. Seeing the scene, the soldiers in the court stirred in chaos. Many instinctively turned to run away. Boom! But unexpectedly, as if they had predicted this, another gas can exploded behind the soldiers. This time, it wasn't thrown into the army, but the powerful blast still knocked the soldiers who had already fled a few meters away. The explosion's purpose was clear. All the soldiers immediately became obedient. Though they looked terrified like quails, they dared not move a muscle. Fong Jinju had already returned to her horse. Thinking quickly, she took out a loudspeaker. I think Fong Wendy's suggestion earlier was good. She then rode forward and raised the loudspeaker to her lips. The clear voice unique to women, carried through this small object, reached everyone's ears clearly. It was like divine sound. Thousands of soldiers in the court felt a chill and looked at Fong Jinju with shining eyes. They looked up to her as if she were a goddess, full of fear and respect. But not everyone is fit to be a soldier of Beiliao City. Fong Jinju swept her gaze over the dense army formation in front of her, her voice firm and stern. Even if someone is as noble as Prince Ningen, if they treat the lives of their own people as worthless and abuse them freely, then I, as a general, will not let them go easily. People like Zhao Wendi, who are wicked, untrustworthy, and full of evil, are even more hateful than Prince Ningen. Punishing him with slow death isn't enough to pay for his sins. He even dares to wish to serve under me. It's a joke. Allowing him into Betrayal City is polluting our air. Fang Jinju's eyes narrowed with seriousness. The only value in letting him live now is to warn you all. I will list all his bad deeds publicly and set up a special platform at the city gate where he will be executed in front of everyone every day. Let everyone in Betrayal understand clearly. Anyone who commits evil will face a bad ending here.
And you?
Fang Jinju's sharp gaze swept toward the court soldiers. I will also send people to question each of you and make a decision. Better for you to pray that your own misdeeds are few, so you still have a chance to atone. Otherwise, today's Zhao Wendi and Xiao Yuansheng will be here tomorrow. Suddenly, as soon as she finished speaking, the court soldiers knelt down in fear. It was no exaggeration. None of them were completely innocent. They had all committed sins, just to different extents. As Fang Jinju said, there was no escape. Now they only hope that their crimes are within Betrayal's bottom line, so they can at least atone and survive. After issuing her warning, Fang Jinju turned to Han Kongwu beside her, gave some instructions, then turned her horse and headed toward her army. Han Kongwu gave the order. Immediately, 8,000 Shu family soldiers advanced to deal with the court soldiers. The remaining 2,000 soldiers, one on each side, surrounded a group of hostages in the middle. Before Fang Jinju moved forward, she heard muffled sobs. Her heart sank. She quickly dismounted and hurried forward. Seeing her approach, the villagers automatically made way. Fang Jinju saw that several military doctors were sighing as they took white cloths from their pockets to cover the faces of the fallen villagers. Suddenly, she paused sharply. These villagers are the ones that Xiao Yuansheng just used as human shields. During the chaos, they couldn't be saved in time. General. Leading the group is Dr. Huang, whose eyes showed deep guilt. Their wounds are too deep. Our stitching skills are only basic, so we are powerless to help. Fang Jinju's eyes flicker slightly, hiding her heavy feelings. If they can be saved, you will do your best. Don't blame yourselves. How many were injured earlier? Were any saved? Hearing this, Dr. Huang's expression brightens a little. He quickly stands up. Reporting to the general, 5 people were hurt. We have already stitched and stopped the bleeding for these 2. Their pulses are currently stable. Fang Jinju looks in the direction of his hand. The rescued are a woman in her 50s and a girl about 17 or 18. The wound on their necks has been bandaged, and they are still awake, clearly conscious. Seeing her look over, the 2 hurriedly try to sit up and bow. Fang Jinju quickly steps forward to stop them. Don't move if you're hurt, or the wounds might open again. Restitching will be much harder. Hearing this, the woman and girl obediently lie back on the stretcher. Thank you, General, for saving my life. Thank you, doctors, for saving us. Although lying down, they clasp their hands in gratitude and bow repeatedly to Fang Jinju, tears of relief shining in their eyes. Their actions immediately inspire others. All the villagers kneel down around Fang Jinju. Thank you, General, for saving our lives. Not only them, but many soldiers also kneel in place, facing Fang Jinju. Thank you, General, for rescuing my family from danger. Among these villagers, half are members of the Chu family army. They haven't seen their families for many years. When they saw their loved ones being used as human shields, they almost lost control and rushed out of the military formation. But military rules and their trust in the goddess kept them restrained, preventing a disaster. However, some still lost their families. Fang Jinju's gaze darkened as she looked around. Among the kneeling Chu family soldiers, she precisely found the one sobbing quietly. Noticing her gaze, the 2 sobbing soldiers hurriedly wiped their tears with the back of their hands, lowering their heads to hide their grief. Fang Jinju looked serious and tense. Come to see the family one last time. Hearing this, the 2 soldiers suddenly looked up, Tears just wiped away, now flooding back. Having received permission, they hurriedly rushed to their loved one's side, trembling as they lifted the white cloth from their faces. Mother, Joa. Seeing their loved ones' lifeless faces, they couldn't hold back their grief and cried out loud. Everyone remained silent, sharing the soldiers' deep sorrow. Fong Jinju's eyes quickly turned red with tears, filled with self-blame. If only she had acted immediately when Xiao Yuanqing pushed them out. She would have asked the animals for help. Maybe these people wouldn't have died. Her overconfidence in her plan caused her to delay, leading to the soldiers losing their families. A choking sorry stuck in her throat, but she couldn't say it. In this moment, she felt those words were too light, too bitterly ironic. Even if she said sorry 1,000 times, the soldiers' families wouldn't bring their loved ones back to life. What's the use then? Reviving the dead? Fong Jinju's eyes flickered slightly, a fleeting thought passing through her mind. Without hesitation, she quickly stepped forward, suddenly holding a small fruit knife in her hand. Step aside first, she softly told the two soldiers. They didn't understand, but hurriedly moved back. Everyone's eyes turned to Fong Jinju. She looked urgent and said, "Dr. Huang, please help open her mouth." Seeing the small knife in her hand and her exposing her wrist, Dr. Huang felt something was wrong. "General, what are you planning to do?" For the first time, he didn't follow Fong Jinju's instructions and stepped in between the old woman and her. The two soldiers also seemed to sense something and stared nervously at Fong Jinju. Seeing this, Fong Jinju didn't hesitate and cut her wrist with a small knife, her eyes fierce. "Quick, open their mouths." As she spoke, blood from her wrist flowed down rapidly, about to drip. Dr. Huang's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed the old woman's jaw, forcing her to open her mouth. Almost simultaneously, Fong Jinju extended her wrist. Bright red blood dripped into the old woman's mouth. At this moment, everything seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the wound on Fong Jinju's wrist. No one dared to give her orders. One of the soldiers hurriedly pried open the girl's mouth on the ground. Fong Jinju then held her wrist above the girl's mouth, letting the blood flow freely. Dr. Huang's eyes filled with concern as he quickly prepared hemostatic medicine and bandages. When Fong Jinju stopped, he hurriedly pulled her hand to check. "This wound. It's better to sew it up." It felt as if a national treasure had been broken, and Dr. Huang was heartbroken. Fong Jinju shook her head. "I know my limits. This small injury isn't serious." She took the bandage from Dr. Huang and casually pressed it against the wound. Then her gaze shifted to the elderly woman and the girl, becoming serious. Since that time when her blood mingled with the children's, she had gained the abilities of all three children, including Xingbao's strong healing power. So she wondered if, by giving her blood to these two, they might come back to life. Seeing this scene, anyone who still didn't understand Fong Jinju's intention would be foolish. Everyone watched the elderly woman and the girl nervously, holding their breath. The two soldiers' eyes moved away from Fong Jinju and looked at each other. Their eyes showed shock and emotion. The goddess herself was willing to hurt her body to save their family. At this moment, they wished they could give her their hearts in return. Fong Jinju crouched down, staring at the elderly woman without blinking. Her eyes showed tension and worry almost spilling over. They waited for what felt like a long time. The two lying on the ground still showed no sign of movement. Fong Jinju's eyes dimmed little by little. Finally, she stood up, her eyes red at the corners, and said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting your family." Though these words felt weak and powerless in front of life, it seemed all she could do now. The two soldiers shook their heads at the same time, tears welling up in their eyes. "Don't blame the general. It's not the general's fault. We can only blame Xiao Yuanqing. Making the general hurt herself is our fault. Please don't blame yourself, General." While speaking, they knelt before Fong Jinju, about to bow. They were heartbroken over losing their family, but their gratitude to the goddess remained. She moved. Suddenly, Dr. Huang exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the elderly woman's eyes. Her eyelids moved. He quickly took her hand, calming her and checking her pulse carefully. Then he was overjoyed. There's a pulse. There's a pulse. Hearing this, everyone cheered loudly. Fang Jinju was so surprised that she kneeled on one knee and confirmed again in disbelief. Really? Dr. Huang extended the old woman's hand toward her, saying, "Please feel the pulse, General." Fang Jinju's fingertips trembled as she placed them on the old woman's wrist. A faint, warm heartbeat came through her fingertips, causing her heart to tremble with it. After holding back tears for so long, they suddenly spilled over her eyes. But this turn of events changed her feelings from guilt and self-blame to joy, and she cried happily, "There is really a pulse." "That's wonderful." Seeing her cry, everyone felt a strange sense of sadness and warmth. They had seen it with their own eyes. Just now, Fang Jinju was fighting Xiao Yuanqing on horseback, looking so determined and brave. It seemed like nothing could break her slender back, not even the sky falling. But at this moment, she was crying. It wasn't tears of sadness, but a sign of her compassionate heart. This girl's pulse has also recovered. During this time, Dr. Huang checked the young girl's pulse again, and her heartbeat was even stronger than the old woman's. Two soldiers, hearing this, were overwhelmed with tears of excitement. In the next moment, they bowed deeply to Fang Jinju. "Thank you, General, for saving our lives." "Thank you, General." The ground was covered with broken gravel, but in just a few moments, the two soldiers had their foreheads bleeding from their bows. Fang Jinju wiped away her tears with a wave of her hand and smiled, saying, "Stop kneeling. Get up quickly. Save your strength for your family." "Yes, General." The two soldiers stood up quickly, smiling happily with tears of joy in their eyes. The guilt pressing on Fang Jinju's heart momentarily eased. She looked at Dr. Huang again and asked, "How are the others? Are there any seriously injured?" As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. She looked up and surveyed the scene. In just a moment, she regained her focus. "Quick, open his mouth." Immediately, a military doctor stepped forward and pried open the young man's lips and teeth. Fang Jinju unwrapped the bandage on her wrist. Once the pressure was released, fresh blood seeped out again. She brought her wrist close to the young man's lips, gripping her wrist tightly. The wound, which had been stopping bleeding, was now bleeding heavily again. The metallic, sweet smell of blood filled her mouth. The young man's eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, his dry lips moved instinctively, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed eagerly, as if starving. Like a dying, thirsty young bird, he finally received a life-saving drink. Fang Jinju's heart tightened slightly as her eyes swept over the exposed skin of the young man, filled with compassion. His neck was covered with wounds, and the torn flesh was uneven. It was unclear what had hurt him. His slender fingers, normally delicate, were swollen with frostbite sores. Normally, this season hadn't yet caused frostbite to recur. The frostbite on his hand was grotesquely twisted, appearing to be deliberately inflicted. "General, that's enough." Seeing Fang Jinju momentarily distracted, Dr. Huang quickly stopped her, then took the bandage and pressed tightly on her wrist wound without further ado. "General, you must take care of your health. If you keep feeding him, it might harm you." The two people who had just died were revived after only a few drops of blood from the girl. In just a moment, she had fed the young man over dozens of drops. If the general returned from battle and found out that the girl's health was damaged from saving someone, he would be heartbroken. How could he explain this to the general then? Wait a moment. Seeing Dr. Huang preparing to bandage her wound, Fang Jinju hurriedly stopped him. "Are there any other injured people?" Dr. Huang's dark eyes were full of concern as he shook his head. "No, really, there are no more. We checked all the villagers we just saved. Most are just frightened, with only minor scrapes that are not serious," he said, then again pulled Fang Jinju's hand forward and ordered someone to bring medicine and bandages for stopping bleeding. Hearing this, Fang Jinju breathed a sigh of relief and obediently allowed Dr. Huang to bandage her wound. "General, you really shouldn't hurt yourself." During the bandaging, Dr. Huang glanced around and lowered his voice with a sigh. Aside from concerns about her health, the fact that the girl's blood could revive the dead and turn bones to flesh probably couldn't be hidden anymore. Although she was a divine maiden, but recalling the previous incident in Betrayal City, where men in black caught several children in the street, she still feels uneasy about it. Now that the young lady's skills are obvious, she fears that too many people might spread the news and attract malicious people's attention. Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes flickered slightly, and she immediately understood Dr. Huang's hidden meaning. She was so eager to save people just now that she didn't think much. Now that she reflects, she realizes she was somewhat reckless. It's better to keep things secret. But she doesn't regret it. First, she saved 2 innocent people. Second, she discovered a new skill of hers, which makes her feel very secure. No matter what, her blood can bring the dead back to life. From now on, she won't have to worry about her loved ones getting hurt or other dangers. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju's lips curved into a joyful smile as she comforted Dr. Huang, it's okay. I have a plan in mind. The Chu army are her own people, and they definitely won't tell anyone about her blood-saving act. As for the common people, they probably still remember her scolding the imperial soldiers just now. Anyone who is wise will not have any inappropriate thoughts anymore. After Dr. Huang bandaged her wound, Fang Jinju stood up and looked at the 2 captains. You lead 200 soldiers to protect these civilians into the city and settle them properly. Then she looked at another person, Li Da. I appoint you as the commander of Mengzhou County. Immediately lead the remaining 1,500 soldiers to Mengzhou County. If there are officials from the court in the city, arrest them all and send them to the North Liao City General's prison. After that, you will station your troops in Mengzhou County, check the city's damage from the disaster, and report everything back to me. I will send you supplies needed to repair the city. Rebuild Mengzhou County well. From now on, Mengzhou County will be part of our North Liao territory. If the court objects, send someone to attack. Kill 1 if they come, kill 2 if they come in pairs. No need for words. Do you understand? Captain Li Da's face changed suddenly. He reacted quickly, clasped his fists, and responded excitedly. Yes, General. I will remember this. I will defend Mengzhou County to the death, and won't let anyone covet it. All the Chu army soldiers also instantly became passionate, their eyes burning with fervor when looking at Fang Jinju. It's as if the goddess is about to rebel against the court. The court is corrupt, and they have long wanted to overthrow it. The common people looked at each other in shock and disbelief. The disaster this time was widespread and caused significant damage. Rebuilding requires a lot of effort and resources, which is not easy at all. Following the usual way of the court, they are willing to use the national treasury to rebuild the 3 counties. But they didn't expect that the female general in front of them had no hesitation at all. She ordered the reconstruction of Mengzhou County. Without strong confidence, how could she make such a decision? She even claimed that Betrayal City was part of Betrayal Nation and that Mengzhou County would belong to Betrayal Nation from now on. These rebellious words. What does it matter? The world should be inhabited by good people. Anyone who is a citizen of Betrayal Nation will have a bright new future. As long as someone can give them a safe and smooth life, they will support that person. Don't worry about insufficient troops. I will prepare enough supplies and soldiers for you. Fang Jinju added. You lead the troops first. Later, I will send another 3,000 soldiers to assist you. Understood, Your Highness. Recognized and promoted by the goddess, Li Da was eager to show his loyalty. I will do my best to rebuild Mengzhou County quickly and make it a strong shield for Betrayal Nation. Anyone going to Betrayal Nation's court must pass through Mengzhou County. This plan by the goddess is to start the first step of attacking the court from the city walls. Right now, it's also to protect Betrayal Nation's rear. The goddess's vision and planning are as good as those of a general. With the cooperation of the general and the goddess, the territory of Betrayal Nation will expand more, and more people will benefit. Fang Jinju waved her hand. A large amount of supplies appeared on the open ground. More supplies, tools, food, and more. The Chu army was already used to this. But the rescued civilians were stunned and wide-eyed. They had seen Fang Jinju conjure a catapult and powerful explosive jars out of nowhere before. At that moment, life and death were at stake. Xiao Yuancheng said these were tricks using the mysterious child's abilities. They didn't have time to verify and believed it immediately. But now, they saw with their own eyes that people who had died were revived by the blood of the female general. They saw her wave her hand and produce countless supplies and food. Seeing is believing, there's no more dispute. Then, the civilians all knelt down on the ground before Fang Jinju. This time, everyone was utterly convinced. Blessed by the gods. Long live the gods. Earlier, the female general said that Beiliao was blessed by the gods. Now it's clear, gods favor her above all. Seeing this, the Chu family army was full of pride and passion. They are the divine protectors of North Liao. Fang Jinju expected the people's reactions, so her face remained calm. Whether they are gods or generals, when facing a strong opponent, it is natural to feel awe. That is why her current actions are deliberate. She wants the people to mistakenly believe she is a divine being, so her blood-saving act is not shocking. All living beings hold respect for gods. If a god is nearby, people will be cautious and careful to avoid angering the divine. Seeing this, Fang Jinju did not hide but spoke firmly. I know everyone longs for peace and prosperity, but only when a wise and decisive leader appears will the divine come to help restore order and create a glorious era. General Zhu Yi, who fought alongside the North Liao army and civilians, is the chosen one of heaven. You all, including everyone alive now, are lucky. Soon, this prosperous era will arrive, and all suffering will be over. The people of North Liao will enjoy a new, better life. But no matter what your nature was before, if you want to be a citizen of North Liao, you must not betray kindness and justice. Anyone who disobeys these principles will face ruin, just like Xiao Yuancheng. Do you all understand? Her words made the people eager to submit wholeheartedly, showing their loyalty and sincerity. Reporting to the divine, we understand. We understand. We will never betray kindness and justice. We will support General Zhu, no matter life or death. The villagers responded loudly, each voice firm and clear. Very good. Fang Jinju's eyes softened slightly. Everyone stand up. Then she looked at Li Da. Without her needing to speak, Li Da immediately understood, clasped his fists, and received the order to move supplies, leading the army to march toward Mengzhou Prefecture. Return to the city. Fang Jinju turned her horse and led the soldiers and civilians back to North Liao City. The 8,000 Chu family soldiers led by Han Kongwu also guarded nearly 30,000 imperial troops behind them. When they were about 2 miles from the city gates, Han Kongwu and his group stopped and set up camp on the spot. First, because the imperial soldiers had not yet completed their investigations, they could not be allowed into North Liao City easily. Second, the general was now leading troops to attack Qiangu. The threat from Qiangu had been blocked by him, and the enemy camp facing Qiangu was sufficiently guarded by current forces. Instead, now it is very important to carefully guard against any attacks from the court. Therefore, a new military camp must be built outside the city for defense. The general has returned. The army is flying the victory flag. The general has won. We have won. Open the city gates quickly. Far from the city gate, about a mile away, the city guard with a telescope saw her and excitedly sent the message. The heavy city gate slowly opened. The city guard captain and his soldiers respectfully came to stand outside the gate, looking eagerly to welcome her. Welcome back, victorious general. As Fang Jinju and her group approached the gate, the city guard captain and his soldiers all knelt and shouted loudly, full of pride. They had never seen a female general lead troops in battle. Even if this female general was a reincarnation of a goddess, they thought this battle would still require great effort. Unexpectedly, before sunset, the army returned victorious. At this moment, they looked at the woman standing confidently on her horse. Just like when they saw General Chu, they felt incredibly reassured. The city gates opened wide. Fang Jinju saw that the main street inside the city was already filled with people. Everyone was leaning forward, looking at her with eager eyes. The general is back. The general has returned victorious. When she rode into the city, the crowd erupted in excitement. Although North Liao did not have flowers, everyone, perhaps by unspoken agreement, waved colorful cloth strips in their hands. Thousands of colorful cloth strips waved above the crowd, creating a beautiful display that stretched along the street without end. Fang Jinju saw not just cloth strips, but the people's deep longing for peace and prosperity, shining brightly in their hearts. Valiant general! Valiant general! Though there were no drums or bells, the cheers of the people sounded like thunder, shaking the ground and reaching the sky. If there were truly divine beings 3 feet above, they would surely be startled by this loud noise and come down to see what was happening. This scene, this honor, deeply moved Fang Jinju. But looking at each smiling face, she felt a heavy sense of responsibility. All these faces together formed a wave of pressure, like a tsunami crashing down. No matter how capable she was, she had to do her best to carry this burden. At this moment, she deeply understood the weight on Chu Ye's shoulders. If not for the mercy of heaven, granting her many skills and buffs, North Liao would not have been able to change the outcome recorded in history. The welcoming crowd stretched all the way to the general's residence. Men and women, old and young, all gathered there. Everyone's face is filled with bright, lively smiles. This scene deeply shocks the crowd of common people who have been rescued and are following behind the team. Before this, whether they were themselves or people they knew, everyone worried about their family's meals. Everyone is born like they are trapped in a swamp, unable to escape this small place of suffering throughout their lives. Even if they manage to break free from their current hardships, taking a step forward often leads them into another swamp. They believe that all the common people of Tanggu are the same as them. They spend their whole lives suffering and waiting for death in misery. Who would have thought that one day they would see a different world in Betrayal? Everyone's face is full of vitality. Every place is filled with a fresh, lively atmosphere. If not for being taken by the court as human shields, how could they have such opportunities? Misfortune may turn into blessing. Indeed, it is so. Halfway through their journey, Fang Jinju stopped her horse and looked back at the captain of 1,000 men, Qi Wenbin. Take these refugees to the city square for shelter. If there are no special circumstances, there's no need to rush back today. You can report again tomorrow. Although she didn't cause a big commotion today, the confrontation on the battlefield exhausted almost all her energy and spirit. Now she just wants to hurry back to her residence, lie on her bed, and relax to recover her strength. Qi Wenbin cupped his fists and responded, "Yes, General." Then he was about to lead the soldiers and civilians in another direction. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the middle of the team. It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Everyone, including Fang Jinju, looked in that direction quickly. Seeing what happened, Fang Jinju was momentarily stunned. From her vantage point on horseback, she saw clearly that the blood-stained young man had fallen from the stretcher. He was supporting himself and staggered to his feet. Then he walked toward Fang Jinju. The crowd didn't understand what was happening and moved aside. Fang Jinju's eyes narrowed slightly. She instinctively dismounted and stepped forward. "What are you doing? Get back on the stretcher and lie down quickly." The young man wobbled and fell to his knees. Just as Fang Jinju rushed over, he accidentally touched her arm with his bloodied hand. "General." The young man weakly spoke, staring intently at Fang Jinju. "Please, General, protect me." His slender hand tightly grasped her sleeve armor, his eyes sparkling like broken diamonds, full of pleading. His long, red, moist eyes looked helpless. It seemed that if Fang Jinju refused, the shattered light in his eyes would completely fade away, losing all brightness. These eyes, they overlap with the helpless, hopeless gaze of Xingbao when he first appeared in Fang Jinju's mind. Xingbao was like that back then too. He clung tightly to her as if clutching a life-saving straw. Fang Jinju's eyes are calm, and her face is peaceful. "Don't worry, I will protect everyone in Beiliao, including you. The boy's long eyelashes tremble like feathers, and he shakes his head helplessly. I only trust the general. I can be the general's lowest servant. Just ask the general to allow me to stay by his side. As he speaks, the boy kneels before Fang Jinju, grabbing her arm but not daring to loosen his grip, trembling with fear. His humble yet resolute look is very pitiful. He looks like a dog taken to the countryside by its owner, sensing abandonment, biting the owner's pants tightly, making a last, cautious struggle. He only hopes his owner will keep him. Fang Jinju's eyes flicker slightly. Seeing the boy's weak, blood-stained back trembling with fear, she feels words stuck in her throat, unable to speak. Seeing this, Qi Wenbin's eyes flash briefly. He quickly steps forward and pulls the boy's hand off Fang Jinju's arm. There are so many civilians. Everyone wants to stay close to the general as a servant and be protected by him. If everyone clings like you, how can the general keep his peace? Be good and follow me to where the people are settled. No special treatment. Although the boy is covered in blood and dirt, his noble appearance cannot be hidden. His trembling, pitiful begging makes even Qi Wenbin's heart soften, especially since Jinju is kind-hearted and compassionate. If what he says is true, and he stays close to Jinju, with his charming face constantly in front of her, what would happen? Now that the general is away on a campaign, unable to stay by the girl's side, his subordinates must guard the gates and prevent any trouble. The boy is weak. When Qi Wenbin pulls him, he falls to the ground. His eyes flicker with surprise, and he instinctively looks at Fang Jinju. General, I didn't mean to hurt him. Fang Jinju nods. I saw that. It's not your fault. But his injuries are serious, so you need to be more patient with him. Qi Wenbin agrees repeatedly, seeming to relax a little. Yes, I was too anxious when I saw him cling to the general and lost my temper. Rest assured, until his injuries heal, I will be careful. Since she says so, it means she won't keep the boy by her side. He was overthinking. The goddess is truly a goddess. Even though she felt compassion for the people, she did not let kindness become excessive. The young girl seemed to understand Fang Jinju's hidden meaning, and her face instantly turned very pale. Her sparkling eyes suddenly lost their shine. Fang Jinju quickly suppressed her pity and said seriously, although I do not know what you have been through before, I can tell from your injuries that you have suffered a lot of hardship. But those are all past events. I promise that on this land of North Liao, you will not face any more mistreatment or bullying. Rest assured, I will arrange for the Chu family army to take care of you. I will visit the settlement every day to check on the people. If you encounter any injustice, I will stand up for you. After speaking, she withdrew her gaze, turned around and skillfully mounted her horse, heading decisively towards the general's residence. There was no hesitation. She did not see. Everyone in the Chu family army, including Qi Wenbin, let out a small sigh of relief. Their admiration and respect for her deepened. She also did not see. The boy kneeling on the ground, with his adorable eyes slightly narrowed, showed a flash of surprise, which quickly faded. Then curiosity and interest appeared. But in just a moment, all the unusual expressions in his eyes were hidden beneath his long eyelashes like wings. Fang Jinju was eager to return home. As soon as she turned a corner, her horse started to trot. But worried that children among the villagers might suddenly run out, she carefully controlled her speed. Before reaching the general's residence, she saw the old lady and the 3 little ones standing at the gate, looking eagerly like the villagers. Big sister. The moment she saw Fang Jinju, the 3 little ones' eyes sparkled, and they happily jumped and waved the sticks the old lady had prepared for them. The tops of the sticks were tied with colorful ribbons, which fluttered wildly and beautifully as the children danced and moved. Fang Jinju's tense face softened instantly, and she gracefully dismounted from her horse. The 3 little ones rushed toward her. The 2 older brothers could have run faster, but they deliberately slowed down to let Shushu catch up. With bright, warm smiles, they watched as Shushu eagerly threw herself into her sister's arms. Fang Jinju pinched Shushu's arm, then hugged her close, pressing her soft face with her lips and asking gently, "Sister wasn't at home. Did you listen to Grandma and behave well?" Shushu nodded repeatedly, her round eyes smiling happily. We listened and behaved well." "Really?" "Ask Grandma if you don't believe me." Rue tilted her small head and asked, "Everyone says Sister won. Sister, did you defeat the bad guys?" Xing Bao also looked at Fang Jinzhu with anticipation. Fang Jinzhu raised her eyebrows and said, "The bad guys have been caught by Sister. Letting them die would be too easy for them. Sister will punish them by making them work for our Bei Liao, to make Bei Liao better and better." In the past, Bei Liao was seen as a wild and uncivilized place in people's minds. Now, she wants to turn Bei Liao into a land that other countries envy as a paradise on earth. To achieve this, human effort is essential. Those soldiers from the court are just ordinary soldiers. Although they have done bad things, they are not completely corrupt or vicious. The Changwu army can be reformed, and since these soldiers are from the same tribe, they should be given a chance to change. Her words caused a stir among the nearby villagers. Their eyes looked at her with admiration and respect. Currently, in their view, Bei Liao is already the best it can be. They didn't expect the goddess to be dissatisfied and to want to build even more. They couldn't imagine how wonderful Bei Liao would become in the future. As long as the goddess and the general are here, life will only get better and better. Worried that her helmet might scratch the child's face, Fang Jinzhu instinctively held Shushu with one arm and reached to remove her helmet. Ow! But she forgot that her wrist, which was holding Shushu, was injured. The pain almost caused her to drop the child, frightening her into quickly holding the child securely. The old lady and the villagers were also startled by this sudden scene, all reaching out to help.
"Ah!"
Old Madame Chu stepped forward to catch and hold Shushu. When she saw the bandage on Fang Jinzhu's wrist bleeding, she was both surprised and worried. "Child, how did you get hurt?" Hearing this, the villagers stretched their necks in concern. They were all disturbed by the sight of the bright red blood on Fang Jinzhu's wrist. The goddess was hurt. At this moment, everyone's hearts clenched tightly. Even if it was their own child hurt, they had never felt so worried. Although Fang Jinzhu didn't look up at the villagers, she could feel the concern and care coming from all directions. Those gazes weren't empty. They felt like golden light of virtue piercing into her heart, making her feel both physically and mentally refreshed. "It's nothing." She nonchalantly shook her hand and smiled at old Madame Chu. "Just a small injury, and I was careless myself. Dr. Huang has checked it. It's not serious." While speaking, she leaned close to old Madame Chu's ear and whispered something mysteriously. Lady Chu's furrowed brow finally relaxed. At the end, Fan Jinju looked around at the nearby villagers and smiled, saying, "The war on the court's side has been settled. There won't be any major trouble for a while. Everyone can relax and rest a bit at home. In a few days, pay attention to the notices in the city. I will arrange a day to distribute winter food to everyone. After the food is distributed, we will focus on winter planting. Even after planting, the work isn't done. I have new plans for building North Liao City, and everyone will need to help. It's going to be quite tiring. The weather outside is cold, so everyone should go home soon. The rebellion against the court in North Liao has already begun, and it's ongoing. But before the 3 counties are fully developed, even if the court wants to send troops to fight, it won't be easy. Before Chu Yi returns, she only needs to focus on defense. When he comes back victorious, they can discuss further." Her words made the villagers cheer and feel excited again. "Our rice jar is still full. In a few days, we will distribute winter food again." "That's great." "Yes, it's really reassuring. I thought after harvesting this batch of grain, the fields would be done for the year, but I didn't expect another winter planting. Will the seeds survive the winter? How can they not? This is divine. Miss Jinju's gift of seeds. They can be planted anytime, no matter the season. I was worried about what to do during the winter break, but now I have more work to do." "Exactly. Having something to do makes us feel at ease. Don't worry about not having work." Miss Jinju said that after winter planting, we will also build North Liao City. I think our North Liao is already good enough. What more could Miss Jinju want to build? I don't know, but it must be to make it even better. Whatever Miss Jinju plans, we just follow. Yes, we'll listen and do as told. When it's built, we'll all enjoy the benefits. Fang Jinju was led into the mansion by Lady Chu and the 3 children.
姐姐打坏蛋一定累坏了，让她好好缓一缓。姐姐肚子肯定也饿坏了，你们帮祖母给姐姐做点好吃的去好不好？好啊，叔叔洗菜菜，瑞瑞可以填火，那星宝帮弟弟妹妹洗菜填火。
The old lady noticed Fang Jinju's tired look and gently advised her along the way. When they reached the main kitchen, she told Fang Jinju to quickly go back, change into comfortable clothes, rest for a while, and call her when the food was ready. Seeing the family caring so much about her, Fang Jinju felt warm inside. She obediently returned to her room alone. When she took off her armor, she felt much more relaxed. Wearing it, she didn't realize how heavy it was. Now, she finally understood that the armor weighed at least 20 jin. After changing into her usual clothes, Fang Jinju collapsed onto the soft bed with a thick quilt, sighing comfortably. Although she was lying down and her eyes closed, her mind kept imagining a face that appeared uncontrollably.
It was Chuyi.
His passionate, deep, and reluctant eyes at parting kept enlarging in her mind. Then, countless faces rushed into her thoughts, all of them Chuyi's, confused and innocent, stunned and shocked, stern and commanding. She hadn't noticed before, but now, recalling it, no matter his expression, his eyes always held a lingering affection. Fang Jinju couldn't help but smile. But within a few breaths, her smile slowly faded. She turned over awkwardly, her chest filled with longing, aching with a faint bitterness. The feeling surged to her eyes, turning into tears that quietly shimmered behind her eyelids, ready to fall. If everything went smoothly, Chui should have already taken over the Gobi continent, right? Were those Qianwu soldiers still useful? He once said that Qianwu had a total of 69 city-states. From the Gobi continent, they advanced all the way to the capital, crossing 11 city-states. Even if everything went smoothly, taking one city in 2 or 3 days, it would still take over a month. It's only been 5 days since he set out. His return date still feels as distant as a faraway mountain. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju's eyes, slightly squinted, were already moist with sadness. Once her longing broke free, it became unstoppable. Seeing her eyelids unable to hold back tears, she quickly sniffed, sat up, and wiped her eyes. She hurried to the desk outside, grinding and picking up her brush. Whether it was longing or missing, she poured it all onto paper. As her feelings turned into inked words on the page, the sadness in her chest gradually eased. She wrote until the paper was full before stopping. She blew dry the paper, rolled it up, and placed it into a small bamboo tube, calling out twice to the outside. After a few breaths, a skylark flew into the room following its call. It landed on the desk. Fang Jinju couldn't help but reach out to touch the fluffy bird's head while giving it gentle instructions. She carefully tied a bamboo tube to its leg. Finally, she opened her hand, revealing a small piece of bread in her palm. The skylark happily enjoyed the food, and with eager eyes, it flew up into the sky. Fang Jinju couldn't resist and followed outside, looking up at the sky, until the skylark turned into a tiny black and disappeared from sight. She reluctantly looked away. She didn't know where Chuyi had already attacked. But with the skylark's flying speed, the letter would arrive in at most a day and a night. Chuyi would definitely send her a reply. She guessed that in 3 or 4 days, the reply would reach her hands. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her thoughts and headed out of the courtyard. It was almost dusk. She had eaten breakfast early in the morning. Now her stomach was already empty. The old lady had prepared her favorite dishes. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju seemed to smell the aroma of food in the air. Her steps naturally quickened. Her courtyard was to the left of the granary and the main kitchen was to the right. Between them were 2 courtyards. Shoo shoo. quickly drain the vegetables and bring them over. Rui, Xingbao, turn up the heat a bit more. The mistress is about to stir-fry the greens. All right, enough firewood is added. Hurry and stay back. Be careful of splattering oil. Wait a moment, grandmother, let us go out first.
Caesar,
Cluck cluck haha, the pot and vegetables are fighting. Before she got close, Fang Jinju heard the joyful sounds of the old and young in the kitchen, along with the clattering of vegetables hitting hot oil. The delicious smell instantly filled the air. Fang Jinju couldn't help but take a deep sniff, saliva flooding her mouth. She smiled softly and quickly stepped into the kitchen yard. She saw the three little ones leaning against the kitchen door, peeking inside from tallest to shortest. Old Madame Chu, busy stir-frying, saw Fang Jinju and her eyes brightened. She was about to call her. Fang Jinju quickly signaled for silence with a finger to her lips, giving a playful wink. Old Madame Chu understood immediately, pressed her lips together, but a smile still appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fang Jinju tiptoed forward, and from behind the three little ones, she scooped them into her arms.
Yeah.
Caught off guard, they leaned back and fell into her soft embrace, instinctively letting out surprised screams. Shu tilted her small head back and looked up. Just as she saw her sister's turned face clearly, she was kissed on the cheek. Immediately after, Rui and Xingbao also received kisses on their foreheads. Big sister. Here comes sister. The three little ones stood straight, holding Fang Jinju's hand excitedly, jumping around happily. Then, as if remembering something, Shu suddenly stopped bouncing. She carefully held Fang Jinju's injured hand with her tiny hands and leaned in close, whispering, Who? Kids usually don't have much strength, and with the bandage, Fang Jinju didn't feel anything. But the earnest and caring look on the children's faces was more effective than any painkiller. Seeing her sister blowing on her wound, Rui and Xingbao quickly reacted, leaning in to on the wound too. Fang Jinju's eyes softened as she gently patted each of the three little heads. Sister doesn't hurt anymore. She could feel it. The wound had almost healed. Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Rui pointed at the blood on the bandage on Fang Jinju's wrist and shook his head. Sister was bleeding so much, it must have hurt a lot. Xingbao blinked, a proud and slightly stubborn look flashing in his eyes. Only he knew that what sister said was true. Because now, sister was just like him. Injured but not afraid, and she would recover quickly to her original self. He was no longer the only one who was special. Seeing Shu and Rui doubting, Fang Jinju didn't say more. She reached out and untied the bandage on her wrist. Shu exclaimed in surprise, quickly reaching out to press her hand on Fang Jinju's wrist. But she was a moment too late. Fang Jinju had already pulled off the bandage, and Shu pressed her hand directly onto her wound. Ow! Fang Jinju pretended to be in pain, with a little gasp. Shu was so frightened her tiny hand back like an electric shock, her face full of shock. Sister, Shu is wrong. Does it hurt, sister? The little one looked guilty and almost started crying. She stepped forward again, her gaze falling on Fang Jinju's wrist, and froze. Old Madame Chu also stretched her neck to look, her eyes fixed on Fang Jinju's wrist. She saw that her wound had already healed and scabbed over, with the scab beginning to fall off. Shu suddenly looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. No more bleeding? Fang Jinju smiled and said, Yes, if you don't believe it, sister will open it up for you to see. Rui was also shocked. Sister is so amazing. Sister is just as amazing as brother. My brother was injured, but he recovered very quickly. Both my brother and sister have magic powers. Hearing this, Fang Jinju and Xingbao looked at each other, their eyes shining with a little proud stubbornness. Fang Jinju smiled softly at Xingbao. Because sister now has the same skills as you, today she even saved Uncle Dabin's family. You are sister's little lucky star, and also a blessing for all the people in Betrayal. She wouldn't tell Xingbao how she saved them, but she wanted Xingbao to understand that his skills are not dangerous monsters. They are for saving people. Xingbao looked at his sister with bright, star-like eyes. Before, he was captured by bad guys. The bad guys ordered him to use his skills to hurt others. He thought he was a monster who caused harm. So he wanted to hide his skills deep inside. But now, his sister also has the same skills as him. And she uses her skills to fight the bad guys and save people. He finally understood. His skills are not evil. It depends on how they are used. Then, what about Ruerue?
Ruerue?
Seeing this, Ruerue couldn't wait to ask. Her big eyes were full of hope. Will Ruerue's skills help sister? Fang Jinju smiled and gently pinched Ruerue's face. Of course they will. Ruerue's skills are very helpful to sister. Hearing this, Ruerue jumped happily. Fang Jinju looked away and saw Shu Shu looking at her eagerly. That hopeful look in her eyes made it clear what she wanted to say. Fang Jinju's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she remembered something and patted her thigh. Oh, Shu Shu's help to sister is the greatest. It was indeed the greatest, but because of the tense war situation, she forgot to use it later. Tomorrow, she must go out of town. The little girl didn't know what Fang Jinju was thinking. She only heard that her help was the greatest, and her small eyebrows raised proudly, like a little peacock. Xingbao and Ruerue didn't care about these things. Seeing their sister happy, they also felt happy. Madam, are there any dishes not cooked yet? Having made up her mind, Fang Jinju rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. But before she could go in, Madame Zhu came out from around the stove.
There are only 2 dishes left.
Just wait patiently for dinner. The kitchen is smoky. You should take the children to the granary quickly. Little treasure, Rue, Shu Shu, come quickly. Take your older sister to tidy up the dining area and prepare for dinner. Fang Jinju helplessly hugged old Madame Chu's arm and playfully said, Auntie, I just want to stay with you. If you don't want me to cook, I can just sit by the stove and keep the fire going and chat with you, that's fine. Seeing her turn back into that gentle, soft girl, old Madame Chu felt a strange tenderness and naturally went along with her wishes. All right, then sit by the stove and tend the fire. The 2 of us will chat. Fang Jinju happily sat down by the stove. The 3 little ones saw this and lined up against the wall next to their sister. They eagerly started talking to her. Big sister, did you get the bad guy's big sword back? Yes, I did. Now all their swords belong to you.
Wow.
Rue wants the biggest one. Is that okay? Haha, their swords are all the same size. But big sister can ask Uncle Han to bring more back, so you can pick whichever you like.
Yay.
When can we choose the swords? After dinner, big sister will ask Uncle Han to bring them back to the house for you to pick. After experiencing a fierce little battle, Fang Jinju felt more deeply how precious the warmth of being with family was. She also understood more about Chuye's obsession with peace and prosperity and the helplessness he felt. He wasn't selfless. That's why he carried the burden of life and death for a city. He only had to protect one city to keep his family safe. Only when the country is peaceful and prosperous can this small family be safe forever. Perhaps lying on her bed, feeling too relaxed and comfortable, or maybe the delicious dinner last night made her too full, Fang Jinju's eyelids grew heavy. Sleepiness took over. For the first time, she fell into a deep sleep before the children. Hush! Shu Shu was the first to notice her sister sleeping. She quickly signaled silence with her finger. Star Treasure and Rue climbed onto the bed, slowing their movements, then, like 2 lazy little sloths, carefully slipped past their sister's legs and into the quilt. Rue remembered to pull the quilt over her sister's feet. Shu Shu, being small, was gently picked up by old Madame Chu and placed on the inside of the bed, where she uncovered the blanket for her. The little girl tiptoed and lay down carefully, curling close to her sister. Her small face and hands pressed tightly against her sister's arm. Her big eyes finally looked happily at the old lady and gave a small smile. Mrs. Chu sighed in relief, her gaze falling on Fang Jinju. Seeing her slightly furrowed brow, the old lady gently sighed and reached out to straighten her bedding. You've suffered a lot. Everyone considers Jinju a divine figure. She used to think the same way. But now, Her delicate face should be that of a carefree flower, protected and loved by her parents. Yet, because of the word divine, she must hide her fragility beneath heavy armor. Like a man, she stands on the battlefield, confronting and fighting those strange monsters. Mrs. Chu couldn't help but sit on the edge of the bed, gently smoothing Jinju's furrowed brow. The girl trembled suddenly, instinctively clutching her, holding her tightly to her chest.
Mom.
Her lips murmured softly, sounding sad and a little upset, as if holding on to her most comforting thing. Her brows slowly relaxed. Mrs. Chu quickly moved closer to Jinju. Jinju had told her before that mom meant mother. Although she knew Jinju wasn't calling her, she still felt very tender and caring. Thinking of this, she placed her other hand gently on Jinju's shoulder, softly patting to comfort her. Mom is here. Mom is here. In her dreams, Jinju returned to her childhood, curling up in her mother's arms every night, asking her to rock her to sleep. In that warm, soft, fragrant embrace, nothing could harm her, not even the world falling apart.
Mom, did you see?
I've grown up. I can now be your shelter too. But where are you? All of you. The next day, Jinju woke early. But she didn't expect Mrs. Chu to wake even earlier. Carrying steaming red sugar buns and millet pumpkin porridge that had been simmering for who knows how long, she came straight to her room. Because yesterday, Jinju had said she would leave early today for some matters, worried she'd be late for breakfast and delay her plans. At this moment, Jinju had just finished washing up. She could enjoy a hot breakfast seamlessly. Seeing Mrs. Chu's expression, she felt so touched she almost cried. Madam, I'll go check on the disaster victims first, Jinju said while eating, explaining to Mrs. Chu, then I need to go to Mengzhou County. Don't wait for me to have lunch. I should be able to make it back for dinner. Mrs. Chu's face immediately tightened. You're going to Mengzhou County? Didn't someone go already? She looked worried and asked, did something happen that only you can handle? Seeing her concern, Fang Jinju quickly reached out with one hand to hold hers and comforted her. Yes, I have to go to do this properly. Then she leaned in and quietly explained to Madame Chu the reason for going to Mengzhou County. Madame Chu finally relaxed and said, wait a moment, I'll make you a pancake to take with you. Fang Jinju finished her last bite of rice, shook her head, and said, no need to trouble yourself. I have everything to eat here. Auntie, I want to eat firewood chicken. Just make sure to arrange it for me tonight. Before Madame Chu could respond, she got up, peeked at the 3 sleeping children at the door, and then left quickly. Fang Jinju brought 4 skilled fighters from the Chu army. The 5 of them rode straight to the North Liao Martial Arts Square. The square was originally built for the court to send inspectors, or the emperor himself to check the border troops training each year. But since the Chu army was stationed there, the court hadn't sent inspectors to North Liao for many years. The square had naturally fallen into disuse. Before the court abandoned North Liao, the square was overgrown with weeds. After 2 months of famine, the weeds had been completely pulled out. When the Chu army and the refugees set up temporary shelters in the square, there was no need for much cleaning. Unlike before, the square was now filled with rows of tents, and at the far end on the left, dozens of large stainless steel pots were bubbling with steaming food. Nearby, soldiers from the Chu army were stirring the pots with large spoons. It was probably porridge or rice being cooked. The refugees moved between the lines, each holding a uniform stainless steel lunchbox, orderly gathering around the cooking area to queue. Looks like today's porridge isn't just plain rice. Yeah, I saw earlier, they added a lot of vegetables. It smells so good. I didn't expect to eat vegetable porridge. Of course. That's because the general won a battle yesterday and is rewarding us. I heard the locals in North Liao City are all eating meat now. Do you think we'll get to eat meat someday? As long as we work honestly and behave well, we definitely will. These days of having enough to eat are already good enough. Don't be too greedy. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as I say it, whether you eat meat or not doesn't matter. Being able to eat enough food is the best. We should be content. Father, can I have 2 big bowls of porridge today? Yes, yes. The general won a victory, so we can all eat well these days.
Yay!
That's great. The general is such a good person. I hope the general wins battles every day. Haha, the general is like a god. No one can beat him. Little one, you don't have to listen to Dad's words anymore, but you must listen to the general. That way, you can be protected by the general and eat enough every day. Do you understand? Yes, yes. I understand. The villagers whispered among themselves. Children looked forward eagerly, and everyone's face was full of happiness. It wasn't a festival or holiday, but it felt like one. For them, just having a simple vegetable porridge that fills their stomachs is already a blessing. Seeing this scene, Fang Jinju's eyes filled with warmth and pride. People tend to be influenced by their surroundings. No matter what kind of people these villagers were before, after living in Betrayal City, they would surely become kind and good-hearted. Look, there's the general. The general is coming. Although Fang Jinju was dressed in plain clothes today, she was followed by Chu family soldiers, and the villagers recognized her immediately, shouting excitedly. As she approached and was about to dismount, the villagers spontaneously knelt on the ground. Greetings, General. Long live the General. Although they had only recently been taken in by Betrayal, they had heard a lot about her. They knew that the female general in front of them and the previous Chu general were engaged. One was a fierce and brave general, the other was like a goddess reborn. One fought to protect the borders and the other protected Betrayal and fought against the imperial court. This young couple was not just focused on feeding and clothing the soldiers and people of Betrayal. They also wanted to eliminate evil, catch traitors, and create a peaceful and prosperous world where everyone could eat well and live comfortably. In everyone's hearts, they already saw these two as future rulers of the world. Only people like them could truly lead the world. When they ruled, people's lives would get better and better. Fang Jinju dismounted and said kindly, "Everyone, please get up." The villagers obediently stood up. Although they stood, their eyes looked up at her with admiration and respect. "Today, I am just on a routine patrol. Please line up properly," she said. As she spoke, Fang Jinju was surrounded by Chu family soldiers and led toward the porridge station. When they saw her approaching, General, the Chu soldiers ladling porridge saluted her respectfully. Fang Jinju looked at the porridge in the pot. The mixture of white and green looked like jade, making it very appetizing. With this thick consistency, an average person would be full after just 2 bowls. She couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, her expression clearly showing her approval. "General?" Qi Wenbin came over upon hearing the call, followed by several captains. Fang Jinju looked at Qi Wenbin. "Have the townspeople been settled properly since yesterday?" Qi Wenbin respectfully replied, "Rest assured, everything has been arranged well." He then pointed to the southeast corner of the square. "Right there, I set up dozens of tents yesterday. Following your previous instructions, we registered all the families." Fang Jinju nodded and asked, "Many of them are soldiers' families. Are their details recorded clearly?" The Chu family army had been stationed in Betrayal for many years. They risked their lives for the people, so their families should be treated the same as ordinary civilians, if not better, or even more generously. Qi Wenbin's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "All the soldiers' families have been recorded, and we even arranged 2 tents for them." "Good. Set up separate kitchens for them, and ensure their families are given meat every 2 days," Fang Jinju ordered. "Their food, clothing, and daily needs must be treated with special care." Hearing this, the Chu family soldiers' eyes welled with emotion. Such a divine maiden, such a leader. Even if they had to face fire and sword, just frowning would be unthinkable. "General." Qi Wenbin stepped forward, looking somewhat hesitant. Fang Jinju's expression grew serious.
"What is it?"
Qi Wenbin's eyes flickered as he lowered his voice and honestly said, "Reporting to the general, there's a soldier's family member who isn't doing well. It's the girl you saved yesterday. She's awake now, but she's so frightened she's lost her mind." Fang Jinju furrowed her brows. "Lost her mind?" She then strode forward. "Take me to see her." Qi Wenbin and several captains hurriedly followed behind her. What is the name of this girl's family member? Reporting to the general, he's an old soldier from the Eastern Banner named Wei Dongsheng. This girl is his only daughter. Only daughter? Yes, she is an only daughter. Moreover, she is Wei Dongsheng's only close family member in this world. Before Wei Dongsheng went to fight in Betrayal, he entrusted her to distant relatives for care, but unexpectedly, she was taken by the court to Betrayal as a hostage. Hearing this, Qi Wenbin clenched his teeth in anger. A few thousand-man leaders behind him also looked furious and resentful. Just then, a noisy commotion came from the south corner. Fang Jinju's eyes tightened, and she quickened her steps. Ah, Zhu, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dad is here. These are good people. No one will hurt you. Don't come closer.
Stay back.
All of you are bad people. All bad people.
Ah.
Don't come near me.
Don't come near me.
Ah, Zhu, boo-hoo. It's Dad. Don't you recognize Dad? From the crowd, there were heartbreaking cries of a man and frantic screams of a girl. Onlookers murmured with sympathy and concern. This is such a tragedy. This girl must have suffered so much before she woke up and went crazy. Such a tragedy. Yes, if she falls into Ning and Wang's hands, what good can come of it? Ning and Wang is known as the ruthless king of the capital. Not only girls, but even officials who offend him won't have a good ending. I heard his methods of torture are even worse than those of the Justice Department. Such a pity for the girl. Her whole life is ruined. Fang Jinju approached carefully, having mostly heard the full story. The girl's terrified screams pierced her heart, and her fists clenched involuntarily. Xiao Yuansheng, the sins you committed. How can a body like yours ever atone? After today, she must think carefully about how to make Xiao Yuansheng pay for his sins. The general is here. Make way. Seeing her step forward, the crowd automatically parted to give her space. Fang Jinju immediately saw her. A girl around 16 or 17, with messy hair, wildly waving a wooden stick she found somewhere, her face full of terror. Don't come near. Everyone, go away. All bad people. All bad people. I'll fight you all. Wei Dongxing tightly held her waist. His dark skin couldn't hide his deep sorrow, and he let out a weak sob. Stop crowding here. Everyone disperse. Fang Jinju looked at the growing crowd and said sharply, the more people there are, the more scared she gets. Qi Wenbin and the other 1,000-man leaders quickly realized and began to disperse the onlookers. Actually, they didn't need to say anything. As soon as Fang Jinju spoke, the villagers began to disperse. It's understandable, they love watching excitement. But their admiration for the general quickly made them lose interest in the crowd. Seeing Fang Jinju arrive, Wei Dongxing's eyes flickered with surprise. In that brief moment of distraction, the girl in his arms suddenly broke free with a strong push and swung a stick directly at Fang Jinju. Bad guy, don't bully me. I'm fighting you. General. Seeing this, the people nearby were shocked and hurriedly rushed toward Fang Jinju. However, because they had just pushed the crowd away, they were about 10 steps away from her. Wei Dongsheng, who was most frightened and anxious, ran forward but slipped and fell. Unexpectedly, he accidentally pushed the girl faster, helping her move quicker. In everyone's frightened eyes, the girl's stick fiercely swung toward Fang Jinju's face.
Bang!
The stick hit with a heavy sound, then broke apart. Everyone's hearts clenched, some even closed their eyes. Wei Dongsheng, relieved, quickly ran over and tightly hugged his stunned daughter. Fang Jinju was caught off guard. Her eyes widened as she looked at the tall young man in front of her, and her body softened as he fell toward her. She was startled and hurriedly supported his shoulders. The stick didn't hit her. It was the young man in front of her who blocked it for her. The small wooden stick, about the thickness of a child's arm, shattered when it hit the back of the young man's neck. If it had really struck Fang Jinju's head, she might have suffered a scalp wound, swelling, or even bleeding, or a concussion. The young man blocking the stick was the blood-stained boy who had sought her protection yesterday. Fang Jinju originally wanted to avoid suspicion, so she used both hands to support the boy's arms. But this boy looked thin, yet surprisingly heavy. She couldn't hold him up and was worried he might fall and get hurt again, so she had to hold him instead, forcing herself to keep him from falling. Seeing this, Qi Wenbin immediately realized the boy's head was resting in Fong Jinju's arm and quickly rushed over. "General, I'm here." Without hesitation, he moved to carry the boy's body away. Fong Jinju loosened her arms and let out a soft breath. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, she noticed the unconscious boy tightly gripping a piece of her sleeve. She slightly furrowed her brows, trying to pull her clothes free. "General." Unexpectedly, the young man seemed to notice something. His eyelashes trembled, and he opened his eyes. "Are you okay?" A strong sense of worry poured out from his narrow eyes, full of concern and care in his hoarse but pleasant voice. It made people feel their hearts tremble. This young boy was willing to risk his life to protect her completely. Any woman would likely be moved and fall for him at once. Fong Jinju's heart couldn't help but flutter slightly. But it wasn't because she was falling in love. Instead, a flicker of suspicion passed silently in her eyes, but her face showed gratitude.
"I'm fine. How are you?"
Then she looked back at the captain behind her. "Quick, go find the doctor to check on him, so he doesn't get worse." Seeing her nervous and grateful expression, Qi Wenbin felt instinctively that something was wrong. He opened his mouth to say something but closed it again, feeling powerless. The young man saved the girl. The girl was grateful, which was natural. What could he say? Qi Wenbin's eyes sharpened. He shouldn't say anything disrespectful, especially now. The girl was a reincarnation of a goddess, and her strength was far beyond ordinary people. Besides, even if this young man was handsome, he looked fragile and weak, nothing compared to the general. He was overthinking. Soon, a doctor arrived quickly. After examining him, the doctor reported to Fong Jinju, "General, this person fainted just now because of a heavy with a wooden stick. There's no serious injury, but there will definitely be swelling on the back of his neck. I will prescribe some medicine to promote blood flow and reduce swelling. It's best to apply cold compresses quickly, then continue with hot compresses for a few days, and he'll recover well." Hearing this, the young man struggled to sit up from Qi Wenbin's arms. "No need to trouble yourself. This is nothing to me. Herbal medicine is precious, so no need to waste it on me." He looked at Fong Jinju, full of relief and gratitude. The general is the backbone of Betrayal. As long as she's fine, that's all that matters. Whether others saw Fong Jinju or not, she clearly sensed an unusual fiery look in the young man's eyes. Once again, a flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. Yesterday, she knelt in front of everyone, begging for her protection. Today, she bravely stepped forward to block a strike meant for someone else. Although she doesn't want to think of human nature as so evil, she has a faint feeling that the young man in front of her might have some hidden, selfish motives. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju reached out and held the young man's shoulder as he tried to stand up. "The stick is broken, so the injury must be serious. You need to follow the army doctor's advice, eat medicine, and apply heat to the area." Seeing her face full of emotion and gratitude, the young man's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't resist. He nodded obediently. "I will listen to the general." He appeared completely obedient, as if saying, "The general ordered me to do something, and I will do it without hesitation." Qi Wenbin felt a surge of discomfort in his heart. He instinctively sensed that this young man was a bit suspicious. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. In fact, everyone in the Chu family army, including the people of Betrayal, benefited from the girl. They were alive because of her, had eaten many meals, and even tasted meat. They had gained a lot. So, even if the girl now asked them to die, they wouldn't even frown. This young man seemed pitiful and shared the same thoughts as them. But he just felt that this young man had other plans for the general. His discomfort came from the fact that all these thoughts were just his guesses. He couldn't speak them out loud until he had proof. But if his suspicions were true, wouldn't it be too late? So, Qi Wenbin felt like a splinter in his throat, uncomfortable and hard to bear. The few thousand-man leaders behind him felt the same way. Fong Jinju's face was pale, and her eyes showed clear gratitude. "If that stick had hit my head, it wouldn't have been as simple as just taking medicine and applying heat. You saved me, and I am grateful to you. She paused for a moment, then continued, I don't like owing favors to others, so you can make a request of me. I will do my best to fulfill it as a thank you. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Then he seemed to realize something and shook his head quickly. The general is being too kind. Actually, it was the general who saved me first. I am grateful to repay your kindness, and I wouldn't dare ask for anything more from you. Qi Wenbin and the other leaders looked a bit better. This young man was quite wise to know the situation. If he really dared to ask the general for something, it would mean he had bad intentions. Fang Jinju smiled slightly. I was supposed to be General Chu's fiancé, and I was entrusted to protect innocent people. In that case, saving you is my duty as a soldier, so don't worry about it. Actually, you just now rushed out without hesitation to block that attack for me. I am touched. This makes me feel that everything I do for North Liao and the people is worthwhile. She looked at the young man with encouraging eyes. I am very pleased in my heart, and I will grant you one wish. The young man looked conflicted, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Fang Jinju chuckled. There's only one chance. If you insist. Before she finished, the young man suddenly knelt down hurriedly. I have no other wishes. I only ask the general to take me as a servant, so I can serve beside her, to repay her for saving my life, whether as an ox or a horse. This statement suddenly silenced everyone around. Qi Wenbin almost blurted out that it was not acceptable. A few captains looked at each other with complicated expressions. Yesterday and today, this boy keeps finding ways to stay close to the general. He claims to want to serve as a beast or a horse, but no one believes it. Could he be trying to the general for a better life? Just now, he blocked it for the general. Could it be a trick to get close? They all exchanged secret glances, clearly thinking the same thing. Suddenly, alarms went off. The general doesn't like outsiders hanging around. The Chu army is here to serve. You should make a different wish. Exactly. The general is granting you one wish. If you want to serve as a beast or a horse, spreading that might make people think the general is unkind and mistreating you. You could wish for food or warm clothes and blankets. After all, you saved the general from danger, and she will naturally be pleased. Qi Wenbin took the lead, and the captains chimed in one after another. Their meaning was clear. You can ask for food, drink, or clothes freely. But wanting to stay close to the general as a servant is not only unreasonable, but also damages her image as a caring leader. The young man didn't lift his head, but his body trembled slightly. The general knows my heart. All the officers know too. I have no other intentions. If the general doesn't want to take me as a servant, I will ask for nothing. I was born into a humble family and have been a servant since I was young. Hearing this, the boy's voice and expression carried a hint of sadness. Actually, calling me a servant is flattering. I am just a target for my master's anger, beaten and mistreated every day, with no dignity, and I've never had a full meal. These days are already better than I could hope for. I dare not ask for more. His words made Qi Wenbin and the other officers feel an even stronger sense of urgency. They were almost certain that this boy was pretending to be weak to gain the girl's sympathy. They all looked nervously at Fang Jinju. She seemed like a wise and kind girl, unlikely to be fooled by this boy. The boy and the ground exchanged deep, uncertain looks. Nearby villagers also looked on curiously. Fang Jinju stared at the boy's trembling back and said, "All right, I will agree." Qi Wenbin. Everyone. As soon as Fang Jinju spoke, everyone was shocked. The boy's trembling figure suddenly stiffened. Then he looked up, full of disbelief. Really? He stared at Fang Jinju without blinking, as if trying to see something on her face. He clearly wanted to get closer to her. Anyone with a bit of experience could see that. Didn't those officers realize it? Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered him other demands. They were probably worried he had bad intentions, right? But this woman in front of him. Fang Jinju's face was gentle. Besides gratitude and relief, she showed no other emotion. I still have military affairs to handle. Prepare yourself. I will come to take you back to the general's residence when the time is right. She stood up and didn't look at him again, her gaze falling on Qi Wenbin, who looked surprised and hadn't yet recovered. Set up a tent for Wei Dongsheng and his daughter, away from the crowd. Then pick a kind woman from among the villagers to care for Azu. Give her 30 jin of grain each month as payment, recorded in the account books. Once she is settled and has her own home, give her the full amount. Hearing this, Qi Wenbin's face finally relaxed, and he nodded repeatedly, taking notes. There should also be 6 soldiers, divided into 3 shifts, guarding near their tent. Make sure not to get too close to avoid frightening Azu. Also, handle all daily chores like cooking and fetching water properly for them. Is the general okay? Fang Jinju walked over and crouched down in front of Wei Dongsheng and his daughter. Wei Dongsheng's eyes were red with tears, and he choked out, "General, I'm sorry." He dared not imagine what could have happened. If Zhu had struck the general's head with her stick just now, they, father and daughter, would be the criminals of North Liao. They would be guilty 100 times over. Fortunately, that young man stepped forward to protect the general. But he faintly felt that the young man might have had some other intentions towards the general. Although the general was unharmed, it was because of them that there was an extra problem. But the general not only did not blame them, he also arranged for someone to take care of Zhu. He almost felt overwhelmed by guilt and self-blame. Bad person. Go away. As soon as Fang Jinju crouched down, Zhu, like a startled bird, struggled anxiously. Wei Dongsheng looked at Fang Jinju nervously, feeling both distressed and angry about his daughter's reaction. He raised his hand, intending to hit his daughter, but Fang Jinju quickly grabbed his wrist. "Brother Wei, no." Wei Dongsheng's eyes flickered, and tears suddenly rolled down his face. Then he broke free and slapped himself hard. "General, we are so sorry for you." Seeing this scene, Qi Wenbin and the others all had red eyes. Fang Jinju pursed her lips. "You haven't wronged anyone. It's those corrupt officials in the court who have wronged you and your daughter." Wei Dongxing's tears kept falling, and he couldn't even speak a word clearly. Fang Jinju reached out and suddenly held a colorful lollipop in her fingertips, waving it in front of Zhu. "Big sister isn't a bad person. Bad people wouldn't give Zhu candy, you know." A look of fear in Zhu's eyes froze for a moment, then her expression became as innocent as a child, attracted by the colorful lollipop in Fang Jinju's hand. "Candy, candy?" Fang Jinju directly stuffed the candy into Zhu's mouth. "It's candy. Try it and see." The overwhelming sweet taste quickly spread through the girl's lips and into her heart, silently drowning out her sharp fear. Zhu's eyes sparkled, and her expression softened instantly. She tightly hugged Fang Jinju's hand, lost in the sweet taste, as if enchanted. In that moment, her world was only sweetness. Wei Dongsheng held his breath, watching his daughter suddenly become quiet and obedient, utterly in disbelief. Qi Wenbin and the others also found it incredible. They all looked at Fang Jinju with admiration. No wonder she was their goddess. She could go to the battlefield and soothe wounded hearts. An all-powerful presence. Is Big Sister a bad person? Looking at Aza's innocent face like that of a child, Fang Jinju couldn't help but reach out and smooth her messy hair. Aza was startled, pulled out her lollipop to look at it, then looked at Fang Jinju and shook her head repeatedly. "Sister gives me candy. Sister is not a bad person." Fang Jinju smiled, gently pinched her thin cheek. "Azu is so good. Azu, are you afraid of them?" While speaking, she pointed behind her at Qi Wenbin and the others. Wei Dongxing's heart suddenly tightened. Although he knew the general was only speaking for his daughter's safety, he was truly worried that Azu might suddenly lose control again. Sure enough, Azu in his arms suddenly trembled, her eyes filled with fear once more. Fang Jinju quickly patted her head. Okay, I know Azu is scared. I want to tell you that I am the boss here, and everyone has to listen to me. So no one will bully Azu anymore, understand?" Azu stared blankly at Fang Jinju, then carefully pointed at Qi Wenbin and the others behind her. "The bad people all listen to sister?" Fang Jinju smiled, waving her hand behind her. Everyone has to listen to sister. Then, as if confirming, she said to Chi Wenbin and the others, come on, step forward and give Azu a smile. Chi Wenbin and the others quickly obeyed, stepping forward and grinning widely at Azu. They looked very friendly. Seeing this, Azu's eyes suddenly lit up. When she looked at Fong Jinju again, her expression was full of admiration. They really all listened to sister. Then she struggled to get out of Wei Dongxing's arms. Wei Dongxing had been nervously watching his daughter's condition, and just when he relaxed a little, his heart suddenly surged again. Azu. Seeing Azu struggling with her face flushed, Fong Jinju quickly stopped her. Brother Wei, let go for now. Wei Dongxing shook his head repeatedly. General, I'm worried she might hurt you if she loses control again. Fong Jinju reached out and held Azu's hand. Azu, if Dad lets you go, will you hurt sister? Azu's struggling stopped, and she shook her head anxiously. Sister gives Azu candy. Azu likes sister. Fong Jinju looked at Wei Dongxing again. Trust me, let her go first. Since you're so close, even if she really gets confused again, you can stop her in time, right? Wei Dongxing hesitated for a moment, then finally, under Fong Jinju's confident gaze, slowly released his hold. Chi Wenbin and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten as they stared intently at Azu. In case Azu acts out of control, they can quickly rush in to protect her. The moment Azu lost control, she rushed toward Fong Jinju. Everyone was shocked and stunned. Wei Dongxing was about to stop his daughter when Fong Jinju glared and stopped him. Then everyone's feet froze midair, stunned by what they saw. Azu suddenly lunged forward and tightly hugged Fong Jinju's neck. She rested her head against Fong Jinju's shoulder. Will sister really protect Azu? Will Azu never be bullied again? The girl seemed to struggle in a rushing current, but suddenly saw a life-saving float and clung tightly to Fong Jinju, unwilling to let go. It was as if letting go would mean drowning in the flood. Fong Jinju's eyes softened, and she quickly reached out to gently Azu's thin back. Really, this is sister's territory. As long as sister gives the order, no one dares to bully Azu. Because anyone who bullies Azu, sister will punish 10 times, or 100 times more. Azu's bright eyes gradually calmed down, and her face rubbed against Fong Jinju's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Wei Dongxing's eyes filled with tears. At this moment, the sense of security that the general could give Azu was worth more than what he, as a father, could provide 1,000 times. And it wasn't just Azu. The general was the source of safety for all the soldiers and civilians in the city. Chi Wenbin and his group also looked deeply moved. No one saw the boy who had just gotten up from the ground. His eyes, watching Fong Jinju's back, flickered with a complex emotion. Azu, if you keep hugging sister like this, she might fall. After Azu's emotions stabilized, Fong Jinju finally spoke. Although Azu was thin, she was kneeling and still struggled to support herself. Hearing this, Azu was stunned for a moment, then quickly released Fong Jinju. But her hands instinctively clutched Fong Jinju's sleeve tightly. Sister, I'm sorry. Azu didn't mean to. Please don't be angry, okay? Her innocent eyes were full of helpless apology, like a puppy worried about being abandoned after making a mistake. Fong Jinju smiled and said, Sister won't be angry with Azu, never. Azu's expression relaxed, and she instantly became happy again. Fong Jinju still held her hand, but pointed behind her at Wei Dongxing. Azu, who is he? Azu gazed blankly at Wei Dongxing, following her hand, her eyes dull for a moment before filling with tears. She softly said, Father. Wei Dongxing's suppressed tears suddenly welled up again, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Yesterday, during the fight, he saw his daughter with a sword pressed to her neck, unable to rescue or recognize her. Later, he saw her fall under the enemy's blade. At that moment, his world seemed to collapse. If not for the goddess, he would have lost his daughter forever. Although his daughter woke up later, her mind was confused, like she had lost her senses. This was the first sound she made after waking, calling him father. Brother Wei. Fong Jinju looked at Wei Dongxing. How long have you and Azu been apart? Wei Dongsheng came back to himself, wiping away tears from his face, choking with emotion. When Azu was 7, I joined the first batch of Chu family soldiers to North Liao. That was 8 years ago. Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Then she said, Brother Wei, being able to see and be with loved ones again is the greatest happiness. After this ordeal, Azu's heart has returned to that of a child, but that's not entirely a bad thing. She reached out, tucking the girl's hair behind her ear. From now on, treat her as a child and raise her again. I believe that with your fatherly love, Azu will grow up again, little by little. Wei Dongsheng was stunned. When he understood, tears streamed down his face. He bowed deeply to Fang Jinju and kowtowed once. All his words were contained in that one bow. Finally, Fang Jinju looked back at Azu, gently placing her hand in Wei Dongsheng's palm. Azu's sister has to go fight the bad guys now. You must listen to father well. Next time, sister will bring you sweets, okay? Hearing this, Azu's eyes flickered with confusion. Then she pulled her hand back and tightly clutched Fang Jinju's arm. Sister doesn't want to go. Azu is scared. Fang Jinju patiently smiled. Azu, don't be afraid. She pointed to Qi Wenbin and the others, and far away, the Chu soldiers. All the soldiers in armor here are my people, including your father. They will protect Azu just like sister does. Azu looked carefully at Qi Wenbin and his group. They quickly grinned at her. Yes, we will listen to sister and protect Azu well. If anyone dares to bully Azu, we will beat him up. A few people nodded in agreement with Fang Jinju, assuring Azu. Azu's eyes flickered slightly, but she held Fang Jinju's hand more gently, feeling less nervous. Seizing the moment, Fang Jinju gently placed her hand into Wei Dongsheng's palm. This time, Wei Dongsheng held her hand tightly. Azu, be good. If your sister doesn't go fight the bad guys, they might bully girls like you. Dad knows. Azu definitely doesn't want other girls to be bullied, right? Azu nodded repeatedly, then shook her head. Don't let anyone bully us. She then released Fang Jinju's arm and looked at her seriously. Azu, will your sister come to see you? Looking at her with pure hope, Fang Jinju couldn't refuse. Yes, I will come to see Azu whenever I have time. As long as Azu listens to Dad and doesn't cause trouble, I will bring you delicious food every time I visit, okay? Azu's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Yes. Azu won't cause trouble. Azu will listen to sister and Dad. Seeing this, Fang Jinju finally let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the Chu family soldiers stepped forward to report, General, as you ordered, we have set up the tent for Wei Dongsheng and his daughter. Fang Jinju looked in the direction they pointed and nodded with satisfaction. Then she turned to Qi Wenbin. Soon, we will select someone to take care of Azu. Make sure to choose carefully. Qi Wenbin cupped his fists in response. Although the common people didn't come close or make noise, they all stretched their necks to watch. Those nearby could clearly hear Fang Jinju's words, causing a stir among the crowd. It seemed the general was planning to find a woman to care for the girl who had gone mad. Although her previous behavior was frightening, anyone who approached her risked harm. But now, it was clear the general had calmed her down. If someone was chosen to care for her, they would receive 30 jin of grain as a reward. 30 jin of grain was enough to support a family of 3, at least. Although, thanks to the general's shelter, they didn't worry about food or clothing now. Who wouldn't want to earn more grain? Before the selection even began, the news spread quickly among the villagers. After sending Wei Dongsheng and his daughter to a new tent, Fang Jinju also instructed Qi Wenbin and his team a few words. Then she left the tent. She saw a young boy standing quietly at the entrance, looking over calmly and obediently. Fang Jinju paused slightly. Then he walked straight to the young boy and said, You stay here first. Mu Shi will send someone to take you to the general's residence. The boy's eyes sparkled with joy, but when he met her gaze, he quickly lowered his eyes. A happy smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. I obey. His voice was already pleasant. Now it sounded even more cheerful, like a mountain spring, refreshing and pure. Soon after, Qi Wenbin and his group came out, clearly seeing the boys' excited expression. Their faces darkened at once. How did this little guy succeed? Everyone has a love for beauty. They knew very well that this was true for both men and women. Now that the general was far away in Qiangu, if this boy really wanted to do something with his face, it would be hard for the girl not to be tempted. Even if the girl agreed to let him go to the general's residence, he absolutely could not get close to her even half a step. The boy had been silently following behind Fang Jinju, respectfully sending her to the horse. Then he watched as she lightly leapt onto the horse. He watched her ride away. After Fang Jinju and her group turned a corner and disappeared at the main street intersection, the boy finally withdrew his gaze. His eyes flickered with emotions others couldn't understand. He stood there blankly for a while before slowly turning around. He saw Qi Wenbin and his group standing behind him with grim faces. The boy was stunned, then lowered his eyes, quietly hiding the complex feelings that had just surfaced. "General." He respectfully bowed, bowing very low, humble to the dust. Qi Wenbin's face was dark, and he said nothing, letting the boy remain bowed without raising himself. They didn't see it. Although the boy's attitude was humbly as if he were dust, his eyes meeting theirs were calm and steady. It was as if his body and soul could completely separate. Even if his body was as humble as grass, it didn't affect the nobility of his soul. "What is your name?" After a long pause, Qi Wenbin spoke harshly, but he did not order him to stand up. The boy remained motionless, reporting to the general, "I don't have a big name, only a small one. My name is Ajio." In an instant, Qi Wenbin's eyes changed colors several times.
Ajio?
A few captains exchanged glances, feeling that this boy was more and more unusual. Not to mention, just his posture, refusing to stand up, was not something an ordinary person would do. Despite his young appearance, he was quite cunning. Thinking this way, the group grew more worried. If they let such a wolf cub into the general's residence, it would be impossible to guard against him. The girl has always been wise and clever. How could she easily agree to keep such a person nearby? Qi Wenbin then asked, "Where are you from?" Ajio replied clearly, "Sir, I am from Huzhou." Huzhou. Although Huzhou is close to the capital city, it is a poor and dangerous place with many mountains and rough waters, second only to Betrayal. Most of the land in the city is steep cliffs and rugged terrain, making farming difficult. The grain produced there is not enough to pay taxes to the court. The people rely on the mountains to survive. But there are many wild animals in the deep mountains, and it's risky to go in the morning or return at night. As a result, although Huzhou covers a similar area as the capital, its population is only about 1/10 or 1/12 of the capital's. The reason Emperor Tang Wu chose to locate the capital near Huzhou was because the rugged terrain could serve as a final barrier against invasions from the western Zhou kingdom. "So, this girl is from that area." Qi Wenbin circled around Ajio and asked, "Are you related to that soldier?" Ajio remained still and replied, "Sir, I am not related to that soldier." "Then how did you end up in the court's army, far from Huzhou?" "Sir, I was caught while fleeing for my life." "Fleeing? Did something happen to you?" "Sir." "Enough, enough. Stop rambling and tell the truth." "Yes, sir. I am an orphan. I have been wandering since I was young. Later, I was sold by a band of bandits. The master was cruel and bloodthirsty, often beating and scolding me without reason." As she spoke, Ajio hunched her body and silently rolled up her sleeve, revealing fresh and old scars on her arm as proof. The fierce wounds made Qi Wenbin and the others feel a shiver and a wave of pity. Ajio, unable to endure the abuse, had planned for years and finally found an opportunity to escape recently. She thought that heading north towards Betrayal was a border region, and her master wouldn't bother to chase her so far for just a. So, she fled northward. Ajio remained bowed and silent, her tone calm, as if recounting someone else's story. But just as she reached Huizhou, she encountered a natural disaster, the Earth Dragon's upheaval. She was lucky to survive and heard that Betrayal could shelter disaster victims. She hurried to follow a group of refugees, hoping to travel together north. But before she could leave, she was caught by court soldiers. And then, it's as the military officer knows. Ji Wenbin and the young man exchanged a complex look. This kid truly has such a tragic fate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ji Wenbin quickly regained his composure. How could he feel pity for this boy? Realizing this, he became more alert to Ajio. Why did you act like that yesterday? Making the general protect you. Think about it. If the general had to protect all these disaster victims, how could he manage? Hearing this, the boy lowered himself even more. Military officer, Ajio is wrong. Ajio has no bad intentions. It's just that my life has been full of hardships, never a moment of peace. When I saw the general on the battlefield for the first time, I knew that if I could gain his protection, I would never be bullied again. So, yesterday, I was willing to do anything to seek his protection. By the end, Ajio knelt down, forehead touching the ground, begging earnestly, I know this was impulsive and selfish, but I have suffered so much injustice in my life. This is the first time I am fighting for my destiny. Just this once is enough. His voice trembled with suppressed tears, trembling and choking. Those who heard him couldn't bear it. Ji Wenbin's usually grim and unfriendly face looked as if it might. Ajio, do you know why the officers are questioning you? Suddenly, Ajio straightened up, looked at Ji Wenbin with broken eyes full of endless sadness and pleading. Because you all value the general. The general is my lifesaver. I feel the same about the general as you do. I will obediently serve the general like a beast. He bowed heavily to Ji Wenbin and the others. Please, officers, give me a chance. Let me go. The dull sound of his forehead hitting the ground showed how sincere Ajio was. Seeing this, Ji Wenbin hesitated, unable to continue questioning. Why you get up first? Finally, Ji Wenbin waved his hand, pretending to be impatient. If others see this, they'll think we're bullying you. Ajio stiffened and quickly said, it was Ajio who begged the officers himself, regardless of the officers' matters. Then he hurriedly stood up, obedient and unsure, standing to the side like a child who had made a mistake. His blood-stained clothes had long been discarded. Now he wore a cotton coat issued by the Chu army. His face, body, and even his hair were completely cleaned. His movements carried a subtle charm. At this moment, he looked timid and guilty, like someone who had done wrong, but it also made others feel like scolding him and questioning whether they had gone too far. Ji Wenbin looked at him and thought the word devil in his mind. But he couldn't say anything harsh aloud. He looked like a punch hitting cotton, neither too high nor too low. You don't have to beg us. After a long pause, Ji Wenbin, with a serious face, said, the general has already agreed to take you as a servant. We cannot interfere with his decision. But Ji Wenbin's eyes flashed with a ruthless sternness. If you dare to be dishonest even a little, not only I, but all of the Chu army will not forgive you. Ajio lowered his head even more, trembling. Ajio dares not. Ajio just wants to live peacefully for the rest of his life. His eyes, looking at the ground, carried a faint smile. His body's fear had nothing to do with this smile. Ji Wenbin stared at him for several breaths, then said, you'd better remember what you said today. Let's go. After they walked away, Ajio looked up and watched them go, his deep eyes showing no emotion, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Betrayal.
It really is true, seeing is believing. As for Fang Jinju and the other 4 people, they left the city, heading straight for Mengzhou County. In less than an hour, they reached the border of Mengzhou County. It seemed like the natural disaster had eyes. The roads through Beiliang's territory were smooth all the way, but once they crossed into Mengzhou County, the roads began to tear apart. The closer they got to Mengzhou City, the larger the cracks became. But compared to the damage on the roads in Xiangzhou County earlier, it was much better. As long as they slowed down, they could still ride normally. Seeing the tall, unbroken city walls that hadn't been damaged by the Earth Dragon's upheaval, Fang Jinju couldn't help but admire the solid craftsmanship of ancient construction techniques. General, when Fang Jinju approached, Li Da and his men knelt on one knee to greet him. Last night, they received a note sent by Fang Jinju through the messenger bird, saying she would come today. So they had been waiting at the city gate since early morning. Everyone get up. Fang Jinju waved his hand, then looked at Li Da. How is the situation inside the city? During the conversation, the horse beneath her had already taken her into the city. She looked up and was momentarily stunned, then filled with regret. The situation was not optimistic. Except for the main road, most streets and alleys were damaged, and about 70 to 80% of the houses were destroyed. It was a scene of complete ruin. Compared to the intact city walls, it was like two different worlds. Even someone as corrupt as Tang Wu knew the importance of the city walls. Officials repairing the walls would not dare to cut corners or embezzle funds on something so crucial to the city's safety. That's why the damage was so uneven. As you can see, General. Li Da concealed his complicated feelings and said calmly, the houses and roads in the county town are damaged by nearly 80%. Restoring everything to its original state will require a lot of effort and resources. Take me to your camp. Fang Jinju withdrew her gaze and focused on the road beneath the horse's hooves. The main road was built solidly, almost as strong as the city walls. Apart from a few cracks, the damage was not severe. They arrived at Chu's military camp, located in a square not far from the city gate. The square was about the same size as the Betrayal martial arts square, but the eastern part had collapsed halfway. Chu's soldiers examined the underground situation to determine the stability before setting up the camp in the intact areas. Currently, only a few dozen soldiers were stationed there. The others had been sent out by Li Da to survey and record the damage inside the city. Fang Jinju dismounted swiftly. General. As she entered the camp, the soldiers on guard saluted respectfully. She looked around. The camp, with nearly 2,000 people and supplies stored there, occupied most of the square. Besides this place, Fang Jinju asked Li Da, are there any other large open spaces inside the city? Li Da immediately replied, besides here, the only other large area is the prefect's office. It's actually much bigger than the square. The reason we set up camp here is because it's closer to the city gate, making it easier to command and control. Fang Jinju was slightly surprised. The prefect's office? It was just the residence of the city's chief official. Yet it was even larger than a square.
Take me to see it.
Without hesitation, Fang Jinju mounted her horse and signaled her men to give their horses to Li Da. The group hurriedly headed to the prefect's office, Li Da mentioned. Fang Jinju looked at the grand gate of the residence, which was much taller than ordinary homes, and couldn't help but marvel. The walls of the prefect's office were as sturdy as the city gates. No, the wall is even stronger than the city gate, because the visible courtyard wall shows no signs of damage or tearing. Looking at this wall, Fang Jinju seemed to see a fierce and greedy governor, forcing common people to build the governor's residence. He dismounted and stepped into the governor's house. Fang Jinju had the feeling of entering a palace damaged by war. They hadn't yet reached the racecourse and gardens that Li Da mentioned. Just the main courtyard entrance was enough to set up more than 20 military tents. Fang Jinju simply led his horse into the yard and rode on. Even while riding, it took almost an incense stick's worth of time to check most of the governor's house. Looking at the large racecourse and gardens, Fang Jinju's eyes darkened slightly. This scene vividly shows the phrase, the rich waste food and wine, while the poor freeze to death. An official abusing power to live luxuriously like this, especially in the capital where the powerful gather, even a slight looseness in the ruler's grip could make the people's lives even worse. That's enough. After a while, Fang Jinju finally suppressed his complex feelings in his eyes and nodded in agreement.